processes. The Moxie decreed the allocation of funds, stating that even if it meant reducing meals, the soldiers' needs must not be compromised. She vowed to reduce her own meal portions, causing tears among the ministers who hailed her as wise and beneficial to the realm. This was essentially how the Golden Hall Assembly proceeded. Typically, no major issues were discussed here, as significant matters were handled in the smaller meetings in the Lewiston Palace. Unless, of course, someone deliberately stirred trouble. After handling several reports, the hall quietened down, signaling the end of the session. But the Moxie showed no intention of leaving, instead looking expectant. Aquila stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." The Moxie replied warmly, "Speak, my minister." Aquila said slowly, "During my decades as the director of the National Academy, I often lament how backward the educational system in Great Phalon is. Such a vast nation has only one national academy, clearly insufficient to meet the needs of selecting talent for the state. The current vacancies for multiple undersecretaries and vice-censors highlight this problem." The officials rolled their eyes. Was it really due to lack of talent, or simply the Moxie's reluctance to appoint? Embarrassed, the Moxie agreed, "Minister of Right speaks truly. The educational system in Great Phalon is indeed inadequate. No, not just inadequate, it practically doesn't exist." Aquila bowed. "As the Minister of Rights, it is my duty to establish a new educational system for your Majesty, to ensure we have talent to serve and secure the stability of the state." Delighted, the Moxie asked, "What do you propose, Minister of Rights?" The officials exchanged glances, all thinking, "New official, 3 burning policies. Let's see what this old man can do." "Your Majesty, I suggest establishing official academies across the regions. Elementary schools at the village level, secondary schools at the county level, colleges at the prefectural level, and an imperial college in the capital, overseen by the National Academy. Elementary school for 4 years of basic education, secondary school for 3 years of broad education, college for 3 years of specialized studies, and the imperial college for the finest education of Great Phalon's elite." The Moxie slapped the table. "This is excellent. Covering the capital, prefectures, counties, and villages, ensuring all talents serve the realm." "Your Majesty is correct. I understand elementary education, but what does broad education in secondary school and specialized studies in college mean?" "Your Majesty, each person is born with unique talents. Some excel in poetry, others in military strategy, mathematics, law, or forging. But these talents aren't immediately visible. So, broad education in secondary school allows students to explore various fields like literature, military tactics, mathematics, law, and forging, to find their strengths. In college, they focus on refining their chosen field, achieving specialization. Graduates proficient in literature can join the Ministry of Rights, those skilled in military tactics the Ministry of War, mathematicians the Ministry of Revenue, legal experts the Ministry of Justice, and metallurgists the Ministry of Works. By doing so, everyone's talents are maximized, placing them in suitable roles to work efficiently without hindrance. This way, will Great Phalon ever lack for talent? Clap, clap, clap. The Moxie applauded excitedly. "Minister of Rights speaks well. Broad education and specialized studies are indeed ingenious. Specialization of skills. Your Majesty is wise." The Moxie frowned. "But building official academies requires a large number of teachers from various fields. Where shall we find them?" Aquila continued, "I propose a grand imperial examination to select officials from various fields, assigning titles according to their performance. 9th rank instructors, 8th rank lecturers, 7th rank scholars, and 6th rank doctors. Instructors teach elementary schools, lecturers secondary schools, scholars colleges, and doctors the imperial college. This exam should be open to all of clean conduct. No recommendations required." "No recommendations?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. Recommendations exclude many talents. To gain a large pool of talent, selection based solely on merit is the only path." The Moxie nodded in agreement. "Correct. From now on, exams need no recommendations. The Ministry of Rights will organize this exam. Please prepare the details promptly." "Brinley's, Your Majesty." Seeing the Moxie and Aquila engage in this dialogue, it seemed they were about to decide on a monumental matter. Suddenly, the Minister of Revenue, Brock, became anxious and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I disagree." Chapter 339. No money. The Moxie glared. "Grand Censor, do you have any objections? The sage's teaching is that education should be available to all. Are you against this principle?" "Your Majesty, I am not opposing the sage's teachings." Brock sighed and threw up his hands. "Your Majesty, the National Treasury has no money." The Moxie clenched her teeth in frustration. "Grand Censor, apart from saying no money, do you have anything else to say?" If there was a minister whom the emperors of Great Phalon despised most, it would undoubtedly be the Minister of Revenue. Many ambitious rulers had seen their grand plans come to nothing because of the simple word, no money. Brock shifted into professional complaint mode. "Your Majesty, our empire spans 5 states with hundreds of counties and countless towns. If we were to set up schools in every village, county, and state, it would amount to an astronomical sum. The court cannot afford it, and the common people would be overwhelmed." Though enraged, the Moxie could not help but admit that Brock had a point. She made a concession. "Then let's start at the state and county levels, and delay implementation at the village level for now." Brock did not yield. "Your Majesty, that isn't practical either. Hundreds of counties still mean an enormous cost that the court cannot bear. Moreover, we must pay the official salaries. Organizing such a large-scale imperial examination is also very expensive." The veins on the Moxie's forehead bulged as she glared at Brock. If looks could kill, Brock would have died 100 deaths. Aquila was bewildered. Though he was only following the Moxie's orders to lead the initiative, he himself thought the government school program was quite good, a groundbreaking idea, that he hadn't even considered the financial aspect. After Brock finished speaking, the Moxie's anger was about to erupt. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to make a sound, for fear of being caught in the crossfire. But secretly, they were all delighted. Both the government schools and the abolition of recommendations threatened their family's power. They wouldn't want to share the pie with those uncouth commoners. This absolutely could not be allowed. Friendly open opposition was not possible. As the Moxie had rightly pointed out, the principle of education for all came from the sage's teachings, and no one could argue against it. The Moxie gripped the armrests of the dragon throne tightly to keep herself from exploding. Scanning the hall, she asked, "My ministers, who has a solution to this problem?" Everyone lowered their heads even further, chins almost touching their chests. What solution could there be? Even if there were solutions, they wouldn't speak them aloud. The Moxie's gaze fell upon Ike, but if he really has a good plan, I don't mind granting him his wish. Half an hour later, the young eunuch Callan rushed back. "Your Majesty, Norris left the capital half a day ago." The Moxie fumed. "Ran away again? That despicable fellow can't just stay in the capital properly? Where did he go this time to indulge in his pleasures?" The Lewis Manor said he went to London Engsub. Why would he go to London Engsub? They say it's to rescue someone, and even Edwin Townkeeper went with him. Rescue whom? Does he need to personally go for that? With a single command, who wouldn't give them face? Who couldn't they save? "Your Majesty, this servant doesn't know. Half a day ago, in the Pear Garden, the play Lewis Family Army's Campaign in Shu, Episode 3, Battle of the Lotus City, was playing on stage. The crowd below cheered, gasped, and booed loudly. Desiree finally found time to produce the best part of Lewis Family Army's Campaign in Shu. It ignited the Pear Garden as soon as it premiered. Many audience members had already watched it 3 times, but still refused to leave. 5 copper coins worth of tea was now tasteless, and sunflower seeds had been licked clean. Latecomers Pierce and Art lounged in their reserved seats, drinking tea and watching the play. Pierce didn't want to come but was dragged by Art, who said it was time to tell him the history of the Lewis Family Army and about his mother. Beside them, Desiree took out her notebook, excited. The founding history of the Lewis Family Army would definitely be a blockbuster script. She foresaw that it would be another hit after Lewis Family Army's Campaign in Shu, riding on its success and setting the entire capital ablaze. Pierce urged, "Old man, hurry up and tell me." Art wasn't in a rush. "Why the hurry? I'll finish this episode first." "Fine, take your time," Pierce conceded. After waiting so long, a few minutes more wouldn't matter. For the first time, Pierce felt the show was dragging. Those praises of him seemed unnecessarily long. On stage, the Lewis Family Army crushed the Charleston Army decisively, and the curtain slowly descended. "Bravo! The Lewis Family Army is mighty." Thunderous applause erupted below, with continuous cheers. Art returned from the play, took a sip of tea, and leisurely said, "Boy, since your wedding is approaching, it's time to tell you the truth. Be prepared." Pierce felt a bit nervous. "Tell me." At this moment, Ashton appeared with Ezekiel following behind. Pierce greeted them. "Hey, military advisor, Yasmin, what brings you to the Pear Garden today?" "Just in time. Sit down and hear the story of the Lewis Family Army." Ashton usually preferred staying in the courtyard, divining and handling intelligence from various regions, rarely leaving the Lewis Manor. As for Ezekiel, she had been serving in the palace. Her white robe indicated it was her day off. "Thank you, Commander." Ashton sat down on a small stool. Ezekiel remained coldly standing aside, ignored by Pierce. "Old man, speak quickly," Pierce urged. Art scolded, "Brat, the advisor must have important matters. Attend to them first. These old tales won't run away." Pierce sighed. "All right, military advisor, what news do you have?" Ashton smiled. "Your Excellency is too polite. Nothing urgent, just 2 small tidbits. I got bored and wanted to walk around a bit. Don't beat around the bush, just speak." Note * pinion names used: Brock, Pierce, Art, Ashton, Ezekiel, Desiree. Chapter 340, The History of the Lewis Family Army's Rise. Since Ashton came here to meet him, it meant that the news was something he could disclose. The first piece of news is from Queenie Enzu. Following the arrival of the Lewis family caravan in the grasslands, a migration trend has swept across. Most of the residents in northern Queenie Enzu have moved to the grasslands to become herders, while some from the south are also eager to join. Pierce nodded. "This is indeed good news." Ashton nodded. "Brinley's, that's correct." At this point, Art sat back down. He sighed. "Very well, since you're asking, I'll tell you today. After all, time doesn't matter much at this point. This devil sect is actually the state religion of the Great Ross Dynasty." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The former Great Ross Dynasty was once the unifying hegemon, and its national religion was no joke. It transcended mere martial world factions. Art slowly explained. At the twilight of the Great Ross Dynasty, under the leadership of the Imperial Preceptor Devon, a part of the Ross Dynasty's treasures was secretly carried into the Boundless Abyss. To protect these treasures, anyone entering the vicinity of the Boundless Abyss would be killed. As a result, the state religion became the devil sect that everyone in the martial world sought to destroy. Pierce interrupted. "Wait, if it was carried in secret, how do you know about it?" Art responded irritably. "How do I know? Devon is your maternal great-grandfather. How else would I know?" "What?" Pierce jumped up again. "Does this mean my mother was the saintess of the devil sect?" Art's face softened. "Your mother was not only the saintess of the devil sect but later became its leader. She ranked first on the Jianghu list with the Heaven Demon Sword technique and the Heaven Demon Sword." He glanced at Holly beside him. Of course, that was before the appearance of Lord Yasmin. Pierce furrowed his brows. "Heaven Demon Sword technique? Sounds familiar." Holly commented calmly. "It's the same technique Nameless used during a strong army using the core members of the devil sect." Having inherited all of Devon's teachings, she wasn't just the greatest martial artist but also excelled in both military strategy and civil governance. Far more capable than you, scoundrel. She often disguised herself as a man, leading the troops from the front, making it impossible for anyone to resist her. Over several years, she led hundreds of battles, sweeping across thousands of miles, conquering the 5 nations without a single defeat. A feat that shocked the world. This formidable army created by your mother is the Lewis Family Army. Art looked intently at Pierce. This is the history of the Lewis family army's rise. You wanted to know. Everyone was astounded, never imagining that the Lewis family army was founded by such a legendary woman. Not only was she the greatest martial artist, but she also mastered military strategy and tactics, creating the Lewis family army and winning countless battles without a single defeat. It was nothing short of a myth. Pierce wore a proud expression. I see. I've always wondered how a simple farmer like you could produce someone as charming, elegant, valiant, wise, and talented as me. Turns out I take after my mother. Art slapped him. You rascal. Asking for a beating. Rubbing his head, Pierce asked, Jerry, what was her name? Xiao Charles. To be honest, I was merely a puppet in your mother's grand plan. Lundunk all of us. And Art took a deep breath, trying to compose himself. This is another story. She isn't your mother. Pierce was utterly surprised. Not my mother? Then who is she? Chapter 341. Younger Aunt. The tender figure appeared involuntarily in Pierce's mind. Art didn't answer but asked instead, do you know there was a mysterious person wearing a ghost mask at the Lewis residence many years ago? Pierce nodded. Brinley's, I do. The top expert of the Marquis mansion, very secretive. Could it be? Art sighed. Indeed, it is her. Her true identity is Cora, your mother's younger sister and your aunt. She couldn't bear for you to lose your mother as soon as you were born, so she became your mother despite my objections. Of course, there was nothing between us. She never looked up to me, this lowly peasant. She had always opposed your mother marrying me. Later, as you grew up, she pretended to die from illness and returned to the intermittent demon abyss to succeed as the leader of the demon cult. For the first few years, she would occasionally come back to see you, wearing the ghost mask because she was afraid you might recognize her. She hasn't been here for several years now. I wonder what happened and am quite worried about her. She bears an 8/10 resemblance to your mother. If you miss your mother, seeing her would be secured. Being a descendant of the Ross imperial family, she should be aware of this secret. Pierce suddenly realized, so, she has been stirring things up in the Jianghu and supporting the Divine Blade sect for this reason? I thought she wanted to be the leader of the martial world. That's not right. As a princess of the Ross dynasty, the treasure belongs to her. So why go through the trouble of having the Divine Blade sect attack? Art slowly replied, I suspect there was some misunderstanding between them. Really, old man, tell me more. Actually, your mother had already used most of the treasure. Initially, your mother believed that the direct lineage of the Ross dynasty had no heirs. It would be better to use it for the good of the people, rather than let it decay underground. After so many years, I assume it's all gone. But Alice Ross wouldn't believe that, and would think your aunt wants to keep it all for herself. This leads to inevitable conflict. Now everything was clear. Pierce turned and walked away. No matter what, anyone who touches my aunt is asking for death. Let's destroy them first. Alexei, gather the troops. Brinley's Bray. Art hurried after him. Brat, wait for your old man. Pierce stopped. Old man, with your old arms and legs, you shouldn't come. I'll bring it back. You just wait here. Brat, only I have been to the intermittent demon abyss. Mysticism could turn the Lewis army into a hated target. Desiree nodded obediently. Master, Xiaoya understands. Xiaoya hasn't recorded it, and won't tell anyone. Very good. Strategist, the mansion is in your hands. Commander, go with peace of mind. Pierce immediately led 200 veteran Lewis soldiers and the secret weapon, along with Art, galloping straight toward London Engsau. In the northern wastelands of London Engsau lies a terrifying death valley, where any animal or person entering would die instantly, leaving piles of bones. Over the years, the entire valley became filled with bones like a hell on earth. Local residents spoke of it with dread and stayed far away. This was the external entrance to the intermittent demon abyss. Dead animals and people were killed by members of the demon cult to serve as a warning. Days later, hundreds of horses startled this silent valley. Pierce and his group barged in, finding bones everywhere and fresh corpses scattered on the ground. Art noted, these people in golden robes with flame patterns are demon cult members, while the others are likely from the Divine Blade sect. This battle was brutal. Pierce urged, old man, stop looking. Find the entrance. My aunt is in danger. Let's go. The real entrance is deeper inside. They ventured to the end of Death Valley, where they saw a ring-shaped cliff wall, with numerous caves below. Arden counties listed, no more. 3 of them were the capitals of Jiangzhou, Jiangdong, and Jiangnan. London Engsau and Queenie Inzu did not even have one. The Moxie looked at Yuan coldly. Minister Shan, do you think I am easily deceived? Yuan immediately prostrated himself. Your Majesty, this subject dares not. The Moxie threw the document to the ground, gritting her teeth. Then tell me, why are there only 10 counties listed? Is Defalon so poor that only these 10 counties are prosperous while the rest are desolate? Everyone else fell silent. Yuan hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, establishing a school is not just about building a few buildings. It involves calculating the number of students based on the county's population and determining the scale of the school and the number of officials required accordingly. After repeated calculations by the Ministry of Revenue, only the above 10 counties can rely on their own taxes and imperial subsidies to establish schools of the appropriate size and pay the salaries of the required officials. Apart from Ike and Aquila, everyone secretly gave him a thumbs up. Professional. No wonder he was a big shot in the Ministry of Revenue. The Moxie gnashed her teeth in frustration, knowing she couldn't argue logically with him. Or perhaps only that shameless man could match wits with these people, but unfortunately, that rascal had run away again. She decided not to reason with them. She said menacingly, Minister Shan, it has been a long time since the accounts in the Ministry of Revenue were audited. I believe it's high time we conduct a thorough investigation. What do you think? Yuan responded without hesitation. I welcome the Emperor's audit. I will assist wholeheartedly and not dare to slack in the slightest. The Moxie was momentarily stunned. Had this old man really not tampered with anything? Yuan lifted his head proudly, trying to present a glowing image of himself. Had he tampered with the accounts? Not really. Not that he didn't want to, but Defalen's treasury had always been pitiful until Ike's recent land reforms improved the situation. He hadn't even had the chance yet. Besides, he made a fortune renting out his VIP suite at Lewis's Grand Restaurant, and didn't give much thought to the treasury's meager salary. Too risky, too low returns, only a fool would do it. Neither threats nor persuasion worked, leaving the Moxie utterly frustrated. She recalled a famous saying by Silas Tizome, "I fear nothing in heaven or earth except an incorruptible minister of revenue." At that moment, the Moxie truly empathized. Fine, let's wait for that guy to come back. She sighed resignedly. Then let's start with these 10 counties for now. Allocate funds from the Ministry of Revenue and monitor construction through the Ministry of Works. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Brinley's, Your Majesty, military tactics, mathematics, law, and metalworking. The exam format will be written to assess professional competence. All written exams will adopt the anonymous testing method, with candidate identities revealed only after scores are announced to prevent bribery and favoritism, ensuring fairness in the examination. The Moxie praised, "The anonymous testing method is excellent. We should do this in the future." Others also commended the plan. Indeed, previously, Defalen's examinations never involved anonymity, sometimes affecting candidate scores due to preconceived notions of the examiners. After reviewing the document, the Moxie nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Minister Phelan's planning is very good. Let's proceed with this plan." "Your Majesty." Rock stood up. Seeing that his juniors were not performing well, he couldn't help but intervene. The Moxie asked warily, "Grand Tutor, what are your opinions?" Rock bowed. "Your Majesty, allowing direct registration without recommendation is unreliable." The Moxie frowned. "How is it unreliable? Without recommendation, how can we know a person's character? Without a guarantor, how can we entrust them with important tasks?" The Moxie was stumped. Abolishing the recommendation system could indeed achieve meritocracy regardless of background, but as Rock said, it would be difficult to ensure officials' integrity. Chapter 343, Demon Sect Leader. This was an enormous underground cavern, with boiling lava churning below. The walls of the cavern were carved into countless chambers, densely packed like a beehive. At the center of the cavern stood a stone pillar spiraling upwards with stairs, and atop this pillar lay a grand palace complex. This place was the core of the boundless abyss, the Demon Sect stronghold. Surrounding it were residences for the common members of the Demon Sect, while the central palace complex served as the sect's main hall, where the elders and leader resided and convened. Ordinarily, the area was calm and peaceful, but now, it was engulfed in blood and combat. The central stone pillar, from its base winding all the way up, was strewn with corpses. On top of the sect's main hall, a brutal battle was raging. The invaders, led by the recently rising God Saber sect, included forces from half of the martial world. These martial factions comprised both direct allies and those who responded to God Saber sect's call to arms. Among them were top-tier sects like Shaolin Temple, Wudong Sect, and Mingjian Manor. After all, the devilish members of the Demon Sect were fair game for any righteous force to exterminate. Led by the God Saber sect, 10 major martial factions fought to the death against the Demon Sect on the grounds of the main hall. As the former state religion for failure. Is this truly the power of the Demon Sect leader? Indeed, she is formidable. Damn Fernan, he's misleading everyone. Is this what 5th rank should look like? She could vie for first place with Precious. Please update this outdated ranking quickly. Cora sneered. Scared? Are you 4? Perhaps you should surrender, and I'll grant you a quick death. Yanni shouted angrily. Demon, do not get too arrogant. Behold my Buddha palm. Let's see whose palm technique is stronger, yours or mine. With a thunderous clash, Yanni spat blood and flew back. He gasped in horror. Demon, your internal strength is terrifying. Chandler bellowed. Demon, behold my 10,000 swords. Cora disdainfully replied. Playing swords before me? You're still too inexperienced. 10,000 swords met Heavenly Devil Sword technique, and Chandler was defeated. Chandler's face turned grim. So this is the legendary Heavenly Devil Sword technique that rivals celestial beings. Truly formidable. Charlie yelled, Brothers, the demon is powerful. Let's give everything we've got. Danilo agreed. Agreed. To purge this great evil from the martial world is worth our lives. Cora curled her finger. Come on, show your best, and I'll take you seriously. Once I sever your heads, I can return to chasing Louis Jia Army's expedition to Shuta. The 5 clashed once more, unleashing all their legendary techniques, creating shockwaves that shattered mountains and shook the heavens, sending bystanders fleeing in terror. Though Cora dominated the fight, her 10 elders struggled against overwhelming martial world forces. Fighting multiple leaders and masters, they gradually fell one by one. Just before Cora was about to defeat Charlie, Yanni, Danilo, and Chandler, most of the 10 elders and many sect members were already dead. Of the righteous forces, only a few remained standing. But victory belonged to them. Everyone moved toward the central battlefield. Charlie, Yanni, Danilo, and Chandler retreated into the crowd, pale-faced from injury and fear. Almost, they had become casualties themselves. The demon's martial arts were unfathomably deep. Cora, holding her heavenly devil sword, her black cloak fluttering, viewed the assembled righteous warriors with disdain. So, a group attack? Fine. I've seen the shameless faces of your righteousness before. Yanni and Danilo hung their heads in shame. Charlie roared, Demon, devoid of humanity, you deserve no honor. Fair play is for the honorable. Your sect does not deserve it. The crowd cheered in agreement. Right? Let's all charge and kill her. Fine. If I frown, I'll renounce my surname. Cora replied boldly. Tensions mounted. 2 figures in white and red darted through the crowd. Young and stunningly beautiful. They were ice and fire messengers of the demon sect, Cora's closest aides. Leader, we've come to help. Cora sighed. Didn't I ask you to find Normanzi and send him a message? Why have you returned? Leader, we refuse to leave you. We wish to die alongside you. Forget it. With matters as they are, let's fight till the end. Leader, even in death, we will take these people down with us. Kill. The two sides clashed once more. But there were simply too many enemies, beyond what martial prowess could overcome. After battling 4 top experts all day, Korra's strength was reduced to a mere third. Soon, blades and swords were at their throats. Korra closed her eyes, thinking, Normanzi, mother is leaving first. A loud command interrupted. Everyone halt. 200 elite, fully armed soldiers stormed the main hall, surrounding the remaining 100 righteous warriors. A frantic young man escorted by a man and woman approached briskly. Pierce. Translation ends here. Chapter 344. Release my aunt. The moment Korra appeared, the hazy figure in Pierce's mind became crystal clear. It was her. It was her. She was the one this body had always longed for and missed. She was. Release my aunt. Pierce roared, his voice echoing through the endless abyss of the demon depths. Korra's eyes also moistened. It was Jason Ur. He had grown so much and was incredibly handsome, looking just like his elder sister and herself. Yanni, Danilo, and Charlie recognized Pierce's identity at first glance. They had all seen him at the Lewis family Grand Tavern before. Yanni hurriedly asked, Elias, what is this about? Pierce coldly replied, this general ordered you to release my aunt. Didn't you hear me? Aunt? The leader of the demon sect, Korra, is this overwhelmingly powerful young Marquis's aunt? This complicates things. Thunderclap sect's leader Gerard stepped forward, cursing loudly, go to hell. You think we'll just release her because you say so? Who the hell do you think you are? Just a spoiled brat who hasn't even grown any hair yet. Pierce waved his hand. Kill him. Whoosh. A rain of arrows shot out, turning him into a pincushion. Thunderclap sect members were enraged, shouting, let's fight them to the death. Inspired by their words, dozens of people charged towards Pierce. But no matter how angry they were, mere flesh and blood could not withstand a continuous barrage of arrows. One after another, they met their demise. Someone shouted, if we all rush at once, they won't have time to draw their bows. Chandler, determined to take a stand, stepped forward. Elias, this is a martial arts duel between us on the Donghua. It's about martial prowess. What skill does it show if you slaughter us using military weapons? If you have the guts, put down your crossbows and engage in a real combat. Pierce sneered, you want martial prowess? Real combat? Fine. Landanda, kill him. Sky slowly approached Chandler. Only now did the crowd realize that the woman beside Pierce was none other than the famous First Yasmin. The top 5 on the High Martial Londonst were all gathered here at the endless demon abyss. Irritated, Chandler shouted, Yasmin, are you aiding tyrants? Sky ignored him and continued walking, so openly disregarding them. The nameless sword manor couldn't bear it anymore. 10 swordsmen surged forward, encircling Sky. They were the renowned Heartless 10 Swords, whose combined array, the Heavenly Sword Web Formation, was known as the best sword formation in the world. Kill. The 10 launched their formation, entangling Sky. Clang. The black ice sword was unsheathed, its gleam slicing through the air. In an instant, the 10 were frozen in place, then their heads rolled off. In just one stroke, the Heartless 10 Swords ceased to exist. Is this what the world's greatest Yasmin looks like? Everyone was shocked, taking a step back. Sky paid no attention to them and continued towards Chandler. Cornered, Chandler rushed towards Sky, yelling, Yasmin, others may fear you, but I, Chandler, do not. Watch my all blades return. Yanni and Danilo panicked, shouting, Brother Queenie and no? Simultaneously, both leaped forward. Their deep friendship wouldn't let them see each other killed. They knew too well how formidable this Yasmin was. While Korra had surprised them, this Yasmin was enough to make them despair. Unfortunately, it was too late. Sky moved in a blur faster than light, and blood slowly seeped from Chandler's forehead. His eyes wide open, he collapsed. Facing the rushing Yanni and Danilo, Sky swept with her sword, creating a dazzling arc in the air. Yanni and Danilo flew back, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone was stunned. These were the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the High Martial Londonst, not mere henchmen. Yet under the Yasmin's blade, they were nothing more than fish. Even Korra, still restrained, stared wide-eyed. So, this is what a celestial being looks like? Indeed powerful. She had thought she might be able to challenge her, but there was such a gap. Sky looked at Charlie, who hastily raised his saber to Korra's neck. Don't come closer. Sky looked at Pierce. Everyone did the same, waiting for his decision. Furious, Pierce said, that Thanos, if you don't release my aunt right now, you will regret it. Charlie was also angry. My name is Charlie. I don't care if you're Thanos or Charlie. Are you releasing her or not? Charlie scanned the surroundings, pondering. With a hostage, escaping wouldn't be difficult. Looking at Pierce, he thought, if I can help eliminate this thorn for Alice, I'll surely earn her favor. Thus, he yelled, Pierce, let's have a life of duel. If you win, we'll release Korra and leave. If you lose, let us go and do not interfere with our handling of Korra. Without hesitation, Pierce said, impossible. No matter what, this general will not allow anyone to harm my aunt. Otherwise, I will make sure you regret ever being born. There was a stir among the crowd. This was way too overbearing. Korra smiled. My child is truly majestic. Just like his elder sister and me, he is our Shao family's blood. Taking a step back, Charlie said, all right, if you win, we release Korra and leave. If you lose, we go free. His intention wasn't in the conditions but the duel with Pierce. He thought Pierce would never be his match. Given the chance, he believed he could definitely kill Pierce. Fine. Hand my aunt over to the old Baldies from Shaolin and the old Taoist from Wudong. I don't trust anyone else. He had no choice. Alexei urgently exclaimed, Bray, no. The translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency in English. Chapter 345. Watch me dance. Art, watching from the back, grew anxious. Brat, don't be impulsive. Let go of Korra. and I will let you all leave. How could Charlie possibly agree? No, Pierce must fight me. I demand justice for these martial artists killed by your orders. The crowd cheered in agreement. Even Yanni and Danilo nodded in approval. Although holding hostages was not entirely righteous, this was about the notorious mastermind who didn't blink an eye before ordering the execution of so many comrades in arms. They were also outraged. 200 veterans of the Lewis family gnashed their teeth, eager to launch arrows and riddle them like a beehive. Art, enraged, coldly remarked, "You people, do you know what the consequences will be if anything happens to my son? Your century-old sex will be eradicated, and you'll be hunted down until there's no place for you in this world." Led by Yanni and Danilo, the heroes' faces paled immediately. They knew this wasn't mere intimidation but a stark reality. They hesitated, looking at Charlie. Charlie hurriedly said, "Master Yanni, Taoist Danilo, rest assured. I won't kill him. Just teach him a lesson to avenge our fallen brothers." How could that be possible? Other sects feared the Lewis family and the Great Phalon, but he didn't. His mission, assigned by the princess, was to eliminate the Lewis family and the Great Phalon. Yanni and Danilo believed his deceit. "All right, Lord D, just hold back. Enough is enough." "Certainly, certainly. Pierce, you are done for." However, while he could deceive everyone else, he couldn't fool the Yasmin with his mind-reading ability. Holly approached Pierce and whispered audibly only to the two of them, "He intends to kill you." Pierce nodded. "I figured as much." He wasn't foolish. The old man had agreed to release them, insisting on not harming Pierce under any circumstances, yet still insisted on the final battle. Wasn't that excessive? Others might not know, but he knew that Charlie was part of Scarlet's men. Clearly, he had become her biggest obstacle in her path to restoration. Holly coldly said, "Let me kill him first." "Don't." Pierce stopped her quickly. "My aunt is still in their hands. Can you ensure her safety?" Holly shook her head. "Ordinary people can be attempted, but they're experts. Then it can only be me." "Sui, do you think I can win?" Holly pondered. "He only has around 50% of his strength left. His inner power surpasses yours, and his Godblade technique is almost equal to your Cold Blade technique. But combined with your Ice Heart technique, you can barely stand a chance." That clang. Charlie stood firm, but Pierce staggered back 5 steps, feeling a surge of discomfort in his chest. As expected, formidable. Pierce's inner power was inferior to his, making direct combat unfavorable. Recalling his aunt's advice, he infused his Cold Blade technique with the softness and cunning of Tai Chi, engaging his opponent in a drawn-out struggle. The fusion of Ice Heart technique, Cold Blade stance, and Tai Chi. This wasn't his first attempt. He had tried it during practice with the Yasmin, but to little effect since any move was simply countered by a single stroke. Against Charlie, Pierce was delighted to discover its efficacy. After 10 moves, only 2 pieces of his cloak were cut away. Both sides watching were incredulous. These days, even spoiled rich kids were becoming this strong. Charlie had once defeated the 8th-ranked expert Kelvin and could fight alongside the Shaolin Abbot and Wudong sect leader against top-tier opponents. Even if his strength was reduced to less than 50% after battling Korra, this shouldn't have been a match for an unknown novice. Spectators among the heroes began recounting Pierce's achievements. About a year ago, he defeated the 50th-ranked Oral of Unrivaled Fist, then 6 months later beat the 29th-ranked Jonathan of Gentleman's Sword, and most recently faced the 20th-ranked Iron Fist Leland, all victories. Now he faces one of the top 10, Charlie. This shocked everyone. What rapid progress. This is incredible. Even with the Yasmin teaching him, doesn't that seem unreasonable? Hearing these comments, Korra's no ordinary silver silk armor. It was the upgraded version incorporating tungsten ore, capable of deflecting finely forged sabers. Only 2 such armors existed, one belonging to Pierce and the other to the Yasmin. Charlie cursed profusely. "Pierce, you are despicable." Pierce pleaded in mock innocence. "Brother Thanos, it's your poverty, not my deceit." Stricken with a devastating blow, Charlie went berserk. "Take this. I'll cut off your legs first." The two clashed again. As a top-tier expert, even though irrational, Charlie's techniques didn't provide Pierce any openings. Pierce struggled bitterly. Chapter 346, London Till Witch. Just as Korra said, Charlie's saber techniques were too aggressive and lacked staying power. After 50 moves, his saber momentum began to weaken. Pierce wasn't one to just stand there and be hit. He immediately shifted the Tai Chi force from gentle and nimble to direct and breaking, complementing the ruthless and versatile cold saber technique, starting a fierce counterattack. Clang! The sabers clashed, but Charlie didn't retreat a step, while Pierce took only 1 step back. "Come on, taste my one outburst in 10 colds." Pierce roared with satisfaction, gripping the saber with both hands and instantly slashing 10 times. Due to the speed, it seemed like one continuous strike. These 10 slashes managed to dodge Charlie's attacks at crucial moments and added another wound to Charlie. Even if he occasionally slipped up and was hit by Charlie, his silver-threaded soft armor protected him from fatal damage. Aaron and Danilo exchanged glances. They saw it clearly. Charlie was bound to lose. Korra boasted, "Old bald monk, old Taoist, you can release your sect leader now. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you." Danilo retorted stubbornly, "Sect leader Shao, the outcome is still uncertain until the very end. Then watch my son's incredible prowess." The final showdown was reaching its climax. Facing a severely weakened Charlie, Pierce stopped dodging and started engaging in close combat. Their divine weapons continuously clashed, sparks flying. Both moved swiftly. Ordinary Lewis family veterans could only see 2 figures moving rapidly, unable to catch their actions clearly. Ultimately, everything ended with one decisive slash. Both poured all their strength into this final move, holding nothing back. The 2 finely forged sabers collided and snapped. As Pierce spun, he drew another long saber called Gaoshan and slashed viciously across Charlie's chest. Meanwhile, Charlie's broken saber failed to reach Pierce. They passed each other, stopping. A gush of blood shot out from Charlie's chest as he stared in disbelief before collapsing heavily. This cut had severed his lifeline. Only one figure remained on the field. After a brief silence, 200 Lewis family veterans erupted in cheers. Master amazing! Master awesome! Master unbeatable! Ezekiel appeared behind Pierce, her palm pressing against his back. A current of the same origin inner energy flowed through his body, helping him stabilize his disrupted chi. Pierce took a deep breath, pointing his long saber at Aaron and Danilo. Let go of my aunt! Aaron and Danilo widened their eyes in disbelief. The scene before them was too absurd. They hadn't processed it yet. What they thought would be an assured victory, even telling Charlie to go easy, turned out to shock everyone. According to the agreement of the showdown, they had to hand over Cora for disposal. Someone urgently yelled, Master Aaron, Taoist Danilo, we can't let her go. Without a hostage, we are dead. At least wait until we are safely out of here before releasing her. Aaron sighed, everyone. The duel's rules are agreed upon by all. We can't renege on our word. Danilo echoed, indeed. While the demon sect can butcher innocents, we righteous must keep our word. Otherwise, how do we justify exterminating demons and safeguarding the path? No one spoke, faces filled with reluctance. With Shaolin and Wudong agreeing, further objections were useless. Aaron and Danilo released Cora, sitting cross-legged. London told Duke, do with us as you please. Pierce paid them no attention. His eyes only followed the woman slowly approaching him. Behind him, Art walked up, visibly excited. Pierce had expected a gentle embrace, given her usually tender nature. Instead, he was forcibly embraced, his head pressed into a deep crevice. Drops of rain fell on his head. Clothing, Jerry thought she would never see you again. Before he could react, she cupped his face, rubbing and pinching it. Clothing, you've grown up, so handsome and accomplished. Jerry is truly happy. Your sister's spirit in heaven must be glad too. Pierce felt bewildered. What was happening? This wasn't what he had imagined. Was this laughing and crying woman really the gentle one in his memories? Pierce broke free. Hold on. Are you really my aunt? The aunt in my memory is very gentle. Art laughed uncontrollably beside him. Brat, you're joking, right? Saying she's gentle? Her childhood nickname was Londontal Witch, completely opposite of your mother's character. Cora She doesn't mean any harm. Normanzi, don't hold me back. For the glory of the sacred sect and Tucker, I, as the sect master, must fight her to the death. Holly's expression shifted. Tucker? What relation is he to you? He's my deputy sect master. So that clumsy heavenly demon swordsmanship was taught by you? Teach this bitch a lesson. Pierce became desperate. Sui, please say something nice, I beg you. Holly thought for a moment. Your heavenly demon swordsmanship, though complete, isn't quite up to my transcendent flying immortal technique. Besides, you are mortal, so you can only utilize 90% of its power. Plus, I'm not just the best swordsman in the world. I'm furious. Normanzi, if you hold me back again, I'll beat you too. Pierce felt despair. Now there will be no peace in my life. Over on Pierce's side, they were enjoying family reunions, laughter, and playfulness. The righteous ones sitting around waiting to die felt extremely awkward. Don't they go too far with their family drama? At least show us some respect. Finish us off before chatting. But facing 200 repeating crossbows, they dared not make a move. It was still Alexei who reminded Pierce kindly, Luke, what should we do with these people? The scene instantly turned silent. 200 seasoned Lewis family soldiers tightened their grip on their repeating crossbows, ready to shoot, turning these righteous scoundrels into honeycombs. Many from the righteous camp were terrified out of their wits, and some even lost control of their bladders and bowels. Pierce looked at Aaron and Danilo, who remained relatively calm. I didn't plan to let you leave alive, but considering you've kept your word, I'll give you a chance. Each one loses a finger and scram. The righteous people rejoiced. Anyone familiar with the young Marquis knew he wasn't easygoing. In one battle on the grasslands, he slaughtered all the barbarians. They expected certain death, but now it was just losing a finger. A joyous turn of events indeed. Cora grumbled. Normanzi, they killed so many of our people. Pierce said helplessly. Auntie, it was you who indiscriminately killed innocents first. It's only natural others would come to eliminate demons. Pierce couldn't forget the countless bones in Death Valley. What damn side are you on? I am on Auntie's side, but you're alright, aren't you? Otherwise, I would have wiped them out. That's more like it. Then it's fair. Since Charlie is dead anyway, you've had your revenge. Auntie has such deep wisdom. Pierce turned to the righteous people. What are you waiting for? Do you want to stay for dinner? Aaron and Danilo, without a second thought, tore off a finger each and threw it on the ground. Others followed suit. Some remained silent while others screamed bloody murder. Pierce waved his hand, signaling the Lewis family veterans to clear a path down the mountain. Aaron and Danilo bowed to Pierce. Thank you, Elias, for sparing our lives. We shall take our leave. Get lost. Don't end up under my command again. Aaron and Danilo looked aggrieved. We didn't know the demon sect leader was your auntie. Glancing at the corpses scattered around the demon sect hall, Aaron and Danilo sighed deeply before leading the righteous party down the mountain. Although the demon sect was almost entirely annihilated, the righteous forces also suffered heavy losses. It would take decades for recovery, and the martial arts world formally exited the stage of history. Pierce said to Cora, Auntie, why don't you come back to Lewis Manor? Cora did not hesitate. Sure. Since the Duras imperial family has acted against us, we owe them nothing. Our mission is complete, and we no longer need to stay in this hellish, unending abyss. Pierce thought for a moment. Auntie, has the Duras princess contacted you? Brinley's. A few months ago, she sent someone with an imperial token, demanding our allegiance and our treasure. I told her the treasure was gone, but didn't mention your sister. The messenger left without comment. Pierce breathed a sigh of relief. If Scarlet knew about his mother and the Lewis family army, it would have been a huge issue. Then the two bowed to Pierce, who, as the sect leader's son, was considered their half-master. Pierce's eyes lit up at the sight of two stunning beauties, identical twins at that. But he had no shortage of beautiful women. He said dejectedly, "Auntie, money would be more practical. Isn't there still treasure left over? Did you specifically save it for me?" "Forget the treasure. It's all gone. Jerry really isn't good with money. But don't underestimate them. They are born with ice and fire constitutions. One is cold, the other hot. Think about it. On hot days, sleep with Binger, ice. On cold days, sleep with horror, fire. Want to experience both at once? Sleep with both. How cozy. They're your sleeping maids, carefully chosen by me." Pierce's eyes sparkled. "This sounds great. Isn't it? Isn't your mother good to you? Too good. You're the perfect mother." Affectionately shortened to Mom. The ice and fire messengers, legendary among martial artists, blushed deeply, pinching their clothes. On the side, Desiree summed up the event titled, Top 10 Sect Siege on Unending Abyss. Invincible Elias shows up. Master Alec, with a heart as compassionate as a bodhisattva, spared the remaining righteous warriors, taking the demon sect leader and the ice and fire messengers away from the unending abyss. From then on, the demon sect ceased to exist in the world. Chapter 348. Restoration of the Zhou Dynasty. This is the Wu state, one of the six kingdoms, where an event that will influence the entire world is about to unfold. Located on the southeastern frontier of the continent, Wu is a land of rice and fish, blessed with fertile soil and abundant population. In theory, it should be a powerful nation. However, in reality, Wu cannot match the might of Charleston or Phelan. It even lags behind the lackadaisical Song and only slightly outpaces Shu. As for the disorganized Queenie, it's not even worth comparing. The root cause of this state of affairs lies in internal strife, making Wu a kingdom beset by incessant civil wars. The founding emperor of Wu, Alger, was originally the southeastern Edwin of the Great Ross. Taking advantage of Ross's fragmentation, he established the Wu state. Upon reaching the third generation, the former king died suddenly, and a young emperor ascended the throne. Zhang Shi, the regent minister, used the young emperor as a puppet, gradually expanding his power until he eventually usurped the throne. This came to be known as the Zhang replacing Wu. Because of his illegitimate claim, the Zhang family repeatedly witnessed tragic events like sons killing fathers and brothers slaying brothers. First, Zhang Shi was killed by his son Zhang Charles, who was later murdered by his younger brother. After several years of unrest, descendants of the Wu clan managed to restore their rule, executing members of the Zhang family en masse. Zhang Luisk, who survived, bided his time for a decade before leading an army into the capital, Rao, exterminating the Wu descendants and successfully ascending the throne. The constant tug-of-war between the Wu and Zhang clans, along with the bloody internal conflicts within the Zhang family, brought disaster after disaster upon the country. Fortunately, Phelan was too preoccupied with its own problems, and Queenie was too fragmented, or else Wu might have ceased to exist long ago. Currently, the ruling family in Wu is the Zhang clan, followed by the four prominent families, Sun, Wan, Zhao, and Han. Initially insignificant when Wu was founded, these four families thrived by playing both sides between Wu and Zhang, opportunistically aligning with whoever had the upper hand. Their loyalty was non-existent, prioritizing personal gains above all. Today, they wield immense power, with 9/10 of the court filled with their men and controlling most of the military. More frighteningly, these four families act in unison, presenting a formidable force. Present-day Wu is top-heavy, always teetering on the brink of collapse. Silasari is deeply worried about this situation, constantly pondering how to eliminate the four families. Naturally, the four families are aware of Ares' intentions and are covertly amassing strength. A new civil war is brewing, ready to erupt at any moment. By Ares' side is a favorite minister named London Ucheng, who continuously urges Ari to strike first, warning that hesitation would invite chaos. Eventually, Ari made up his mind and decided to hold a banquet under the pretense of appreciating music and dance, inviting the heads of the four families, who were also key officials of Wu: Con Ronald, Grand Marshal Thatcher, Grand Edwin Porter, and Grand Admiral Bailey. These four figures, Con Ronald leads the civil officials, Grand Marshal Thatcher commands the national army, Grand Edwin Porter oversees the land forces, and Grand Admiral Bailey controls the naval fleet, are among Wu's most influential people. Facing Ares' invitation, the four readily accepted. During the feast, with melodious music and exquisite wine, the atmosphere reached its peak. Ari raised his cup and said, "Esteemed ministers, I propose a toast to you." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Your support has kept Wu stable for these years." "Not at all. It is due to Your Majesty's wisdom and valor." Ari sighed. "The strife between Wu and Zhang and the internal chaos of Zhang have inflicted much suffering upon our people. I truly feel guilty about it." The four exchanged uneasy glances, unsure how to respond. Ari continued, "We have barely had a few years of peace. Wu must not fall into turmoil again." "Your Majesty, we will certainly assist you wholeheartedly." Ari slowly said, "Assistance is unnecessary. For the sake of our people's well-being, could the four of you die for Wu?" Silence descended upon the hall. The singers and dancers fled in terror but were soon intercepted and slaughtered by the surrounding royal guards, their cries echoing through the air. Blood soaked the great hall. Con Ronald exclaimed in shock, "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Ari coldly replied, "You four families act in concert. If you don't die, my heart will never be at ease, nor will the people enjoy peace." Grand Marshal Thatcher pleaded, "Your Majesty, we have always been loyal." Ari laughed derisively. "What a joke. You are opportunists, swaying to the side of the stronger party while trampling the weak. Do you know what loyalty means?" Grand Edwin Porter asked desperately, "Must you kill us today?" Grand Admiral Bailey added, "Is there no room for negotiation?" Ari firmly stated, "No. Today, either you die, or I perish." The four looked at each other and nodded. Ronald sighed, "If so, then may Your Majesty step down." Thatcher shouted, "Attack!" "Ah, Screams filled the air as the royal guards surrounding the hall were ambushed by another troop of guards from behind, collapsing one after another. Ari, pale with shock, asked, "How did you know I intended harm?" "It's me." London Wuchang stepped forward, standing beside Ronald. Ari's face drained of color. "I was truly foolish. Fine, kill me. Only please treat the people of Wu kindly." Ronald calmly said, "Your Majesty, you will surely die today. But before that, allow me to correct one misconception of yours. You said we four families are opportunists, swaying between Wu and Zhang, and know nothing of loyalty. That is a slander against us." Ari laughed bitterly. "Khan, though history is written by the victors, I still live, and there are more kingdoms beyond Wu." Ronald shook his head. "Your Majesty, it is not about history. It is about truth. At least I can die laughing." "Speak, Khan. Our true master has always been one. We have never betrayed. But it is neither the Wu clan nor the Zhang clan." "Really? Is it Ji clan? Or Norman clan? Song clan? Or Jiang clan?" Ronald shook his head. "None of those. It is the Wu clan." As he spoke, the guards parted to let a woman in blue enter, escorted by two guards. The four bowed. "Pay homage to the Alice." Ari gaped at her. You are." She coolly introduced herself, Alice of the Great Ross, Scarlet. Ronald saw their mother-in-law as concubines. The mother-in-law and the lady of the house had the authority to discipline, supervise, and handle them. In aristocratic families, it was common for a mother-in-law to beat a concubine to death. Due to the Empress, Lewis Manor was destined never to have a true lady of the house. Therefore, the upcoming mother-in-law would directly determine whether they could live comfortably in Lewis Manor. Even with Pierce's protection, if they did not gain favor with their mother-in-law, life in Lewis Manor would be very hard for them. How could they not be anxious? Footsteps came from outside, and everyone immediately straightened up, not daring to look away. Pierce led Cora into the hall, followed by Alexei and Desiree. Holly had returned to the palace to serve. As for the head of the family, Art, he didn't even enter the house after entering the capital city and ran straight to the mahjong parlor, saying he wanted to play for 3 days and 3 nights, and then watch opera for another 3 days without planning to return to the Marquis residence anytime soon. He even asked his sixth uncle to bring out his change of clothes, intending to reside long-term at the mahjong parlor and opera house. It wasn't that he was addicted to mahjong and watching operas, but on the way from London Engsub to the imperial capital, he had been thoroughly irritated by Cora calling him a useless eater. Seniority didn't help, and he couldn't fight or argue back, so he chose to escape. The old man told Pierce that with Cora around, he couldn't stay in the mansion anymore, and henceforth, they would meet at the mahjong parlor and the opera house. Pierce could only give the old man a sympathetic glance as he watched his sad figure walking further away. "Hey, you're all here? Perfect, let me introduce her." Pierce pointed at Cora. "This is my aunt, who will be our Lewis Manor's mistress. This isn't her first visit to Lewis Manor. She lived here for 10 years before, raising me while enduring hardships until she couldn't continue acting." Cora snapped angrily. "Brat, what are you talking about? I can still be gentle." "Brinley's, yes, Aunt, you're the most gentle. Anyway, let's warmly welcome Aunt home." Everyone clapped enthusiastically, as if determined to clap until their palms were sore. The phrase, "welcome home," made Cora a little moved. Looking at the familiar surroundings of Lewis Manor, she truly felt like she was coming home. "Is it really you, madam?" Dominic approached with excitement. He was probably the only one who knew Cora's identity back then. Cora exclaimed happily, "Are you Manager Wu?" "Oh, it's been so long." Dominic wept with joy. "Madam, I thought you had passed away. I didn't expect you to still be alive. This is wonderful." Cora felt a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I'm over to Cora." According to etiquette, she should give gifts to everyone. She took out a stack of ancient goatskin books and began distributing them. "Dominic, this is Toad skill. Once mastered, it can absorb the essence of the sun and moon, rejuvenating you. This fits you perfectly." Thank you, madam." Dominic's face was stiff. "Trishaniang, this is iron sand palm. Although it might hurt your hands during practice, once mastered, it can save the spatula when cooking and is perfect for camping." "Thank you, Jerry." Germaniniang was between laughing and crying. "Wanqing, this is old man fist. Once mastered, you can knock down 10 old men with one punch and never fear fake injuries. And this praying mantis fist, given your figure, it'd be a waste not to learn it." "Thank you, Jerry." Kathy seemed excited. "Haddon fan, this is cotton fluffing power. Sounds powerful, right? Once mastered, you can skillfully process cotton. With this skill, even if you don't become a divine doctor, you can still make a living." "Thank you, grandmother-in-law." Jessica was confused. Was she going to be processing cotton someday? Finally, Cora summarized. "Everyone, martial arts emphasize practicality. Useful skills are good skills, and undoubtedly, what you receive today are excellent. Practice diligently. I'll inspect your progress later." Everyone groaned in unison. Pierce shouted, "Aunt's advice is sound. Such wisdom could only come from decades of being a sect leader. Gift distribution is done. Please welcome Aunt's few words." Cora nodded, walked to the main seat, and sat down majestically after flipping her robe. "From now on, I am the mistress of this household. I have the final say here. Anyone who dares to defy me, kill them." Bang! A young maid collapsed from fright, while others turned pale. Pierce coughed, "Ahem." Cora blushed, Sorry. I've been a sect leader for too long and haven't adjusted yet. In summary, listen to me, don't disobey, or face the punishment." Pierce, well said. Everyone applaud. Thunderous applause rang out, unable to stop. Edwin. Ashton rushed in hurriedly. "Bad news." Pierce's face darkened. "Advisor, what happened?" "The Ross Kingdom has been restored. 10,000 troops invaded Jiangdong. The state of Charleston's 20,000-strong army has reached Norman City, and the decisive battle is imminent." "What?" Pierce jumped up. Chapter 350. This Londontal ante is quite costly. In the study, Pierce carefully listened to the intelligence regarding Wu and Charlison. He felt entirely dejected. Ashton had a bitter look on his face. Command. There are alternative methods besides steel casting. It appears the MO school has made some technological breakthroughs. The gap in weapons between Charlison and the Lewis family army is narrowing. Bad news indeed. Pierce wondered, how did Scarlet manage to take over Wu? After all, it's a country, not just a martial arts faction. According to reports, it was due to the combined efforts of Wu's 4 major clans who captured Ari. These 4 clans are actually remnants of the Great Ross Dynasty. They aren't ordinary remnants, Cora interjected as she walked in. Grandfather's notes record that before the fall of Great Ross, the Emperor selected 4 loyal collateral relatives to hide with part of the imperial treasures as a contingency plan. In the end, they chose to settle in the peaceful but fertile lands of Wu. The internal unrest in Wu was orchestrated by them to secretly accumulate power. Zhang clan's rise to replace the Wu clan can be credited to their efforts. Pierce and Ashton were taken aback, never realizing this factor influenced Wu's internal strife. Pierce couldn't help asking, London till Auntie, so they're all descendants of the Great Ross imperial family? Correct. If the imperial family doesn't lack members, why would they let Scarlet, a woman, ascend the throne? Cora explained, they are indeed imperial bloodline, but only collaterals. The true mainline is Scarlet alone. You should never underestimate Great Ross's obsession with lineage. It's an extreme, almost deranged reverence. Pierce nodded, recalling the secrets the Moxie had told him about how Great Ross only allowed royal marriages within the bloodline, including marrying their own sisters. Such behavior was obviously only for madmen. Cora asked, Normanzi, are you planning another campaign? Pierce nodded, if there's no change, I'll leave tomorrow. Tomorrow, the urgent reports from Great Phalon should arrive. He only had one day to make all the necessary arrangements. His marriage agreement with the Moxie hinges on Great Phalon's stability, so he wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt it. Before then, he must clear all obstacles. Your mother will go with you. Pierce jumped, London till Auntie, don't joke. This is war, not a spring outing. Brat, weapons no eyes, your mother can't be at ease. As a sect leader, I have unparalleled martial skills. With me around, your safety is guaranteed. London till Auntie, rest assured, Londonda will accompany me. And our strategist, though he looks sleazy, is also an expert. You might not even be able to defeat him. With those words, Pierce put both Cora and Ashton on edge. Cora leaped up. Why can Sky go with you but not your mother? Do you think she is more important than your mother? And strategist, let's spar. Ashton also jumped up. No. This poor Taoist is no match for sect leader. Please don't believe the commander's nonsense. Facing Cora's interrogation, Pierce hurriedly said, London till Auntie, you are the most important person to me. There's no replacement for you. But Londonda is the Moxie, personally appointed Edwin of Martial Guard. She has experience in several campaigns and has proven herself. The word irreplaceable made Cora happy. Fine, your mother won't go. How about sending Binger and Horror along to protect you closely and assist you in daily life? Pierce reiterated helplessly. London till Auntie, this is war, not a spring outing. Cora reluctantly agreed. Then take good care of yourself. Not a single hair can be harmed when you return, or else don't blame your mother for being upset. Don't worry, mere remnants of Great Ross aren't worth my attention. Normanzi, even though the 10 elders and disciples of the Holy Sect are gone, the 4 Dharma Kings, Charles Nglong, Bai Hu, Zhu Ke, and Jason Anwar, are still here, along with our spies across the regions. Based on them, wouldn't it be great if your mother helps you establish a covert force? They excel at assassinations. Seeing Cora's hopeful expression, Pierce found it hard to refuse. After all, transitioning from a sect leader to an idle lady of a marquee mansion, she inevitably had excess energy to burn. She needed something to do. Plus, it wasn't a bad idea. He gladly responded, really? Then it's settled. I'll entrust this to you, London till Auntie. Cora became immediately motivated. Normanzi, trust me. Your mother will help you build a vast covert network spanning the land. Next, she opened her palm towards Pierce. Pierce sensed trouble. London till Auntie. What's this? Cora matter-of-factly replied. Funds. Creating a covert network costs a lot. Give me 1,000,000 taels first. Pierce tentatively suggested. London till Auntie. Maybe we should skip this. Actually, I already have an intelligence network. No way. Cora firmly stated. Your mother has to do something for you. But recently, old man gave you 1,000,000 taels. To be honest, that money came from me. Well, it's all used up. What can I do? My disciples are many, and your mother isn't skilled at managing resources. Feeling defeated, Pierce had no choice but to pay up. In a short time, he lost 2,000,000 taels. This little auntie is quite costly indeed. Holding a stack of gold bills, Cora happily left. Jerry will arrange everything. Take your time discussing. Ashton smiled. Congratulations, Commander. You've gained a powerful force. Combining an intelligence network with a covert network ensures no secret can escape you. Pierce worried. We'll see if it's a good thing. Given my little auntie's nature, this covert network could become the world's most terrifying organization. Ashton agreed. True, that's a possibility. Let's focus on this later. Strategist, let's strategize for this war. The translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. Any character names are kept as pinyin equivalents where applicable. ##### Chapter 351. Three-pronged strategy. The urgent report from the Jiangdong region arrived just as dawn was breaking. The Moxie hastily convened an emergency assembly in the Golden Hall. In the Golden Hall, the officials were in chaos, arguing loudly like a pot of boiling porridge. The restoration of Ross, the fall of Jiangdong, and Charlison's invasion. Each one of these events would have been catastrophic for the Great Phalon dynasty on its own. How much more disastrous that they all happened simultaneously. This was the biggest crisis since the Five Nations invasion 20 years ago, especially concerning the fall of Jiangdong, which directly impacted the survival of the Great Phalon. After all, The entire Great Phalon relied on the support of the three regions, Jiangzhou, Jiangdong, and Jiangnan. The loss of Jiangdong would affect Jiangzhou and Jiangnan as well. Was this not spelling doom for the Great Phalon? A loud shout interrupted the turmoil. Austin has arrived. The Moxie hurried in. Your Majesty. All rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Moxie swept her gaze over the hall and did not see Pierce. That damned man. At a time when things were as urgent as a burning eyebrow, he dared to slack off. She had received word that he had secretly returned to the capital yesterday. She thought he wouldn't be able to resist coming to take advantage of her, but spent the entire day in his residence, causing her unnecessary hope. She issued an order directly. Bring Pierce here immediately. As you command. With such urgency, every day delayed meant greater danger for Jiangdong and the survival of the Great Phalon. The Moxie did not want to waste any time with this group. Thus, after dispatching the messenger, she sat silently on the dragon throne. You keep arguing. I'll just watch your performance. Rock, feeling responsible as the leader of the officials during this critical moment, stepped forward. Your Majesty, the restoration of Ross, along with the simultaneous attacks by 10,000 Ross troops and 200,000 Charleston troops from east and west, represents a dire situation for our nation's survival. The Moxie rolled her eyes. Do I need your reminder? Can't I read the urgent report myself? As expected, these people are only good for idle chatter. But as the Grand Tutor and senior cabinet minister, she still needed to give him some face. She asked coldly, Grand Tutor, do you have any strategies to address this? Your Majesty, we should immediately dispatch our army to repel the invaders and uphold our national prestige. Oh, who should we send? How many men? Rock considered it for a moment. Naturally, the Western Army will handle the Charleston forces under the command of Ingram. We can send 10,000 Western Army troops, 5,000 Central Army troops, and several thousand reserve troops. This should be sufficient to resist Charleston. The Moxie pursued further. Can the Grand Tutor guarantee this? What if they fail? Remember, there is no Edwin Aviv to hinder the Charleston army this time. If the Charleston break through Normanching City, what then? Rock was speechless. He merely suggested what he believed was the most reliable plan without considering the finer details. He wasn't experienced in military strategy. Disappointed, the Moxie found Rock's suggestions lacking a broad perspective and thorough planning. They were basically knee-jerk reactions. The Moxie looked towards the entrance. Where's that damned man? Kyler stepped forward. Your Majesty, the most urgent matter now is Jiangdong. If Jiangdong completely falls, Jiangzhou and Jiangnan will also fall into chaos, threatening the safety of the Great Phalon. More pointless talk. Grand Tutor, who should lead the expedition, and how many troops are needed? Edwin Irwin, the commander of the Eastern Garrison, stepped forward. Your Majesty, I volunteer to lead the campaign against the rebels. Edwin Wong, how many troops do you need? Your Majesty, the remnants of Ross are insignificant. 30,000 men should suffice. Where will these 30,000 come from? Your Majesty, they should be dispatched from the nearest southern army. How confident are you? How long will it take to pacify Jiangdong? Your Majesty, I am willing to sign a military agreement. The Silas does not need any military agreements. What I need is a sure victory and precise timing. Do you know exactly how many troops Ross has, what kinds of soldiers they have, and their equipment status? Faced with the Moxie's questioning, Irwin was speechless. He was just a general in charge of fighting, unfamiliar with these details. The Moxie was again disappointed. What she needed was not a roughneck who relies solely on battlefield prowess, but a commander capable of overseeing the whole picture, strategizing from afar, and ensuring victory from a distance. Because Jiangdong cannot afford to fall. That damned man still hasn't come. Just as the Moxie was about to send the secret guards to fetch him, a voice echoed from outside the Golden Hall. Northern Commandant, Director of the Brocade Guard, Pierce has arrived. Pierce strode in gracefully in his flying fish robe, exuding authority. Facing the Moxie's fiery gaze, he said calmly, Your Majesty, I delayed due to urgent military affairs. Apologies for being late. The Moxie, ignoring other matters, urgently asked, How should we fight this battle? All eyes turned to Pierce, once again awaiting the strategies of the Lewis family army's commander. Pierce didn't keep them in suspense, raising 3 fingers. We must split our forces into 3 directions. The Moxie's eyes lit up. Which 3 directions? See, this is strategic thinking. The first direction, send an army to occupy Shanghai City. 2 10,000-strong troops should suffice. I still recommend Edwin Irwin as the commander-in-chief, drawing the 2 10,000s from the Central Army. I couldn't help but ask, Commandant Lewis, why do we need to defend against Song? Aren't we allies? Pierce sneered, Lord Protector. Countries are driven by interests. Don't be so naive. Who can resist reaching out for a readily available piece of cake? According to intelligence gathered by my staff, many ministers in Song have urged responding to Ross's call to invade the Great Phalon. After all, such opportunities for legitimate plunder don't come often. I cursed. What a bunch of faithless, shameless traitors. The Moxie nodded. Necessary precautions are essential. And the second direction? The second direction, send the 10,000-strong Western Army to resist the Charleston at Normanching City. 5,000 reserve troops should carry out scorched earth tactics in London Engsub. Engage the Charleston city by city, trading space for time. The commander must be the respected Ingram. The Golden Hall erupted in tumult. Rock looked skeptical. Scorched earth? Is that necessary? The newly appointed Minister of War, Chase, gravely asked, Commandant Lewis, are you saying Normanching will fall to the Charleston? Everyone turned to Pierce, hoping for a negative response. But they were bound to be disappointed. Pierce nodded. 80% chance. Chase pursued further. Why? Last time, the Charleston also had 200,000 troops, not fully united, but solid numbers nonetheless. Our Western Army plus reserves totals 15,000, with another 3 10,000s of Central Army troops backing us. According to the saying, with tenfold force to besiege, fivefold force to attack. Shouldn't the Charleston find it difficult to breach Normanching? Pierce sighed. Times have changed. The current 200,000 Charleston troops, whether in individual combat power, teamwork, or commanders and equipment, far exceed the previous batch. Our 10,000-strong Western Army remains unchanged, and Normanching hasn't become any more fortified. In this battle, this commander does not foresee victory. Chapter 352. Edwin who pacifies the East. The officials were in an uproar. Chase asked, Louis Zhonglong, could you elaborate on this? Pierce nodded. Firstly, the combat capability of individual soldiers. The previous 200,000 Charleston troops were merely a motley crew, whereas these 200,000 are genuine elite Charleston forces. Secondly, concerning coordination within the group. Previously, Germain and Kip did not get along, causing the 200,000 troops to be divided into two factions. This time, all 200,000 troops will be personally led by Kip. Lastly, there's the decisive factor of military equipment. Do you know why Jiangdong fell so quickly? Because the state of Charleston provided a batch of superior longswords and crossbows to the state of Ross. These longswords and crossbows are a generation ahead of our own Phalon versions. Such a significant equipment gap, combined with assistance from the Mahists, means that the probability of holding Normanching is less than 20%. Pierce emphasized each word. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to remind you, this time, Charleston is going all out. Every piece of intelligence coming from Charleston clearly showed that they had put everything on the line for this battle. The Battle of the Grasslands exposed the threat posed by the Lewis family arm. Jiangdong, can we concentrate all our resources to deal with the Charleston army? The Moxie nodded. Is Jiangdong your third route then? How many troops do you need to pacify Jiangdong? How many days will it take? And how can you ensure that the Charleston army won't reach the capital before you stabilize Jiangdong? Pierce responded one by one. I will lead 50,000 northern troops eastward, supplemented by 30,000 naval forces from the Eastern Army and another 20,000 elite southern troops. With 100,000 troops, we should be able to pacify Jiangdong within half a month. In London Engsub, 10,000 Western troops will adopt scorched earth tactics, retreating while fighting. By only defending the cities and avoiding field battles, supported by another 5,000 reserve troops, holding out for half a month shouldn't be an issue. As a precaution, I will dispatch 10,000 Lewis family cavalry and 10,000 light cavalry to London Engsub to slow down the Charleston army. Here in the capital, we will rely primarily on 30,000 central troops, along with recruiting 50,000 civilian laborers as reserves to form the last line of defense. With all these measures in place, even if the Charleston army is powerful, they will surely get bogged down. They absolutely cannot reach the capital within half a month. Once I stabilize Jiangdong, turning back to face them, leaving the Charleston army defeated is not impossible. For the campaign in Jiangdong, Pierce did not intend to bring any cavalry. Jiangdong's terrain is crisscrossed with waterways and dotted with hills, making it unsuitable for cavalry operations. With his concerns addressed one by one, the Moxie finally breathed a sigh of relief, seeing hope again. Without hesitation, she immediately issued orders. Edwin Irwin, commander of the Eastern Garrison. Your subject is here. Immediately lead 20,000 central troops to Mount Sea City to defend against the invasion of Song's army. Brinley's, Your Majesty. Marquis of Gordon. Your subject is here. I appoint you as the Grand Western Edwin. Led 10,000 Western troops to defend Normanching, and control the 5,000 London Engsub reserve troops. If unable to hold, follow scorched earth tactics to buy time by delaying the Charleston army. Brinley's, Your Majesty. Northern Deputy Commander Pierce. Your subject is here. I appoint you as Edwin who pacifies the East. Led 50,000 northern troops to pacify Jiangdong, with command over both the Eastern and Southern armies, granting you authority to execute commands without prior approval. Brinley's, Your Majesty. Northern Deputy Commander is a rank equivalent to Zhang Si Pin, 4th class, while Edwin who pacifies the East is Tsong San Pin, 3rd junior class. A promotion already before the battle begins. Not bad at all. Advancing from the 4th class to the 3rd class is a huge step. Moreover, the Moxie had appointed him, meaning he still retained his Northern Deputy Commander title and control over the northern troops. Now, he also has authority over the Eastern and Southern armies. Her trust in him was unprecedented. The 6 ministries must cooperate fully with the 3 routes actions. This battle concerns the survival of Great Phalon. No one is to shirk or delay, or face extermination. Brinley's, Your Majesty. The Moxie waved her sleeve. Court dismissed. Edwin who pacifies the East. Follow me to Lewiston Palace. Officials exchanged glances, all displaying expressions of, as expected. In Lewiston Palace, the Moxie initiated an embrace. I'm sorry to burden you with another campaign. You must stabilize Jiangdong and fight Charleston in the west. This trip will undoubtedly be arduous. Pierce gently stroked the Moxie's long hair. What are you talking about? Protecting your majesty is my duty. The Moxie felt like honey filled her heart. You must take care of yourself. I'll assign Edwin Charleston to follow you closely, ensuring you don't get hurt again. Please rest assured, your majesty. I value my life greatly. Even if all 100,000 troops are lost, I'll still be fine. The Moxie scolded. If you let all 100,000 troops perish, don't expect dangerous. The Moxie must have found something. It's over. No good days from now on. Watching Pierce run off clumsily, the Moxie huffed loudly. She clenched her teeth. Don't think I don't know. I just choose not to dwell on it. You protect me, and I want you to be free of worries. If you dare to hold back this time, see what happens. Note asterisk names like Pierce and Scarlet are transliterated using pinyin, following standard conventions for proper names and translations. Chapter 353, Clothed in Armor for You. In the Lewis Manor side hall, a farewell feast was held for Pierce. This meal would be their last together before he embarked on his Eastern campaign. For this occasion, despite Catherine's words piercing through him like daggers, Art appeared at the table, keeping his distance from Catherine. Ezekiel, Germaniniang, Kathy, Tim, Alexei, and Desiree were all present, as were Hallam and Jameson, who joined shortly after the feast began. This time, Pierce intended to take only Ezekiel and Alexei with him. Ezekiel had been designated by the Moxie, and he planned to groom her as one of his key generals. Alexei was his personal guard captain. Tim couldn't help but plead, "Master, I want to come too. The south is humid and there are many cases of malaria. I can be of help." Pierce countered, "It's early winter now. How could there still be malaria?" Finally made Gus the inspector Edwin, while he became Pierce's full-time aide. Though Gus wasn't particularly pleased, he couldn't resist. After taking office, Gus revamped the previously lax department and took proactive measures. At a discipline meeting presided over by Pierce, hundreds of people were punished in one fell swoop, including Hallam and Jameson, shocking the entire Rossio. Pierce shook his head. "Gus handles discipline, and you two manage operations. Both roles are necessary and complementary. That's enough talk from you." The two felt deflated. "Lord," Desiree asked softly, "can I come along? I'm your spearwoman after all." Pierce shook his head again. "No, you can't. An army camp is full of coarse men, not suitable for a delicate young lady like you. You might get athlete's foot and never find a husband." Desiree widened her eyes. "That bad?" "That bad. Stay in the capital and write plays, rehearse performances. When I return, I'll share stories with you." "Okay." Germaninian spoke up. "Lord, take care of yourself and don't put yourself in unnecessary danger. I'll manage the family business well, so you needn't worry." Kathy added, "Edwin, rest assured, Wanqing will wait for you at home. Upon your triumphant return, she'll offer you the sweetest wine." "Very well, I leave the household to you." Art warned, "Boy, finish the war quickly and come back. Don't delay your wedding, or else you'll be in trouble." Catherine retorted bluntly, "Stop rushing. Wars can't be hurried. My son has always been victorious. He knows what he's doing. You, an idle eater, know nothing. Just shut up." Art's face fell. Others secretly chuckled. Pierce stood up. "Everything has been said. I'm leaving." Catherine also stood. "Suai, let me help you armor up. Trishaniang, Wanqing, assist me." Germaniniang and Kathy nodded eagerly. Pierce opened his arms. "Then let's begin." One helped fasten greaves, another tightened armor straps, and a third placed a helmet. Soon, the elegant young lord transformed into a valiant young general. Catherine stroked Pierce's face. "Suai, go forth, charge into battle, earn your honor and glory, and let your name live on eternally." For a moment, Pierce seemed to see the invincible woman of 20 years ago on the battlefield. Though she was gone, she had passed this duty to him. "Jerry, I'm off." Pierce turned and left. Catherine's eyes welled up slightly. "Sister, do you see? Jasoner has grown up. He looks so much like you. Charles, you go ahead with Suai and the strategist. Protect Haddon and the medical team behind. Brinley's Bray." In military attire, Pierce set off with Ezekiel, Ashton, and 200 guards, heading straight for Jiangdong. Rosling, the capital of Jiangdong, the city, known as the eastern capital of Great Phelan, was now in chaos, with wealthy families fleeing hastily while countless commoners poured in from all directions. Ross's army was 100 miles away, 2 days' march from besieging Rosling. Rosling was not only the capital of Jiangdong, but also its most formidable fortress, serving as the last line of defense. If Rosling fell, all of Jiangdong would be lost, exposing the inland Jiangzhou directly to Ross's forces. On the city walls, Hansen, governor of Jiangdong, and eastern commander Enoch looked troubled. Hansen couldn't help but ask, "Edwin Hadding, can Rosling withstand the attack?" Enoch gritted his teeth. "Governor, even if it can't hold, we must try. Otherwise, even if we escape to the capital, our deaths are assured, possibly involving our clans." Hansen sighed. "Edwin Hadding, how many troops do you have left?" "My 10,000 infantry are down to less than 3,000, but the 30,000 navy hasn't suffered much." The Eastern Army nominally had 50,000 troops, 20,000 infantry, and 30,000 navy. In reality, it was likely fewer by 10 to 20,000. 10,000 infantry were stationed in Shanghai City, unreachable even by Enoch, while the 10,000 near the border between Phelan and Wu were ambushed, leaving fewer than 3,000 survivors in Rosling. Hansen pondered, "Edwin Hadding, can we enlist the Navy's help in defending the city? With 30,000 plus recruits from Rosling, we should be able to hold out until the main army arrives." Enoch sighed, "We have no choice." "Governor, how long do you think the main army will take to arrive? Who do you think it will be?" "If it's the Central Army, they should arrive within 10 days. But they're responsible for guarding the capital and can't move entirely. Other armies may take longer. Prepare for a long siege. As for who comes, it could be Edwin Irwin or the powerful young Marquis. Londoncley the latter. Only the Lewis family commander can turn the tide in such critical times." Hansen nodded. "That's what I think too." He quietly considered what gift he should send. Heard this young Marquis was fabulously wealthy. Normal gifts wouldn't impress him. But this Marquis had a well-known preference for women. Recently, he hosted a grand courtesan contest which caused a stir across the nation. Perhaps offering a taste of Rosling's finest beauties would do the trick. Chapter 354, Rosling City. 2 days later, 100,000 troops of the Ross army arrived at the gates of Rosling City. The endless army exerted tremendous psychological pressure on the defending soldiers on the city walls. Fortunately, Rosling was tall and sturdy enough, with its reputedly widest moat in all of Dazhou, providing them ample security. However, Enoch on the city wall had not an iota of such safety. His heart was icy cold. Initially, he thought that his fleet under him, boasting of 30,000 men, should have at least 20,000. Coupled with thousands of infantrymen and 20,000 civilian laborers, this city could still hold out. But when he gathered everyone on shore, there were less than 10,000 people. 2/3 of those who were supposed to be here turned out to be ghost soldiers. He spat blood on the spot and, without a word, beheaded London Shi, the vice-general of the Navy. Even though he knew London Shi had powerful backing, someone beyond his reach. But now, even his whole family's lives might not be spared. Why care about retaliation? Even Enoch, as Dong's Hongling Jiang, only dared to pocket the pay for several thousand Go soldiers. This bastard, merely a vice-general, took embezzlement to the tune of 20,000. Could he bear this? Now, Rosling City's standing regular troops were only just over 10,000, none of whom were elite. Watching their trembling legs, if it weren't for the high and solid walls and the broadest moat of Dazhou, they would have fled long ago. Their weapons were old and rusted, their attire resembled beggars. How long had their equipment gone unupdated? The despicable London, she not only took ghost salaries, but also neglected military supplies. In this situation, could Enoch's heart not feel icy cold? Compelled by circumstances, he could only mobilize 10,000 civilian laborers onto the city walls. Gordonkily, there were still some overlooked, rusty tools in Rosling City, barely enough to equip the civilian laborers. Thus, at first glance, the number of people on the city walls looked considerable. But Enoch knew the real situation best. Hansen also knew this, which is why he hadn't been seen for half a day. Enoch suspected that Hansen might already be fleeing. A path opened through the Ross army, and two riders emerged one after another. In front was a gray-bearded old general, and behind was a tall young general. The old general shouted loudly, "I am Thatcher, Grand Marshal of the Ross State. Who are you on the city wall? Identify yourself." Suppressing his inner panic, Enoch kept up appearances. "This Edwin is Enoch, the Dongs Honglang Jiang of Dazhou." Edwin Hadang, Phelan was once a subject of Ross, but rebelled treacherously. This is disloyal, unjust, unfilial, and unrighteous. Now our great Ross punishes the rebellious, with widespread support. Phelan's rebellion means it won't be long before its downfall. Why not abandon darkness for light? Our great Ross will welcome you with open aid. Plagued by internal warfare, saw its soldiers develop commendable combat capabilities despite inferior weaponry, having no time to improve. With significant aid of weapons from Charleston State, their combat power skyrocketed, far surpassing the decayed eastern army of Dazhou. Hundreds of large catapults advanced and began bombarding Rosling City. Stones the size of millstones crashed into the walls, occasionally breaking off sections. However, overall damage was minimal, showcasing the city's resilience. 20,000 Dazhou soldiers cowered behind battlements, heads covered, trembling. Under cover of the catapults, the Ross army started crossing the moat. This wasn't an easy task. Other cities had small moats, but Rosling's moat was indeed a river, connecting nearby lakes, forming a live moat. During peacetime, it served as a scenic spot for Rosling citizens. During wartime, it became an insurmountable barrier. The Ross army strategy was to build pontoon bridges. Their troops, skilled swimmers, many directly leapt into the water. Within an hour, they constructed over a dozen bridges. The vanguard crossed the moat, and archers quickly approached firing range. The catapults ceased, and vanguard soldiers began carrying ladders to scale the walls. Dazhou soldiers finally dared to retaliate, shooting at the ladder-bearing Ross troops from above. However, due to Ross archers, they couldn't expose themselves too much. Occasionally, Dazhou soldiers began drawn with over 200 meters vertical range, possibly 300 meters horizontally. Too terrifying. That day, Dazhou suffered 3,000 casualties, mostly killed by crossbows. The remaining 17,000 lost all fighting spirit. Finished. Rosling was doomed. Chapter 355, Two Moxies. In the imperial capital of Rao in the Ross Kingdom, within the palace, night had descended like water, and Scarlet sat alone in the Janning Palace, reviewing petitions. The Ross Kingdom had just been restored, with countless matters awaiting her decisions. This opulent and vast palace was more than she could get used to. She preferred the elegance and warmth of the tea house in Jiangnan. But what she missed most were those 3 days on the Chaoyang River with him. The entire world seemed to shrink to just herself and him. No strife, no restoration, no conspiracies. Scarlet put down the petition, closed her dry eyes, and he appeared in her mind once again. She had actually grown up in the Wu Kingdom, alongside a childhood friend who is now the Grand Edwin of Ross, Porter. Porter was tall, handsome, and excelled in both literary and martial arts. He had once been the object of her affections. When she left Rao for Chang'an, she felt a lingering melancholy. At their first meeting on the pleasure boat, he composed a water tune ode for her, but in her heart, she still thought of Porter. But I wish people's lives could last forever, but the most critical issue was this war. This was a war that bet everything on Ross. 10,000 Ross soldiers represented the full strength of the 4 great families. To support this war, the whole country was tightening its belt, so much so that Scarlet's coronation ceremony was kept simple. Victory meant crushing the Phelan kingdom and restoring the glory of Ross. Defeat meant everything would be lost. Scarlet smiled. Excellent. The Supreme Commander truly deserves to be the pillar of our nation, winning us this battle and restoring Ross's prestige. Your Majesty, while the Supreme Commander is certainly robust and reliable, the Grand Edwin also performed admirably, showcasing exceptional military talent. Mentioning Porter, Ronald thought Scarlet would be pleased. Unexpectedly, Scarlet only gave a faint nod. The Grand Edwin did well. Khan, how is the situation with Charleston? Your Majesty, 20,000 Charleston soldiers have reached Normancheng and are about to engage the Western Army of Phelan. Who commands the Western Army of Phelan? And who leads our forces in Jiangdong? Your Majesty, according to the latest intelligence, the Western Army of Phelan is still commanded by Edwin Montague. In Jiangdong, it's Edwin Janelle can offer. I can offer too. But would events unfold as they planned? Your Majesty, there's another important matter. What is it, Khan? Scarlet wondered what could be more urgent than this war. Your Majesty, it concerns your marriage, vital for the continuation of the Ross royal bloodline. Scarlet was puzzled. My marriage? What do you mean? Your Majesty, you should marry soon and bear an heir. Grand Edwin Porter, being a relative of the royal family and your childhood friend, is the best choice. Scarlet stood up abruptly. Khan, don't mention this again. Your Majesty. Khan, I am weary. You may leave. Brinley's, Your Majesty. Ronald was baffled. According to Ross's laws, as a direct royal descendant, the emperor could only marry within the royal lineage. With Porter being her childhood friend, why wouldn't she agree? Fine, let's focus on the war first. Compared to Scarlett's calmness, the other empress was fraught with anxiety. One side was the endangered Nanjing, the other Pierce rushing to Jiangdong with only 200 guards. It made her uneasy. This eastern army is useless, a complete waste of food and pay. Even a dog could do a better job of guarding home. And Pierce, I told him not to take risks. Leaving 5,000 northern troops behind and running off with just 200 guards. What is he thinking? Does he take my orders seriously? Does he think he's a god? Can 200 guards defend Nanjing? If anything happens to him, who can I rely on? The Empress hoped Pierce would reach Nanjing soon to stabilize the situation, but also worried about any danger he might face. Torn between these conflicting thoughts, she knew Pierce must understand the weakness of the Eastern Army, hence advancing ahead without waiting for reinforcements from the Northern Army. But what could he achieve with just himself and 200 guards? It was a perilous move, risking total defeat or death if mishandled. Chapter 356, Pre-War Conference. The battle for Rosling entered its second day. This time, the Ross army did not hold back or probe. They immediately launched a full-scale attack on 3 gates of Rosling City, employing the 3-sided encirclement tactic. Within half a day, some Ross soldiers had already climbed onto the city walls, engaging the Phalon forces in close combat. The Phalon army found itself in the toughest fight yet. Enoch led his bodyguards to extinguish fires across the city, but often as soon as one fire was put out, 2 or 3 others sprang up elsewhere. The morale of the Phalon army began to waver, and many quietly retreated. A large-scale rout seemed imminent. At this critical moment, Enoch gritted his teeth and swung his sword. He did not just wander around with his bodyguards to put out fires. He also acted as a supervisory team. He beheaded dozens of deserters. In stark contrast to Enoch's despair, Thatcher and Porter were brimming with excitement. Inside the Ross Army headquarters, the two were convening a meeting with their generals. They were discussing how to decisively break through Rosling City tomorrow, and whether they should let their soldiers loot or enter peaceably without plundering. Of course, necessary flattery couldn't be omitted. Great Marshal, you will march straight into the enemy's heart and take Rosling City within 3 days. Your name will resound throughout the world. Right. Such a brilliant victory will surely become a classic battle, and your name will be immortalized in history. The world speaks of Phalon, Lewis, Charlison, and Ming, but I think we should add Ross and Wan. No, once you take the field, Pierce and Kip will pale in comparison. You are the greatest general in the world. Thatcher laughed arrogantly, indulging in the flattery from his generals. Although he knew this battle had some questionable aspects, he was taking advantage of the thoroughly rotten Eastern Phalon army. But before such overwhelming results, who cared about these little details? People would only remember that he captured Rosling in 3 days, securing the victory in the war against Phalon. Enoch was still sprawled out on the city wall, not moving a finger. He thought dying like this wouldn't be too bad. And Middle Edwin Enoch welcomed the arrival of the pacifying Eastern Edwin Pierce in Rosling City. We all welcome the arrival of the pacifying Eastern Edwin Pierce in Rosling City. Technically, Pierce, as a third-class junior rank pacifying Eastern Edwin, shouldn't have the prefix Grand. But if they insisted on flattering him, he couldn't help it. Their mouths belonged to them, right? Pierce quickly walked toward the city. Enough talk. Let's discuss the current situation. Don't hide anything, or I won't be lenient. Brinley's, Hanson and Enoch exchanged glances, both wearing bitter expressions. By the time they reached the official residence, Pierce had already grasped the entire situation, both the expected and unexpected. The situation was worse than he had imagined. He knew the Eastern Army was in disarray, which was why he rushed here. But he hadn't anticipated it would be this bad. A 5,000-strong nominal force reduced to merely 10,000, outdated weapons and equipment from years ago, and individual combat strength equivalent to civilians. Sitting down in the official residence hall, Pierce immediately convened the first pre-war conference. He rapped on the table. What's the situation with the Ross Army? Enoch reported meticulously. Edwin, the Ross Army originally had 100,000 infantry outside the city, with no visible naval forces. Over 2 days, they've lost around 5,000 men. Among resentment, could this be blamed on him? Not doing so would have led to Rosling falling on the first day. Pierce calmly replied, this is simple. Chapter 357, Seizing Estates. Under the promise of riches, there will surely be brave men. 50 taels of silver as consolation for each deceased civilian laborer, 10 taels for each soldier incorporated into the defense force, and 3 taels for each civilian laborer. If any fall in battle, they shall receive 50 taels as consolation. Everyone nodded. This was indeed a good strategy. Enoch hurriedly asked, Edwin, what about the original Eastern Army soldiers? Pierce waved his hand. This general treats all equally. Every defense soldier receives 10 taels. Great, Edwin. With this, everyone will surely fight bravely against the enemy. For ordinary soldiers, earning 10 taels in a year was already difficult, and 50 taels was a fortune. Hanson cautiously asked, Edwin, where will this silver come from? The local treasury does not have that much. With 1 million civilian laborers each receiving 50 taels, it would amount to 50 million taels. 3 million defense soldiers at 10 taels each would be 30 million taels. 2 million civilian laborers at 3 taels each would be 6 million taels. A total of 86 million taels. This was almost equivalent to Jiangdong's annual tax revenue. It was rumored that the young marquis was extravagantly wealthy. Indeed, this was true. But please don't let it come from this Jiangdong prefect. How much is currently in the treasury? Hanson said guiltily, 3,000 taels. Pierce felt a toothache coming on. Though he didn't expect much, you can't keep testing my limits. Unfortunately, now is not the time to investigate corrupt officials. Pierce looked at Ashton, military advisor, any ideas? Ashton pondered, Commander, many rich people in the city have fled. This money might have to come from them. Enoch echoed, Edwin, these people are usually unkind and oppress the common folk. When danger comes, they run like rabbits, lacking any sense of responsibility. They deserve to have their estates seized. Hansen quickly interjected, Edwin, no. The law of Defalon doesn't specify that fleeing during wartime is a crime. Enoch countered, Edwin, this is wartime. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Hansen argued, Edwin, this action will only lead to more chaos in the city. The two prominent figures of Rosling City began arguing in front of everyone. Pierce and Ashton exchanged glances, both surprised. It seemed that their relationship wasn't great, which was actually good news, meaning at least one of them could be used. Master! A guard rushed in. Bradley seeks an audience. Let him in. Hansen and Enoch exchanged glances, both startled. As influential figures in Jiangdong, there was only one person who made them wary, the commander of the Ross Norman Wan's Jiangdong division, Bradley. Wearing a robe embroidered with fighting bulls, Bradley strode in confidently. Greetings, Commander. Bradley said enthusiastically. They finally remembered the other identity of this general, commander of the Ross Norman Wan. Pierce smiled. Old Zhao, how's life in Jiangdong? Bradley had been following him for quite some time, and was an old veteran of the Lewis family. Bradley looked pitiful. Master, it's unbearable. The women here are too enchanting, and even the breeze feels soft. I feel my bones are being eroded. Please send me back to the capital. Everyone laughed at this comment. Hansen and Enoch were taken aback, never expecting such a side from this usually stern Ross Norman Wan captain. Pierce chuckled. Want to return to the capital? Then it depends on your next performance. Bradley's eyes lit up. Master, tell me. Pierce glanced at Hansen and Enoch. Just now, Prefect Tao and Edwin Haddang were debating whether or not to seize the properties of the wealthy families who fled. What do you which other chambers? Pierce hadn't forgotten that during his northern expedition, the Jiangdong chamber provided him with 3,000 strong bows. Where did the Eastern Army's weapons and armor go? Naturally, they fell into the hands of these large chambers. To obtain weapons, he naturally had to focus on these large chambers. Hansen carefully replied, Great Edwin. Apart from the Jiangdong chamber, there's the Lewis family chamber. Pierce was speechless. He hadn't expected to consider targeting his own family. No matter, bring Xilan, president of the Jiangdong chamber, and the head of the Lewis family chamber in Jiangdong here immediately. Soon, the two arrived promptly. Pierce teased, You didn't run away? That's quite rare. Xilan said righteously, Great Edwin. I'm not one of those cowards. As president of the Jiangdong chamber, I am determined to stand or fall with Jiangdong. The elderly, frail man heading the Lewis family chamber, known as Arnie, retorted bluntly, Elias, don't listen to him. He can't move the treasures, so he stays to hoard wealth. Xilan's demeanor collapsed. Arnie, no one thinks you're mute when you keep quiet. Pierce rapped on the desk. Enough, with the enemy approaching, I'll get straight to the point. You've all done military equipment trade. Hand over all your weapons. Arnie hurriedly protested. Elias, our chamber never engages in such business. We are too busy with our own affairs to spare time for anything else. Pierce nodded. That's fair. Xilan, knowing Pierce understood his situation, admitted frankly, Great Edwin, you may take what you need. Our stock includes 10,000 long swords, 10,000 sets of armor, 10,000 spears, and 5,000 crossbows. Hansen and Enoch were shocked. They knew the Jiangdong chamber had secrets, but not this much military equipment. It was enough to outfit an entire army. Pierce looked at Xilan. President Imo, this is the last time. I don't want the Jiangdong chamber involved in arms trade again. Xilan assured him. As ordered, Great Edwin. Even if they sell, we won't buy. A single chamber possessing enough arms for an army was unprecedented, and could only happen in Defalon. Alright, we only have one night. Let's act. Prefect Tao, mobilize all citizens and recruit civilian laborers immediately. Edwin Haddang, split your men into two groups. One group assists the Ross Norman Wan in seizing properties. The other moves the weapons from the Jiangdong chamber. Brinley's Great Edwin. Chapter 358. Compensation. The crowd dispersed in a flurry, each heading toward their respective objectives. They no longer had the previous chaos and unease. Their eyes were once again filled with determination. This was the effect of the meeting, brought about by Pierce. Despite bringing only 200 guards, essentially no army, he seemed to carry an army of thousands. Pierce also stood up and began walking. A cold voice stopped him. Where do you think you're going? Only Lord Yasmin dared speak to him this way. Pierce smiled. Landanda, I'm just checking on the city's defenses. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Holly coldly interrupted. No, you've been traveling nonstop for days. You need rest. Pierce pleaded. Landanda, just one look? Tomorrow. Pierce pointed behind Holly. Landanda, quick, look, there's a UFO. Then he turned and ran. But he hadn't taken a few steps before being grabbed mid-stride. Killing aura emanated from Holly. One more step, and I'll break all three legs. Pierce deflated instantly. Ashton behind him stifled a laugh. So many people wouldn't even breathe loudly in front of Edwinissimo. Yet Edwinissimo was utterly under Lord Yasmin's control. A perfect match indeed. Edwinissimo, rest early. I'll go check, said Ashton. Pierce helplessly responded. Alright, strategist, rest well too. Upon reaching his residence within the expansive official compound, which doubled as both an office and living quarters for visiting ministers, he found two and weapons. First came the compensation for fallen civilian workers, 50 taels each, which quickly quelled public grievances and mourning. Next was the reward for the garrison, 10 taels per soldier. Morale surged as everyone became vigilant, fearing for their posts. Each soldier also received basic armor and weaponry. Silver in pockets, protective gear on bodies, and reliable weapons in hands bolstered confidence. Even if fate was harsh, there would still be 50 taels of compensation. Lastly, the new recruits, each receiving 3 taels, with reassurances that their role was merely support unless voluntarily joining the defense, earning them 10 taels instead. Believing the assurances, simple folk thought, a general who readily dispersed nearly 1,000,000 taels couldn't deceive these humble people. A savory aroma filled the air as buckets of steaming chicken porridge and soft steamed buns were served. Pierce declared, "Soldiers, you've endured a long night and a great battle lies ahead. Let us not indulge in empty words. Have some hot porridge and buns to prepare for battle." Moved, soldiers exclaimed, "Great Edwin, you're truly kind. With silver, porridge and buns, we will fight for you. Indeed, with such sincerity, we'll give our lives. Great Edwin, fear not. Until our last breath, we won't retreat." Touched, Pierce said, "Come and try." ##### Chapter 359. Never underestimate my resolve. Good. The Phaelon troops roared in approval. These were rough men who could hardly stand pretentiousness. They admired the simplicity and straightforwardness of a great general like no other. What? Edwin has no education? Screw that. The great general is none other than Pierce, the unparalleled poet. His verses are timeless classics. There's no one more learned than he. Thatcher's face turned black with rage, his beard quivering. It felt like offering warmth to a cold bottom. Although he often did this at home, it was under the watchful eyes of everyone here. Uncle can endure it, but Aunt cannot. Attack the city. Chop Pierce into pieces. The intense siege resumed. Once again, it started with catapults, nothing particularly creative but effective. Huge rocks rained from the sky, killing indiscriminately and severely demoralizing the enemy. On command, 20,000 archers began advancing. After 2 days of attacks, numerous floating bridges already spanned the moat, making any attempt by the Phaelon troops to dismantle them futile. A natural hazard had become an easy passage. 20,000 archers advanced to within 200 meters, just as they had the past couple of days. From this distance, the Phaelon troops couldn't reach them, while their crossbows could freely kill the Phaelon soldiers. It was simply delightful. But this time, they were destined for disaster. Before they could even start shooting, 200 gleaming crossbows appeared on the city walls, targeting generals and captains. Gunshots rang out, and over 100 officers fell dead. Before they could react, another round was fired, felling yet another 100 officers. Chaos ensued among the 20,000 Ross archers as they retreated. During this retreat, more officers continued to fall. Only when they reached 300 meters did the crossbow fire cease. This sudden ambush killed hundreds of archer commanders, paralyzing the entire archer division. The perpetrators were naturally Pierce's 200 elite guards, each armed with Conall's repeating crossbows. Caught off guard, the Ross troops were taken aback. The attack stalled, and Thatcher flew into a rage. As he cursed Pierce's dishonorable conduct, he quickly promoted a batch of new officers and provided shields to protect the commanders of the archer divisions. 20,000 archers, now shielded, slowly advanced again. This time, they didn't dare advance to 200 meters, but stopped around 250 meters. At this distance, they could still hit the Phaelon soldiers, though less accurately. The 200 elite guards held back this time, their bolts being specially made and too valuable to waste. Under the cover of archery, the vanguard of the Ross army began to move forward. However, having been deceived once, their morale was affected. All the officers were wary, fearing death by hidden arrows. Edwin set the tone for the army. With such cautious leaders, how could the soldiers be expected to have high morale? Thatcher roared in anger. "Advance the enforcement team. Retreat or hesitation means death." "Brinley's, sir." Threatened by the gleaming blades behind them, the vanguard finally gathered their courage and began their desperate assault on the city. Pierce let Enoch take charge of the defense while he, Holly, and Ashton watched from the city tower. He commented, "The Ross army's combat power is impressive, much better than the Eastern army." Ashton agreed, "Indeed, but they still can't match our Northern army. Cloud State's hardy sons are not like the pampered men of Wu and Queenie." "Advisor, is the plan already underway?" "Edwin, it's already in motion." "Great. Let the Ross army have their moment. How long will it take for the Northern army to arrive? Has the Southern army mobilized?" "The 5-10,000 Northern army won't arrive for another 5 days at the earliest, and the 2-10,000 Southern army No wonder the girl hasn't written to me lately. She must be overwhelmed." On the city wall, Ross soldiers were climbing ladders, biting knives between their teeth, and risking their lives to breach the city. Siege towers started attacking, shaking the entire wall. "Throw rocks. Roll logs." Enoch's booming voice echoed across the ramparts. Under the barrage of rocks and logs, Ross soldiers screamed as they fell. Another wave surged forward after the first was cleared. War tested not only weapons and fighting strength but also endurance. That day, the Ross army failed to breach the walls, let alone capture Rossling. Amid cheers from the Phaelon troops, the Ross army sounded the retreat. In the Ross camp, Thatcher fumed. "Damn, just one day, no. If Pierce had delayed by half a day, Rossling would be ours. Pierce undermining my grand plan. I swear I'll never forgive you." Porter cautiously asked, "Marshal, do we still have a chance? This might only be the first wave of reinforcements from Phaelon." Thatcher calmed down. "Of course. As we saw, the morale of the Phaelon soldiers on the wall is good, but their combat power leaves much to be desired. They must be the southern army of Phaelon. We still have a chance to take Rossling before other reinforcements arrive. We must give it our all, and give the Phaelon army no respite. I refuse to believe that Brinley, this was war." Thus, they barely managed to hold the capital of Rossling. The southern reinforcements that were supposed to arrive within 3 days didn't show up, infuriating both military and civilians in Rossling. Though no one expected much from the southern troops, how could they be so useless as not to arrive when it counted? Instead, Alexei escorted Imeldi and a group of medical apprentices who rushed to the scene, bringing several carts of various emergency medicines. Upon seeing the injured everywhere, Imeldi, without hesitation, together with Terrence and the medical team, immediately started their work. Simple wound disinfection, applying burn medicine, dressing, stitching severe injuries, and amputating when necessary. They handled everything proficiently. By day's end, all wounded soldiers were calm, full of gratitude. Their once terrified faces now showed peace. They hadn't been abandoned by their general. The rest of the defending troops also felt reassured, no longer fearing injury since timely treatment was available. They witnessed a squad leader whose intestines were spilling out still having the strength to reprimand a soldier who accidentally bumped into a medic. A soldier who should have died with a shattered left eye merely tied up with bandages and a pirate-style eye patch. Remain profusely. Hadenii, finish eating and rest early. No more experiments tonight. Teacher, Hadenii will obey. Good girl. Pierce casually asked, by the way, what project are you researching recently? Teacher, Hadenii is studying the replantation surgery you mentioned. There are too many soldiers on the battlefield with severed limbs, and Hadenii wants to help them get their hands and feet back. Ashton was astounded. How is that possible? Hadenii proudly replied, teacher can do it. Imelda had seen Pierce reconnect a freshly severed arm for a veteran soldier from the Lewis family, which shocked even her, completely overturning her understanding. Pierce quickly explained, while it can be Manchang done, it requires too many specific conditions, consumes a great deal of time and effort, and largely depends on luck. It's not practical. Note, Manchang is better translated as barely or hardly in this context to improve fluency. Revised for better fluency. Pierce quickly explained, while it can be barely done, it requires too many specific conditions, consumes a great deal of time and effort, and largely depends on luck. It's not practical. Even with his explanation, Ashton was still taken aback, never imagining that the Edwin possessed such incredible medical skills. Holly and Alexei weren't surprised. These two master-disciple pairs could handle miracles like reviving the dead without batting an eyelid. Hadenii concurred, teacher is right. It's extremely difficult. Hadenii has broken down the procedure into smaller tasks, bone reconnection, vascular reconnection, and muscle reconnection, tackling them one by one. Today, Hadenii performed several replantation surgeries, but none were successful, turning necrotic, purplish-black, requiring further amputation. Speaking excitedly, Hadenii's fellow diners silently put down their bowls, feeling something churning in their stomachs. Pierce quickly cut her off. All right, Hadenii, keep trying. One day you'll succeed. Clearly placating her, as even with modern medical technology, replantation remains a challenge, not to mention in this era. Brinley Imelda was brimming with determination, clenching her small fists. Thanks for your encouragement, teacher. Hadenii will persevere. In the prefectural office, Pierce was holding a military conference. Out of 30,000 Phaelon soldiers, 20,000 were only civilian laborers clad in armor, carrying weapons. After 3 days of intense fighting, casualties amounted to 10,000. That meant a huge sum for compensation, giving Pierce quite a headache. However, their resilience amidst adversity was commendable, leaving no reason for him to criticize them further. Enoch gritted his teeth. Damned Southern Army. Even if they were sightseeing, given the close distance, they should have arrived. Edwin, we must charge them with dereliction of duty. Hansen frowned deeply. Edwin, with such heavy casualties, we may not last until the Northern Army arrives. What shall we do? Enoch asked, Governor Tao, can't we recruit more civilian laborers? Hansen bitterly replied, Edwin Hadding. Rosling only has 300,000 people in total. Recruitment has already reached 1/6 of the population. Every household contributing able-bodied men. This is our limit. We need to leave someone to care for the elderly. Enoch retorted, if they're about to die, why worry about care? Do they think the Ross army will spare Rosling if captured? Don't be naive. Early surrender might have saved us, but now they're inflamed. Once inside, they'll plunder and possibly slaughter the entire city. Hansen looked grim. He knew Enoch wasn't bluffing. Often, post-breach looting and massacres weren't for retaliation but to boost troop morale. Imagine enduring grueling battles, paying great costs, only to gain nothing. Would soldiers have the will to fight on? Everyone sighed heavily, hearts burdened with anxiety and grief. Hashtag chapter 361. Normanching Falls. In the imperial capital, Lewiston Palace, Pierce entered Rosling with 200 cavalry and managed to defend the perilously vulnerable city of Rosling. At this rate, wouldn't the Western Army be completely annihilated in 10 days? The reason the Charleston Army performed so well was not only due to their elite soldiers, but also because of their superior weapons and military equipment. Among the 200,000 Charleston soldiers, 50,000 were crossbowmen armed with sliding wheel crossbows, hand crossbows, with a range of 300 meters, keeping the Western Army from even lifting their heads. The long swords of the 50,000 vanguard were far superior to those of the Western Army, easily severing the Western Army's blades, slicing through their armor, and disabling their limbs. Their armor was no longer leather but iron plates, rendering the Western Army's blades ineffective. They attacked without hesitation. In short, this was a war of total domination. This was a war that left the Western Army almost despairing. Report. A bloodied messenger rushed into the palace. The Moxie abruptly stood up, bracing herself for the worst. Your Majesty, Normanching has fallen. The 200,000 Charleston soldiers have invaded London Engsau. The Moxie swayed as if she might fall, terrifying Sir Charlisk and Verna, who hurried to support her. Your Majesty, call for the royal physician. The Moxie waved her hand, steadied herself, and read the detailed urgent report. 3 days. The Western Army had only held out for 3 days. In just 3 days, nearly 30,000 Western soldiers were killed or wounded, and the army finally crumbled. The Grimes remembered the Moxie's instructions and used a decoy tactic. He placed the helmets of dead soldiers on the city walls and escaped with 70,000 men overnight. He retreated to a city 30 miles behind Normanching, regrouped, and planned to engage the Charleston Army in a protracted battle, fortifying and clearing territory, trading space for time. Everything unfolded as Pierce predicted. Fortunately, everyone had prepared mentally and strategically. Otherwise, London Engsau would have been in peril, Zhangzhou too, and the imperial capital would have faced the Charleston Army directly. In London Engsau, the Grimes could only stall as much as possible, having lost any counteroffensive capability. Jiangdong and London Engsau being simultaneously invaded by two major powers put the entire Phaelon dynasty's survival and fate on one person's shoulders. Compared to the open warfare and smoke-filled skies in Jiangdong and London Engsau, Songhua was like a storm brewing beneath the surface, filled with intrigue. Spies and secret agents from the three major powers, Phelan, Charlison, and Ross, all came forward, starting a smokeless battle. Their main stage was the Song Court, where whoever could influence the Song Court would decide Song's stance. When someone submitted a petition, should seize the opportunity to expand our territories and strengthen the great Song. Chavi was somewhat moved. The other was the leader of military officials, Duke of Normangwo and Grand Marshal Arden. Grand Marshal, what is your opinion? Your Majesty, I think we shouldn't attack. After all, Song and Phelan have an alliance. Phelan sheltered you during times of trouble, aiding your ascension. We cannot betray their kindness. Chavi hesitated again. He wanted to ask Crown Prince Paul's opinion, but he was far away in his fiefdom. Inigo advised, Your Majesty, countries only talk about interests. If we don't seize this opportunity, once Charlison and Ross digest Phelan, the next to suffer will be Great Song. Arden rebutted. Then why not assist Phelan against Ross? That way, we gain from Ross and earn praise from the world. Grand Marshal, what if we fail? Khan, how do you know Phelan will definitely lose? At least attacking Phelan carries less risk than attacking Ross. Not necessarily. Shanhaiguan is an impregnable pass. According to intelligence, Phelan has left 30,000 troops there. They argued endlessly. Chavi found it hard to decide. Of course, he also wanted to take a share from Phelan. As for betraying trust and repay kindness with ingratitude, that wasn't in his considerations. What made him hesitate was whether Charlison and Ross could truly defeat Phelan. He had personally experienced that man's inscrutability. Even though he was reluctant to admit it, he rose to power with that man's help. Setting aside feelings of gratitude, he had been coerced into homosexuality, causing problems for his lineage. That man's ability to turn situations around left him chilled. Facing him, Chavi often felt his small tricks exposed, as if seen through completely. He doubted Charlison and Ross could gain any advantage against him. If he acted rashly, he might not gain anything but end up in trouble. Of course, the 30,000 troops in Shanghai City were also a significant factor in his hesitation. Ultimately, he decided to wait a bit longer. Chapter 362, The Battle of Rossling. The next day, the city of Rossling. The thunderous sound of war drums echoed as the Ross army launched another assault on the city. Without any preamble or probing, they attacked directly. After these days of battles and casualties, the Ross army had about 80,000 men left, with roughly 20,000 dead or injured, a number nearly matching that of the Phelan forces. This was impressive, considering the Ross army was the attacking side. Thatcher divided his troops, placing 20,000 each at the east and west gates, while he personally led the main force of 40,000 to attack the southern gate, ready to fight a decisive battle with Pierce. Abundant, the Ross army might have been doomed. Seeing this, Thatcher became even more confident. The first Ross soldier reached the top of the wall, only to be killed and thrown down shortly after, exposing the weakened state of the Phelan army. More and more Ross soldiers climbed onto the wall, engaging the Phelan soldiers in close combat. The Phelan army, mainly composed of civilian laborers, was no match for the Ross forces and was on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment, 1,000 Imperial guards and 200 of Pierce's personal guards joined the fray. Just one more push, and the city would fall. Without hesitation, Thatcher signaled the entire army to press forward. On the city tower, Pierce finally stood up from his large chair. He stretched lazily, excitedly saying, Advisor, the fish has taken the bait? Ashton was also excited. Edwin, we will break through the Ross forces today. Holly, Alexei, Enoch, and others looked expectantly. Let's go back to the night before. Enoch and Hansen argued for a long time, only to find their supreme commander, the Grand Edwin, looking relaxed and humming happily. Both were dumbfounded. Oh, our Grand Edwin, do you know the current situation? Rossling is almost finished. You might become a prisoner yourself. Noticing their silence, Pierce instead asked, Why did you stop arguing? Continue. This commander does not mind. Hansen Curies? I wouldn't count on the Southern Army, Pierce replied. Everyone was even more confused. All their words boiled down to one question. Grand Edwin, what's your plan? Pierce looked at Ashton. Advisor, tell them. After all, it's your brilliant strategy. Ashton smiled. As you wish. Ashton slowly revealed his well-planned scheme, stunning everyone. Back to the battlefield. In fact, the Ross army had always overlooked a small detail, which would directly lead to their defeat. The moat around Rossling. These past days, dozens of pontoon bridges had been built across the moat by the Ross army over the past couple of days. The Phelan army, being few in number, dared not venture out to destroy them. As a result, they had never been touched. The Ross army got used to their presence. Every day, they simply crossed the bridges without much thought. Thus, no one noticed that the water level in the moat was getting lower every day. Even if soldiers occasionally noticed, they didn't care because it had no direct relation to them. This lack of awareness was partly due to the Ross soldiers' unfamiliarity with local conditions. A native of Rossling would have been shocked by such a phenomenon. After all, the moat was connected to a large lake nearby. Since it was dug, the water level had never dropped. Now it had dropped by 2/3, indicating only one possibility. The channel connecting the lake upstream was blocked. Below the city walls suddenly vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of water. The Ross soldiers who had already climbed onto the city wall were bewildered. What was happening? Was the Dragon King angry? The morale of the Phelan troops, who had almost lost all hope, surged dramatically. It must be that the great Edwin had invited the Dragon King to assist them. The Ross troops are truly rebels. Even the Dragon King is enraged. The momentum shifted instantly. With one burst of effort, the Phelan soldiers drove the frightened Ross troops off the city walls and into the surging waters. Most of the Ross troops came from the Wu region and were decent swimmers. After the initial torrent subsided, many of the soldiers emerged, having discarded their weapons and armor in a desperate bid to stay afloat and reach the shore. At this moment, small boats drifted down from upstream, each crammed with soldiers wielding long knives, shouting excitedly. These were naturally the two 10,000-strong southern army of Great Phalon, who were there to clean up the mess. Simultaneously, the 10,000-strong navy from within Rosling City also joined in. Thousands of ships charged like arrows at the struggling Ross soldiers in the water, raising their butcher's knives. The eastern and southern armies combined, numbering 30,000, pursued downstream, slaughtering the Ross soldiers ruthlessly. The water soon turned red with blood, as thousands of corpses floated beneath Rosling City, creating a scene of crimson for miles. In this battle, 9 out of the 10,000-strong Ross army were killed or drowned, leaving told in the region added a longevity tablet, offering prayers morning and evening. The news reached the capital, and the once anxious citizens breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although the Charleston troops were still wreaking havoc in London Engsau, the Three Rivers were now pacified, providing a fallback option. Moreover, with the Ross army defeated by the Eastern Edwin, could the end of the Charleston army be far behind? After all, the Charleston army had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Lewis family cavalry in Shu. Now, the theater troops were still performing the Lewis family army's distant campaign in Shu, reaching the chapter titled Ambush in Fuhua Pass. No matter how cunning the Charleston troops might be, they would ultimately have to drink the foot-washing water of the Eastern Edwin. The elite Charleston forces were simply no match for the Lewis family cavalry. Everyone believed that as long as the Eastern Edwin turned north and led the Lewis family army into battle, the Charleston troops would be driven out of London Engsau. #### Imperial Capital, Lewiston Hall. Moxie received the good news from Rosling immediately. Excellent. The Moxie, whose face had been clouded for days, finally showed a smile. I knew he wouldn't disappoint me. Adair hurried to flatter her. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Lord Ho's foresight and strategy are unmatched. The measly Ross army stands no chance against him. The Moxie felt delighted, finding Adair less detestable for a moment. With this victory, stabilizing Eastjiang is only a matter of time. I hope he can turn north as soon as possible. The Western Army is barely holding on. According to the latest intelligence, the Western Army had lost 4 more cities, and its numbers had sharply declined to 50,000. In a short period, half of the 100,000-strong Western Army had been decimated. Clearly, the Charleston Army's offensive was frenzied. Fortunately, there were still 50,000 reserve troops from London Engsau stepping up. These 50,000 troops, recruited last year in response to Kip and Germain's 200,000-strong invasion, had trained for nearly 2 years. Their combat capability was acceptable, and relying on fortified city walls, they could fight to the death against the Charleston Army. They were all sons of London Engsau, with their families right here, forcing them to fight desperately. London Engsau had become a human grinder, crushing countless lives every moment. The Moxie ordered, spread my decree. Edwin Pierce has defeated the Ross army, relieved Rosling, and pacified Eastjiang, bringing great merit to the nation. Promote him to Edwin of the West. Further rewards will be conferred upon his return. 4th rank 4 comms, 3rd rank 4 safeties. A promotion after the Battle of Rosling was reasonable. Usually, promotions and rewards followed after a war. However, the Moxie promoted Pierce first, clearly hoping he would hasten north to London Engsau. The shift from east to west held deep significance. #### Song Capital, Palace. The pro-Phalon faction had decisively overtaken the pro-Charleston and pro-Ross factions, putting an end to the arguments. Arden gloated, Khan, what do you think? Your Ross army seems quite incompetent. 10,000-strong troops were defeated by Pierce's mere 10,000 Eastern army, utterly incapable. Inigo retorted angrily, that was because Pierce used treachery and water tactics. If not for that, Rosling would have already fallen to the Ross army. Arden sneered, warfare allows deceit. Your statement is laughable. Even without the water attack, with the Southern Army's support, the Ross army wouldn't have taken Rosling. The Ross army made 2 fatal mistakes from the start, ignoring Rosling's moat and mistaking the civilian laborers for Southern troops. Inigo protested, is there much difference between Phalon's Southern army and civilian laborers? Even if you were there, Khan Arden, you probably couldn't tell the difference. Arden had to admit, true. And don't gloat too early. Charleston has already captured 5 cities in rapid succession, unstoppable. The Phalon Western Army can't withstand them. By the time Pierce turns north, perhaps even Phalon's capital will fall. Supporters of Charleston and Ross echoed. The Khan is correct. The outcome is still uncertain. I believe Phalon is more likely to be defeated. That's right. We should join forces with Charleston to attack Phalon. On the throne, Silas Chavi felt immensely fortunate to have made the right decision this time. Indeed, Pierce cannot be measured by ordinary standards. He is a man who creates miracles. It's better not to confront him openly to avoid being utterly crushed. He decided to stick to his strategy. He ordered, ministers, stop arguing. Rushing into battle recklessly is unwise. Let's observe and see. If Phalon is destined to fall, we can then take advantage of the situation. The officials exchanged glances. The Emperor's approach seemed fickle, almost despicable, like a reed swaying in the wind. Chapter 364. Appetizer. Rao Capital, Ross State. Scarlet listened quietly as Ronald reported as tactfully as he could, without uttering a word. Ronald had imagined many possible reactions from Scarlet, perhaps furious anger, disbelief, or both. But what he did not expect was the unnerving silence that followed. That was an army of 100,000 soldiers mobilized with all of Ross's strength, and now it's gone. Scarlet spoke slowly. Anyone who faces him in battle should not hold the thought of certain victory. On the contrary, one must always have a sense of crisis, constantly inspect everything to prevent giving him any chance. Only then is there a possibility of defeating him. Your Majesty, this old minister remembers. Though Ronald said this, he still felt skeptical inside. He acknowledged that Pierce indeed possessed some military talent, making him one of the top generals today. But he was human, not divine. Humans have moments of negligence. Humans have flaws and weaknesses. Your Majesty, what should our next move be? Scarlet asked in return, Khan, what do you think? Ronald replied, Your Majesty, Charleston troops have taken 5 cities in succession, heading straight for Phelan's capital. At such a time, we cannot retreat. Although only 10,000 land troops remain out of the original 100,000, our navy remains unscathed. Let our navy engage with the Phelan forces in Jiangdong. As long as we can stall part of the Phelan forces and tie up Pierce in Jiangdong, it will reduce the resistance faced by Charleston troops, increasing the likelihood of Phelan's demise. As soon as Phelan's capital falls, neither its eastern nor southern armies will put up any resistance, and the Three Rivers region will fall entirely into Ross's hands. Rosling's gates reopened, allowing the surrounding residents normal access again. A recruitment order centered around Rosling spread across Jiangdong. Issued by Edwin Pierce in the name of the court, it recruited 20,000 Navy personnel and 10,000 land troops to replenish the Eastern Army and prepare for the Eastern Campaign against Ross. These words, campaign against Ross, ignited hatred among the people of Jiangdong. They blamed Ross's ambitions for separating families and bringing suffering. Revenge. We must avenge ourselves. Within days, the recruitment was completed. Trained by Commander Enoch, the newly recruited troops began training outside Rosling City. On the day after the Great Victory, the 500,000 troop-strong Northern Army arrived, dusty and weary. Seeing the war already over, they were utterly disappointed. However, news of an impending campaign against Ross lifted their spirits instantly. Adifier, Johann, and Evander, commanders of the Northern Army, were welcomed by Ashton in Rosling City. They were all surprised. Strategist, where's the great Edwin? Adifier asked. Ashton pointed towards the north with a smile, and the trio suddenly understood. Evander grumbled, Bray is so unfair. He didn't even take us along and left us behind. Ashton laughed. The great Edwin instructed the Northern Army to get familiar with the water environment. Wouldn't want anyone drowning without fighting. Adifier burst into laughter. That makes perfect sense. Most of our Northern Army members aren't used to water. Johann asked, Strategist, didn't the Ross forces have 30,000 navy? Aren't we going to fight them? Ashton stroked his beard. They have already fled back to Ross. Adifier laughed heartily. Scared stiff, huh? But running away won't help. They'll have to wait for us to come knocking. When are we starting the Eastern Campaign, Strategist? In 1 month. Not waiting for the great Edwin? 1 month is enough for him to return. Great. Missing the battle on the grasslands, this Eastern Campaign gives us a chance finally. Everyone clenched their fists eagerly, ready for action. After flooding the Ross forces, Pierce promptly convened a military meeting to assign tasks for each person during his absence. Hansen, as the governor of Jiangdong, was responsible for coordinating recruitment with the Eastern Army and handling post-war compensations. Enoch mainly supervised the training of the Eastern Army to acclimatize new recruits to military life. The upcoming Eastern expedition would serve as practical training for the Eastern Army, aiding the main campaign effort. After some consideration, Pierce left Ashton to oversee the entire operation. With this strategic genius, he could engage Charleston's forces without worries. Only half remained, and out of the 200,000 Charleston soldiers, 30,000 had been lost. As the attacking force, the casualty rate of the Charleston army was shocking enough. But Kip was not satisfied because in his heart, this battle had never truly been against the Western Army. Up until now, these skirmishes were mere preliminaries. The true decisive battle had yet to begin. He felt a sense of urgency. Time was running out. He must seize advantageous positions as much as possible before the Rosling battle concluded, to ensure victory against that formidable opponent in the coming decisive battle. Brinley's, he didn't hold any optimism regarding the Ross army at all. No matter the 100,000 Ross troops or Thatcher and Porter, as long as he had his 30,000 Charleston soldiers, they could be obliterated in an instant. Not to mention Pierce, who had previously defeated 200,000 Charleston troops. In front of a first-class commander, 100,000 Ross troops were nothing. Among contemporaries, only he was his true rival. Only the mighty great Charleston was an insurmountable mountain for the Lewis family's army. No matter how formidable the Lewis family's army was, it was still just a private army, while the Charleston army was a national army. The Lewis family's army was merely a strange flower blooming on a pile of decaying flesh, while the Charleston army was like the Sang flower, standing tall over an entire vast prairie. Decaying flesh would eventually be devoured by termites, whereas the prairie would endure forever. Gazing at the distant sunset, Kip clenched his fists. Come on, let's settle the score. Watch me in the legend of the Lewis family's army. Edwin. A messenger rode in from afar. Urgent news from Jiangdong? Kip coldly said, Speak. 2 days ago, Edwin Pierce of Phelan broke the siege with 10,000 Eastern troops and 20,000 Southern troops, defeating 100,000 Ross troops. The encirclement of Rosling has been lifted. What? So soon? Though the outcome matched his expectations, the speed still startled Kip. He thought it would take several more days. He barked, the entire army should rest briefly, then advance through the night. Indeed, Pierce was faster than he had imagined. At that moment, he was already inside the Charleston frontline city of Shimacheng. Alongside him were Holly, Alexei, and 200 personal guards, as well as 10,000 Lewis family heavy cavalry and 10,000 light cavalry that joined him at the border between Jiangzhou and London Engsub. The 10,000 Lewis family heavy cavalry, clad in full armor for both men and horses, wielded steel spears and carried refined long sabers. They were the most powerful heavy cavalry of the era, unstoppable in their charges. The 10,000 Lewis family light cavalry wore light armor, each equipped with 2 bows, a honka crossbow and a horn bow, and carried refined long sabers. They were the era's best light cavalry. Once targeted, escape was impossible. These two 10,000-strong contingents were each provided with 3 horses per man, fully armed and equipped with the latest weaponry from Tongxiang County. In short, these two 10,000 riders were the absolute elite, forged by Pierce over 2 years, pouring in all available resources. With them, he would decide the fate of London Engsub against the Charleston army. In the city's administration hall, a crucial military meeting commenced. Sitting at the head of the table was the conqueror of the West Grand Edwin and Grimes Zhou, Jarrett. In just over half a month, the Duke had transformed from a robust general into a gaunt old man with hollow cheeks and a stubbled chin. It was clear that these past days had been extremely taxing on him. Previously, when welcoming Pierce at the city gates, even the old Duke couldn't hold back tears. The hardships were finally coming to an end. Next to him sat Pierce. Despite being appointed by the Moxie as the overall commander of this war, due to his youth and relative inexperience, he didn't dare overstep protocol. On the left side were various Western Army generals, each looking haggard and disheveled after being relentlessly pursued by the Charleston Army. On the right side were the generals brought by Pierce, including Holly, the commanders of the Lewis family heavy cavalry Ewan and Oral, and the commander of the light cavalry Airy. Alexei, as the captain of the personal guard, did not join them. Ingramda set the tone first. "Lewis boy, you speak. How should we proceed? We will follow your orders." The other Western Army generals agreed. "Brinley's, whatever Edwin Anchi decides, we will do." Pierce had shattered their previous conceptions with his recent feats in Rossling, defeating 10,000 weakened Eastern troops and 20,000 Southern troops within 4 days against 10,000 Ross troops. Thus, despite Pierce's young age, no one dared dismiss him. Since the founding of the Phelan dynasty, few had achieved such feats. They couldn't help but acknowledge his prowess. Unfortunately, exceptions always existed. Among many people, there were always some outliers. Anders, a middle commander of the Western Army, was one such person. As the highest-ranking officer besides Ingramda when the latter wasn't present, he effectively commanded the 10,000 Western troops. In terms of rank, he stood just below Ingramda and Pierce among those present. He knew of Pierce's accomplishments, but believed they were due solely to the strength of the Lewis family's army. If he had been the commander of the Lewis family's army, he might have done just as well or even better. Therefore, Anders held Pierce in disdain, viewing him as a privileged wastrel from the capital with no real talent. A wastrel who wreaked havoc in the capital was now. The Grimes also felt awkward. Although Anders did not target him directly, this statement clearly included him as well. The generals under the Lewis family army all looked cold-faced, realizing that this fellow was obviously targeting their commander. The Grimes frowned and asked, "Commander London, what do you mean by that?" Anders replied calmly, "Grimes, I am merely disciplining my subordinates. As military leaders, should we not plan thoroughly before making any moves and understand our limits to achieve success? If someone doesn't think at all and only relies on others, can such a person be considered a competent general? If the person they rely on has genuine ability, it might still be acceptable. But if they are just deceiving people, wouldn't it be disastrous for everyone involved, even endangering the soldiers under their command? If such actions lead to losing this war, wouldn't that make them a criminal of the great Phelan dynasty?" Everyone's expressions changed upon hearing these words, which were so clearly directed at someone indirectly. Oral, who had always admired Pierce, could no longer hold back. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, shouting, "London, what do you mean by that?" Anders sneered, "Edwin, I'm disciplining my subordinate here. Why are you getting upset? Looking at your rank of a 7th-rate irregular captain, how did you manage to become a commander? Some people either have the insight to recognize talent, or play such a grand-scale game." The Grimes was angry. "Nonsense. I will not allow you to behave recklessly." Pierce smiled and shook his head. "No, I don't have the time to play around with you. So, what exactly do you want?" "Don't worry. You'll see soon enough." Pierce called over Alexei and whispered something in his ear. Alexei hurried out and soon returned with several attendants carrying wooden planks, sand, stones, small flags, and other scattered items. Under Pierce's instructions, the attendants began assembling things in the center of the hall, encircling wooden planks, stacking sand, planting flags. Everyone was puzzled, unsure of what Pierce was up to. Some started to look at Pierce differently. With a formidable enemy ahead, this Eastern pacification Edwin was playing with sand, clearly unreliable. Anders felt extremely pleased. This proved his point. But as the structure gradually formed, someone finally noticed. This seems like a map of London Engshouse terrain. Upon being reminded, everyone realized it. That's right. Look, isn't this West Horse City where we are now? Dense forest to the east, mountains to the west. It matches perfectly. Brinley's, yes, this is Louisquay City, and this is Hudong City. It looks identical. Soon, a complete battlefield model of London Engshouse was created. Pierce referred to the map of London Engshouse, checking everything and finding no errors. He clapped his hands and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a sand model. It can vividly display geographical features, cities, rivers, etc., more intuitively than a flat map." Everyone praised. Edwin Anchi indeed has unique and ingenious ideas. Although simple, coming up with this idea showcased remarkable ingenuity. Small details revealed greater capability. No wonder Pierce could achieve what others couldn't. Anders coldly snorted, expressing his disdain. Pierce turned to him and said, "Commander London, shall we test our military skills on this sand model?" Anders sneered. "A tiny sand model? How can it represent real combat?" "Edwin Anchi, are you dreaming?" Pierce didn't get angry but patiently explained, "Very simple. We each choose a territory and then deploy equal numbers and types of troops for battle. Before the battle, we write down our strategies and plans, revealing them at crucial moments. In the end, whoever suffers a total defeat loses." The general's eyes lit up. This was a brilliant idea. The Grimes approved. "Excellent. This simulation closely mimics actual warfare and can fully demonstrate our command abilities." Anders reluctantly nodded in agreement. Pierce turned to the Grimes. "Grimes, please act as the referee?" The Grimes gladly accepted. "My pleasure." He turned to Anders. "Commander London, remember, if you lose, you must follow orders without causing further trouble." In the Grimes' view, Anders couldn't possibly win against Pierce. Lewis's clever tricks outnumbered anything a brute could come up with. Anders didn't hesitate. "If I lose, I'll kneel and call him grandfather. If Edwin Anchi loses, he must do the same. Deal?" Anders believed he couldn't lose. He wanted to seize this opportunity to humiliate the opponent and vent his frustration. Pierce agreed casually, "As you wish." The Grimes said, "Very well, please prepare yourselves." Everyone's interest was piqued, gathering around the sand model to find good spots for viewing, eagerly awaiting a spectacular battle. Pierce picked up small flags representing different troop types: spearmen, swordsmen, archers, and cavalry. Each flag represented 1,000 troops. He turned to Anders. "We each have 10,000 troops, 3,000 spearmen, 3,000 swordsmen, 2,000 archers, and 2,000 cavalry. Fair enough?" Anders nodded. "Agreed, very fair." Pierce generously offered, "You can choose the territory first." This meant Anders could pick a strategically advantageous area. But Anders wasn't interested in taking advantage, and chose a flat piece of land without any significant advantages. Pierce also selected a similar flat land nearby. Round 1. Both sides engage in open field combat with 10,000 troops. The Grimes instructed, "Write down your deployment and tactics. Note, those not written beforehand are invalid. Deployment and tactics must be realistic. Unrealistic ones will also be considered invalid." Pierce scanned the battlefield briefly and jotted down his strategy on a wooden board. Anders took it much more seriously, spending a full 15 minutes pondering. Begin the battle. Chapter 367. Specializing in all kinds of acclimatization disorders. As the battle commenced, both sides began to arrange their formations. These formations did not require prior written instructions. Anders chose a straightforward square formation. 3,000 spear and shield troops at the front, followed closely by 3,000 halberdiers, with 2,000 archers protected within, and 2,000 cavalry as mobile forces. Pierce opted for a mixed fish scale formation, where each scale consisted of 1 spear and shield soldier, 1 halberdier, and 1 archer, densely packed together to form the entire fish scale formation. Charge. From a distance of 150 meters, both sides' archers unleashed volleys of arrows that rained down on the enemy like dense showers. Under normal circumstances, during the melee combat phase, each archer could shoot 10 arrows. Cristobal made his first judgment. He determined that in this round of archery exchanges, London's army suffered 2,000 casualties, 500 spear and shield soldiers, 1,000 halberdiers, and 500 archers. Meanwhile, Lewis's army lost 500 troops, 200 spear and shield soldiers, 200 halberdiers, and 100 archers. The rationale was that London's spear and shield soldiers were all at the forefront, leaving the rear halberdiers and archers unprotected. In contrast, each scale of Lewis's fish scale formation included a spear and shield soldier, a halberdier, and an archer, providing comprehensive protection. Anders frowned, feeling the pressure as he had already lost 1/5 of his troops right at the start. Both sides engaged in close combat. Since both armies consisted of identical soldiers and equipment, there was no question of who was more elite. The only criterion for evaluation was the number of troops. Clearly, London's army was at a disadvantage from the start. As time passed, both sides continued to suffer casualties, but Lewis's army's advantage grew steadily. With no other options, Anders dispatched 2,000 cavalry to launch a surprise attack from Lewis's side. However, since both sides were already locked in battle, the cavalry's impact was limited. Anders acted decisively, transforming the 2,000 cavalry into infantry and joining the fray. But London's army had already lost 1,500 men at the beginning of the melee, widening the gap to 3,000 by the time the cavalry joined. Even adding the 2,000 cavalry did not reverse the disadvantage. After 2 hours, Cristobal every battle. Alexei retorted sharply, "Some people are too arrogant, thinking highly of themselves, challenging the immovable." Oral echoed, "Exactly. Some people are short-sighted, overestimating their abilities. It's really laughable." Anders gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. The Western Army's commanders watched eagerly, but out of respect for their former superior, they restrained themselves, finding it quite hard to hold back. Internally impressed, Cristobal couldn't help but admire the young man's prowess. From the initial formation arrangement, Anders had been outmatched. The two were simply not on the same level. Anders was merely a capable commander, while Lewis was a rare military genius. What thrilled him even more was how innovative this sandbox game was. He was itching to try it himself. "I refuse to accept it," shouted Anders. Cristobal frowned. "Anders, what can't you accept? Everyone here has seen the outcome." Stiffening his neck, Anders replied, "This sandbox was invented by Edwin Anchi, so naturally, he is familiar with it. This is my first time using it, and I may not have performed at my full potential." Alexei snorted. Everyone knew Anders was just being stubborn. The entire sandbox simulation mirrored London Engsub, where Anders had spent decades as a veteran. What unfamiliarity could there possibly be? To lose a battle and blame the sandbox? Before Alexei could mock further, Pierce stopped him. "Fine, let's go another round. I specialize in all kinds of acclimatization disorders." Anders rejoiced. "You said it yourself. It's not me cheating." Everyone looked down on him even more. Pierce didn't bother arguing. "Still the same 10,000 troops. You choose the territory first." This time, Anders chose Shima City, intent on holding the city and slowly wearing down Pierce. Pierce chose a nearby open field, aiming to attack the city directly. Everyone was taken aback. Cristobal couldn't help asking, "Lewis, are you sure? Using 10,000 troops to attack a city garrisoned by 10,000? This was in the sandbox, making it more difficult than reality. After all, on the sandbox, you couldn't use complex psychological tactics like sowing discord." Pierce nodded. "Only then will our Colonel London be convinced." Anders harumphed inwardly, thrilled. "This time, I'll see how you can breach my city." Both sides wrote down their strategies on boards. Pierce filled multiple boards, which gave Anders pause. Could he really break into Shima City? Impossible. Cristobal announced, "Begin the battle." Pierce boldly camped with 10,000 troops outside the city, not bothering with surrounding 3 sides and leaving one open. Wary of a trick, Anders didn't dare leave the city. He resolved to defend to the death and see what Pierce could do. The observers watched with anticipation, curious to see how Pierce would capture Shima City. They also pondered how they would approach it if they were in charge. After 3 days, Pierce played his first ace, ambushing the supply lines. Since London's army was holed up, the The area outside the city became the domain of Lewis's 2,000 cavalry. Cristobal evaluated the ambush successful. This move didn't reduce London's troop numbers immediately, but put a countdown on his ability to hold the city. Initially, both sides had equal supplies and reinforcement convoys, with no inherent advantage. Thus, there was no countdown. However, with Lewis's success in ambushing the supply lines, his supplies increased while London's decreased, initiating a countdown until reinforcements arrived. The generals marveled at this tactic. Cutting off the enemy's supply lines. What a brilliant move. While everyone focused on how to breach the city head-on, Pierce had already seized control of the overall situation, delivering a fatal blow. Was this the gap in skill? Many eyes turned towards the young figure, burning with admiration. Chapter 368. Can't afford to lose. The disruption of the supply route threw Anders into a panic. He could no longer remain complacent. Before the countdown ended, he had to secure additional supplies. On this strategic map, none of them had reinforcements. Anders dispatched 2,000 cavalrymen out of the city to escort the supplies. Pierce smiled faintly and played his second trump card, ambushing the cavalry. August confirmed the layout on the wooden board. Since Lewis's forces sent 5,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry, while leaving 3,000 men outside the city to mislead London's army, the ambush was deemed successful. London's 2,000 cavalry were wiped out. Damn it! Anders punched the nearby pillar fiercely, blood dripping from his hand. The generals exclaimed in surprise. They hadn't anticipated that Pierce could predict beforehand that Anders would send 2,000 cavalry out rather than the entire army. If the latter had been true, the outcome would have been entirely different. So far, every move by Anders had fallen into Pierce's calculations. Having lost 2,000 cavalry, London's army lost all ability to engage Lewis's forces in open battle. But staying holed up in the city only faced the deadly countdown. Anders was sweating profusely as he paced around the strategic map. Calm down. Must stay calm. Don't fall for his tricks again. I still have a chance to turn things around. Anders constantly cheered himself up inwardly. He hoped Pierce would attack the city because his tactics were all designed against Lewis's army attacking the city. But Pierce remained unmoved, adopting a passive wait-and-see stance. With no other choice, he had to risk a night raid. Instead of going out the front, he divided 5,000 men into two groups and went out from the left and right sides. The two groups secretly approached the Lewis army camp from both flanks and launched a night raid. This was an audacious, unexpected decision. After all, without supplies, they should focus on resolving the supply route issue instead of launching a night raid against the Lewis army. What a brilliant feint retreat. All the generals held their breaths, watching how Pierce would respond. Pierce smirked and played his third card, turning the table with a counter night raid. August verified the layout on the wooden board. Since Lewis's forces spread 2,000 cavalry around Shima City to act as scouts, they accurately grasped the timing of London's night raid. Plus, traps were already set up in the camp. Thus, it was ruled. The counter night raid was effective. London's army lost 5,000 men. Another failed attempt. The generals were in uproar, and Anders's face turned deathly pale as he slumped to the ground. Defeated. It was beyond redemption. Seeing this, August declared directly, London's army has only 3,000 men left, insufficient to oppose the Lewis army, and the countdown is still ongoing. Therefore, the winner of this round is the Lewis army. The Lewis army generals cheered again excitedly, and the Western army generals also couldn't hide their excitement. This was like a textbook classic example. Who knew battles could be fought this way? Everyone felt they had been taught a lesson. August sighed deeply. What an extraordinary young man. Attacking a city defended by 10,000 with just 10,000 troops and achieving victory with minimal losses. Every move by Anders was within his calculations, demonstrating an impeccable ability to control the battlefield. Truly terrifying. Anders jumped up. I'm not convinced. At this point, even the Western army generals couldn't take it anymore. Edwin, you must abide by the rules of the bet. Indeed. Edwin, our Western army values honor too. Edwin, how can we hold our heads high in front of others if you act like this? Anders roared angrily. Bullshit. Get lost. August's expression turned cold. Anders, do you believe I can charge you with insubordination? Anders retorted, August, the sand table and real situations are different. Without reinforcements and constant threat to supplies, defending the city is not advantageous but at a disadvantage. August's expression softened slightly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, as Anders said, in a sand table scenario where both sides had equal forces without reinforcements, defending the city might not be advantageous. Alexei became furious. Brat, can't you admit defeat? Your behavior makes me ashamed. Oral added, exactly. If you can't afford to lose, don't make bets. As soldiers, cheating repeatedly disgraces you. Anders raged, you two 7th rank irregular commanders have no right to speak here. We may only be lowly 7th rank irregular commanders, but we stick to our word, unlike some Western army Langjiangs who talk rubbish. Enough, Pierce shouted loudly. What's there to argue about? Are you all gossiping women who love bickering? Alexei and Oral reluctantly retreated. Pierce looked at Anders, Commander London. You think defending the city is a disadvantage? Fine, let's switch roles. I'll defend, and you attack. Anders immediately agreed. Deal. Another match? Everyone was speechless. Can't you have some self-awareness? The gap between you two isn't something a city can bridge. Do you get that? Nevertheless, they were curious about what would happen next. They wanted to see how Pierce would reverse the situation and thrash Anders. August said, please write down your strategies and plans. Any unplanned or unrealistic ideas will be invalid. Anders eagerly wrote on several wooden boards. He was excited, feeling this time he could definitely redeem himself. Pierce didn't bother to write anything. August asked curiously, Lewis boy, aren't you writing? Pierce shook his head, no need. Anders wasn't angry but delighted inside, thinking, keep pretending. See me humiliate you. Start the battle. Anders, imitating Pierce, led 10,000 men arrogantly towards the city. Just as he was reveling in his boldness, Pierce seized the opportunity before London's forces were settled, sending the entire army out of the city for a full-scale assault. Given the same number of troops, the prepared side naturally had all the advantages. London's army suffered a crushing defeat, losing this round decisively. Anders was stunned. He protested frantically, "No, Commander Anshi, why did you attack this way? Shouldn't you be defending the city?" Pierce asked oddly, "Which rule says I must defend the city? With equal forces, why should I?" Anders was bewildered. Everyone looked at Anders with pity. Poor fellow. None of them would admit that facing Pierce's simple directness had initially caught them off guard too. While they were still thinking of complex, multi-layered, intricate strategies, Pierce gave them a lesson using a straightforward method that defied logic. They had an inkling of enlightenment, though unarticulated. They felt that once they grasped this, they would certainly become competent officers. These 3 sand table battles were invaluable lessons for their military careers. Chapter 369. Advantages and Disadvantages. Among the crowd, no one saw things as clearly as Ingram, who was an observer. The gap between Pierce and these people wasn't in so-called military knowledge, troop deployment, or strategic command. It was in thinking. Facing Pierce, they were encountering a dimensionally superior attack. In short, they were all pawns in the game. While Pierce had already jumped out of the game and became the gambler. Pawns are always bound by the board, while the gambler controls the game. In that moment, Ingram felt old. He was very relieved that he did not stand against Moxie and Pierce like Arthur. Otherwise, his fate would not be better than Arthur's now. With a bang, Anders directly knelt down. "Grandfather." He gave Pierce 3 reverent kowtows. Everyone was stunned. The entire hall was silent. Anders's face burned, but there was nothing he could do. In the 3 sand table battles, he lost utterly and completely, leaving him without any excuses and thoroughly convinced. He finally understood that the gap between himself and the other party wasn't something that could be bridged by a mountain. The other party was not some uneducated idler living off their ancestors' reputation. They were a real prodigy and invincible commander. His undefeated record since emerging on the scene wasn't purely due to luck but owed to his foresight, long-term vision, and strategic planning. In short, he was convinced. Pierce looked at him coldly. "Convinced?" Anders nodded repeatedly. "Convinced, convinced. Whatever Edwin says, I will follow, no objection." He taking advantage and cheating his way through? Wasn't he the pampered aristocrat using nepotism? Pierce scanned the generals. Anyone else unconvinced? Step forward. The generals shook their heads continuously. Convinced, all convinced. Pierce's expression grew serious. Good, then we proceed with the formal military meeting. Whoever dares to cause trouble again will be executed immediately to honor the flag. The generals straightened up instantly, hardly daring to breathe heavily. Alexei, restore the sand table. Brinley's master. Alexei hurriedly brought several soldiers to restore the sand table, which had been messed up after the 3 rounds of battles. Pierce gestured, "Everyone, gather around." Pierce first placed a red flag on West Horse City. "This is our current position." Then he placed a black flag on another city to the west. "This is Charleston Army's position." The generals' eyes lit up. They finally realized that Pierce's efforts on the sand table weren't just for challenging Anders, but for this battle between London Engsub of Charleston and Phelan. Pierce looked at Anders. "Zhonglong London, tell us about the current forces, types of troops, and equipment conditions of both sides as detailed as possible." Anders felt honored. "Brinley's great Edwin. First, about our army. We only have 80,000 men left. Among them, 50,000 are from the Western Army, and 30,000 our rams are also very powerful. Under such lethal weapons and the Charleston Army's crossbows, long knives, and iron armor, our army cannot hold. No matter how many soldiers die, we can't hold." The generals of the Western Army looked solemn, as if facing the Charleston Army's unstoppable momentum once again. Every piece of data Anders mentioned, Pierce placed a flag on the sand table. Soon, flags filled the positions of both Charleston and Phelan armies densely. Pierce looked at everyone. "Any supplements?" Ingram spoke up. "Pierce, pay attention to the Charleston Army's 50,000 cavalry. Because they never appeared on the battlefield, we don't know their condition. But if even the Charleston Army's 50,000 shield infantry are equipped with iron armor, these 50,000 cavalry can't possibly be just light cavalry." Pierce nodded, indicating understanding. "Very good, let me summarize. Our total forces amount to 100,000, 80,000 infantry plus 20,000 cavalry. The Charleston Army has a total of 170,000, 120,000 infantry plus 50,000 cavalry. 100,000 versus 170,000. We will fight a decisive battle in the 3 cities of West Horse, Louisquay, and Hudong. Win, and the Charleston Army will not be able to attack Phelan for 10 years. Lose, and the Phelan dynasty falls." The generals instantly breathed heavily, hearts racing. This battle concerns the survival of the Phelan dynasty. Anders swallowed. "Great Edwin, can we win this battle?" He voiced the heart of every Western Army soldier. All Western Army generals looked at Pierce. Pierce said calmly, "Of course. You've only focused on the Charleston Army's numbers, the elite soldiers, and their advanced weapons, along with our corresponding disadvantages. But you haven't considered the fatal disadvantages of the Charleston Army and our absolute advantages." Pierce pointed at the sand table. "Look closely. The Charleston Army is already meat on the chopping block." Chapter 370. Cutting off the enemy's supply Londons. All the generals focused their attention on the sand table. Thanks to the clarity provided by the sand table, it didn't take long for someone to spot the critical detail. Averelwagong's eyes lit up. "Xiao Lewis, do you mean cutting off their supply lines?" Pierce nodded. "Exactly. Thanks to our scorched earth policy, Charleston troops can't get supplies from London Engsub and can only rely on shipments from within the empire." Pierce pointed at the sand table. "Now, their supply lines nearly traverse the entire London Engsub. If we can cut off these supply lines, even the most elite army would fall apart." "Great." The generals were overjoyed. Their previous worries replaced with hope. Averelwagong marveled. "No wonder you insisted on a scorched earth strategy from the start. This was your plan all along. You really think ahead, young man? Pierce modestly replied, it's just basic strategy. So what are our advantages? We don't have supply lines. I've distributed provisions equally among every city. Each city has only enough for 5 days, and anything left behind will be burned, leaving nothing for the Charleston army. Isn't it obvious? Our advantage is that we can receive support from Jiangzhou at any time. The central army of 30,000 is ready to advance west at a moment's notice. The most important thing is that we have the capital right behind us. We have nowhere else to retreat. Our determination to fight until the bitter end is our greatest advantage. The generals instantly felt invigorated, shouting, Commander-in-Chief, just tell us how to fight. Brinley's, Commander-in-Chief, just give orders. We promise to complete the mission. Let's defeat the Charleston army completely and vent our frustrations. Pierce slowly said, it's simple. We split into 2 groups. Averelwagong, you continue to lead this side and hold the remaining 3 cities. I require you to hold the first 2 cities for at least 3 days each. As for Hudong City, the city lives or dies with its defenders. The Western Army generals took a deep breath, their expressions becoming serious and somber. The other group, I will personally lead 20,000 cavalry to sever their supply lines. Averelwagong's face immediately turned grave. Absolutely not. Xiao Louis, it's too dangerous. You're the future of the Phalon Empire. Let me go instead. You stay and defend the cities. Pierce replied bluntly, Averelwagong, it's not because I look down on you. In terms of commanding cavalry, you're still slightly inferior. This battle is beyond your capability. Nobody knew the Louis family heavy and light cavalry better than him. Only under his command could they function at their best. Averelwagong cursed, Brat, when I fought alongside your father, you weren't even born yet. Now you've grown cocky enough to show off in front of an elder. Pierce stood firm. Whoa, old man, you can act senior, but your skills aren't that great. Averelwagong rolled up his sleeves. I'm going to teach you a lesson on your father's behalf today. Pierce quickly hid behind Ezekiel. Old man, don't be rash. Angering Yasmin might land you in trouble. They started playing a chasing game around Ezekiel. As the 2 titans squared off, everyone else exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, Yasmin lost her patience. Ching. Scarlet had already started conscription, mainly to counter the upcoming Phalon counterattack, but other ambitions weren't far from mine. In Song, Silas Chavi ordered Duke Paul to secretly deploy to Shanhaiguan. They had already gathered 100,000 troops along the border, and more were on the way. Even fragmented Queenie Yi showed signs of movement, with several tribal forces appearing on the Jiangnan border, coveting its fertile lands. Only Shu remained inactive, due to the Empress Dowager's illness, the newly enthroned new saintess, and unrest among the barbarian tribes, making them preoccupied. Despite no reinforcements, Shu still supplied Phalon with significant quantities of grain. Combined with ongoing military equipment and grain trades, Phalon managed to sustain both eastern and western fronts. A small comfort amidst the crisis. Back in Phalon's capital, the Imperial Palace Garden saw early plum blossoms again. Soon it would be time for the West Garden Plum Festival, though it seemed unlikely to happen this year. With Phalon's uncertain future, who would have the heart for poetry? The Moxie held a poetry anthology, strolling through the plum grove. Raylan and Tatum carried food baskets, following closely. Her latest edition of Sabrina collection of Bray Lewis, which included the latest Fair Lady, made her treasure it. Each poem beautiful like plums or snowflakes, she couldn't put it down. Most captivating were the 2 Fair Lady poems. Whenever she read them, her heart swelled with sweetness, alleviating worries. She loved not just the praise but the love expressed. Without deep feelings, how could such poems be written? Tired, she sat in a pavilion. Raylan and Tatum set out warm osmanthus wine and pastries. The Moxie sighed, gazing westward. Raylan ventured, Your Majesty, don't worry. Londontel Marquis is formidable. He'll surely defeat the Charleston. Tatum agreed, indeed, he's never lost since debuting. This time won't be different. The Moxie sighed, I trust him, but as they say, plans can go awry. Even he may falter someday. Every step feels precarious. Moreover, these eastern and western battles drain Phalon's reserves. Londonbury projects, civil service exams, and reforms have halted. It's exhausting. Raylan muttered, stopping isn't bad. Otherwise, your Majesty would be overwhelmed, having no time for plum blossoms. The Moxie frowned. What did you say? Raylan waved. Nothing. Nothing. Insolence. The Moxie huffed. Now, I can only hope he wins this battle. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Hashtag chapter 371. The telescope. Not long after Pierce left Shima City, the Charleston army arrived. Of course, the Charleston army would not attack at night. They surrounded 3 sides of the city and boldly set up their camps. The Western generals were infuriated. Anders said, Averil, the Charleston army is utterly underestimating us. Why don't we take advantage of their unsteady position and launch a surprise night attack? Catch them off guard. Averil shook his head. No. How do you know this isn't a trap? We're dealing with Kip, the top general of Charleston. He mustn't be underestimated. Our task is to delay. We don't need success, just avoid mistakes. The others were unwilling, still wanting to argue. Averil waved his hand to stop them. Go rest up for now. Tomorrow, there will be plenty of opportunities for all of you to join the battle. Brinley's, sir. Outside the city, Charleston's Deputy General Yanko waited all night without success, infuriating him to curse the Phalon troops as cowards. Meanwhile, Kip had already drifted into dreams. The next morning, the Charleston army launched a fierce attack. Hundreds of super-large catapults bombarded Shima City with massive stones, tearing through the air like grinding wheels. In just 1 hour, the walls of Shima City were blasted away by several inches. It wasn't that Shima City was weak, but the Charleston army's catapults were terrifying. Kip clenched his teeth, helpless. He felt a growing sense of crisis, a feeling honed from years of combat and countless near-death experiences. He trusted this instinct implicitly. That formidable adversary must be watching him closely. He needed to capture London Engsub quickly, suppress the Phalan army within Jiangzhou, limit their operational space, and restrict their strategic depth. Once in wealthy Jiangzhou, they wouldn't have to rely solely on supplies from home. This way, the Charleston army would gain an absolute advantage. Brinley, the battlefield remained deadlocked. Although the Charleston army comprehensively outclassed the Phalan army, with the Phalan soldiers fighting desperately, the city couldn't be taken in a day. After all, these were 60,000 men, not 60,000 pigs. The Phalan army's resistance had grown even stronger, and as the commander, Kip could clearly feel it. This was understandable since they were getting closer to the capital of Phalan. With a long sigh, he waved his hand, "Sound the retreat." The first day of intense battle ended. The Phalan army suffered around 10,000 casualties, most killed by Charleston archers atop arrow towers. These towers provided a high ground advantage, allowing Charleston archers to hit targets up to 300 meters away, making the Phalan soldiers defenseless. The Charleston army lost about 5,000 men, mostly due to Phalan defenses such as boulders, logs, and boiling oil. Facing these weapons, even the sharpest swords and strongest armor proved futile. On a distant mountain peak, Pierce wore a bulky device resembling VR glasses, observing the entire battle. This was the latest product from Tongxiang County, an optical telescope. Louis Schwang's glass factory had mastered spherical lenses, and with Pierce's designs, crafting a few telescopes wasn't difficult. This was the 1.0 version of the telescope, bulky but effective, allowing him to clearly see the battlefield. Beside him, Alexei had been eagerly waiting for hours, knowing that his young master had promised him a turn. Nightfall was approaching, yet Pierce showed no sign of letting go. This was the legendary Chanli Eye, literally meaning thousand-mile eye. Who wouldn't want to try it? However, for a more natural and fluent translation in English, it would be better phrased as, this was the legendary Chanli Eye. Who wouldn't want to experience it? Or even better, to make it more idiomatic, this was the legendary Chanli Eye. Everyone was eager to give it a try. Note, the term Chanli Eye seems to be a direct translation of a Chinese concept. In the context of the story, it refers to a telescope or a device that allows one to see great distances. For a more natural English rendition, you might consider using telescope or long-range viewing device. If you wish to keep the exotic flavor, thousand-mile eye can be used with an explanation. Finally, Pierce put down the telescope. Alexei hurriedly said, "Bray, it's my turn now." Pierce casually tossed it over. "Here, take it." Alexei immediately pressed it to his eyes, emitting an incredulous shout. "Wow, it really works like a thousand-mile eye. I can actually see Shima City." That old man with a constipated look must be Avril. Incredible. Ewan, Oral, and Ari all watched eagerly, pleading, "Alexei, hurry up. It's our turn now. Brinlea, let us see too." As for Sky, she remained calm, indicating she didn't care much. She had already used it to stargaze for several nights. The only thing making her uncomfortable was lying in someone's arms while that person kept touching her, ruining the mood. After finally giving it a try, the others marveled, their gazes filled with undisguised longing. Ewan rubbed his hands and asked, "Bray, can I have one of these thousand-mile eyes?" If he had one of these devices, he could detect enemy movements early and monitor from a distance, a true military asset. Pierce casually replied, "Sure. They are being manufactured right now. Everyone will get one. Also, call it a telescope, not a thousand-mile eye." Everyone rejoiced. Fantastic. They didn't care what it was called, as long as it worked well. Sky impatiently asked combat experience and rudimentary equipment. Thus, referring to them as ordinary citizens wasn't entirely inaccurate. Charleston's army had several such grain convoys since supporting a force of 200,000 deep in London Engsub required a constant influx of supplies. Suddenly, the earth trembled. It was the sound of hooves. The convoy instantly became vigilant. Each man gripped their weapons tightly, wiping sweaty palms on their clothes, hoping it was their own reinforcements. They weren't on their first supply run. The absence of Phalan forces so far had led to a sense of false security. But now, approaching deeper into Phalan territory, they couldn't rule out encountering Phalan cavalry. It all depended on luck. Clearly, this time, their luck wasn't good. A boundless line of cavalry appeared ahead, each rider draped in a crimson cloak, the emblem of the Phalan forces. These were fully armored Phalan cavalry, unmistakably the Lewis family's iron cavalry. Even Charleston's elite forces would have struggled against the Lewis family's iron cavalry on the flat terrain of London Engsub. What chance did 30,000 poorly equipped new recruits have? They were desperate, but the harsh Charleston laws forbade desertion. If they died, at least they wouldn't implicate their families. Brigadier Edwin Arrigo shouted desperately, "Don't panic. Form a circle and ready the archers." Rumble. 10,000 Lewis family iron cavalry charged straight at them. Even at 300 meters away, they drew their crossbows. Arrigo was horrified. 300 meters? Is that possible? Whoosh. A barrage of arrows decimated a large portion of the new recruits. Lacking even proper leather armor, these new recruits stood no chance against such powerful crossbows. They could only be butchered. The 10,000 Lewis family iron cavalry continued their charge, skillfully reloading their bows amid the deafening hooves. For Arrigo, the sound of bowstrings being drawn felt like thunder crashing. With a range of 300 meters, hand-drawn bows. This must be the latest Charleston crossbow design. Why did the Lewis family have them? This was his last question before death. In the next moment, the Lewis cavalry unleashed another volley. After just 2 volleys, more than half of the 30,000 new recruits lay dead. Even Arrigo was felled by the second wave of arrows. The survivors fled in disarray. The Lewis cavalry carefully stowed their Honka crossbows, drawing horn bows to finish off the fleeing Charleston recruits. As cries of agony filled the air, without examining their weapons. Mission accomplished. Disrupt the enemy supply lines. Before Ari could celebrate, thunderous hoofbeats echoed from all sides. They were surrounded. We've been lured into a trap. This was bait designed to draw out the Lewis family cavalry. Kane was ecstatic. As a Charleston cavalry general, he had long harbored regret over his actions during the Charleston Shoe campaign. Leading 20,000 Charleston Iron Cavalry outside Peony City, he faced off against 5,000 Lewis Cavalry. Facing the relentless charge of the Lewis Cavalry, he faltered. He surrendered Peony City, handing a significant advantage to Shu, contributing to Charleston's eventual defeat. While any rational observer would agree it was the right decision, his forces would likely have been annihilated if he hadn't withdrawn. That didn't absolve him of his shame. Deep down, he was terrified. Faced with the overwhelming momentum of the Lewis Cavalry, he froze with fear. Now, redemption was within reach. 5,000 Charleston Iron Cavalry had been held in reserve, waiting for the Lewis Cavalry. To the Charleston forces, the true opponent was always the Lewis Cavalry. Mont Lundong sacrificed 30,000 new recruits and a valuable grain convoy to set this trap. He waited, growing impatient. Finally, the Lewis Cavalry took the bait. He was confident. The Lewis Cavalry stood no chance of escaping. Outfitted in full armor, their mobility was inferior to the Charleston Iron Cavalry, especially now surrounded on all sides. Once enclosed, the Lewis Cavalry would be torn apart by the 50,000 Charleston riders. Brinley, when he eagerly rode forward, all he saw were the rear ends of the Lewis Cavalry. He was stunned. What happened? How could the Lewis Cavalry escape? But there it was, plain to see. The Lewis Cavalry had slipped through a narrow gap in the encirclement. In a perfect encirclement by 50,000 cavalry, small gaps inevitably formed. Through this narrow opening, the Lewis Cavalry escaped. Could it be sheer luck? Please note that I've adhered closely to the original text structure and tone while ensuring the translation is fluent and natural. If you have any specific parts you'd like to review or adjust, feel free to let me know. Chapter 373, The Fall of Shima City. This was certainly not luck. Even after realizing they had been tricked, Eri did not show any panic on his face, and neither did the light cavalry under his command. They remained perfectly composed. How could the commander not have anticipated this? They were merely turning the ruse against the enemy. Preparations had been made long ago to ambush the Charleston cavalry. At this moment, on a nearby peak, Kane asked. It's the only explanation. Kip frowned. Indeed, he could not think of another explanation. Are you sure those were Lewis family cavalry? Edwin, I've questioned the defeated soldiers. The armor is unmistakably that of the Lewis cavalry. No one else uses such heavy armor. Note that it wasn't 5,000 but 10,000 men this time. Oddly enough, they didn't use their long spears, but instead equipped themselves with strong crossbows like ours and composite bows. Naturally, their sabers are still razor sharp. 10,000 men and crossbows? Kip was taken aback. On the Shu battlefield, 5,000 Lewis cavalry had been invincible. With double the number now, was there any army in the world that could withstand their charge? As for the crossbows, Pierce had blueprints for repeating crossbows and the support of Carson's descendants, so manufacturing them was not surprising. Changing from long spears to crossbows likely aimed at achieving both ranged and melee combat capabilities. Such an elite cavalry unit, capable of both ranged attacks and charges, was something he dreamed of having. Unfortunately, the Mahist's horse armor was too heavy, causing the horses to tire quickly. He had obtained a few pieces of Lewis cavalry armor from the Shu battlefield, which Charleston he had excitedly studied, yet no conclusions had been reached. Who knew what smelting techniques and supplies again? Ensure you have absolute certainty before attacking the supply convoys. Otherwise, prioritize protecting them. Grain can be replaced, but we've already lost too many lives. Kane pledged, patting his chest. Edwin, rest assured, this time, I will eliminate the Lewis cavalry and remove a major threat to our kingdom. Let's hope so. The bait was taken, and the fish slipped away, making Kip furious. He vented his anger on Shima City. For 2 consecutive days, intense attacks were launched, exhausting both sides. Under the bombardment of Charleston's whirlwind cannons, Shima City was cracked and appeared ready to collapse. On the 4th day, when the Charleston army returned with renewed determination, they found Shima City abandoned. Brinleyster's defenders had fled overnight. Not a single grain remained in the city. All movable supplies were taken, and everything else was burned. The Charleston army was stunned and somewhat angry. Why had they held the city so stubbornly if they knew it was indefensible? Did they dislike having too many mouths to feed, wanting thousands to die needlessly? Kip understood the Phelan army strategy. Hold where possible, trading space for time, then cut off the enemy's supply line, along with several rabbits. Winter prey was scarce, making this a grand harvest indeed. The cautious Ewan could not help but ask, Bray, are you sure it's all right to light fires? Pierce replied calmly, relax. Our current position is in the north, and the wind blows northwards. The Charleston troops won't detect us. After days of roughing it outdoors, our soldiers need warm food for their health. The London Engsub winter nights were bone-chilling, water freezing upon touch. Fortunately, each Lewis family night came equipped with warming sleeping bags, ensuring a good night's sleep wasn't an issue. But days of consuming cold naan and raw vegetables had made even Pierce feel the chill in his stomach, let alone the ordinary soldiers. Alexei remarked nonchalantly, Uncle Gordon, don't worry. Lamar is watching from the hilltop with the telescope. Even if the Charleston army detects us, we'll be long gone by the time they arrive. Ewan nodded, relieved. He marveled at the ingenuity of the Bray's invention. The telescope. Its military applications were numerous, especially how they previously turned the tables using it to cut off enemy supplies. Ewan's vigilance was not misplaced. With just 20,000 troops against the 50,000-strong Charleston cavalry, each casualty would hurt. For the Charleston army, losing 10,000 would barely scratch the surface, owing to their national resources. This contrast showcased the difference between one man's strength and that of an entire nation. While the great Phelan Empire struggled with corrupt officials and governmental inefficiency, internal strife rife, the state of Charleston mobilized its entire power to advance rapidly. Historically, such developmental models harbored unsolvable flaws later on, leading both the Charleston Dynasty and the Soviet Union to short-lived prominence. In the short term, however, it enabled nations to concentrate resources on significant achievements, working wonders. From this London Engsub campaign, the ease with which the Charleston state equipped 5,000 sets of iron armor and crossbows, along with countless high-quality swords, became evident. Facing such formidable adversaries, if not for Pierce rallying a vastly improved Lewis family army, the great Phelan might have already fallen. Finally, the venison and wild rabbit were ready. Pierce reached out to Alexei, who proudly handed him a bottle of chili powder from his chest, a secret ingredient of the Lewis family. Pierce evenly sprinkled the spice on the golden brown meats. The aroma immediately filled the air, causing mouths to water. Handing half a rabbit to Sky, Pierce started gnawing on a leg of the young deer himself. Others joined without restraint, slicing away, tearing into the succulent, spicy roasted meat and washing it down with cups of green ant rice wine, finding instant comfort. Sated with food and drink, Pierce rested his head on Sky's lap, breathing deeply. Airy couldn't contain his eagerness. Bray, should we make our move now? He yearned to trick the Charleston Iron Cavalry once more. Pierce, chewing a piece of grass, said, "What's the rush? The Charleston army transports grain every 7 days. We still have plenty of time." Ewan reminded them, "Bray, having been fooled once, the Charleston will be even more cautious next time." Only a few knew how hair-raisingly close they had come to disaster when 10,000 Lewis cavalry managed to escape from the encirclement of 50,000 Charleston cavalry. Just a hairbreadth away, they nearly didn't make it. Pierce smiled. Even with 1,000 precautions, there's always room for error. Where do you think this lapse lies? The others fell silent, pondering. It was another small test set by their Bray. Alexei felt relieved, enjoying his role as a lackey who needn't rack his brain. "Edwin Charleston, you go first," Pierce prompted. Sky shook her head after some thought, unable to guess. Following her lead, Ewan and Airy also shook their heads. Pierce sighed, frustrated with their lack of insight. It was Oral, who hadn't spoken until then, who frowned. "Bray, neither kitty walls. Our Lewis family light cavalry will crush them." Pierce stood up. "Let's move. We'll catch them off guard." Airy excitedly volunteered. "Oh, Bray, give me the light cavalry." Oral also requested. "Bray, shouldn't it be time for our heavy cavalry to join in?" Airy interjected immediately. "Absolutely not. Your heavy cavalry are too cumbersome. If caught, we're doomed. Such hit-and-run tasks suit the light cavalry best." Pierce grinned. "This time, it's still the light cavalry. Rest assured, the heavy cavalry will soon see action. I promise a glorious charge for all of you." "Bray, you promised." 20,000 cavalry rode westward. With the help of telescopes, they evaded the Charleston scouts and approached the Charleston border safely. Chapter 375, The Fish and the Fisher. In Louisquay City, the Charleston army once again engaged in a fierce siege battle with the Phelan army. For the Phelan forces, this siege battle was no different from the dozen previous ones. The same powerful whirlwind catapults, the same intimidating watchtowers, the same hated and feared siege ladders and ramming carts, the same long-range and lethal Charleston crossbows, and the same iron-armored Charleston soldiers who fought without fear of death, all leading to continuous casualties. However, for the Charleston army, they clearly felt a difference. The Phelan army became increasingly fearless. Initially, westing the Charleston army's sharp swords that cut through metal like butter, the Phelan soldiers grew smarter. Part of their troops stopped using long swords for direct combat and instead used large iron spears to stab, targeting the Charleston soldiers as soon as they showed their heads over the wall. An inch longer means stronger, causing headaches for the Charleston army. Fortunately, archers in the watchtowers provided suppressing fire, forcing the Phelan soldiers to only stab behind shields, preventing complete recklessness. This battle was tougher than any previous one. This time, the Phelan army held out for 5 days before abandoning the city. Even so, it was because Louisquay City was on the verge of collapse from Charleston's whirlwind catapults that the Phelan army retreated, finding it impossible to defend further. The final casualties stunned the Charleston army, around 15,000 each for both sides, a 1-to-1 ratio. Previously, it had always been 2:1, or even 3:1. Increased resistance could explain higher Charleston casualties, but why were Phelan casualties fewer? This puzzled ordinary Charleston soldiers. Kip, an experienced general, knew exactly why. It was the saying, "The fearless do not die." On the battlefield, the more you fear death, the faster you die. Conversely, when you throw caution to the wind, as long as it's not intentional recklessness, you have a better chance of survival. When you give everything, without holding back, you can unleash your full potential. In critical moments, you might even surpass yourself, achieving what you normally couldn't. As more Phelan soldiers threw caution to the wind, the Phelan army's bulk of the 50,000-strong Charleston cavalry was stationed at the rear, with another 20,000 in the middle, leaving the front entirely unprotected. The 50,000 Charleston cavalry couldn't solely escort the supply convoy because their infantry also required protection. Otherwise, if Pierce's cavalry launched a surprise attack during a siege and joined forces with the Western Army, it would mean total annihilation. Without hesitation, Pierce decided to keep 10,000 heavy cavalry as reserves and sent 10,000 light cavalry ahead. The supply convoy numbered around 30,000, looking timid, clearly composed of new recruits. However, they were reasonably equipped with long swords, armor, and bows. Knowing Lewis cavalry tactics focused on disrupting supply lines, the Charleston army didn't need defenseless bait anymore. Now, they were like fish with thorns. And Lewis's light cavalry were the fishermen. Rumble. The sound of hooves echoed. Only Lewis cavalry could be here. Deputy Edwin Hubert, sporting a stylish mustache, was terrified. He hadn't expected to encounter Lewis cavalry upon entering London Engsub. He thought it would be at least halfway. He screamed, "Lewis cavalry are here. Don't panic. Use the supply carts as cover. Archers ready." Lundot the beacon to signal the rear guard for support. 30,000 new recruits huddled inside the carts, arrows and wagons like turtles retracting their heads. His mood was complex as he gazed at the setting sun on the horizon. After a long while, he sighed. What fools! Launch incendiary arrows, he bellowed. A round of flaming arrows sent all the supply wagons blazing furiously. The 300,000 Charleston new recruits screamed wildly as they fled out of the wagons, causing chaos within their ranks. With a wave of his hand, Airy ordered, "Fire!" The Honka crossbows began mowing down the Charleston recruits. Rows of new soldiers were struck down by the powerful bolts, despite wearing leather armor that offered little resistance against the heavy crossbow bolts. After just a few volleys, the already disordered 300,000 Charleston new recruits completely collapsed and scattered in all directions. Could two legs ever outrun four? On the flat expanse of London Engsub, cavalry was the ultimate predator. The desert was stained red with blood, and countless vultures circled overhead. Having completed his task, Airy did not show any signs of stopping. He raised his telescope to look at Pierce and Scout Captain Lamar on a nearby hill. Lowering the telescope, he shouted, "Brothers, another prey is approaching. Are you ready for more?" The Lewis family light cavalry roared in response. "Edwin, we've barely started warming up. You bet. We haven't even broken a sweat." Rocky waved his hand. Divide into left and right wings. Encircle the Lewis cavalry. The flagman quickly signaled, and the 5,000 Charleston heavy cavalry split into two flanks to envelop the Lewis light cavalry. Airy laughed. Until this moment, the enemy still thought they were facing Lewis family heavy cavalry. Such an egregious misjudgment made their complete annihilation unsurprising. Since they insisted on playing, let's play along. Army, follow my order. Counter-encirclement. The Lewis family light cavalry also split into two flanks, forming a larger circle to sweep towards the Charleston heavy cavalry. Rocky was dumbfounded. Was the Lewis cavalry attempting to compete in mobility? That was sheer folly. Due to both sides splitting into two wings, it became a mutual clash between two pairs of cavalry units. However, with the Lewis light cavalry outnumbering the Charleston heavy cavalry 2-1, it resulted in a 5,000 versus 2,500 engagement on each side. As they charged toward each other, both sides drew their crossbows. The effective range of their crossbows was nearly the same, capable of firing from horseback. Relying on superior mobility, the Lewis light cavalry maintained a distance of about 300 meters. At this distance, they were at the outermost effective range of the crossbows, minimizing damage. Testing had shown that at this distance, behind grew louder and faster. Rocky was horrified. How could fully armored riders and horses move so swiftly? It was almost like they were only clad in leather. They must not be caught. Ahead, a valley appeared. This was a shortcut to the front line, and Rocky had taken it before. Without hesitation, he led the remaining Charleston heavy cavalry into it. He intended to order the men to discard their armor to avoid being caught by the imposters. Thud thud thud. Suddenly, hoofbeats sounded ahead as well. Rocky rejoiced. It had to be their reinforcements coming from this direction. Edwin Kane must have seen the signal fire and rushed over with cavalry support. He shouted, "Brothers, our reinforcements have arrived. We are saved." "Oh!" The cavalrymen cheered. However, as a burst of bright red entered their vision, all smiles froze on the Charleston heavy cavalry's faces. It was Phalon Kingdom cavalry, fully armored riders without crossbows or recurve bows, wielding only gleaming steel lances. This was the true Lewis family heavy cavalry. That was the last thought running through the minds of all Charleston heavy cavalry as they were engulfed by the surging tide of steel. In this battle, the 5,000 Charleston heavy cavalry were utterly annihilated. ###Chapter 377, the Super Transformation Project. When Kip saw Hudong City, he was momentarily bewildered. Originally, he had expected to see a city identical to the 10 previously conquered cities, at most slightly larger and taller. After all, Hudong City was a major city in eastern London Engsub, with prosperous commerce. But he never imagined it would be this tall. In this era, a city wall that was 10 meters high was already considered extraordinary. Only the capitals or important frontier towns of nations would reach this height, like the imperial capital of the great Phalon Dynasty and Normanching. However, this Hudong City before him was far more than 10 meters high. Kip considered it the tallest city wall he had ever seen, almost like an impregnable natural barrier. Its color was also unusual, not the typical grayish-brown of other city walls, but a cool gray. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, resembling a copper fortress, without the visible layers of green bricks. Kip couldn't help but ask Yanko beside him, "Edwin Long, are we in the right place?" Yanko replied in a dazed tone, "I think not. Edwin, look, isn't the old man grinning on the city wall Montague? But I've never heard that Hudong City's walls were this tall. This is even taller than Londoncheng's walls. This doesn't make sense." "I haven't heard of it either, nor did our sources to be cleared as well." As the Western Army retreated to each city, the number of refugees increased dramatically. At this point, Pierce ordered, under his authority as the commander-in-chief of the Western Expeditionary Force, the recruitment of able-bodied laborers in Hudong City. In total, nearly 50 to 60,000 laborers were recruited. Meanwhile, a large contingent of craftsmen from Tongxiang County and thousands of civilian workers arrived in Hudong City with carts loaded with strategic materials, including cement. Under the direction of the craftsmen from Tongxiang County, these tens of thousands of laborers embarked on the Super Transformation Project for Hudong City. The first step was to increase the height of Hudong City's walls from 8 meters to 13 meters. Why 13 meters? That's something you'd have to ask Londontel Marquis. Next came the enhancement of its strength, applying hardened cement both inside and outside the walls. But that wasn't all. Pierce even instructed the craftsmen to add steel bars to the cement. Of course, due to time and cost constraints, it couldn't be perfect. However, it was enough to render the Charleston army helpless. In this way, Hudong City became a combination of modern and ancient architectural excellence. It could be considered the strongest city wall of this era, without any doubt. Ingram finally understood why Pierce had instructed him to hold out for more than 3 days in Shima City and Lewisway City. It wasn't just to delay the enemy and cut off their supply lines. It was also to buy time for the completion of this super project in Hudong City. When Pierce said, "If the city stands, men stand. If the city falls, men fall," Ingram thought he might have to give his life in Hudong City. He didn't blame Pierce. Even if Pierce hadn't said so, he would have done the same. Now it seemed that Hudong City was worth holding. Not only was there this formidable city wall, but Pierce also left him tens of thousands of able-bodied laborers, a batch of secret weapons from Tongxiang County, and his own battle-hardened troops totaling nearly 50,000 soldiers. There was no way the Charleston army could capture this city. For the first time, Ingram saw the hope of winning this war. All of this was Pierce's brilliant plan. What a remarkable strategy. At this moment, Ingram even looked forward to the Charleston army attacking soon to witness the resilience of this mighty city and to see the despair on the faces of the Charleston soldiers. The Charleston army did not disappoint him. Kip suppressed his inner shock and said sternly, "No matter what, we must capture Hudong City. Start the siege. Let's see what this city is really made of," hoping it's not just for show. Hundreds of whirlwind cannons were pushed back into position, and the initially stunned Charleston soldiers gradually regained their morale. In their minds, no city could withstand the bombardment of whirlwind cannons. Nothing could stop the advance of the Charleston army. Although the Western army stationed on the walls had high hopes for Hudong City, they were somewhat skeptical at this moment. They had witnessed the terrifying power of the whirlwind cannons firsthand, seeing solid fortresses crumble under its barrage, leaving psychological scars. Fire! Massive rotating rocks whistled towards Hudong City. In that moment, tens of thousands of soldiers from both sides stared wide-eyed. Boom! Sparks flew as the city wall was struck, but after the round of stones, only the edges were chipped, with no significant damage. Without waiting for everyone to react, the whirlwind cannons continued their relentless bombardment. That was just a test shot. To gauge the strength of Hudong City, Kip ordered the whirlwind cannons to fire for a full half-hour. As the dust settled, the current state of Hudong City was revealed. Despite some pockmarks on its surface, there was no substantial damage, let alone cracks. Wow! 50,000 Western soldiers erupted in deafening cheers. Finally, they felt reassured. Finally, they had a wall that could protect them. After 10 consecutive cities collapsed under bombardment, they yearned desperately for such a wall. It was like a person who had endured 10 days of being hit by dog poop, finally getting an umbrella. The morale of the Charleston army dipped significantly, the once unstoppable whirlwind cannons now ineffective, which dealt a heavy blow to them. Even the whirlwind cannons couldn't breach this city. How strong must its defenses be? Kip's expression also changed. Although it was too early to definitively say whether it could withstand the cannons, this city was undoubtedly the strongest he had ever seen. It wasn't just for show. With a cold demeanor, he ordered, "Continue the attack." The vanguard begins their assault. He planned a comprehensive offensive to fully probe the true nature of this city's defenses. ####Chapter 378, River East City. Under the cover of the whirlwind cannons, Charleston's archers and crossbowmen advanced swiftly to a distance of 200 meters as before. However, even before they could start suppressing Phelan's archers, numerous Honka crossbows appeared from the city battlements. Anders, the commander, gave a cold smile. Fire! Whoosh! 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 Powerful bolts shot out, instantly knocking down a large number of Charleston's bowmen. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Cried a Charleston archer commander in shock. They retreated all the way to 300 meters before Phelan's crossbows stopped firing. Kip looked grim but not surprised. If the Lewis family cavalry was equipped with Honka crossbows, it was only a matter of time before the Western army had them too. He just didn't expect it to happen at this critical juncture. Fortunately, it didn't seem like there were many, approximately 10,000. A fortunate misfortune indeed. These 10,000 Honka crossbows were originally made by Tongxiang County for the remaining 10,000 Lewis family light cavalry to prepare for this great battle, but Pierce had to give them to the Western army first. Both sides' bow and crossbow ranges were almost identical. In fact, Phelan's downward fire had an even greater range. The Charleston bowmen could no longer form an absolute suppression over the Phelan army. They could only advance under shield cover, stopping at about 250 meters, exchanging arrows with the Phelan army. With a total of 50,000 archers, they still managed to create some level of suppression. Gordonkily, the Charleston army still had their arrow towers, cloud ladders, and ramming vehicles. These were all equipped with protective shields that protected soldiers from arrows. First to be positioned were the arrow towers. Previously, the Charleston army used these to shoot down the Phelan army from above, causing substantial casualties. The Phelan army hated it, but had no solution. This time, considering Phelan also had strong crossbows, the Charleston arrow towers halted at a distance of 300 meters. As the towers slowly rose, fear crept into the hearts of the Phelan army. They were about to face another wave of relentless Charleston bowmen finally suffered their first casualty count, around 5,000 losses. Kip gnashed his teeth, veins bulging. This battle had barely begun, yet so many had already died. Damn River East City. More despair awaited Kip. Charleston's cloud ladders couldn't reach the city head either. These ladders were designed for the usual 11-meter height. The Charleston army was stunned. Without reaching the wall, how could they fight? Could they rely solely on ramming the gates with battering rams? But seeing the despair on the Charleston soldiers pushing the battering rams, it was clear the gates were no less formidable than the walls. Indeed, River East City's gates were part of a supermodernization project, albeit a minor one, merely encased in iron plating. However, this was enough to prevent Charleston's battering rams from breaching it anytime soon. Vice Edwin Yanko suggested to Kip, "Edwin, call a retreat. This battle can't be won." Frustrated to the point of spitting blood, Kip could only order a retreat amid the Phelan army's cheers. Brinley, he didn't think this battle was unwinnable. Bring Charleston Ming here immediately. Kip's army included a large contingent of Mahist craftsmen, led by Charleston He's eldest son, Charleston Ming. "Edwin, you called?" Charleston Ming hurried into Kip's tent. Kip recounted the situation and asked urgently, "Nephew, can you increase the height of the arrow towers and cloud ladders?" Charles and Ming frowned. Edwin, this isn't difficult, but we need sufficient wood. Kip waved a hand. Have Min go cut some. Yanko couldn't help reminding him, Edwin, Phelan has implemented scorched earth tactics, burning crops, evacuating civilians, and even cutting down trees along the route. We might have to return to Charleston territory for timber. Kip pounded the table. Damn it. This must be Pierce's plot. Returning to Charleston isn't feasible. Nephew, is there another way? Charles and Ming pondered. Edwin, we'll have to dismantle the remaining arrow towers to obtain wood to raise the cloud ladders. Kip sighed. So be it. Arrow towers weren't essential, but without ladder vehicles, this battle couldn't proceed. Let's use the leftover wood to build some regular ladders, just in case. Brinley's, Edwin. How long will it take to modify everything? 2 days should suffice. Very well, thank you for your effort. Not at all, Edwin. Nephew, do you know what the gray-blue material on River East City's walls is? How did it become so solid? It seems this material fortified the city. Charles and Ming shook his head ruefully. Edwin, my knowledge is limited. I've never heard of such material. Kip resigned. Forget it, now isn't the time to worry about that. Nephew, focus on modifying. In addition, we saw charred supplies and the bodies of 30,000 new recruits scattered across the hills. We thoroughly inspected the area but didn't find a single survivor. The tent fell into a deathly silence. Kip frowned. Lewis family's iron cavalry are heavily armored for both horse and rider, making them invincible in a charge. But how could they possibly catch up to 5,000 Charleston iron cavalry? Kane respectfully said, Edwin, the 5,000 Charleston cavalry died in different ways. The thousands in the valley seem to have clashed head-on with the Lewis cavalry, most pierced through the chest by spears. The other 2,000 had their horses shot down, leading to deaths from falls or being trampled. Kip deduced aloud. It seems the Lewis cavalry split into 2 groups, one using heavy crossbows to shoot down the 2,000 cavalry, while the remaining 3,000, trying to flee, were ambushed and overwhelmed by the second group. After all, the Lewis cavalry numbered 10,000. Others praised him immediately. The Edwin is wise. Yanko asked, but why did they run towards us instead of retreating? Kip replied, they must have wanted to report to me. That must be it. Kip slapped the table. Gentlemen, Pierce's plot is clear. He's blocking our path forward at Hudong City and cutting off our supply lines to keep us here in London Engsub. We currently have 2 options. First, take Hudong City within half a month. Second, wipe out this 10,000-strong Lewis cavalry and restore our supply line. Otherwise, in half a month, our army will starve. Everyone's faces turned grim. Once food supplies were cut off, the 15,000-strong Charleston army would crumble on its own. Yanko asked, Edwin, which plan should we follow? Kip slowly said, naturally, we'll do both. In London Engsub, cavalry can only be countered by cavalry. Kane, you lead 5,000 Charleston iron cavalry and annihilate these 10,000 Lewis cavalry, no matter the cost. Fail and your head will answer to me. Kane solemnly responded, understood, Edwin. I will lead the 100,000 infantry against Hudong City. I shall see if Phelan's forces can hold out for 10 days. Gentlemen, the honor of the Charleston state lies in this battle. Fight to the last man. To the last man. Leaving the main tent, Kane gathered his 5 subordinate generals, each commanding 10,000 Charleston cavalry. His face was cold as ice. Gentlemen, the Edwin has given us a strict order. Within half a month, we must eliminate the 10,000 Lewis cavalry. Otherwise, my head and yours won't be safe. All 5 felt an overwhelming pressure. Edwin, what do we do? How do we find them in this vast land? Clismic event. At first, Ingram worried, frequently checking the city walls. However, by noon, not a crack appeared. He heaved a sigh of relief. Who knew how the craftsmen from Tongxiang County managed this? The walls were harder than steel. Curiosity piqued, he summoned the chief engineer from Tongxiang, Shi Sonen, reputedly the master architect of the new city wall. Greetings, Your Excellency, Shi Sonen bowed. No formalities. Ingram secretly nodded. Despite looking like a craftsman, Shi Sonen behaved with poise and decorum, earning him respect. Shi Sonen, I've brought you here to inquire about Hudong City. Ask anything, Your Excellency, and I shall answer fully. Excellent. I'm curious, how did you build such strong walls? As Your Excellency sees, we laid reinforced steel bars on the original walls and covered them with concrete. Once hardened, they're as tough as iron. Was this your idea? Shi Sonen smiled wryly. You flatter me, Your Excellency. This was Norris Lewis's secret method. Even the concrete production was supervised by him. Ingram nodded, confirming the young Lewis's secrets were many. He then asked, can these walls withstand Charleston's cannons for long? Shi Sonen thought for a moment before replying honestly, 10 days at least. Ingram jumped. Convoy entered central London Engsub. Hoofbeats once again shattered the distant silence. Brigadier Edwin Connor looked despairingly ahead, but refused to resign himself to death. He bellowed, don't panic. Set up the horse barriers. As long as we hold until reinforcements arrive, we'll survive. Simultaneously, he lit Wolfdung to signal for help with smoke. The 10,000 new Charleston soldiers nervously set up the prepared barriers and crouched behind the grain carts. Those with bows drew them, while the rest clutched broken copper weapons, trembling. They knew they were the bait, expendable pawns, yet they couldn't overcome their fear of death. Airy led 5,000 Lewis cavalry charging at breakneck speed. Indeed, only 5,000. From afar, he saw the barriers and the new soldiers hiding behind the grain carts. With no pity, he gave the cold order, fire arrows. The Lewis cavalry coated their crossbow bolts with tung oil and ignited them before launching them. The Charleston new recruits had no defense against the flaming arrows from 300 meters away, watching helplessly as the grain supplies burned. Having lost their cover, they had no choice but to flee, only to be mercilessly cut down by the Lewis cavalry. There wasn't much to say about the process. 10,000 new Charleston soldiers weren't even enough for each of the 5,000 Lewis cavalrymen to time and tear them apart. It wasn't just Kane who thought this. Most of the Charleston cavalry shared the same sentiment. This heightened emotion made them overlook crucial details, such as the surrounding terrain. They were galloping through a narrow valley. When the surroundings darkened, Kane finally realized something was wrong. Looking up at the sliver of sky above, he exclaimed in horror, "Not good! It's a trap?" 2 days earlier, in an unnamed valley, the Lewis generals held an important military meeting. Twice they successfully eliminated Charleston grain convoys, and the second time even took out 5,000 Charleston cavalry. Everyone was jubilant. "Airy, Bray, what should we do next?" Pierce, chewing on a blade of grass, replied lazily, "Before we consider our next move, we should think about how the enemy will act." Lance pondered, "Kip's main force should have reached Hudong City by now. Seeing the city transformed, the Charleston army must be shocked. Unable to capture Hudong quickly, they will likely turn their attention to us." Very logical. What might they do then? Oral continued, "Finding us isn't impossible, but not smart. Anticipating that we would continue to disrupt their supply lines, they may try a sitting and ambush strategy." Pierce clapped, "Well said. So what should we do? Landanda, what's your idea?" Holly thought for a moment. Army's rear and leaving the 20,000 trapped. To show all of Charleston and the world the consequences of attacking our great Phelan. So they stop bothering me every day, leaving me no peace. I have a wedding to attend. Who has time to play this bloody war game with him daily? Back on the battlefield. By the time Kane realized things were amiss, it was too late. Suddenly, another force of 5,000 appeared overhead, the remaining half of the Lewis cavalry. Then, massive boulders rolled down. 50,000 Charleston cavalry stared wide-eyed in terror. But so many people packed into the narrow valley meant there was nowhere to go. They could only watch helplessly as boulders crushed them into pulp. The falling rocks divided the 50,000 Charleston cavalry into 2 parts, or rather, 3 parts, with the middle part becoming fertilizer for the valley. Move to the sides. Kane screamed at the top of his lungs. Chapter 381. The Lewis family wolf cavalry. Of the 50,000 Charleston iron cavalry, about 10,000 were crushed by massive boulders. They were divided into 2 groups, more than 10,000 at the front and over 30,000 at the rear. The front group of more than 10,000 Charleston iron cavalry encountered 5,000 Lewis family light cavalry who had completed blocking the road with boulders. These boulders not only served as obstacles, but also provided cover for the Lewis family light cavalry. However, the Charleston iron cavalry quickly found their own cover. The layers of dead bodies and horses. Both sides continued to shoot at each other. Neither side wiped out. The remaining 10,000 fled out of the valley in terror. Unsurprisingly, they were hunted down by the remaining 5,000 Lewis family light cavalry. This large-scale hunt across London Engsau lasted a day and a night. In the end, less than 5,000 Charleston iron cavalry managed to return to Kip's main force. From the Lewis family's perspective, the Lewis family iron cavalry lost 2,000 men, while the Lewis family light cavalry lost 1,000 men. The Lewis family army achieved a great victory. Due to its occurrence on Gu Normang Dao, it became historically known as the Battle of Gu Normang Dao. Typically considered the most crucial battle of the London Engsau campaign, it wiped out the main force of the Charleston iron cavalry, making all of London Engsau the domain of the Lewis family iron cavalry. The Charleston army's retreat route was completely severed, rendering them an isolated force. At the Battle of Gu Normang Dao, the formidable Lewis family light cavalry officially entered the vision of the Six Kingdoms. From then on, the Lewis family iron cavalry and the Lewis family light cavalry were collectively known as the Lewis family wolf cavalry. Before the Lewis family wolf cavalry, all 6 kingdoms bowed their heads. In the central command tent of the Charleston army, the atmosphere was deadly silent, except for Kane's choked recounting. "Edwin, it was like this. We were deceived. There weren't just 10,000 Lewis family iron cavalry, but also 10,000 Lewis family light cavalry. Previously, the crossbows we saw were carried by the Lewis family light cavalry. Their horse armor was painted leather, their iron armor was light armor, and their mobility far exceeded ours, yet their protective power was almost on par with ours. They not only had crossbows but also recurve bows, each one a picked marksman. Against them, we could only be hunted." Kane looked terrified, still reeling from the pursuit by the Lewis family light cavalry. Kip remained expressionless. "Have you finished?" Kane didn't realize the severity. "Edwin, spare my life. This can't be blamed on me. It was Pierce's trap, we all fell for it." Kip coldly ordered, "Guards, drag him out and execute him." Kane's eyes widened. "Edwin, spare me. This wasn't my fault, it was Pierce's trick. We were all deceived." A squad of bodyguards rushed forward and dragged the screaming Kane away. No one pleaded for his mercy. With 50,000 elite Charleston iron cavalry reduced to just 5,000, no excuses could save him. The cries for mercy soon ceased. Silence returned to the tent. "Huh." Kip spat out a mouthful of blood. Edwin, what do you mean?" Kip slowly replied, "If we can capture Hudong City before our supplies run out, we can open the door to Jiangzhou, and everything will turn around." Yanko worried. "I fear the Lewis family wolf cavalry won't allow us to fully attack Hudong City." Kip calmly responded, "No problem. I will instruct the Mahis to fortify the outer perimeter of the army, turning it into an impregnable death trap. Neither the Lewis family wolf cavalry nor our own forces will be able to pass through. This way, we can focus all our efforts on attacking Hudong City without worries." The generals nodded, acknowledging it was a good plan. Facing the Western army inside Hudong City seemed better than confronting the Lewis family wolf cavalry in the vast desert. Against the Western army, they might still win, possibly significantly. But facing the Lewis family wolf cavalry, their chances were slim. "Gentlemen, now our only choice is to advance or die. Transmit my orders now, full force attack Hudong City. I don't believe a mere wall can stop my 10,000 elite Charleston warriors." Compared to the somber atmosphere in the Charleston army command tent, Hudong City's main hall was filled with cheers. The news of the Lewis family wolf cavalry decimating the main Charleston iron cavalry and cutting off the Charleston army's retreat spread among the Western army generals. Victory now leaned but never managed to breach Hudong City once. Because without the asymmetric weapons like the whirlwind cannons and the arrow towers, it all reverted back to the timeless military adage. 10-fold your force for surrounding, 5-fold your force for attacking. With only a 2-to-1 numerical advantage over the Phaelon troops, how could the Charleston army possibly scale the city walls? Despite their setbacks, the Charleston soldiers did not waver. On the contrary, the Phaelon troops grew increasingly courageous and excited. After all, the Charleston army wasn't so formidable after all. Previously, they merely relied on the whirlwind cannons and arrow towers to bully us. Now, their true form has been exposed. On a hilltop not far from Hudong City, Pierce was watching the scene unfold alongside Holly, Alexei, Louis Normang, Lance, and Oral. A telescope passed around among them. Getting bored, Pierce even started roasting a wild chicken and humming a tune. Burnt chicken wings, I love them. Alexei couldn't help but ask, Bray, should we not go to assist? Pierce retorted, didn't you see what the Charleston army set up behind their lines? Those pit traps, broken stones, and layers of barriers. Do we want to court death? We can enter Hudong City from the other side. The Charleston army has surrounded the city on only 3 sides. Pierce jumped up. What? You want our Lewis family cavalry to become city defenders? Say that again, and I promise I won't beat you to death. This idiot, didn't he know how difficult it was to train a competent knight, requiring countless resources and effort? What a waste. He had once been a captain of the Lewis family cavalry. Realizing his mistake, Alexei retracted his neck and dared not speak. Lance smiled. No need to worry, gentlemen. It seems that the Charleston army can't take Hudong City without any new tricks. Without the arrow towers, the Western army's losses aren't severe. Our assistance wouldn't make much difference. Oral pondered. They probably don't have any other tactics. Throughout history, there are only so many ways to attack a city. Seizing the opportunity, Pierce said, good question. Think about it. If you were Kip, how would you break this deadlock? Everyone realized Bray was testing their military prowess and fell into deep thought. Pierce quickly covered his eyes. Suyi, you first. Holly considered. Dig tunnels? Pierce nodded. Not a bad idea, but not necessarily effective. Kip used this tactic in Farong City, and Avril is experienced. He surely has defenses. Lance mused, or we can pretend weakness to make the Western army overconfident, and then strike unexpectedly at a critical moment. Pierce commented, good psychological warfare. It could work, but might not be dissonance. But sand was abundant in London Angshau, easily smothering any flames. Kip, though a celebrated general, wasn't alone in skill. Avril, one of the pillars of the Phaelon dynasty, was equally formidable. Their tit-for-tat exchanges provided ample entertainment for Pierce and company on the hilltop. By the 10th day, cracks began appearing on Hudong City's walls due to continuous bombardment by the whirlwind cannons. Even the sturdiest city could not endure endless shelling. The iron-plated gates, battered by the Charleston battering rams, were on the verge of collapse. However, before the Charleston troops could rejoice, the cracks were swiftly patched with gray cement, and massive rocks appeared where the gates once stood, indicating they were blocked long ago. Disappointment spread among the Charleston soldiers. Their fleeting hope vanished. Meanwhile, the Phaelon troops breathed a collective sigh of relief. Without this fortified city, they stood no chance against the Charleston. The Charleston army intensified their assault, deploying not just siege ladders, but crude wooden ladders as well. Climbing furiously, they disregarded their own lives in pursuit of victory. The Phaelon troops, however, fought back fiercely with stones and logs, breaking bones and skulls, thanks to the thousands of civilian workers and stockpiles of defensive materials inside the city. Half a month later, utterly exhausted and out of supplies, the Charleston army surprisingly surrendered. The Battle of Hudong City ended. This battle, the next time I come, will be the fall of Phaelon. And now? Wasn't this a moment for triumph? Seemingly reading Grimes's thoughts, Kip sneered, Montague, what are you gloating about? You're merely following orders. I didn't lose to you. Enraged, Grimes shouted back, defeated Edwin Kip. How dare you boast? Right here. I defended Hedong and you couldn't take it down. Kip mocked him further. Is it really because of you that Hedong is fortified? Even a dog could have done better. Arg, it's driving me crazy. Grimes jumped up. Kip, this is how you conduct yourself after defeat? Do you think I can't have you all executed? Kip retorted coldly, that isn't up to you alone. Enough talk. Bring out Commander Pierce. Grimes bellowed. Someone? Anders, standing nearby, stopped him immediately. Grimes, don't act rashly. They're like fish on the chopping board. Let's see what they plan. The sound of thundering hooves echoed, and Pierce arrived with his family cavalry. The Western army respectfully opened a path for the armored Pierce. Pierce understood Kip's intentions at once. Edwin Ming wishes to preserve these 5-1 elite troops? Kip nodded. Brinley's. But Pierce teased, why would I release a tiger back into the wild? Kip replied calmly, because the state of Phaelon needs a large sum to pay compensation. Pierce fell silent, and even Grimes frowned. The Battle of London Angshau cost the lives of 12 Wan men from 15 Wan soldiers. According to the laws of Phaelon, each common soldier's death required a compensation of 30 taels, which amounted to over 3 million taels in total. And that was just a one-time payment. Annual compensation was also due for their families. Recruiting new soldiers and repairing damaged cities were yet another astronomical cost. Clearly, this huge debt might burden the great Phaelon for a decade or more without respite. If the Charleston kingdom could redeem its soldiers with money, the loss could be recovered, or perhaps even turned into profit. Pierce always had a weakness for silver. Slowly, he said, while my original intent was to keep you all in London Angshau, or send you to Ewing for lifelong coal mining, your reasoning makes sense. I'll report to Austin and await her decision. These soldiers may return to Charleston. But as for you, Edwin Ming, suddenly numerous Honka crossbows aimed at Kip, ready to fire upon Pierce's command. But Kip showed no fear. He remarked bitterly, 15 Wan soldiers died because of me. I don't have the face to return. Yanko, beside him, urged desperately, "Great Edwin, no. Great Charlison can't do without you." Kip pulled out a letter from his chest. "Edwin Lewis, can you deliver 2 things to our Silas for me? Significant reward from the Battle of London Engsau. Besides the 30,000 Honka crossbows, he also gained 40,000 warhorses from the Charlison Iron Cavalry. Despite some losses, 40,000 horses remained. This allowed him to replenish his 20,000 cavalry and create 10,000 more light cavalry. In addition, he obtained armor, high-quality long swords, and Honka crossbows from the Charlison soldiers. He planned to give the armor and long swords to the Northern Army for future Eastern campaigns, while the surplus Honka crossbows would also go to the Northern Army. Thus, he had 1 fully armed division of Lewis family Iron Cavalry, 3 divisions of Lundot Cavalry, and 5 partially combat-ready Northern Army soldiers. His assets had suddenly become incredibly rich. War truly was the fastest way to gain wealth. More importantly, it saved years of effort. Naturally, Pierce wasn't going to be satisfied. He still had 5 Charlison elite soldiers, and without bleeding Charlison, he wouldn't agree to anything. Chapter 384. Chain Reaction. The Battle of Hada City spread like a plague across the 6 nations. The invincible Charlison army, which had been on an unstoppable offensive, met its match in Hada City and suffered heavy loss. Truly felt beneath his calm exterior. He picked up the handsome Chancellor and carried him to the bed. The Chancellor resisted half-heartedly. "Your Majesty, please don't. You must cherish me." Conquest was what Chavi needed to overcome his inner turmoil. Brinley's, he was afraid. A force of 200,000 elite Charlison troops had fallen under Pierce's hand. Could he defend himself if faced similarly? No. He had to write to Jace soon and ask him to mediate. Bringing Jace to Song would give him leverage, possibly invoking old ties. Beyond fear, there was profound resentment. Forced into this position, now he could only indulge in private games. As the Emperor of Song, this was a disgrace. He hated Pierce more with each encounter, yet dared not retaliate. Instead, he had to curry favor, driving Chavi nearly mad. His movements grew rougher as the Chancellor protested. He couldn't take it anymore. A passing maid accidentally dropped and shattered a teapot. Chavi roared, "Seize her and cane her to death." The maid was dragged away crying. The surrounding eunuchs and maids were terrified. These incidents occurred frequently, and none knew when they might be next. In Ross State, the 4 major ministers urgently sought an audience with Moxie Scarlet. Con Ronald was finally unnerved by the outcome. He found it unimaginable and felt ashamed that if the Emperor had followed his advice to keep reaching our limit. Frequent internal wars had reduced the number of adult males in Ross, especially after losing 80 to 90,000 near Jianling. Mobilizing 10,000 troops was already the peak. Scarlet stood gracefully. "I will personally lead the troops. I shall rise and fall with Ross." Ronald firmly disagreed. "Your Majesty, you cannot. As royalty, you must not risk your life." Thatcher did not oppose, seeing it as the only option. If the Emperor led personally, the 10,000 Ross soldiers might fight fiercely enough to withstand Phelan's onslaught. Scarlet insisted, "Khan, there is no other way to preserve our state." She felt resolute yet somewhat hopeful. In Great Phelan, people in Jiangzhou and the capital rejoiced. Their homes were safe once more. 200,000 Charlison troops marched deep into Hada City, just 1 city away from Jiangzhou. Never before had the citizens felt so threatened. The news of victory brought unprecedented excitement and joy. Many families added long-lived deity tablets for prayers morning and night. In Queenie Inzu, Jiangdong, Jiangnan, London Engsau, and Jiangzhou, people erected longevity tablets for Pierce, making him the true protector of Great Phelan. The Golden Hall was jubilant, officials smiling widely. Great Phelan had survived another crisis, the greatest in 20 years. They could resume their careers and wealth securely. Truly a moment to celebrate. The Empress showed her delight, feeling relieved. She asked, "My ministers, what do you think about Edwin Anshi's proposal to ransom prisoners back to Charlison?" Yuan was first to speak. "Your Majesty, I agree. Without this, Great Phelan cannot cover post-war pensions and London Engsau's reconstruction." He agreed wholeheartedly. Without the ransom, to ensure his longevity, he'd consider resigning as Minister of Revenue. Others echoed agreement. Only the War Minister Chase objected. "Your Majesty, this is like releasing a tiger back into the wild." Yuan retorted, "Better than being crushed by massive debt. Besides, Edwin Anshi proved capable of defeating them once. Can do it again." But, no buts. Or perhaps the War Department can set an example, forgoing monthly salaries for 10 years to save money for pensions. Chase tried to respond but was quickly restrained by his fellow officials. This translation retains the original tone and style while ensuring natural, fluent English with proper grammar. It respects the paragraph structure and line breaks from the Chinese text, preserving narrative coherence. Chapter 385. Enfeoffment and Bestowal of Command. No one objected. The Moxie immediately decreed. Pierce first defeated 100,000 Ross troops, pacified Jiangdong, then defeated 200,000 Charlison troops to secure London Engsau, rescuing the Great Phelan from peril. He is hereby elevated to Grand Edwin of the Eastern Campaign and enfeoffed as hereditary Lord of Black Mountain. He shall have full authority in negotiating with the state of Charlison and handling prisoner exchanges. After a moment's thought, she added, "Montague has successfully defended London Engsau and repelled Charlison troops during this war. For his great achievements, he is promoted to Guard Edwin. Other officials will receive their due rewards upon their return to the capital." Initially, the Moxie intended to bestow honors on Pierce first, but fearing that Cristobal might be displeased, she decided to honor both simultaneously. At this point, neither could expect further rapid promotion for some time. The announcement of these honors stunned the court. Firstly, Pierce was promoted from a third-rank pacifying Western Edwin to a second-rank Grand Edwin of the Eastern Campaign, with an additional title bestowed by the Moxie. This wasn't all. He was also enfeoffed as Lord of Black Mountain, advancing directly from Baron of Black Mountain to Marquis of Black Mountain. Thereafter, the Lewis family would possess 2 marquises. Next, Montague was promoted to first-rank Guard Edwin, one of the 3 senior generals. How long had it been since the Zhou Dynasty had such high-ranking generals? The Gordon family was on its way to renewed glory. Though shocked, none of the officials raised any objections. Pierce had pacified Jiangdong and London engsub within a month, stabilizing the tilting fate of Great Phelan. His achievements warranted his elevation as Grand Edwin of the Eastern Campaign and Marquis of Black Mountain, without being excessively lenient. Montagu had labored diligently, repeatedly securing London engsub against Charleston troops. Advancing him from Grand Edwin of the Western Campaign was fitting. Many officials noted the implications. The Moxie's appointment of Pierce as Grand Edwin of the Eastern Campaign signaled plans to subdue Ross. The great battle was far from over. In Hedeshi City, Pierce, receiving the Moxie's award, was far from pleased. Black Mountain Ape? Why not call me Black Mountain Bear or Black Mountain Demon? This dog emperor is too overbearing. I clearly told you to make me Champion Marquis. My prestigious Champion Marquis. Frustrated Moxie. But your fiefdom is called Black Mountain County. Cristobal smiled broadly. Congratulations, Lord of Black Mountain. 2 Marquises in the Lewis family, indeed worthy of celebration. Pierce yelled in anger. You are the Black Mountain Ape? Your whole family is made up of Black Mountain Apes. Cristobal responded righteously. No, I am Cristobal, Guard Edwin. Please address me as Guard Edwin. You are the young Davian. Your father is Pinyin Marquis. Lately, Jiwild City's atmosphere felt oppressive. The 20,000 Charleston troops sent into London engsub never returned. Rumors spreading of horrific tales causing chills down spines. None of the 10,000 grain supply teams returned to Jiwild City, seemingly vanished without trace. Even the 5,000-strong Charleston cavalry stationed there went missing. London engsub seemed like a giant maw swallowing everything. 2 days ago, a significant figure rushed to Jiwild City. Khan Tomas, always affable, now looked grim. Citywide alerts were immediately issued. Rumble. The earth shook slightly, familiar sounds of thundering hooves. Was it the Charleston cavalry returning? The Charleston soldiers hoped for something to break the suffocating silence. Tomas promptly ascended the walls, gripping them tightly, staring at the distant rising dust. A lone rider emerged, clad in black armor with red plumes, lion helmet and beast belt, a crimson cloak billowing. Despite the rider's imposing appearance, Charleston hearts sank. Red attire on black armor symbolized Phelan troops. A Phelan cavalry had entered Charleston territory, unheard of in years. The cavalry jubilantly galloped around Jiwild City, taunting and boasting. While the city gates remained closed, dead silent inside. Charleston soldiers hung their heads in humiliation. Hashtag chapter 386. The young mistress arrives. Chancellor, it's been a while. How is your back? Still needing to pee frequently? Pierce shouted. Note, Shengguo Darun is more accurately translated as Chancellor rather than Chancellor Darun. Also, for natural flow in English, back is used instead of waist, as it better conveys the intended meaning and reads more fluently. Tomas's body trembled slightly. This Chancellor is fine. No need for the Davian to worry. Pierce's face immediately darkened. You are the Black Mountain Ape, and your whole family are Black Mountain Apes. Silas dog, wait until I get back to thrash your ass. Everyone else is the Champion Marquis, the Valiant Cavalry Marquis, the Londonderry Trustworthiness Marquis, the Tiger Guard Marquis, one fiercer than the other. But you confer on me the title of Davian. Do you not know how embarrassing that is for me? Enraged, Pierce said nothing and raised a giant crossbow. This was a large-scale weapon manufactured in Tongxiang County, with a range of 500 meters. As a trade-off, it was huge and heavy, requiring tremendous effort just to cock it. Thinking that Pierce intended to harm him, Tomas hastily hid behind the parapet wall in fright. Pierce wore a look of disdain. Chancellor, don't be afraid. This Marquis won't shoot you. I just haven't seen you for so long and brought 2 gifts as greetings. Note, for more idiomatic English, Chancellor is used instead of Chancellor Darun, as the latter contains a Chinese honorific which isn't typically used in English text. Whoosh. An especially made massive arrow accurately pierced through the chest of a guard beside Tomas, directly propelling him backward and nailing him onto the rear city wall. What a terrifying crossbow. Tomas felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The Charleston general roared in fury. Davian, you go back on your word. Pierce shrugged. This Marquis said I wouldn't shoot Chancellor Haddon, but not that I wouldn't shoot anyone else, including you. Seeing Pierce picking up the giant crossbow again, the Charleston general hurriedly took cover behind the city wall. Pierce sneered and tossed the crossbow to the nearby Alexei. This was blatant humiliation. The Charleston soldiers atop the wall wore expressions of anger, but were helpless. Chancellor, there's a letter and a package tied to the arrow, a Charleston soldier reported, presenting the items. Note, Darun is a respectful title that doesn't need to be transliterated as it is commonly translated as Chancellor in this context. Tomas drew a deep breath, suppressing his embarrassment. He first opened the package. Even though prepared, seeing its contents caused him to involuntarily tremble. Naturally, the package contained Kip's head. As for the letter, it was also written by Kip to Silas Normang C. of Charleston. Unsealed, Pierce read it without hesitation. Naturally, even if sealed, he wouldn't have cared. The letter mainly acknowledged sins to the emperor, pleading for forbearance. It contained no significant secrets. Filled with genuine emotion, it even moved Pierce a bit. Hence he had no qualms about presenting it to the emperor. With Kip's head exposed, weeping and wailing rose up from the city walls. As Charleston's top general, Kip held a status within the army not unlike the legendary war god Damien in the past. Most of the generals in the Charleston army had once served under Kip. His death affected them as deeply as losing parents. A Charleston general knelt before Tomas, sobbing, Chancellor, please let me out of the city. I wish to fight the Phelan troops to the death. Without hesitation, Tomas kicked him over. Get lost. Want to die? Then smash yourself against the wall. Tomas roared, Davian, speak clearly. What do you want before letting the 50,000 Charleston soldiers return home? Kip's letter repeatedly mentioned the 50,000 Charleston captives. requesting Silas Normang see do anything to redeem the people. Tomas well understood the importance of these 50,000 to Charleston. Regardless of any other considerations, should these 50,000 fail to return to Charleston, a fearful generational gap would form within the Charleston army. Veterans would all perish, leaving inexperienced new recruits. The combat capability of the Charleston army would drastically plummet, no longer being the elite Charleston warriors that intimidated the 6 states. These 50,000 men were critical for the continuity of the Charleston army. Pierce declared loudly, "Chancellor, today this Marquis has only come to visit an old friend and bring some gifts. There's no intention of discussing conditions. Would it not tarnish our pure friendship?" Note: I have made slight adjustments for natural English flow and removed the unnecessary daran, which is a Chinese honorific not typically used in English. Tomas flew into a rage. "Davian, what exactly do you want? If you want to discuss, Chancellor, come find this Marquis in Hadong City. And Chancellor, do hurry up a bit. After all, the daily expenses for 50,000 captives are quite substantial, and Charleston cannot afford to default on these costs." Note: I've made the translation more natural and fluent while maintaining the original meaning. The term, Chancellor daran, is simplified to Chancellor to ensure consistency and readability in English. Saying this, Pierce turned around and left. 10,000 lightly armored Lewis cavalry disappeared beneath Jicheng. Entering Londonangshao, Pierce did not immediately return to Hadong City, but instead led 10,000 Lewis cavalry northward toward Jasancheng. After entering Londonangshao, the Charleston army, aiming to swiftly reach the Great Phelan capital, only attacked key cities along the route from Londonangshao to Jiangzhou, bypassing a thorough sweep of all of Londonangshao. Thus, several southern and northern cities escaped unscathed. Jasancheng was one such fortunate city. Why was this city named Jasancheng? Simple. It was the fief of Lord Arthur of the state of Jason. Oh, he wasn't Lord Arthur anymore. Due to unrest in Queen Anne's City, the Empress Dowager demoted him to Marquis Jason. Be it Duke or Marquis, Jasancheng remained the Jason family's fief. Of course, Pierce hadn't come to meet the old fool Arthur, but to see his brother, Mu too. 10,000 cavalry shattered the tranquility of Jasancheng. The guards mistook them for the Charleston army and almost abandoned the city in terror. At the critical moment, dressed in military attire, Christy climbed the city wall. Christy, the eldest miss of the Jason family, and Adamar's most beloved daughter. As a child, she often followed her older brother Garrett, playing with Pierce and the Nyo brothers, being Pierce's most loyal follower. Growing older, Arthur, fearing she'd turn into it of approaching hooves, became louder, bringing him back to reality. Eldest miss, since it's not the Charleston army, who could it be? Looks like tens of thousands of horses, no less than 10,000 cavalry. Christy exclaimed excitedly. In today's Londonangshao, who else could have 10,000 cavalry? Wang Charles grew agitated. Eldest miss, it's the young Marquis. No, it's the Davian. Christy shook her head. I'm not sure if it's him, but definitely the Lewis family wolves. She looked forward with anticipation. Finally, she saw that familiar figure riding ahead. Open the city gates. She rushed down immediately. Chapter 387. Andoni's predicament. From a distance, Pierce saw a man in full military attire riding out of the city at a gallop. At first, he thought it was Andoni's. As he got closer, he realized it wasn't him but rather an even more handsome young man than Jace. He was a bit irritated. These days, every guy seemed handsomer than the last. How would he make a living by his looks in the future? The handsome young man didn't show any intention of stopping and charged straight toward Pierce. Pierce raised his hand, signaling his troops to halt. 10,000 cavalrymen of the Lewis family simultaneously raised their Honka crossbows. The 200 bodyguards also lifted their Kanal crossbows. Holly and Alexei both placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. However, the young man acted as if he hadn't seen them at all. Pierce marveled at the man's dedication. This was the most professional collision ever. Compared to the old folks who bullied the weak and feared the strong in later times, this fellow was far superior. Just as arrows were about to fly, the young man excitedly shouted, "Brother Lewis!" "Hey!" Pierce quickly raised his hand to stop what would have been a tragedy. "Brother Lewis!" The young man leaped from his horse and tackled Pierce. Fortunately, Pierce's reflexes were much better now, catching him steadily. He examined the vaguely familiar face before asking tentatively, "Are you Gracie?" Christy nodded vigorously. "Brother Lewis, it's me." Pierce laughed. "Oh wow, you've grown up so much? Nice job, that outfit really suits you." Christy exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Lewis, you're not mad that I'm just a rough tomboy with weapons?" "Why would I be? People have different sides. Graceful ladies are pleasant to look at, but bold and fierce mistresses can be impressive too." Touched, Christy burst into tears. She finally met someone who understood her. She sobbed, "Brother Lewis, thank you. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Get off first. You're a bold and fierce lady now, not the clingy girl you used to be." Only then did Christy realize her arms were around Pierce's neck, her legs wrapped around his waist. Blushing like a monkey's bottom, she awkwardly hopped down. But when her eyes landed on Holly beside him, she turned into a starstruck fan immediately. She exclaimed, "Are you Lord Yasmin?" Holly asked coldly, "Do I know you?" Christy didn't mind his coldness one bit. "You don't know me, but I know you. Lord Yasmin, you're my idol." If Pierce was her most respected elder brother, then Holly was her idol. How she wished she could ride into battle wearing armor like Holly. Holly remained aloof. "That's your business." Disappointed that her idol didn't care for her, Christy pouted. Suddenly, she spotted Alexei. Her eyes lit up. "Are you Alexei?" Alexei instantly went on guard. "Mistress, we're all grown-ups here. Please don't act rashly." When they were younger, Christy loved making Alexei be her horse, which had left a deep scar on Alexei's psyche. Unhappy, Christy retorted, "Look how scared you are. What a coward. After following Brother Lewis for so long, you're still a lowly 7th rank irregular colonel. How embarrassing." Alexei didn't get upset. "I do what I like, and you can't boss me around?" Stopping the bickering, Pierce intervened. All right, Gracie, where's your third brother? Andonies was the third eldest among siblings. Christie's eyes welled up as she pulled at Pierce's sleeve. Brother Lewis, you must help third brother. Pierce's face darkened. Gracie, what happened? In a dilapidated little courtyard on the southern outskirts of Jason City, under a crooked jujube tree, Garrett sat on a stone bench reading a book titled Lewis E. Military Tactics. He had lived in this decrepit yard for several months. When he first moved in, the roof leaked and the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. So, he borrowed a ladder from a neighbor to repair the roof and cleared the weeds with a borrowed machete, replacing them with vegetables. Gradually, he transformed the small courtyard into a neat and orderly space. Though poor, he had no complaints. Every day, he read books and grew vegetables, enjoying rare peace and tranquility. Mealtime came, and a servant from the Jason household delivered a food box containing only 2 steamed buns, a bowl of thin porridge, and half a plate of pickles. Garrett savored it as though it were gourmet cuisine. Bam! The ramshackle door was kicked open by 2 well-dressed young men, accompanied by a group of servants. In the past, Garrett would respectfully call them eldest brother and second brother. But now, he ignored them, not because he lacked manners, but because they no longer acknowledged him as their third brother. Though straightforward, he still had his dignity and didn't want to force himself where he wasn't wanted. Smash it! Eldest brother Jason Lay ordered. The servants began wreaking havoc, trampling the fresh vegetables, smashing the 2 small benches, and using bamboo poles to poke holes in the roof. Garrett watched coldly, unfazed, until one servant dragged in a simple, honest farmer. Second brother Jason Jia stomped on him, shouting, "You lent ladders and tools to this useless one? Such audacity!" The farmer begged pitifully, "Master, spare my life. I won't dare again." Too late. Break both his legs and throw him out of town. There's no place for you in Jason City. Stop! Garrett yelled. Second brother, direct your actions at me, not at innocent people. Furious, Jason Jia roared, "Shut up! Who is your second brother? Our Jason family doesn't have a useless person like you." Jason Lay added, "Exactly. Our family cannot afford someone who betrays us inside and out." Undeterred, Garrett replied, "Do whatever you want to me, but leave the innocent alone." Jason Lay smirked. "Fine. Those are your words. Everyone, since he said it, go ahead." Jason Jia commanded, "Beat him up properly, but leave him barely alive." The servants lunged at Garrett, ready to beat him. "Stop!" A thunderous voice stopped them. An enraged Pierce stormed in, flanked by Holly, Alexei, Christy, and a bunch of guards. Garrett's body stiffened, and his eyes moistened. Jason Lay and Jason Jia exchanged incredulous glances. Why was Pierce here? As top-level troublemakers in the capital, they recognized Pierce and remembered being beaten by him and Alexei for bullying others. Glancing around and recalling what Christy had said, Pierce understood the situation. He growled, "Give this pack of dogs a thrashing." "Brinley's, master." The guards eagerly surged forward, beating the servants mercilessly. The thugs, accustomed to abusing their power, stood no chance against seasoned warriors. Alexei was the most eager. He'd gone too long without a proper fight. Enraged, Jason Lay yelled, "Pierce, know your limits. This is Jason City, not Tongxiang County." Pierce approached the 2 brothers, cracking his knuckles. Panicking, they stammered, "Pierce, what are you doing? Don't be reckless." Help. Chapter 388. Sending off a young lady. Jason Mansion, the largest mansion in Jason City, is a vast 7-court compound occupying 1/3 of the city. It was originally built as a duke's residence according to the specifications for ducal estates. After Arthur was demoted to Marquis, the grand estate became somewhat extravagant and overindulgent. Fortunately, it was in Jason City, not the capital, sparing much controversy. Everyone who passed asked coldly. Furious, Pierce retorted, "Nonsense. If I intended harm to your Jason family, could you still be drowning sorrows in wine? Could those 2 useless sons still be lording it over Jason City?" Only then did Arthur notice Jason Lay and Jason Jia, whom Alexei was holding, and the hesitant Garrett and Christy behind them. Jason Lay cried, "Father, save me." Jason Jia shouted, "Father, Pierce is too outrageous. You must stand up for us." Arthur frowned. What happened? Pierce turned to Christy and said, "London till Phoenix, you explain?" With no choice, Christy reluctantly stepped forward and recounted the events to Arthur. After Moxie Regnant demoted and exiled Arthur, he fell into a deep depression, spending all his days drowning his sorrows in drink, neglecting everything. Management of the Jason family affairs thus fell to Lady Jason, Jason Lay, and Jason Jia. These 3 believed that Pierce had ruined the Jason family, cursing him daily. They also harbored a deep hatred towards Garrett, Pierce's close friend. Once, when Garrett couldn't help but say a fair word for Pierce, the trio flew into a rage and expelled him from Jason Mansion. Thankfully, the old steward couldn't bear the thought of Garrett being destitute, so he secretly arranged a small courtyard for Garrett and sent meals every day. Until today, Jason Lay and Jason Jia discovered this and came barging in. Pierce ordered Alexei to throw Jason Lay and Jason Jia before Arthur, saying, "Old man Jason, since you can't discipline your sons, I will do it for you." Feeling humiliated, Arthur pointed at Jason Lay and Jason Jia, shouting, "Lock these rascals away. No one releases them without my command." The guards dragged the pleading Jason Lay and Jason Jia away. Arthur told Pierce coldly, "Davian, no need for your concern regarding my children. If there's nothing else, please leave Jason Mansion." Waving his sleeve, Pierce walked away. "Let's go." At the door, he noticed Garrett was still standing there. "Abdullahi, come with me. Staying here will bury your talents. Come with me, and we will conquer the world together. Let this old man and his 2 good-for-nothing sons wither away here." Garrett looked at Pierce, then at Arthur, indecisive. Impatient, Pierce asked, "What are you hesitating about? Such a large Jason mansion, over 10,000 people. Do they need you to care for this old man? Not to mention, they might not even treat you as part of the Jason family." Staying here will only cause trouble. Garrett sighed deeply, finally moving toward Pierce. Wait. Old man Jason burst into anger quickly. Refuse her. Lock her up and release her after I leave. Unexpectedly, Arthur readily agreed. All right, Jason City indeed is too small. Father doesn't want you wasting your youth here. Lewis boy, I entrust London Phoenix to you. Take care of her, hurt her, and I'll fight you to the death. Seeing Christie's pleading look, Pierce couldn't bring himself to refuse. He felt helpless. He only came to take Abdullahi away. Why was he suddenly responsible for a young lady? This wasn't something he could handle. Arthur sighed. Lewis boy, it was my fault for repaying kindness with enmity. The Jason family has fallen to this point. Not blaming you. My life is set, but Moo and Phoenix's lives have just begun. Please take care of them. Consider it the Jason family owing you a favor. Waving his hand, Pierce replied, no need for favors. Abdullahi is my brother, London Phoenix my sister. Naturally, I'll ensure they aren't wronged. Thinking of the impending farewell, tears streamed down Christie's face. Abdullahi remained quiet throughout, silently eating his meal. The meal was far from pleasant. Before leaving, Abdullahi bowed deeply 3 times to Arthur. He knew if not for him and London Phoenix, Arthur wouldn't have lowered his pride to appease Pierce. Patting him on the shoulder. But they send a nobody to meet us? Alexi cursed. What do you mean nobody? Open your damn eyes and see who I am. I'm Alexi, the top aide of Duke of Black Mountain and Conqueror Edwin of the Great Phalon. The first time meeting someone proud of being an aide, the guard captain was confused. Tomas quickly intervened. London told brother Alexi, don't mind him. He just has a bad mouth. Quickly lead the way, and don't let Duke Black Mountain wait too long. Under someone's roof, one must bend. Alexi snorted coldly and led Tomas to the city lord manor. Wait here. Bray is still resting and will come out when awake. Please keep quiet. He hates being disturbed while sleeping. He yawned again, walking away without offering tea or water. All the guards were indignant. They wished they could storm in, yet had to tolerate because they needed help. Tomas remained calm. No reception means freedom to act as we please. Fetch some water. It's always sweeter than tea or alcohol. The guards admired. Your Excellency truly has a vast heart, broad enough to row a ship in. They each drank their fill of well water before Pierce finally emerged, still yawning. My apologies. My lord is busy, causing inconvenience to esteemed guests. Tomas's subordinates felt their heads pound with rage, itching to draw swords. Tomas smiled. Not at all. The well water here is delicious, especially with the northwestern breeze. I appreciate it. Pierce stayed unashamed. If you enjoy it, welcome anytime. Tomas already knew Pierce's shamelessness and conceded defeat. Cutting straight to the chase, Duke of Black Mountain, please tell us what it takes to release the prisoners. Pierce took out an abacus. Simple. Use silver to buy them back? Tomas's eyelids twitched as he breathed deeply. How much? Pierce laughed. Let's settle accounts, so you know I'm fair. You have 50,000 prisoners here, from the general down to footmen. All have different values. In the market, an adult slave costs around 5 taels of silver, but can the renowned Charleston soldiers be treated as slaves? So, footmen are priced at 20 taels each. Chancellor, no objections? Tomas nodded. Fair enough. Good. We've counted 41,760 ordinary Charleston soldiers, totaling 840,000 taels, rounding up to 1 million. Next, there are 5,000 cavalrymen. Chancellor knows well how difficult it is to train one, so these shouldn't be equated with ordinary troops. Let's say 100 taels per cavalryman. Agreed? Tomas stiffened. Agreed. 5,000 cavalrymen total, 500,000 taels. Lastly, several commanders, majors, generals. They are the soul of the army, worth far more than ordinary troops. Being kind-hearted, let's set free. Black spots filling his vision. Chancellor. Guards rushed to revive him after a while. Raging, Tomas yelled, Pierce, you're unreasonable. Pierce looked sincere. Chancellor, I calculated every expense fairly. How unreasonable? Turning to Alexi, am I unreasonable? No, Bray was very reasonable. Honestly, the original amount could scare Tomas to death. Hashtag chapter 390, the bottom London. Court, let me be straightforward. Our great Charles and Silas's bottom line is 5 million taels. Once it exceeds this, please forgive my inability to do anything. Pierce naturally didn't believe Tomas's nonsense. He said coolly, 5 million taels aren't even enough for the consolation payments to our great Phalon soldiers who fell in battle. If that's your country's bottom line, then I have nothing more to say. Your Excellency Khan, you may leave. Tomas spoke with apparent sincerity. Court, let's be frank. I admit, your calculations are sound. But the reality is, we great Charleston cannot afford this massive sum. Because if the cost outweighs the benefits, redeeming these 50,000 people would be meaningless. Pierce had to nod in agreement. If redeeming these 50,000 people would burden Great Charleston and weaken its national strength, it would indeed be better not to do so. All right, I am not someone who can't face reality. Let's compromise. 20 million. Tomas gritted his teeth. 10 million. 1 coin more, and I'll leave immediately. Deal. 10 million was basically Pierce's limit. It was also Charleston's limit. Next, both sides began detailed negotiations. Pierce invited Averil of the state of Gordon to join the talks as well. Great Charleston could not pay 10 million in silver or gold. No country could possibly have that much actual silver or gold. So a large part of the payment would have to be made using silk, grain, horses, and even weapons and equipment. Once all negotiations were concluded, Tomas hurried back to Great Charleston to report to the Charleston king. Pierce, meanwhile, was about to leave London Engsau and head eastward to prepare for an attack on the state of Ross. Negotiations with Great Charleston would now be handled by Averil, as he couldn't afford to waste time here. On the city wall, Pierce and Averil watched Tomas's party hasten away. Averil couldn't help but exclaim, Good kid, to actually get 10 million taels from old Fox Tomas. Initially, he thought Pierce getting 5 million taels would be impressive. Pierce said indifferently, he had no choice. Avril couldn't resist saying, the next step is to repair Norman City. Lewis boy, can you give us some cement? If we have this cement and rebar, towards residents. Brinley's. How is old Jason? They were close friends for many years, but alas, they ultimately diverged paths. To avoid suspicion, he hadn't visited nearby Jason Cheng once. He's okay. He eats, drinks, walks around. His mood isn't great though. Avril tentatively suggested, how about you keep young Mu in the Western Army? I'll take care of him. Although Ruda was the commander of the Western Army, he couldn't fully control it. Anders, the central Edwin of the West, paid little heed to him. The reason was simple. The Western Army included people from the Jason family. If Garrett were in the Western Army, he could control this group through Garrett, thus gaining greater control over the entire Western Army. He didn't intend to rebel. He merely wanted tighter command of the Western Army for smoother operations. Pierce, displeased, retorted, Old Rue, this isn't up to me. Mu isn't merchandise. He has his own mind. If he wishes to stay in the Western Army, I won't force him to follow me. Avril sighed, then forget it. Young Mu definitely wants to follow you. Previously, I wrote a few letters inviting him to join the Western Army, which he declined. He's been waiting for you. There was such a thing? Pierce was surprised and touched. This was brotherhood. And, Avril rubbed his hands together. Since you've taken in Jason family's fake lass, why don't you all, Uncle Gordon? It's not like that. Brother Lewis and I have always been like this. Avril leered at Pierce as if asking, is this what you call brother-sister relationship? Pierce was speechless. Although Gracie had grown physically, her temperament remained childlike, leaving him helpless. Brother Lewis, catch the horse king for me. All right, let's go. Going hunting before departure for a bit of relaxation sounded good. Oh, wonderful. Gracie gave him a peck on the cheek, stunning Pierce and others. Avril turned away silently, sighing, morals are declining, truly scandalous. Translation completed while maintaining the paragraph structure and tone of the original text. Chapter 391. Internal Rewards. To the west of Hudong City lies a semi-grassland, semi-forest area teeming with various animals like antelopes, deer, wild horses, bison, and wolves. This region is a paradise for hunting, reminiscent of the grand hunting grounds of the old Zhou Dynasty. Prince Pierce set out with Ezekiel, Alexei, Ari, Ewan, Oral, Garrett, and Christy, accompanied by 200 guards. They galloped across the vast grasslands, enjoying the exhilaration. Upon reaching the hunting ground, Pierce surveyed everyone. Uncle Gordon, Uncle Queenian, and Oral, you stay here for now. The rest of you can go hunting. Big brother Lewis, Phone will go find the Horse King. Christy excitedly rode off, with Garrett leading a group of Jason family soldiers to protect her. Master, I'll fetch some game for you. Alexei couldn't resist either, riding away with a detachment of guards. Ezekiel showed no intention of leaving, and Pierce didn't press her. Pierce turned to Ewan, Ari, and Oral, noting the sadness on their faces as they prepared to part ways. Pierce was about to lead the Eastern expedition, which wouldn't involve the Lewis family's wolf cavalry, so they were to return to Quinienzu. Pierce laughed. Everyone, there's no need for this sorrow. Farewells are only temporary, and we still have many battles to fight together in the future. Ari shouted loudly. Master speaks the truth. In the future, we will sweep through the world under your leadership. Ewan cupped his hands, wishing Master success on the Eastern campaign and may you earn great honors. Satisfied, Pierce responded. The Battle of London Angshau, all did excellently, showcasing the prowess of the Lewis family wolf cavalry. Before our farewell, I have a gift for you. He pulled out a red silk scroll from his chest. Ari beamed. Master, could it be an imperial decree? Pierce smiled and nodded. Precisely, it's a reward specifically for you. Although the London Angshau battle had ended, the Eastern campaign was imminent, and rewards usually wouldn't come this quickly. However, Pierce didn't want them to return to Quinienzu empty-handed, so he specially petitioned the Moxie for these rewards. He intended to grant internal rewards. Ari, Ewan, Oral, received the imperial decree. They knelt immediately. Edwin awaits the decree. Pierce solemnly announced. Brigadier Edwin Ari, during the London Angshau battle, you led the Lewis family light cavalry 3 times to cut off the enemy's supply lines, engaging in numerous ambushes against the Charleston Iron Cavalry, killing tens of thousands of enemies, thus achieving great merit in the London Angshau battle. Promoted to Edwin of martial valor and rewarded with 3,000 taels of silver, 1,000 dan of grain, 500 bolts of silk, and 500 bolts of cotton. Edwin receives the decree. Adjutant Edwin Ewan, during the London Angshau battle, you commanded the Lewis family heavy cavalry in frontal assaults against the Charleston Iron Cavalry, killing tens of thousands of enemies, achieving significant contributions in the London Angshau battle. Promoted to Edwin of intimidation, rewarded with 3,000 taels of silver, 1,000 dan of grain, 500 bolts of silk, and 500 bolts of cotton. Edwin receives the decree. Commander Oral, during the London Angshau battle, you led the Lewis family heavy cavalry in frontal engagements against the Charleston Iron Cavalry, killing tens of thousands of enemies, making remarkable achievements in the London Angshau battle. Promoted to Adjutant Edwin, rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver, 500 dan of grain, 100 bolts of silk, and 100 bolts of cotton. Edwin receives the decree. Ari and Ewan were both promoted by 1 rank, while Oral ascended directly from a miscellaneous 7th rank commander to a 5th rank adjutant general, advancing 5 ranks in one go. They were delighted, not just because of the official rewards, but also due to Pierce's genuine regard for them through these internal commendations. Pierce handed over the scroll to Ari. Inside are the promotions for the Lewis family wolf cavalry officers at various levels. I won't read them out. You can announce them upon your return. The rewards will be transported to Quinienza later and distributed among you. Thank you, Master. Everyone received a share, and none were left out, bringing joy to all. Pierce began assigning tasks for their return to Quinienzu. Uncle Gordon and Oral, upon returning to Tongxiang County, replenish the missing Lewis family heavy cavalry, and continue with regular training. Brinley's master, Uncle Queenian, after returning to Queenianyang City, recruit another 10,000 men to form a 30,000-strong Lewis family light cavalry. Procure the required warhorses, crossbows, and sabers from the spoils of the Londonangshao battle, and I will ensure Tongxiang County provides any additional light armor needed promptly. Understood. Eri paused. Master, Brother Feng and I discussed before. The Lewis family light cavalry needs practical combat experience. We plan to target the ghost tribes of the far north to quickly enhance our combat skills. Pierce nodded. Agreed. With the Honka crossbows boasting a range of 300 meters, the ghost tribes would only suffer, causing little loss on our side. Besides, they hadn't yet faced retribution for tricking him before. Suddenly, Christie came charging back, yelling. Big Brother Lewis, hurry up. Feng found the Horse King. Pierce chuckled at everyone. Let's put work aside for now and enjoy hunting. Okay. Christie's Horse King turned out to be a spirited chestnut horse, far less impressive than the famous Ackletech or even Pierce's own Black Absolute, but it stood out among the small hill ponies. Christie pouted. Big Brother Lewis, help me catch it. Pierce agreed without hesitation. All right, watch me. Patting Black Absolute's head. Old buddy, let's do this. Black Absolute neighed fiercely and took off. The chestnut horse stood no chance against Black Absolute, and soon, Pierce leaped from Black Absolute onto the chestnut horse, subduing it swiftly. Given his current skill level, even a wild bull wouldn't stand a chance, let alone a horse. Come, London till Phoenix, it's yours now. Pierce handed over the chestnut horse, which he'd already harnessed with reins. Christie petted the handsome horse, eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Big Brother Lewis, give it a name. Pierce blurted out, it's Chestnut, so let's call it Zungzi. Zungzi, what a warm name. Thank you, Big Brother Lewis. She planted a kiss on him. This time, Yasmin couldn't bear it anymore. She lifted Christie abruptly. From now on, you're not allowed to kiss him again. Why not? Christie pouted. Ezekiel declared dominantly, because I'm here. Fine, Christie acquiesced, swallowing her disappointment. Pierce secretly applauded Yasmin's decisive move. Finally, someone could manage the little madam. Master, we've caught plenty of game. Alexei returned with the guards, loaded down with wild boars, antelopes, rabbits, and pheasants. Everyone, let's have a picnic. Okay. Pierce personally handled an antelope, roasting it to perfection. Crispy outside, tender inside, spicy, and delicious, becoming everyone's coveted treat. Everyone drank heartily and feasted lavishly. After the meal, Pierce and Andoni strolled across the vast prairie. Andoni's, I remember you told me that your favorite place is the sea, and your dream is to sail freely on a ship that can withstand any storm. Indeed, how I wish for that day to come. Pierce smiled. As brothers, I will help you achieve this dream. Andoni's eyes lit up. London till dash, you mean? I plan to separate the Navy from the Eastern Army into its own force. Their future missions will not only be on rivers, but mostly on the high seas. I intend for you to command the Navy. Overjoyed, Andoni's exclaimed. That's fantastic. London till dash, I'll ensure the Navy is well managed. You know, I excel in swimming and have learned much about navigation. This was true. Driven by his lifelong fascination with the sea, Andoni's had studied countless books on maritime topics and collected volumes on shipbuilding. Discussing these subjects, he could talk endlessly for days. Pierce nodded. Of course, I trust you. Due to Arthur's rebellion, the Moxie wasn't favorable toward the Jason family. Appointing Andoni's to an important local position might raise objections from the Moxie. Moreover, Andoni's disliked and lacked proficiency in political maneuvering. Managing the Navy, a crucial yet overlooked element in the Great Phalan's military, was the perfect arrangement. Chapter 392. The large cargo ships. 2 large ships sailed on the Great River, with the Phalan banner flying proudly at their bows. On the leading ship's bow, Pierce stood tall. The was close to Jiangzhou, and not far from the dock. Transporting the weapons from Hudong City to Jiangzhou dock, then sailing straight down to Rosling, was the most convenient method. The section of the river between Jiangzhou dock and Rosling was relatively calm, with no danger. Even the northern men, inexperienced with boats, wouldn't suffer seasickness. Many of them had never been on a boat before, let alone a towering 3-story cargo ship. Therefore, once aboard, Alexei, Andoni's, Ashlinger, and a group of bodyguards went wild, running around and touching everything. Only Pierce and Ezekiel remained calm. The former had seen much, while the latter was naturally indifferent. As for Ashton, he had come along with the 2 cargo ships from Jiangdong. There wasn't much else to do besides discussing strategies for the upcoming Eastern campaign with Pierce. He praised, Edwin, the battle at Londonangshao defeated 20,000 Charleston troops. With peace in Londonangshao, we can finally focus on our Eastern campaign. Pierce said sheepishly, I've kept you waiting. We agreed on a month, but it's been over 10 days. It caused the advisor to come fetch me personally. Ashton shook his head. It's fine. After all, Londonangshao and Jiangdong have been stabilized. The Eastern campaign isn't urgent. But I must thank advisor for the strategy that allowed me to quickly pacify Londonangshao. Edwin, you flatter too much. It was all due to your brilliance. I merely filled in the gaps. Advisor is too humble. Stop. Ezekiel barked. Enough of your banter. Pierce looked hurt. If you don't like it, you don't have to listen. But don't interfere with my freedom of speech with advisor. Ashton hid behind Pierce. Exactly. Ezekiel insisted, this time for the Eastern campaign, I want to command an independent force. She missed leading troops during the battles at Rosling and Londonangshao. She was impatient. When would she ever become a general? Facing Ezekiel's intense gaze, Pierce looked at Ashton. Advisor, how's the recruitment for the Eastern Army? What about the Northern and Southern armies? Edwin, following your orders, we have recruited 2 10,000 naval forces and 1 10,000 Eastern Army. Now the Eastern Army has 30,000 Navy personnel and 10,000 ground troops, excluding the 10,000 in Shanghai City. They have been training for over a month, under the veteran-led new recruits policy, achieving basic combat readiness. Their morale is high, driven by a desire for revenge. The 50,000 Northern Army has also trained for over a month, becoming accustomed to water. Many soldiers have learned to swim, causing quite a stir among local women every day they strip down and swim in Rosling River. The 20,000 Southern Army remains the same, complaining about hardship daily. They're the worst equipped and poorly motivated soldiers. I suggest using them for logistics. West War. He supported de Phalon in court. Specific actions haven't been seen yet. Apparently, he hasn't found the right opportunity. Tell him to hurry up. Truly, such indecision won't achieve anything. Once Chavi consolidates power, will he still have a chance? Brinley's Edwin. Chapter 393. The Flourishing of Rosling. 2 days later, 2 large treasure ships docked at the Rosling wharf. Pierce descended with a group of people. Apart from Pierce, Ezekiel and Ashton, the rest did not look too well. After drifting for 2 days on the ship, these northerners, who were not used to sailing, experienced some seasickness. The trio from the Northern Army, Adifier, Johan, and Evander, and others had been awaiting them for some time now. Ross Normanwise 1,000-man commander in Jiangdong Bradley, the governor of Jiangzhou Hansen, Dong Army's central commander Enoch, Nan Army's central commander Caleb, etc. Welcome back, Great Edwin of the East Expedition and Duke of Ewing, they all shouted in unison. Everyone's faces were full of respect and admiration. A battle in Rosling defeated a 100,000-strong Ross army, making them bow in reverence. A campaign in London Engsub decimated 200,000 elite soldiers of the proud Charleston army. This was truly like the reincarnation of Sun Wu. Within a month, he first pacified Jiangdong and then London Engsub, killing hundreds of thousands of enemies. Such unparalleled brilliance made everyone admire him intensely. Departing as a third-grade general of Eastern Expedition and Viscount of Ewing, he returned as a second-grade great general of Eastern Expedition and Duke of Ewing. This was simply legendary. Pierce said indifferently, "We're all our own people. No need to be so formal." Adifier, Johan, Evander, and Bradley didn't mind. After all, they were already his people. But Hansen, Enoch, and Caleb looked very honored. Being acknowledged by the Honorable Duke of Ewing, how fortunate. Hansen respectfully said, "Edwin, to welcome your triumphant return, we have set up a feast at Zhuehua Tower, the largest place in Rosling. Please do us the honor." No. Pierce was about to refuse. All the notable figures in Rosling are waiting for the arrival of the Edwin. They wish to offer gifts as a sign of respect. Pierce waved his hand. "Go. It's hard to miss such warm hospitality from the folks here. We can't douse their enthusiasm. I must attend." Free gifts? Don't let them go wasted. Zhuehua Tower sat beside the Rosling River, surrounded by beautiful scenery. It wasn't a brothel buffing at me. Pierce, enraged, scanned the crowd with hands on hips. "What are you looking at? Can't a young lady eat candy skewers?" He immediately instructed Alexei to buy an entire grass target full of candy skewers and distributed one to each person. Adifier, Johan, Evander, Bradley, Hansen, Enoch, and Caleb included. He growled fiercely, "Eat. All of you eat. Not eating is disrespectful." Thus, whether it was the prestigious governor or a military commander, everyone licked ice sugar-coated haws on the street, becoming a sight in Rosling. "Big brother Lewis, you eat too." "Eat. Definitely eat." Pierce grabbed a skewer and bit into the sour yet sweet treats. As everyone munched on candy skewers while entering Zhuehua Tower, everyone was taken aback. Pierce waved his hand again. "Alexei, distribute candy skewers." Brinley's bray. "Come on, one per person. Everyone gets a share." That day, Rosling belonged to candy skewers. After that day, it became fashionable for many important figures to parade through Rosling with a string of skewers in mouth. Not strolling along Rosling River with a string of candy skewers, you wouldn't even dare say you visited Rosling. Inside Zhuehua Tower, Pierce sat at the main seat. Notable Rosling dignitaries took turns toasting him, praising him while presenting gift lists. Looking at ever-lengthening lists, Pierce's honor was something those hypocritical officials could never match. The gift givers were happy, and the recipients were even happier, creating a harmonious atmosphere at Zhuehua Tower. Of course, there were times when harmony was disrupted. When it was a literati's turn to come forward, he displayed an air of arrogance. After paying perfunctory compliments to Pierce, he presented a poetry collection he had written. Not only that, but he acted as if bestowing a great honor by being there. This person was named London Nan, quite famous according to Hansen's introduction beside him. He was known as the first poet in Jiangdong, referred to as Mr. Jiangling, and highly revered by scholars. In Jiangdong, his fame was no less than Pierce's. Pierce barely suppressed his annoyance, reluctantly flipping through the so-called poetry collection. His face darkened immediately. Inside were Zhao Ruo's Alzua, insincere verses that made him feel awkward. He'd rather read children's work, which at least showed sincerity, than this literary garbage. Not only did he not send money, but he dared to present such items to mock him, utterly disrespectful. "Guards!" Pierce shouted. "Throw him out." Brinley's bray. Alexei had long been annoyed by London Nan and dragged him out like a chick. London Nan was ashamed and angry, shouting, "Pierce, how dare you insult me?" Splash. Alexei threw him from the second floor into the Rosling River, shocking the tourists. Pierce clapped his hands. "Let's continue. Heads may roll, but the act of receiving gifts must not stop. Blood may be shed, but pockets cannot be empty." Gifts continued to be exchanged, and the atmosphere heated up again. As for London Nan, he was just a poor scholar, and no one would take him seriously. "I love Rosling." Note, the phrase "wo ai ni, Jinling" is directly translated to "I love you, Rosling." However, in the context of the narrative and to maintain natural fluency in English, it should be adjusted to "I love Rosling," as provided above. The gift givers were also very pleased. Although they had spent a considerable amount, they had gained recognition from the powerful Davian and received his smile and encouragement. They felt it was all worthwhile. You see, some officials who act superior make you bleed money-wise. And you also have to endure their disdainful looks and icy words. Sometimes, after such encounters, people feel utterly humiliated, embarrassed to the point of wishing they could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. Encountering such hypocritical and two-faced officials is enough to make one spit blood with anger. But the Davian was different. His smile was so radiant and put everyone at ease, and his words were so warm and welcoming. They felt that even at least expressed genuine emotions. Not giving silver was one thing, but to bring such trash to nauseate him, it was utterly intolerable. Someone, Pierce roared, throw him out. Brinley's Bray. Alexei had long been annoyed by London Nan, carrying him out like a chick. London Nan, ashamed and furious, yelled, Pierce, how dare you humiliate me? Splash. Alexei directly tossed him from the second floor into the Rosling River, startling the onlookers. Pierce clapped his hands. Come, let's continue. Heads may fall, but gifts must not stop. Blood may flow, but pockets cannot be empty. The gifting continued amidst renewed fervor. As for London Nan, he was just a penniless scholar. Nobody cared much about him. Chapter 394. You disgust me. After the gift-giving, the banquet officially began. Exquisite dishes and fine wine flowed in like streams. Music played as a group of dancers from Rosling performed gracefully, their every move exuding charm. Unlike the bold and grand dances of the northern regions, the dances in Rosling were gentle and entwining, fully showcasing the warmth of southern women. Drinks had been enjoyed, dances watched, and no more gifts presented. Pierce was about to find an excuse to slip away when loud commotion erupted outside the door. A group of literati surged in, led by London Nan, who had been thrown out not long ago. He stared at Pierce with fiery eyes. A guard rushed in apologetically. Bray, they insisted on barging in. We couldn't resort to weapons. Alexei exploded. What nonsense. Bray, let me beat them to death. Pierce stopped him. Stay calm. He wanted to see what they were up to. The music abruptly stopped, and the dancers withdrew anxiously. The guests were surprised. They couldn't imagine anyone daring to challenge the prestigious Commander Edwin of the Eastern Campaign and Marquis of Ewing. This must be sheer recklessness. Bradley discreetly signaled one of his captains, who hurriedly went to call for reinforcements. Daring to challenge the Commander General, these literati were in big trouble. London Nan pointed at Pierce. Marquis of Ewing, you must give me an explanation today. Pierce smiled. Oh, what kind of explanation? Even if you are the Commander Edwin and Marquis, you can't just throw me out for no reason. I came here with good intentions to congratulate you and present gifts. Why did you humiliate me? Other literati joined in. Brinley's, our Phelan dynasty respects literati. Even Austin cannot unjustly reprimand us. Today, you must publicly apologize to Mr. Jiangling. We scholars have established the heart of the universe and the mission for the people, carrying on the legacy of past sages. We will not tolerate such arrogance and bullying. Even if you kill us today, we will voice justice against the evil forces. How does it fare? An official from Jiangdong seized the opportunity to shout. Mr. Jiangling's poetry isn't bad, but compared to poems of Master Lewis, it's heaven and earth apart. Everyone chimed in, flattering. Absolutely. Poems of Master Lewis is a classic work. There's no comparison. Another official quickly added, so, Mr. Jiangling really did disgust Marquis of Ewing. Right. No wonder Marquis threw Mr. Jiangling out. The group of literati deflated. If someone else had said Mr. Jiangling's poetry disgusted them, they'd rip them to shreds. But since it was Master Lewis, unmatched in poetry, they had no comeback. Because he indeed had the right to say so. London Nan's face flushed red and white with humiliation. He felt foolish for bringing this issue up. It only made him look worse. But now, he had to push through. He held his chin high. Even if my poetry isn't as good as yours, it certainly doesn't disgust you. You're still young. When I was writing poems, you weren't even born yet. Since he couldn't win in anything else, age became his advantage. He planned to bully him into submission. He puffed his chest. I've heard you grew up reading my poetry. Your achievements today are because of my inspiration. Without me, there would be no you. Guests exchanged glances. They'd seen shameless before, but not this shameless. The literati covered their faces. Mr. Jiangling, too shameless. Overboard. Marquis of Ewing, please throw him out again. We won't criticize you. You're absolutely right. Pierce laughed. Can't win in arguments, so you bring up age? Congratulations. You've once again disgusted me. London Nan, deluded by his own words, believed it. It's the truth. Pierce, admit it. You're actually my admirer, growing up with my poetry. Gross. Finally, someone vomited in disgust. Pierce stood up straight, looking directly at London Nan. Before I throw you out, I'll give you a poem. He scanned the crowd of literati, especially for you all. Master Lewis was going to recite a poem. Everyone looked excited, holding their breath despite the nausea. Pierce paced slowly in the hall and recited. When the great rock rises on the wind, soaring 90,000 miles high, if the wind ever ceases, still it can churn the sea's deep waters. The world sees me as different, mocking my grand statements. Confucius feared the rising generation. One should not underestimate youth. Dead silence filled the hall, but flames burned in the eyes of the young literati. Great lines, when the great rock rises on the wind, soaring 90,000 miles high. Youth needn't lose to elders. Those who cite age or experience can shut up. Confucius feared the rising generation. One should not underestimate youth. The young should be defiant, fearless, full of grand aspirations. Brother Lewis, amazing. Christie broke the silence. Lewis, wonderful poem. And Donize's eyes welled up. It described him perfectly. Thunderous applause erupted, and in that moment, Pierce became an idol in the eyes of the young literati. Pierce left with an encouraging smile and turned to leave. Master Lewis, what's the title of this poem? A scholar shouted. Pierce paused. The poem is called Youth. The young literati cheered again. Pierce did not order London Nan to be thrown out. Instead, The literati lifted him up and tossed him into the Rosling River, expressing their refusal to conform to hierarchy based on seniority. The poem Youth became the treasure of Zhuehua Tower. So revered was it that the next day, the tower was renamed Youth Tower, becoming a must-visit place for every young scholar. In a short time, youth swept through the three rivers, greatly inspiring the youth of Great Phalon and healing the psychological wounds left by war. Chapter 395, Boosting Morale. Outside Rosling City, at the Northern Army encampment, on the command platform, Pierce, dressed in armor and holding his sword, surveyed his surroundings. Below him stood 50. Therefore, it was crucial for Pierce, as Grand Edwin of the Eastern Expedition, Marquis of Black Mountain, and commander of the Central Northern Army, to rally their spirits. He roared loudly, "Soldiers of the Northern Army, are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid." The response from 50,000 voices shook the heavens. Intruders have invaded our homes, burned our houses, killed our parents, wives, brothers, and sisters. What should we do? Revenge. Revenge? Very well. The state of Ross is the intruder. Along with the state of Charleston, they have ravaged our lands, causing countless civilians to lose their homes and families. Such heinous actions have stirred the wrath of heaven and humanity, and can only be appeased with their blood. Kill, kill, kill. The morale of the Northern Army was now ablaze, their shouts echoing deafeningly through the air. Soldiers, don your armor and grasp your long swords. Tomorrow morning, we march eastward. Oh. Leaving the command platform, Adifier, Johann, and Evander came up to greet him. Evander said, "Bray, you spoke brilliantly, passionate and articulate, simple yet profound. It made me eager to fight the Ross forces right away." Pierce glanced at him coldly. "Enough flattery, just speak your mind." Evander rubbed his hands together. "Bray, can I lead the charge in this battle? I'm getting old and don't have many chances left to fight. It would be good to earn some notable achievements." Johann interjected quickly, "Old Lewis, get lost. You fought plenty of battles. It's my turn now. Bray, let me lead." Adifier shouted, "Enough bickering. Bray will decide who leads, so stop quarreling. Bray, let me lead. I have the most experience and am mature and steady." "Juan, your eagerness disqualifies you from being mature and steady. Leave it to me. People call me reliable third brother." "Bullshit. I remain calm and composed, unaffected by chaos, like the public toilet witnessing comings and goings, unmoved by anything. That's me." Pierce ignored their banter and turned to leave with Ezekiel and Andonis. They hadn't even reached the front lines yet, with enemy conditions unclear. What sense did it make to argue? Arriving at the Eastern and Southern Army camps, Pierce introduced Ezekiel to Kinney and Caleb. "This is Edwin Charleston, appointed by me as the new Edwin of the East Plains. Pay homage to Edwin Charleston." The two promptly bowed. "There's no need for formality," Ezekiel replied coldly. Ezekiel was originally a fourth-rank Martial Guards. "Soldiers, are you afraid?" "Not afraid. Not afraid. Intruders have entered our homes, burned our houses, killed our parents, wives, brothers, and sisters. What should we do?" "Revenge. Revenge." The naval base was located beside the Great River, not far from Rosling Harbor. Pierce, accompanied by Andonis, Alexei, and a group of guards, arrived in half an hour on horseback. Before them stood a massive water fort, surrounded by walls and watchtowers, resembling a small city. Inside lived the 30,000 naval soldiers and over 10,000 shipwrights from the largest Rosling shipyard of the Great Phalon Empire. A chubby young man rushed out with a group of naval officers and kneeled immediately. "Welcome, Grand Edwin of the Eastern Expedition, Marquis of Black Mountain, to Rosling Naval Base." The chubby officer, Kurt, commanded the naval division temporarily after its leader, London Shee, was killed by Kinney. Pierce nodded and pointed to Andonis. "This is Edwin Jason, the new commander of the Navy, holding the rank of prominent warrior commander." The officers hastily paid their respects. "Greetings, Commander Jason." Andonis modestly replied, "There's no need for formalities." As a fourth-rank prominent warrior commander, Andonis held a higher rank than a deputy general, thus needing no additional promotion to expedite the construction of 1,000 Meng Chong boats and 10 smaller fuck boats. Pierce scolded, "Ridiculous. We are heading east tomorrow. Where's the time to slowly build them?" Kurt immediately knelt. "Forgive me, Edwin. This was all Commander London's decision without my involvement." Andonis suggested, "Lewis C. Let's gather fishing boats right away. The river network in Jiangdong is extensive, and there are plenty of fishing boats. Gathering 1,000 or so shouldn't be too difficult." Pierce sighed. "That's our only option." He barked at Kurt. "Why aren't you moving?" "Edwin, I'm on it." Kurt darted off like a bolt of lightning. This era hadn't seen cannons yet, so naval combat still relied on traditional methods, archery at a distance and boarding actions, which extended land warfare into the water. Hence, the requirements for ships weren't too high. While fuck boats and Meng Chong boats were preferred, fishing boats could suffice if necessary. Although Pierce could produce gunpowder, manufacturing cannons was beyond his immediate capabilities. He still couldn't produce plate armor because it required water-powered forging machines. One must eat bit by bit. By the way, Pierce asked, "Andonis, do you have any design plans for seagoing ships?" Whether large or small fuck boats or Meng Chong boats, they were all designed for rivers and couldn't withstand storms at sea. For Pierce's plans to succeed, he needed someone to venture into the open ocean. Setting out to sea with these current ships would be courting disaster. Andonis thought for a moment. "I have the design for a treasure ship with a unique keel structure, capable of withstanding oceanic storms." Pierce rejoiced. "Great. Once this Eastern campaign is over, have craftsmen build this treasure ship. When it's done, send someone out to sea to help me find something." Andonis asked directly, "Treasure? Gold and silver mountains?" Pierce was displeased. "Andonis, do you think I'm that shallow?" Andonis didn't hesitate. "No, you're not shallow." Pierce felt relieved. "You understand me best. You just have a fixation on silver." Pierce. Suddenly, Pierce became serious. Andonies, the Navy will depend on you this time. Can you handle it? Due to geographical barriers, Pierce, commanding the army on land, couldn't keep a constant eye on the Navy. Assigning tasks was necessary, but ultimately, decisions depended on the commander's judgment and adaptability. If they didn't coordinate well, the Ross forces might seize opportunities to escape. Andonies patted his chest confidently. Louis C., don't worry. You know I've worn out a summary of naval warfare. Compared to land battles, naval warfare is my strong suit. All right, I'll leave this to your side. It can't be helped. Alexei fumed. Damn those Ross and Charleston states, always stirring trouble. They can't fight properly, just troublesome. Pierce chuckled. Stop complaining. Although we can't return, we can still send gifts. Rosling's cosmetics are top-notch. Would you like to pick some for Allison? Alexei jumped up. Bray, don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened between Allison and me. Allison was the 200-pound chubby girl from Ingram's family. Back in Hudong City, when Ingram mentioned giving Allison to Pierce, Alexei had jumped up in protest. It's pointless trying to hide it from me. Just as Alexei understood Pierce the best, Pierce understood Alexei the most. Alexei slumped. Bray, Ingram probably wouldn't agree to give Allison to me. Sir, you must help me. He will agree eventually. Rest assured, after this battle, I'll secure you a prominent position. Then, we'll visit Ingram together to propose. If he dares refuse, we'll thrash Dwayne and Oswald first. Alexei clenched his fists angrily. Brinley's. If he doesn't agree, I'll thrash them every day. Dwayne and Oswald fainted in the restroom. Come on, let's go gift shopping. Actually, Pierce had another unspoken concern. He feared hurting Alexei's feelings. Given Allison's appearance, any matchmaker who agreed would consider themselves. It said Dayu wore such attire when he tamed the floodwaters. Sir, you deserve this. Just 99 taels, and you can experience the joy of Yao, Shun, and Queenie. Pierce gave a thumbs up. You are all talents. Where is the Imperial Guard? Please take them all to the Imperial Guard dungeons for special treatment. Immediately, a team of the Imperial Guard appeared as if summoned by the wind, causing vendors to scatter in all directions. Pierce growled fiercely. A bunch of rascals, trying to swindle this young master's silver. Have you grown tired of living? Alexei nodded in agreement. Exactly. Snatching silver from this young master is like taking food from a tiger's mouth. Bray has always been the swindler. It's the first time someone dared to swindle him. An Imperial Guard centurion named Daryl rushed over with his squad, pedestrians making way as they approached. The Imperial Guard was an entity no one dared to provoke in Rosling. Seeing Pierce, Daryl looked excited and wanted to bow. Pierce waved to stop him, wanting nothing more than to enjoy his stroll. Sir, do you need those people arrested? Pierce secretly approved of the centurion's perceptiveness. No need. They're just trying to make a living. By the way, do you know where I can find uncarved jade in Rosling? He and Alexei had searched half of Rosling but found none. Daryl respect owns required both knowledge and luck. Even average jade could bring significant profits if its quality was good, though most often buyers lost everything. Upon entering, Pierce immediately drew attention from vendors. Sir, I have jade from the southern tribes. Sir, I have superior Nanyang Dushan jade. Sir, I have Hatian jade from the west. Pierce visited every stall without hesitation but left each with a disappointed look. Alexei eyed him skeptically. Bray, do you understand gambling on jade? Pierce shook his head. No, I don't. Then why? Pierce grinned confidently. I may not understand gambling on jade, but I can tell if raw stones contain good jade. Daryl asked curiously, Sir, how do you tell? Pierce often just felt the stones without much looking. Pierce asked mysteriously, Want to know? Both Alexei and Daryl nodded eagerly. I won't tell you. Alexei and Daryl felt vexed. How else, but through his internal ice heart technique energy. Good jade should be fine-textured, cool, and smooth, resonating with his ice heart energy. So, he was looking for raw stones that felt connected to his heart. Though it sounded mystical, Pierce had tested it himself. He found that certain top-tier jade indeed made him feel warm and comfortable. Of course, evaluating jade involved many factors, like appearance and flaws, which he couldn't fully grasp. Thus, he couldn't guarantee picking out the best. His aim wasn't to find perfection. Soon, Pierce selected a palm-sized stone from a small stall. What's the price for this stone? Bray, what great eyesight. This is rare Hatian jade from the west. Feel its weight and coolness. It's bound to reveal exquisite jade inside. It's our shop's treasure. How about 10 taels? Pierce calmly replied, 1 tael. If not, forget it. And he walked away. Sold. Sold. The vendor hurriedly called out. Though feigning pain, the smile on his lips betrayed his satisfaction. That stone had sat unsold for months. After visiting a dozen stalls, Pierce picked up another fist-sized stone. Bray, what sharp eyes. This Hatian jade just arrived. Someone offered 50 taels for it. For you today, 30 taels. Pierce didn't blink. 1 tael. Master, you can't bargain like that. You should negotiate gradually for the fun of it. Let's try again. Pierce stared at him as if he were a fool. 1 tael. The vendor deflated. Fine, take it. Noticing Pierce's prominent presence, he took out a small wooden box mysteriously. Master, I have better items here. Would you like to see? Note, the stones start at 100 taels. Pierce showed little interest. Show me. Translation completed while maintaining the structure and tone of the Pierce interrupted their argument. Alright, 300 taels it is. Alexei, pay him. Alexei pulled out 3 100-tael banknotes and grudgingly handed them over. The vendor received them and saw they were from the Lewis family bank. Hey, good money. The Lewis family bank had a great reputation, and its notes were universally accepted everywhere. These 3 notes could easily fetch 310 taels in silver on the market. No wonder, as a young master of a powerful clan, he was so generous. It took Pierce half an hour to sweep through half of the ghost market, buying over a dozen raw stones. Seeing the time wasn't early, he finally stopped. At the entrance of the ghost market, there was a shop that could cut raw stones for a low processing fee. Cutting raw stones wasn't just a matter of slicing it with a knife. Such an action could damage the quality of the jade inside. A piece worth 10,000 taels could suddenly drop to just 100. There were many nuances involved, requiring various tools. Not wanting to complicate things, Pierce handed over all the raw stones to the shop. Pierce's purchases had already attracted many spectators. Everyone crowded around outside the shop, eager to see what treasures this high-profile young master might uncover. Cutting raw stones is meticulous work that cannot be rushed. But with Pierce pressing, all the craftsmen, including the owner, worked together to speed up the process. After half an hour, the first flaw, like congealed fat. Dead silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the jade. Finally, a spectator swallowed hard and hoarsely said, This is Hotan nephrite, the best of jades. Such a large piece, it's worth at least 100,000 taels. The crowd erupted in excitement. No one expected such a valuable treasure to emerge from a simple ghost market in Rosling. Such treasures were not meant for ordinary people, but typically reserved as pendants for emperors and generals. Pierce was overjoyed, smiling widely. What a huge profit. But unexpectedly, the shop owner flipped the jade into his chest. Pointing at Pierce, he raged, Everyone! This person cheated. All the raw stones he bought yielded good jade. It's impossible this was coincidental. Pierce smirked, Brinley's, I cheated. So what? The shop owner was stunned. There seemed to be no rule against cheating when buying raw stones. It was consensual, money exchanged for stones. Deciding to cut the act, he sneered, I don't care. If you dare cheat in the ghost market, you won't take a single piece of jade today. Be smart and scram. If you're late, I can't guarantee you'll leave unscathed. His words caused the surrounding crowd to reveal menacing expressions, rolling up their sleeves, some even pulling out weapons. Daryl panicked. You're all colluding? Do you know who my young master is? The shop owner mocked. Is he also the Grand Edwin of the East and the Davian? Daryl paused. How did you know? Everyone burst into laughter, some crying tears of amusement. He is the Davian, and I'm the Emperor. Idiot. The current Emperor is female. Oh, then I'm the King of Charlison and the Silas of Song. Exactly. Dozens of bodyguards drew their long knives, gathering around Pierce. Alexei was thrilled. Luke, there are about 200 people. We can fight? Though Pierce, Alexei, and the dozen bodyguards were in civilian clothes, they wore impenetrable silver-threaded soft armor beneath, armed with long knives, 30 tempered blades for others, but Pierce and Alexei wielded 100 refined blades. Despite the 200 opponents, mostly a disorganized mob, Alexei was confident they could slaughter them. However, Pierce showed no interest in the petty fight and instructed, watch out for hidden arrows. With this, he agreed. Alexei beamed, got it, Luke. Pierce walked straight toward the towering shop owner. The shop owner, once a remorseless thief, feared nothing in the world. Brinley facing Pierce's impassive approach, his body trembled involuntarily. It was an instinctual fear, akin to a mongrel dog encountering a lion. What are you going to do? Folks. Pierce moved lightning fast, grabbing his neck and lifting him off the ground. The scene left everyone speechless. They hadn't imagined the elegant Pierce possessed such strength. Pierce coldly ordered, hand it over. Say no, and I'll crush your throat. Facing those icy eyes, the shop owner felt his soul shiver. Trembling, he fumbled out the Hotan nephrite. Pierce took it and threw him aside like trash. He dusted his hands, telling Alexei, start your work, and don't let them disturb me. Saying that, he picked up the carving knife and began his work. Brinley's, Luke. Brothers, let's warm up. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring the tone and style are preserved in English. It accurately captures the narrative's flow and retains the character names using pinyin for accuracy. Chapter 399, Jade Figure. Pierce wasn't just putting on an act. This was genuinely why he needed to find jade. He merely wanted to carve a jade figure. For whom? Naturally, it was for his beloved student Jessica. Before entering Shu, Pierce had once carved clay figures of Londontal Lolita and Holly in Normanine County. Later, Londontal Lolita boasted about the little clay figure to Jessica. Although Jessica didn't say anything, Pierce knew that deep down, she also wanted a clay figure carved by her teacher's hands. Pierce secretly decided to find time to carve one for Haddon Fan as well. However, after the war started, he forgot about this small matter. Why did he remember at the shop? Several bandits already lay on the ground, some lifeless, others groaning in pain. As for Alexei, he led the remaining guards into the fray. Every flash of the long blade brought down another bandit. A group of ex-bandits was no match for these highly skilled fighters, seasoned by several battles. The peaceful Rosling city was suddenly filled with the sounds of fighting and screams, corpses falling and blood streaming through the streets, evoking memories of the Rosling battle. Inside the shop, Pierce remained fully focused, undisturbed by the chaos outside. With all his experiences in both lifetimes, how could such a minor skirmish unsettle him? His carving knife darted back and forth, slowly transforming a palm-sized piece of Hutian jade into a jade figure. To be precise, it was two intertwined figures. A puff of air blew away the jade shavings, revealing the final masterpiece. A man gently touching a young girl's head, both smiling contentedly. Pierce was extremely satisfied. Although he hadn't practiced, his carving skills were still sharp. He had mastered this skill in his previous life, often spending days or even months alone in a small room, passing time and calming his mind by carving. In this world, practicing the ice heart technique elevated his skills further. His intention guided the knife so precisely that even a single hair was depicted vividly, astonishing anyone who saw it. To avoid regrets like those over the clay figures, Pierce continued carving. Picking up a piece of Lantian jade, his knife moved swiftly, quickly creating a lively and spirited image of a young lady, Gracier. Only an emerald remained valuable. Following his heart, he carved with divine precision, completing it in one breath. Blowing away the jade shavings, he saw a male and female figure, the woman nestled in the man's embrace, the man gazing into the distance, the woman smiling sweetly. Pierce's eyes widened in surprise. It looked like himself in scarlet. After much deliberation, he did not discard the emerald jade figure but sighed and slipped it into his chest. Just as he finished, the fight outside ended. Half of the 200 bandits were down, the rest kneeling and trembling in fear. 1,000 brocade guards rushed over, surrounding the entire ghost market tightly. "Master, are you all right?" Bradley asked anxiously. If Pierce got hurt on his turf, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Pierce shook his head. "I'm fine." Seeing Pierce unharmed, Bradley greatly relaxed. Alexei threw the terrified shopkeeper in front of Pierce. "Master, what should we do with this guy who tried to scam you for your Hutien jade?" The shopkeeper was already scared witless. He never imagined his casual words would come true. This grand young master was actually the famous Eastern conquering Edwin Davian. He wished he could die. "Spare me, great general. I dare not do it again. I'll donate some silver if you can spare my life." They said this general loved women and money. Pierce sneered. Forgiving other sins might be fine, but this guy tried to scam. Spitting out, he replied, "Zhao, take him to the brocade guard prison and let him taste our top 10 tortures. Find out where the silver is, then handle it as you see fit." Bradley growled. "Rest assured, master, I'll make him beg for death. Take him away." "Spare me, great general." The voice gradually faded. "Old Zhao, handle this." "Master, leave it to me. I'll deal with it properly." Pierce nodded. "You're still short of vice commander, aren't you?" "I think 100-man commander Han fits the bill." Bradley declared. "Daryl, starting now, you're the vice commander of the brocade guard Jiangdong branch." Daryl was elated. "Thank you, commander. Thank you, Centurion. I'll serve the commander to the death." From Centurion to vice commander, he had officially entered the brocade guard upper echelons. He could wear the donghua uniform instead of the Charles Lin suit. How could he not be ecstatic? His ancestors must be smiling down on him. Pierce smiled, patted his shoulder, and walked away. 1,000 brocade guards saluted in unison. "Farewell, commander." Having enjoyed a thorough fight, Alexei and the guards sheathed their swords and followed with arms full of gifts. After this incident, the whole of Rosling City, followed by Jiangdong, Defalon, and the Six Kingdoms learned of a priceless Hutien jade found in the Rosling ghost market. Of course, they dared not scheme against Pierce but instead focused on the ghost market. Especially those knowledgeable about stone gambling. Seeing Pierce, an amateur, casually pick up a piece of Hutien jade, they felt they would strike it rich soon. Soon, the tiny ghost market became crowded and a famous attraction in Rosling. However, a shocking case later turned the ghost market into a literal haunted market. Chapter 400, Personal Command of the Army. Under severe torture by the Imperial Guards, the ghost market store owner finally revealed the location of the hidden silver. The silver was concealed on a desolate island in the Great River and amounted to over 1,000,000 taels. When questioned about the source of this fortune, the ghost market store owner confessed that apart from some being plundered during his time as a notorious bandit leader, the rest was accumulated over the years through the ghost market. His shop had ostensibly been cutting jade at low prices for years, but whenever they encountered someone with high-quality jade or significant wealth, they would resort to murder and robbery. Their discreet operations, under the cover of night, kept them undetected. Originally, they wouldn't dare touch young gentlemen like Pierce who traveled with many attendants. However, that piece of Hutien lamb fat jade was too tempting, forcing them to take risks. He had planned to flee after this last score, but little did he know it would be his final act. Following this confession, the Imperial Guards unearthed a putrid underground cellar behind the shop, filled with bones submerged in decomposed flesh, amounting to over 100 victims. Many long-standing major cases in Rosling were solved overnight, shocking all of Dazhou. Even the Minister of Punishments, Ignacio, had to personally visit Rosling to oversee these high-profile trials. Dazhou citizens lamented. The ghost market truly lived up to its name, a haunt of human predation. They operated at night not just to deceive, but also to kill. Of course, this all transpired after Pierce's Eastern campaign. Upon returning to his mansion, Pierce immediately went to Jessica's room. Caressing her small forehead, he asked, "Haddon, feeling better?" Jessica smiled. "Teacher, much better. Have you taken your medicine on time?" "Brinley's. Have you eaten?" "Brinley's. What did you eat?" "Millet porridge." "Any other discomfort?" No, ales, or Hutien lamb fat jade." It all seemed trivial in his hands. "Big brother Lewis," Aisling rushed in. "I heard you prepared gifts for everyone. Why not for me?" Pierce internally sighed in relief, glad he had prepared for everything. He calmly produced another blue jade figurine. "Patience. Aisling's gift is unique. Here it is." Christie's eyes widened. "Such a beautiful jade figurine, and it looks exactly like me." Pierce proudly said, "I carved it just for you." Christie pounced on him. "Thank you, big brother Lewis." Next, she noticed Jessica's jade figurine. "Why does mine only have me, while Haddon has you and her?" Pierce cleverly responded, "Simple. Haddon lacks the presence to carry a single figure piece. My addition provides balance. You, Miss Aisling, have such grace and spirit that a single figure suffices. Adding me would overpower it." Christie understood. "Ah, I see." Pierce shifted topics quickly. "Tomorrow, I head east. Could you please stay behind to care for Haddon until she recovers, then join me at the front?" "But I really want to leave with you." Knowing her kind heart, Pierce pleaded, "Aisling, think how lonely Haddon will be without anyone to talk to." Christie frowned. "Okay. Thank you, Aisling. Don't worry, big brother Lewis." Exiting Jessica's room, Ashton awaited. "Military advisor, have you eaten?" Pierce asked. "Not yet. Let's eat and talk." Pierce ordered several platters of pot stickers, sharing with Ashton. They indulged in rich wine, finishing a full bottle. Having spent the day running errands, Pierce, and managing reports and strategies, Ashton, they both needed respite. "How goes the situation?" Pierce inquired. "Edwin, one good and one bad piece of news. Good first. Our spies report Paul has left the front lines against Song. They seem to have given up entirely. One less threat for us. Pierce chuckled. Chavi indeed lacked the courage. Ashton laughed. Even if he dared, Shanghai City, defended by 3,000 men, can withstand an army of 10,000. Pierce reminded, remember, Song also has a navy of 50,000, more advanced than ours. You're right. We must be vigilant against any naval attacks from the south. Now, the bad news? Spies from Ross report their emperor has declared personal command of the army. Interesting. So Scarlet is coming herself? Let's see what skills the great Ross Silas has. Edwin, with the emperor leading, the Ross army will fight to the death, doubling their strength. This battle will be tough. Difficult, but not impossible. The future remains uncertain. Let's wait and see. This translation maintains the original tone, structure, and pacing while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. ##### Chapter 401. The Signal of the Rise of Humble Origins. Imperial Capital, Lewiston Hall. Outside the hall, snow was falling heavily, but inside, where Pierce had installed underfloor heating, it was warm and spring-like. The Moxie was reviewing a thick stack of memorial scrolls, occasionally sipping wine from her tall glass. She loved this wine. Its fragrant taste could not only refresh the mind, but also beautify the skin, making it an essential elixir for reviewing memorials. Rebuilding Jiangdong and London Engsub after the war, paying compensations, reselecting officials, reducing taxes, rebuilding cities, and recruiting soldiers. There were countless matters to handle, keeping the Moxie extremely busy. Despite the complexity of these tasks, she didn't find them difficult because she had money in her coffers, giving her confidence. The first payment of 1 million taels of silver from the state of Charleston had already been received, along with a large quantity of grain, cloth, and other materials, all of which were urgently needed for reconstructing Jiangdong and London Engsub. That Pierce could extort 10 million taels from Charlotte. Let him in, the Moxie said calmly. Aquila walked in gracefully. Your Majesty. The Grand Secretary need not be so formal. As you know, we urgently need officials for Jiangdong and London Engsub. I called you here to oversee the imperial examination in those regions. Please instruct me, Your Majesty. The Moxie slowly explained. For officials above the 5th rank, the recommendation system will still apply. For those below the 5th rank, no recommendations are needed. Anyone can sign up for the examination and be appointed based on their scores. The subjects for the exam should follow your previous plan, and the anonymity system must be fully implemented. Aquila was greatly shocked. Finally, the Moxie had made up her mind. This wasn't just an ordinary examination but a significant reform. However, he had no choice but to accept. He had been promoted precisely for this transformation, and refusing would make him useless. I will ensure the examination proceeds smoothly, Your Majesty, he said solemnly. Upon hearing the Moxie's command, the entire court was shaken. Although the Moxie stated that officials above the 5th rank would still be selected through recommendations, how many 5th rank or higher officials were there in Jiangdong and London Engsub? One hand could count them. Everything else, from prefectural governors, military advisors, county magistrates, vice magistrates, and district chiefs. All these positions were below the 5th rank. Thus, the aristocratic families could no longer completely control the bureaucracy in Jiangdong and London Engsub. Though they could send excellent descendants to compete for these positions, and, relying on their monopoly over education, likely secure most of them, inevitably some would fall to talented scholars of humble origins. This was a signal of the rise of humble origins. Scholars from poor backgrounds, seeing hope for advancement, would study tirelessly and flood into the examination to snatch away what belonged to the aristocracy. The libraries and official schools established by the Moxie across Dazhou provided learning opportunities for these scholars. This was a comprehensive series of reforms, a thorough and fundamental change. Though the Moxie had previously hinted at this direction, the wars in Jiangdong and London Engsub had halted progress. The officials assumed the Moxie would revisit this topic only after the Eastern Expedition and the stabilization of the Three Rivers region. However, unexpectedly, the Moxie seized the post-war opportunity when Jiangdong and London Engsub lacked officials. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with her actions. Indeed, Jiangdong and London Engsub desperately needed officials, and abolishing the recommendation system for ranks below the 5th and implementing anonymity were measures previously approved by the court. Suddenly, various noble families gathered to discuss countermeasures. Though their status wouldn't be immediately threatened, they could only lose minor portions. It would erode their influence over time as more commoners rose to power. At the foresight, they couldn't help but wonder if such comprehensive and flawless reforms could really come from a Moxie who had only reigned for 2 years. Clearly, it wasn't just her. All eyes turned eastward, where a bright sun rose, blinding them with its light. Chapter 402, Across the River. Londoncheng City, situated on the southern bank of the Ping River, was the northernmost city of the Ross state. Naturally, it became a frontier fortress against the Phelan state. 700,000 Ross troops were stationed in Londoncheng City, while 500,000 naval forces patrolled the Ping River, preparing for battle. However, the morale of the 1,200,000 Ross soldiers was not high, even low. Most of them had been ordinary civilians before this, with no experience in actual combat. They would face the Phelan army, who had just defeated 100,000 Ross soldiers, and then 200,000 Charleston soldiers. They lacked confidence in winning. Their fear was clearly visible on their faces. But with the arrival of a certain message, this fear quickly turned into excitement and invigoration. The Silas of Great Ross was about to lead the troops personally and situate himself within Londoncheng City. While many soldiers doubted the authenticity of this news, one day, the imperial entourage truly arrived. The Silas of Great Ross came with Edwin Thatcher, Edwin Porter, and Grand Marshal Bailey, personally arriving at Londoncheng City. In an instant, Londoncheng City erupted in tumultuous celebration. Overnight, the 1,200,000 Ross troops transformed sailed downriver and lined up formation beneath Wangcheng City. 1,100,000 Phelan troops stood just a river apart from 1,200,000 Ross troops. Pierce immediately ascended to the battlements of Wangcheng City with his generals and looked toward Londoncheng City across the river. He seemed to see that woman standing by the riverbank. Of course, this was impossible. The river here was 2 kilometers wide. He could only make out vague figures atop Londoncheng City. However, he had a telescope. At the moment he raised the telescope, his body stiffened. On the battlements of Londoncheng City, Scarlet suddenly felt something. She stared intently at the person leading atop Wangcheng City. She couldn't distinguish whether that person was male or female, but she had a strong feeling. It's him. It must be him. For a moment, the two looked at each other across the river. Scarlet felt her eyes moisten, tears streaming down her face. Millie, Ma Shan's guardian, panicked. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Scarlet shook her head and smiled. Nothing, just sand got into my eyes. She reached up to touch the gold gasang flower hairpin on her head to prevent it from being blown off by the wind. On Wangcheng City, Pierce finally lowered his telescope after a long time. Holly was the first to notice his agitation. What's wrong? Pierce took a deep breath, shook his head. Nothing. The defense on the opposite side is tight. The soldiers are spirited, and the morale is high. It looks like the Silas of Ross has arrived at Londoncheng City. Upon hearing this, she watched his disheveled back, smiling faintly. She didn't care about Scarlet's life, but she cared about his attitude. She wanted to know if he would change as his status rose. The facts proved that he hadn't changed. He wasn't a perfect man, especially in matters of the heart, but it was precisely because of his deep affection that fascinated her. That night, in the residence of the Lord of Wangcheng City, Pierce gathered all the generals for a military conference to decide the strategy for the upcoming series of battles. Advisor Ashton, Edwin Holly, Commander of the Northern Army Adifier, Johann, Evander, Eastern Army Lieutenant Colonel Enoch, Southern Army Lieutenant Colonel Caleb, and Naval Commander Garrett were present, all sitting solemnly. Pierce looked at Garrett. Edwin Jason, please provide a situation report. Garrett was relatively new. Pierce wanted to give him some visibility. Brinley's great Edwin. Garrett faced the generals calmly. Our army consists of 1,100,000 men, 800,000 land forces, and 300,000 naval forces. The Ross army has 1,200,000 men, 700,000 land forces, and 500,000 naval forces. The numbers are not significantly different. In terms of equipment, our 500,000 Northern Army has iron armor and powerful crossbows, and the rest of the troops are fully equipped. The Ross Army, composed mostly of hastily assembled civilians, has rudimentary equipment. In terms of equipment, we have the upper hand. As for morale, our troops are driven by vengeance and will surely fight fiercely. With the presence of the great Edwin, our morale is high. The Ross Army, with their Silas leading personally, will also fight fiercely and without fear of death. Overall, their morale may be slightly higher. Pierce awkwardly rubbed his nose. Wasn't this implying that he wasn't as good as Scarlet? Since we are the attacking party, we must cross the 2-kilometer-wide Ping River. The Ross Army has set up over 1,000 stone-throwing machines on the opposite shore, and 500,000 elite naval forces are ready. One could say that crossing the Ping River is our most urgent challenge. Only by crossing the Ping River can this war continue. Well said. Pierce applauded first, making Garrett blush modestly. Pierce stood up. So, let's discuss how to cross the Ping River. Everyone, share your thoughts. ####Chapter 403. The Perilous Ping River. Adifier spoke first. Edwin, we can bypass Londoncheng City. We could cross the river upstream or downstream and strike directly at the heart of Ross. Ashton calmly replied, Edwin Lewis, there is a reason why the Ross Army has chosen Londoncheng City as a key fortress. Both upstream and downstream are vast swamps. Once our troops get stuck in there, it will be impossible to move. Unwilling to accept this, Adifier asked, could it be that along the entire length of the Ping River, only Londoncheng City is suitable for a large army to land? Ashton explained, of course there are other places, but the Ross people aren't fools. These areas are fortified just like Londoncheng City, complete with catapults. Pierce added, this is one of the reasons why the great Phelan never dared to move against Wu, which was plagued by internal strife. This Ping River acts like an unscalable barrier between Phelan and Ross. Deflated, Adifier sighed, then we have no choice but to launch a direct assault on Londoncheng City. Enoch frowned, but we have no guarantee of success with a direct assault. They have 20,000 more naval troops than us, not to mention their terrifying catapults. Our ships can't even approach the shore. Caleb suddenly had an idea and said excitedly, great Edwin, I have a plan. Please share. Edwin London. Pierce was curious to see what ideas this man, who had become a middle commander through connections, could come up with. Caleb rubbed his hands together. Great Edwin, having spent a long time in Jiangnan, I am very familiar with rivers. Typically, riversides have small paths leading inland, known only to local fishermen. There must be such paths along the Ping River as well. We can seek out fishermen living on the north bank and ask them. Pierce's eyes lit up, appreciating the idea. Not bad, that's a good suggestion. This task falls to you then. Moved, Caleb saluted. I obey your command. Caleb felt elated. If he could indeed find such a path, he would establish significant merit in this eastern campaign. Who would dare call him a connection climber? His position as a middle commander in the Southern Army should also rise. Pierce continued, however, this can only serve as a backup plan. We cannot pin all our hopes on 11,000 troops on an uncertain outcome. As commanders, we must have foolproof strategies and consider everything carefully. Although there are no guaranteed victories in war, we must hold firm to the belief of certain victory. Where does this belief come from? First and foremost, it comes from foolproof strategies. The generals bowed. Thank you for your wisdom, great Edwin. Keep thinking. Adonis hesitated. Great Edwin, since direct attacks are difficult, how about launching a surprise attack? Encouraged, Pierce asked, how do you propose we carry out a surprise attack? Explain in detail. We can send spies to infiltrate Londoncheng City and find an opportunity to set fire to the catapults on the shore. Pierce and Ashton exchanged a glance and nodded. Pierce felt relieved. Garrett had truly grown after this period of silence. He would surely become a capable right hand, earning a severe reprimand from Pierce. Seeing that the generals had nothing constructive to offer, Pierce didn't push them further. He slowly stated, "You all overlooked a very important issue." Across the Ping River in Londonjiang City, the Ross High Command held a critical military meeting. Dressed in military attire, Scarlet attended, though the presider was Grand Marshal Thatcher. Edwin's Porter and Grand Supervisor Bailey were also present, alongside many senior Ross officers. While the Phelan army deliberated on how to attack, the Ross army discussed defenses. Speculating on how the Phelan army would attack was essential to formulating a defense. Thatcher began, "Everyone, let's discuss how the Phelan army might attack. Remember, our adversary, Pierce, defeated the first general of Charleston, Kip, and 20,000 elite Charleston troops. He is considered the greatest general today. Propose your boldest guesses, with no holds barred. What seems impossible to you might be routine to the enemy." Recalling his defeat in Nanjing, Thatcher couldn't help but praise Pierce subtly, masking his own failure. His words caused a stir among the generals, but seeing the calm Silas sitting in the main seat reassured them. Even if Pierce was the world's best general, with the Silas present, the Ross army wouldn't lose. Imaginations ran. Chapter 404, London-minded thinking. The next day, the sound of drums shook Wangjiang City as the Phelan army emerged in full force. The 12,000 Ross troops became extremely tense, their palms sweating. Although they were resolved to fight to the death and defend Austin with their lives, it did not mean they were not nervous. They had never been on a battlefield before. On the city walls, Thatcher clenched his fists. He issued orders, "Edwin Zhao, you will personally command the stone throwers. As soon as the enemy ships enter range, fire immediately. Don't let any ships slip through." "Brinley's, sir." Porter rushed off. "Edwin Hahn, you command the navy. Once the enemy fleet is disrupted by the stone throwers, launch an immediate attack. Do not allow any ship to land." "Brinley's, sir." Bailey also hurried away. Thatcher gritted his teeth. "Come on then. Let me see how this first general under heaven plans to break through this treacherous Pingjiang waters." At the most tense moment for the Ross troops, Scarlet also arrived on the city wall with the Imperial Guards. The Ross troops instantly felt less anxious, filled with renewed vigor. To everyone's surprise, the Phelan army did not ultimately attack. Their troops came out of the city, boarded naval warships, and sailed forward a bit. But just as they were about to enter the range of the Ross catapults, they retreated. The Ross rushed up and fell onto the city wall, sobbing, "Your Majesty, a 30,000-strong Phelan army has landed from the sea and is directly heading for Raudu. We cannot resist them. The Chancellor asks me to report to your Majesty that he will die defending Raudu. If the capital falls, we fall with it." This news struck everyone on the city wall like a bolt from the blue. Scarlet felt dizzy, her body swaying unsteadily. "Your Majesty." Millie quickly steadied her. Scarlet, pale-faced, muttered, "So, this was his plan all along." Thatcher spat out a mouthful of blood and cried out, "Your Majesty, I have failed you. I was short-sighted, focusing only on the Pingjiang riverfront and ignoring the sea. I am unworthy of my position as Grand Marshal. I beg your Majesty to punish me with death. I have no face to meet our troops and the people of Ross." Scarlet took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. "Grand Marshal, there's no need for this. This isn't your fault. It's simply because the enemy is more cunning. Now isn't the time to assign blame. We should focus on working together to overcome this crisis threatening our nation." Porter also urged, "Brinley's, Grand Marshal. We need to concentrate on dealing with the situation, not on avoiding responsibility." Thatcher punched the wall, blood dripping. "A heavy defeat." Caleb added eagerly, "Exactly. Ross will never expect us to land from the sea. Even if they do, given the length of their coastline, they can't possibly prepare for every point." Johann slammed his desk, rising to his feet. "This battle will surely be victorious. The great Edwin truly commands victory from behind the scenes." Pierce smiled wryly and shook his head. This plan wasn't particularly surprising. It was merely exploiting a blind spot in their thinking. In everyone's minds, the concept of maritime warfare hadn't yet taken root, so they wouldn't think of a seaborne landing. Their strategic thinking was still confined to mainland battles, with the Navy limited to river skirmishes. He wasn't sure if anyone in the Ross army considered this possibility. But as Caleb said, even if they did, with such an extended coastline, they couldn't effectively guard everywhere. This was a direct strategy, exactly the foolproof plan he needed. Pierce continued slowly, "So, who will lead this force?" Holly stood up abruptly, her gaze filled with murderous intent, which discouraged others from volunteering. Pierce smiled bitterly, "All right, Charles and Edwin will lead this force. I'll give you 10,000 naval troops and 20,000 northern troops." The 10,000 naval troops were primarily for transportation support, while the 20,000 northern troops would be the main force. Originally, he planned to assign 10,000 eastern troops and 20,000 southern troops to Holly. However, since she insisted on leading this force, he had to change his plans. Deep penetration required elite forces. The eastern and southern armies weren't suited for this critical mission. All of Ross's military strength was concentrated in Londonjiang City, where 20,000 elite northern troops and 10,000 naval troops would be more than enough to sweep aside all resistance and directly target Ross's imperial capital. Andoni's, allocate 10,000 naval troops and ships capable of transporting 30,000 men to Charles and Edwin. Old Du, you'll lead 20,000 northern troops to follow Charles and Edwin into enemy territory. Sui, find some experienced fishermen as guides and always consult others for advice. They all answered in unison, understood. After the generals left, Pierce kept Holly back, providing detailed instructions on various matters. Chapter 405, Advance. Wangjiang City. Through the telescope, Pierce observed the frantic scene at Londonjiang City. He lowered the telescope and said coldly, "Gentlemen, the exercise is over. We break through the city today." The generals eagerly rubbed their hands. "Edwinissimo, give the order." After 7 days of drills, they were more than ready. "Caleb, receive your orders." "I am here, Edwin." After 7 days of reconnaissance, Caleb had indeed found several small paths leading straight to the inland areas both upstream and downstream of Londonjiang City, allowing them to reach the city's rear. You will split the southern army into 2 divisions of 10,000 each and attack from the upstream and downstream paths of Pingjiang River. Beware, Ross troops might have set up ambushes. You don't need to launch a strong attack, just keep them engaged. Understood. Pierce would not consider the southern army as unreliable as excrement for the main assault. That would only demoralize the entire force. Sending them into the small paths to engage in guerrilla warfare with the Ross forces seemed like a good choice. After all, most of the Ross forces consisted of civilian laborers. Civilian against civilian. Let them empathize with each other. Garrett, receive your orders. I am here, Edwin. Your navy is responsible for transporting the southern army across the river. Once you've delivered them, return immediately without leaving any boats behind. Understood. Caleb was taken aback. Without boats, there would be no retreat. This is a battle with our backs against the water. It looks like we must give it our all this time. The two hastily left the city wall to carry out their orders. On the city wall, Pierce issued no further commands. Adifier, Enoch, and others could only wait patiently for their moment to shine. Londonjiang City and rushed back to Raudu. Pierce lowered the telescope. How does it look, Edwin? The generals couldn't help but ask. Pierce smiled. As expected, the Ross Silas has left the city and returned to Raudu. What are our next steps, Edwin? Pierce pondered. From Londonjiang City to Raudu, it's all land routes. The Ross's 50,000 naval forces won't budge, and the Ross Silas probably took back 3,000 or 4,000 troops. So, Londonjiang City likely only has 3,000 or 4,000 Ross troops left. He shouted. Prepare everything. Once the naval ships return, we strike. The generals responded together. Understood. Contrary to the excitement and enthusiasm of the Phalon troops, the Ross troops in Londonjiang City slouched and lacked spirit. They felt abandoned. When Moxie Scarlet arrived, they were once excited and vowed to protect her with their lives. But after Raudu came under attack, she left without taking them, clearly abandoning them. If not for her last words encouraging them to defend their country and hold Londonjiang City, they might have fled already. Their families were at home, vulnerable to becoming casualties of the Phalon army at any moment. Grand Marshal Thatcher wasn't faring much better. This blow was so heavy that life seemed meaningless. A terrifying thought gnawed at him. No matter what, nothing could resist Pierce's onslaught. He was on the brink of collapse, harboring only one desire. To die in battle, cleansing his honor with blood. In this state, how could he upstream and downstream immediately? Absolutely do not let the Phalon forces advance. Brinley's, sir. Bailey sighed. Thatcher was already panicking. This battle had no doubt left. Grand Marshal, look. An officer pointed to the opposite side shouting, the Phalon main force is attacking. Thatcher looked and saw the Phalon banners waving. Spears lined up like forests. With only a few thousand left in Londonjiang City, how could they resist? Thatcher panicked and ordered Bailey, Edwin Hahn, lead the navy out now. Sink their ships, don't let any land. Bailey took a deep breath. Understood. Chapter 406, Blitzkrieg. In the mountainous wilderness, the 40,000-strong Ross army was moving rapidly. They had abandoned all extra supplies and only wore their armor, wielding weapons, carrying just a few days' worth of dry rations. They needed to reach Raudu as quickly as possible to defend the capital of the Ross Kingdom. If Raudu were to fall, the entire Ross Kingdom would lose its command center, turning into scattered fragments, vulnerable to the Phalon army's mercy. With the arrival of wave after wave of messengers, Scarlet received more information. The 30,000-strong Phalon army had landed from the East Sea 2 days ago. Saying landed might be inaccurate because they hadn't disembarked from their ships. They sailed up the Yajiang River, completely ignoring the cities along its banks. Clearly, their target was Raudu in the midsection of the Yajiang River. They covered 100 miles daily, swift as lightning. Scarlet estimated that by now, they should already be attacking Raudu. She had not received any new news for over half a day. It was likely Raudu was under siege, unable to dispatch messengers. She was in a state of anxiety, constantly urging the Ross army to hasten their pace. Before entering a valley, she suddenly felt uneasy. She ordered the troops to halt and looked suspiciously at the valley before them. Porter hurried over. Your Majesty, what is it? I have an ominous feeling. This valley is dangerous. Porter was unconcerned. Your Majesty, what danger can a valley pose? It's not even the rainy season. There won't be landslides or floods. Your Majesty, we must hurry. Any delay could mean the loss of Raudu. Scarlet shook her head, dispelling the absurd notion in her mind. Let's go. But she remained cautious. Her carriage trailed behind the troops. When facing Pierce, being overly cautious was never a mistake. This was a lesson she learned from painful experiences. Her caution saved her life. As the army reached the middle of the valley, drums thundered overhead, and massive boulders rolled down, accompanied by barrages of arrows that rained down on the unsuspecting Ross army. Ambush, black armor, red tassels, it's the Phalon army. The Ross soldiers cried in horror. Screams filled the air as Ross soldiers were crushed by rocks and pierced by arrows, their formation falling into chaos. Charge! 20,000 iron-armored troops charged down from above the valley, like tigers pouncing on sheep. Holly, dressed in battle attire, led the charge. Her spear thrusts were like dragons, each cold flash of light ending a life. No one could withstand her onslaught. Even if these 40,000 Ross soldiers were well prepared, they might not have been a match for 20,000 elite Northern Phalon troops. After suffering such a devastating attack, their fate was sealed. The Ross soldiers faced a merciless slaughter. Among the Ross army, Edwin Porter didn't have time to marvel at Scarlet's prescient feelings. He bellowed orders, rallying nearby soldiers to effectively resist the Northern Phalon assault. As long as they withstood the first wave, the Ross army could regroup. Suddenly, a chill ran through his body. A pair of cold, heartless eyes was locked onto him. Holly flicked her spear and walked towards Porter. Each step seemed to strike a chord in his heart. He almost choked, sensing death. He screamed hysterically, "Stop her! Quickly!" A group of elite guards rushed at Holly but were met with dazzling yet deadly spear strikes. One spear per kill, one step per death. No one could block her path. Porter was terrified, wanting to flee, but the woman he cherished was watching from behind. He couldn't retreat. Though not a match for this Phaelon general, he believed he could last a few rounds. If he lost and was rescued by his guards later, it wouldn't be too shameful. "Die!" he roared, mustering courage and charging at Holly. In the next moment, his throat was impaled. Blood trickled out, choking off his words. His eyes wide with shock, he died unseeing. Holly withdrew her spear and turned towards Scarlet's carriage at the rear of the Ross army. Sophia and Kelvin, who were fighting the Phaelon soldiers, trembled, losing focus. They hurried back to protect Scarlet tightly. "Your Majesty, let's go. We won't make it if we stay longer." Their voices shook with tension. Scarlet saw Holly approaching, step by step. Though masked in terrifying armor, Scarlet recognized those cold, heartless eyes. It was the peerless Yasmin. This time, without Pierce by her side, would she take the chance to kill herself? She sighed and made up her mind. Go! Beside Scarlet was her 500-man Imperial Guard, elite warriors trained since child. Worse, even the dry rations were running low. Sophia handed Scarlet a piece of jerky and a water pouch. "Your Majesty, eat something?" Scarlet shook her head. "I have no appetite." Her mind was in chaos, with a faint sadness over Porter's death. Before she could think of the next move, a bloodied rider rushed from Lundonkyang City, kneeling and sobbing before Scarlet. "Your Majesty, Lundonkyang City has fallen. The 30,000-strong army was annihilated, and the Grand Marshal is dead." "What? How is this possible?" Scarlet's face went pale, and she swayed, frightened by Sophia holding her steady. "What happened?" Chapter 407. The Battle of Pingjiang. The situation was not complicated, even simple. Bailey had surrendered. Not only did he not obstruct the Phaelon army's attack, but he also set fire to over 1,000 stone-throwing machines, reducing them to ashes. Then, right under Thatcher's watchful eye, he staged a grand welcome for the royal troops with his navy of 50,000 men. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had merely made up his mind just now. After the battle in Rossling, Pierce's spies from Ross had found him. He had been wavering, unable to make up his mind. With Ross on the brink of ruin, this was his last chance, and he couldn't afford to miss it. Thatcher fumed uncontrollably, cursing Bailey ceaselessly. He never would have imagined that Bailey, as a distant royal relative of Ross and the Grand Admiral, would surrender to Pierce. Even if someone had tipped him off earlier, he would have dismissed it as nonsense. Without the obstruction of stone throwers and the navy, Pierce easily led his troops ashore on the southern bank of the Pingjiang River. The natural defense of Pingjiang was overcome effortlessly. Pierce was delighted. Originally, he thought Bailey would choose to perish along with Ross. That way, crossing the treacherous Pingjiang would have required considerable effort. A large-scale battle would have been unavoidable, and even if they won, they would have lost 10 to 20,000 soldiers. However, Pierce's generals were somewhat disappointed. They had trained for 7 days for this moment. The effort and anticipation had all gone down the drain. They watched idly as Pierce carried out the conquest without lifting a finger. Disappointment and anger welled up within them, blaming the Ross army for its lack of resolve. Fortunately, Thatcher's stubbornness offered them a glimmer of hope. Facing Pierce's overwhelming forces, Thatcher showed no intention of surrendering. "Old dog, you've got guts," they thought mockingly. "We'll add some chicken legs on your grave." Pierce led 30,000 northern troops and 10,000 eastern troops outside Lundonkyang City, with flags flying high and spears lining up like a forest, the army stretching far into the horizon. As for the 20,000 Phaelon naval forces and the defected 50,000 Ross naval forces, Pierce didn't let them disembark from their ships. Why? There was no space. Besides, it wouldn't be humane to let these defected Ross navy fight against their own countrymen. Many were brothers in arms. Pierce rode forward, pointing his horsewhip at Thatcher on the city walls and said, "Edwin Wan, surrender! You have done enough. Even if you do not consider yourself, think about the 10,000 innocent soldiers in the city who have families waiting for them back home." A stir broke out in Lundonkyang City. The 10,000 Ross soldiers lost all morale. The 50,000 Ross sailors on the Pingjiang River looked hopeful, wishing for their brethren inside the city to survive. At this moment, they felt grateful towards Pierce. Thatcher shouted, "Nonsense! Precisely because they have families waiting for them, we must defend the city till the end and keep you killers at bay." He roared, "Soldiers, the time has come to protect our homes and our country. Protect our homes and our country." This roused the morale of some of the Ross soldiers. Pierce retorted, "Edwin Wan, please face reality. Even if all of you die, it won't stop my army. If you want to die, that's your choice, but don't drag others along." If possible, he didn't want to kill too many people. After all, they were all descendants of the same ancestors, not barbarians from foreign lands. Thatcher screamed, "Pierce, you needn't talk anymore. Losing to you is due to my inferior skill, but I still have blood to spill. Today, I will live and die with Lundonkyang City." Pierce sighed, "All right, if you want to die, so be it." He waved his hand, "Attack the city." The generals were overjoyed. Finally, they could showcase their skills. Although there were only 10,000 men in the city, if they defended until the bitter end, it would be an exhilarating fight. They pleaded, "Edwinissimo, let us lead the charge." Pierce waved his hand again. "No need to compete. Go together." The generals were confused. Wasn't the plan to split the forces into assault units, archer units, and support teams? What did he mean by going together? But the Edwinissimo, known for his invincible strategies, obviously had a reason. It was not for them to question but to obey. Thus, they excitedly charged forward, ready for an intense battle. However, something unexpected happened. The city gates creaked open. An informant peeked out, complaining, "Brothers, we've waited for you so long. They realized it was the work of the Edwinissimo's spy inside the city. No wonder he wanted everyone to attack together. They deflated immediately. Edwinissimo, this isn't fair, they thought. At least give us a chance to warm up. We came here to fight, not to watch you perform and cheer. 11,000 troops surrounded Raudu, cutting off all routes. Chancellor Ronald mobilized 10,000 civilians to defend Raudu with their lives. A major battle was imminent. Brinley, at this critical moment, Commander Pierce was absent, leaving everything to strategist Ashton. Ezekiel was furious, scanning the shrinking heads of Garrett, Adifir, Evander, Enoch, and Caleb. Where is he? Abdullahi, Garrett, was pushed forward rudely, replying carefully. Louis said he had some business to attend to and told us to surround Raudu. If we can't hold back, we can start attacking. What business? He didn't say. Feeling the chill of swords piercing his skin, Abdullahi quickly added. He went to meet an old friend. How many people did he take? Just Alexei and 200 guards. Kneading her teeth, Ezekiel muttered. That damned guy. Really can't leave him alone. Ashton intervened. Edwin Charlison, rest assured. Don't forget, the Edwinissimo's 200 guards are all equipped with Kanal crossbows. Recalling how 200 Kanal crossbows had once annihilated hundreds of top-notch martial artists, Ezekiel's mood lightened slightly. She snorted. We'll settle accounts when you return. The generals breathed a sigh of relief. As for the Edwinissimo, may he find his own salvation. Complete control remains a pipe dream. I am only temporarily leaving. One day, I will return. Sophia nodded fervently. Exactly. As long as the Green Hills remain, we'll always have firewood. Let's go. They hastily packed up and headed west towards Queenie. However, they had to stop after half a day's journey. In a narrow valley, 200 powerful crossbows aimed at them. Armored red plumes, with eyes as sharp as hawks. These 200 soldiers were heavily armed elite Phaelon troops. Beside a small waterfall, a new thatched pavilion stood. Inside was a table and 2 stools. On one stool sat Pierce, pouring himself some wine. Facing the stunned Scarlet, he gave a gentle smile. Miss Charlesingping, how have you been? Sophia and Kelvin quickly shielded Scarlet, both excitedly exclaiming, Your Majesty, the swordsmen aren't here. This is our chance. Scarlet didn't stop them. Anger surged within her. That gentle smile felt like mockery. She hated for him to see her in such a pathetic state. Charge! Kelvin shouted, leading 500 royal guards forward. Of course, he wasn't rash. With 200 against 500, and equal armor and weapons, they should overpower the opposition upon closing in. Within moments, they entered 300 meters. Whoosh whoosh. Both sides fired their crossbows. The result shocked Scarlet. Her 500 guards immediately lost dozens to precise arrows striking unprotected spots. Brinley, not a single Phaelon soldier fell. The Phaelon army wore armor that exposed only their eyes, making them untouchable. Kelvin urged, quickly advance. Once inside 200 meters, we can pierce their armor. 200 meters was the confirmed distance for piercing armor through experiments. However, they lost half their men over just 100 meters. The enemy's crossbows continuously fired, each string firing 5 arrows in succession. Moreover, they deployed 2 rows. The front row would retreat to reload, while the second took over. This left no gaps. Finally reaching 200 meters, they raised their crossbows with gritted teeth, determined to shoot down the enemy. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows interwove. Unbelievably, their arrows were ineffective while theirs were lethal. The Phaelon army's armor resisted crossbow bolts from 200 meters, whereas hers couldn't. Their remaining men became targets. In 15 minutes, 500 Ross royal guards lay dead. Kelvin too, riddled with arrows, fell. Most terrifying, the Phaelons suffered 0 casualties. This was outright slaughter. From formidable numbers to just Scarlet and trembling Sophia standing before cold-blooded killers. Pierce spoke calmly, Ross's moxie. Let me introduce you to my Tongxiang County's latest infantry armor. It's impenetrable by strong crossbows beyond 200 meters. Now, have a drink to settle your nerves. Looking at corpses littering the ground, Scarlet moved reluctantly toward the pavilion. Sophia wanted to follow but was halted by the aiming crossbows of Alexei and his 200 archers. Face pale, body stiff. Scarlet sighed. Sophia, step back. Inside, she asked directly, how did you know I'd take this path? Pierce shrugged. A guess. I guessed you'd seek refuge in Queenie, stirring trouble once I returned to Phaelon, hoping to incite rebellion and retake Ross. The 4 great families have deep roots here. Scarlet remained silent. Every move predicted. What could she say? Have a drink to settle your nerves? She drank the best osmanthus wine. Kill me. Pierce rolled his eyes. Same old. You knew I'm not here for that. If not to kill, why then? Missing me? She stared fiercely. Perhaps, Pierce responded ambiguously, mostly to punish you. Confused, Scarlet asked, punish me? How? Without warning, Pierce flipped her over his lap and slapped her buttocks loudly. Silence. Everyone gawked. Mouth agape. The mighty general spanking the Silas of Ross? Must be dreaming. The slaps echoed throughout the valley, shoulders shaking more violently. Pierce felt a headache. Just because he slapped her bottom a few times, did she really need to cry this much? Fine, I apologize to you. Consider this as an apology gift. He took out from his chest a jade figure he had carved at the ghost market in Rosling. A sculpture of a woman leaning on a man. Scarlet glanced at the jade figurine between her fingers and instantly stopped crying. She snatched the jade figure, looking down. Is this you and me? Pierce felt a bit awkward. Don't misunderstand. I just casually carved it, and it turned out like this. This jade is quite expensive, and I couldn't bear to throw it away. Then why do you always keep it with you? Pierce snapped. Do you want it or not? If not, give it back. I want it. Scarlet clutched the jade figure tightly. Thank you, young master. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz. The title young master made Pierce's heart tremble, but he did not intend to change his mind. His gaze turned icy, staring at Millie, Two choices, self-mutilate or die. Without hesitation, Millie struck herself on the chest. The meridians inside her body instantly ruptured, spewing blood, her face pale. If she could live, she would never choose death. Pierce nodded, his piercing gaze leaving her. Auric, he shouted. Master. His deputy squad leader stepped forward. Take 100 men to escort these two back to Tongxiang County. Let them stay in the mansion within Tongxiang City. Make sure they don't contact anyone, and do not let any information leak. Brinley's. Auric immediately began selecting people. Lottie's eyes widened. You're going to imprison me? Pierce nodded. Indeed. I can't afford to play with fire anymore. Don't worry. Once I've dealt with Charlison, Song, and Queenie, I'll set you free. It won't take long. Last time he spared Scarlet without knowing, she still had the backing of the 4 major families of Ross. In the end, she almost harmed Cora and placed Great Phelan in peril, almost leading to its downfall. Who knows what other trick she has up her sleeve? He could no longer be lenient. Once he resolved all enemies except Shu, she would no longer be able to make moves. Scarlet suddenly turned cold as ice, clutching the jade figure tightly. How foolish I was to believe you were genuine with me. You're just the same scum. You don't kill me merely because you covet my beauty, wanting to hide me in a golden cage, right? Fine, I'll help you achieve that. With that, she turned towards her carriage. Hold on. Pierce called out. She turned back, pleasantly surprised. Your hairpin is disheveled. Pierce came forward, reattaching the gold Sashuria flower hairpin for her. Scarlet's surprise turned entirely into disappointment. Pierce's fingertips brushed her gaunt cheeks, sighing, don't exhaust yourself too much. Saying this, he walked away without looking back, leading Alexei and 100 guards. 3 days later, Pierce arrived at Rao capital. He dared not look at Sky's murderous gaze, yet gave the order for the full-scale assault. In this battle at Rao capital, Pierce did not personally fight, allowing his generals to take charge fully. He couldn't always hover over them like a hen protecting her chicks. They must learn independence. A month later, Rao capital fell. Ross's Con Ronald committed suicide in loyalty to the state. Ross had fallen. Upon entering Rao capital, Pierce's first command was to restrain the soldiers from committing atrocities. His second command was to exterminate the Sun, Wan, and Zhao clans, sparing only the Han family. Next, he handed over the rest of the work to Ashton and Sky, diving straight into Jessica's surgical department to resume his duties as the talented young lord of surgery. Perhaps killing and then healing counted as a form of redemption. This battle for Rao capital lasted a month, and as the attacking force, the Phelan army suffered heavy losses. Of the 5,000 northern troops, only 4 remained. Of the 10,000 eastern troops, 5 remained. Of the 20,000 southern troops, 10 remained. The 30,000 naval force negligence. As the skilled surgeon, Pierce moved swiftly, precisely slicing and stitching with a scalpel and needle. The prodigy healer Jessica was equally capable, though her speed lagged slightly behind Pierce, otherwise matching him perfectly. Apart from passing tools and wiping sweat, Alexei and Christy also assisted in cleaning wounds, administering penicillin skin tests, among other tasks, leaving them plenty to do. They worked day and night. During this period, Pierce forced Jessica and Christy to rest for a few hours, while he and Alexei continued tirelessly. Being martial artists, their robust bodies handled the strain well. Hashtag chapter 410. The balance is shattered. After a day and a night, they finally managed to treat all the severely injured patients they could. As for those who couldn't be treated in time, they couldn't wait any longer. There was nothing they could do. There were only 2 of them, and they couldn't save everyone. Jessica and Christy were both heartbroken, and they secretly shed tears. Pierce patted their heads consolingly. A physician's heart is like that of a parent. I understand how you feel. Don't worry, they are all good people. Even in the netherworld, they won't suffer, and they can still have a better rebirth next life. Both girls nodded heavily. Brinley's. Unfortunately, Pierce could only comfort them with this kind of rhetoric he himself didn't quite believe, but which everyone else did. It had to be said, such feudal superstition wasn't entirely worthless. At least it offered some solace. Telling them that death meant nothingness and that their humble lives would end in such tragedy would be too cruel. Ashton appeared at the doorway. Pierce told the 2 girls, go back and rest well. In a couple of days, I'll take you shopping. Jessica didn't react much, but Christy jumped up. Big brother Lewis, really? You're so busy. Will you really have the time? Pierce smiled. No matter how busy I am, I can't neglect my precious students and young miss. Then it's settled. If you lie, you'll be a little dog. I won't lie. Go on now. Once the 2 left, Ashton came over. Great Edwin, your ability to heal and save lives, bringing the dead back to life, truly fills this poor Taoist with admiration. To think that a commander-in-chief personally treats soldiers, removing pus, cutting flesh, applying medicine. It's no wonder every soldier dares to give their all for the great Edwin. Pierce wasn't in the mood for compliments. Military advisor, cut the flattery. How's the situation inside the city? After the great Edwin issued an order to restrain the troops from committing acts of violence, Edwin Charlison personally led patrols, ensuring no soldier dared defy military regulations. Thus, the city has stabilized. How did the handling of the 3 major clans go? Ashton spoke slowly and clearly. Not one was spared. 4/5 of the entire Ario capital's officials were removed. Their families don't need to be killed. Send them to Black Mountain to mine coal instead? Poor Taoists thought the same. How much silver did we seize? This was what Pierce cared about most. The 3 major clans monopolized Wu Ross, each rich enough to rival nations. Whether this eastern expedition would break even depended entirely on the wealth of the 3 major clans and the treasures in the palace. Ashton stroked his beard. Beyond estimation, Pierce immediately brightened up, feeling much more cheerful. Military advisor, inform everyone. It's time for a victory banquet. The eastern expedition stunned the entire world. Initially, every nation believed Pierce's eastern campaign was merely to avenge Ross's invasion of Jiangdong, seeking to reclaim lost honor. They assumed the 2 sides would simply shout insults across Pingjiang. engaging in some formal battles before concluding. After all, crossing Pingjiang was no easy feat. But who could have imagined that Pierce would orchestrate an amphibious landing, turning Pingjiang into a laughingstock? Just as everyone marveled at Pierce's unconventional tactics, the battle at Laming Valley left Ross in shock and confusion, stunning the world as well. It turned out the amphibious landing was just a ruse, a decoy to ambush Ross's reinforcements headed for Rao. Still reeling from the surprise, the Battle of Pingjiang unfolded, employing multiple routes of attack and espionage, showcasing Pierce's deep strategy and planning. His army crossed the so-called treacherous Pingjiang unscathed, creating a new miracle. The battles at Laming Valley and Pingjiang rendered Ross powerless. The disappearance of the Ross Silas further dashed Ross's last hopes. As for the Battle of Rao, the outcome was already set. The man who created miracles did not intervene directly, but nurtured his subordinates through real combat. But when Rao fell and the fall of Ross was announced, the world was once again stunned. It wasn't just an eastern expedition. It was a conquest that ended a nation. From then on, Wu Ross ceased to exist. The 2-century-old balance of 6 nations was shattered. Each country reacted differently. Charleston remained silent. Having just lost the London Engsub battle, selling off everything to ransom 5,000 elite Charleston troops, they lacked the strength for further conflicts. As for condemnation, Phelan would be happy if others didn't condemn their invasion of London Engsub. Besides, Ross attacked Jiangdong first, making retaliation fair play. Pierce accidentally wiped out Ross. Song promptly dispatched envoys to Phelan, led by Chancellor Inigo, carrying gifts that filled over a dozen carts. Alongside the gifts, they emphasized their alliance and gaining millions of subjects. This is a great service to the state. A grand sacrifice should be held to inform the heavenly deity and our ancestors. The Moxie agreed enthusiastically. Right. Such a significant victory should indeed be reported. Let Phelan oversee the ceremony. Your orders. Aquila rejoiced. Who said being the minister of rituals meant idle work? He finally had something important to do. Having overseen the imperial examinations, he would now host this historical grand ceremony, cementing his name in history. Chase sycophantically remarked, over 200 years ago, Phelan destroyed Ross. Over 200 years later, Phelan did it again. Clearly, Phelan is favored by heaven, and your majesty is the true son of heaven. The newly appointed minister of personnel, Augustus, hurried to join in. Since your majesty ascended the throne, military achievements include subduing the barbarians, gaining vast grasslands, and now conquering Ross, extending territory by thousands of miles and gaining millions of subjects. In terms of civil governance, your majesty vigorously promoted libraries, papermaking, and printing, allowing the masses to read and write. Both military and civil achievements can be compared to Taizu. Your wisdom and virtue stand unparalleled in history. Significant for me to decide. I must seek approval from Silas Phelan. Bailey's face showed apprehension. Great Edwin, you flatter me. This humble surrendered general dares not trouble Austin or Great Edwin. Though outwardly anxious, Bailey felt inward satisfaction. Any lingering regret immediately vanished. Pierce continued, before this feast, I already received instructions from Austin. Bailey tensed up. The others also perked up, eager to hear how Silas Phelan and Pierce would assign Bailey. The decision made by Austin and myself is to rename the state of Ross as Wu Prefecture. A Wu Prefecture Edwin will be established to oversee all military and civil affairs of Wu Prefecture. Edwin Han, you shall be the first Wu Prefecture Edwin. There was an uproar among the crowd. Being in charge of Wu Prefecture essentially made him a local emperor, with powers similar to the former Silas of Ross. Bailey was overjoyed. Thank you, your majesty, Great Edwin, for your trust. This subordinate will swear eternal loyalty to Great Phelan and defend Wu Prefecture. Pierce nodded. Excellent. Wu Prefecture is in your hands, Edwin. Pierce's suggestion to Moxie Phelan carried deep meaning. First, the state of Ross could no longer remain. Its territory was roughly equivalent to the combined size of Jiangnan and Jiangdong prefectures of Great Phelan, so renaming it as Wu Prefecture was reasonable. Choosing Bailey as the Wu Prefecture Edwin was a result throughout Rao capital, leaving its residents bewildered. In such a short time, the country turned into Ross State, then into Wu Prefecture. Changes happened faster than anyone could imagine. However, most civilians did not oppose renaming Ross as Wu Prefecture. They were originally Wu citizens, and Ross hadn't existed long enough to gain allegiance. Despite transitioning from V State to Wu Prefecture, they remained Wu citizens. Some things changed, yet remained unchanged. Since it was no longer a country, neither was it a capital. The city had a new name, Rao City. Originally as bustling as Nanjing, it suffered greatly during the Battle of Rao capital. With households in mourning and people wearing white, the streets devoid of pedestrians lost all its previous vitality. London goes on despite loss. Street vendors, needing to support their families, cautiously returned to selling goods. Though the Phelan army hadn't massacred or plundered upon entry, fear lingered that they might take out their frustrations on these merchants. Even worse, if they vandalized the stalls and hurt people. A group of soldiers, wearing red armbands, marched uniformly past. Their heavy armor clanked ominously, emitting an air of ruthlessness. All vendors shrank back, waiting for their fate. When the soldiers' piercing gazes swept over them, the vendors couldn't help a warm smile. The commander enjoyed his steaming buns. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. Leaving your post without permission and indulging in personal desires during duty. What crime does this warrant? Chapter 412. Selling herself to bury her father. A general on horseback came riding in angrily. The squad leader immediately knelt down in fear, dropping the buns on the ground. Edwin, this subordinate knows his crime and accepts the punishment. The general's expression softened slightly. Very well. Return to camp and receive 10 lashes. The squad leader replied with a wretched face. Brinley's, Edwin, are you not returning to your post quickly? Brinley's. Hold it. Another shout rang out. A young master dressed in brocade and jade brought along 2 girls of different heights, walking over nonchalantly. A group of fully armored personal guards followed behind them. Seeing the young master, the general immediately jumped off his horse in fright and knelt down halfways. Your Excellency? The young master raised his hand, stopping him. Just call me Bray. Brinley's Bray. The young master picked up the bun from the ground and handed it to the squad leader, smiling. Since the punishment has been given, don't waste the bun. Remember, every grain on the plate is hard-earned. The squad leader looked towards the general, her father. The woman was beautiful, possessing the distinctive Watertown grace characteristic of Wu women. Such a beautiful woman naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, everyone kept their distance because the corpse on the straw mat before her already emitted a foul smell. Someone couldn't resist and stepped forward. A pot-bellied merchant asked, Miss, how much are you asking for? The woman looked at the merchant and firmly replied, Sir, I do not sell myself to you. The crowd laughed, and the merchant covered his face and left. It seemed she was selective about her buyer, which piqued Pierce's curiosity. It wasn't strange. She was beautiful enough that she wouldn't lack for buyers and could afford to compare offers. Several others approached to ask the price, but she shook her head at all of them. The crowd grew as people gathered to watch the spectacle, speculating on who would eventually win her. Only one person was different, Jessica. Compared to admiring the beautiful sister, she was more interested in the body on the straw mat. As she observed, she noticed something peculiar. She pulled Pierce aside and whispered her observations to him. Pierce was taken aback and seriously asked, Hadden Fan, are you sure? Teacher, I am sure. Pierce smiled. He clapped his hands and instructed Alexei, start clearing the area. This young master intends to force you will die by a volley of arrows. The panic on the woman's face slowly faded, replaced by resentment. So be it. Since you are about to die, it doesn't matter. I am Danica, master of the 10,000 Poison sect, known as Alicia in the martial world. My younger sister is Evie. With that, several long needles appeared in her hand, and she inserted them into the body on the ground lightning fast. Fire! Pierce waved fiercely. Dozens of crossbows began rapid fire. Simultaneously, the body exploded, releasing a fast-spreading white smoke that concealed Danica, causing the crossbows to lose their target. Retreat quickly! Pierce shouted. But it was too late. The smoke spread rapidly, enveloping everyone in an instant. Poisonous smoke, hold your breath. Pierce warned loudly. He drew his longsword Gaoshan, cautiously on guard. The surroundings became a blinding white, making everything invisible. Brinley. He sensed lethal threats lurking all around. He sighed inwardly at his carelessness. Underestimating heroes from the land had led to this dire situation. Armed with crossbows, he thought he was invincible. Now, he was suffering a severe setback. Indeed, Alicia. A gust of wind came from the front, and without thinking, Pierce swung his sword, clank, clank, deflecting several flying needles. Another gust from behind caught him unprepared. At the last moment, he tilted his head to dodge the needles. He inwardly cursed. This woman was akin to Dongfang Bubi. Suddenly, he felt numbness on his face. Touching it, his hand came back covered in blood. The flying needles had grazed his skin. His mind spun, his body teetering. He had only one thought. What a mess. Tripped up in a ditch. He lost consciousness, collapsing. Chapter 413, Alicia. When Pierce woke up, he found himself lying on a pile of straw. His eyes fell upon a dilapidated statue of a deity grinning menacingly at him, which startled him momentarily. He was inside an abandoned temple and it was night. Not far away, there was a fire burning, with a blue-robed woman roasting something over it. The smell of burnt food reached his nose from afar. Pierce greatly sighed in relief. Seemingly they did not intend to kill him. He crept cautiously, planning to make a swift getaway. The icy voice of Danica came, If I were you, I would take a look at your arm before leaving. Pierce's face changed drastically. He rolled up his sleeve, only to find the veins on his arm turned dark green. This was a clear sign of severe poisoning. What have you done to me? Didn't you see? To prevent your escape, I've poisoned you. I should mention that no one, so this account still falls on your head. Pierce looked sincere. Lady Lawn, you misunderstand. I never ordered the Yasmin to harm your sister. It's known worldwide that I, the Marquis, always cherish the beautiful. She acted on her own. You may ask her if you don't believe me. Danica scoffed, cherishing beauty indeed. More like obsessed with sex. Pierce feigned sadness. Lady Lawn has deeply misunderstood me. Whether it's cherishing beauty or being obsessed with sex, I'm certainly not the mastermind behind hurting your sister. Do you expect me to believe you? Lady Lawn, you may not trust me, but shouldn't you trust the Yasmin? Ask her if it's true. Forget it. I won't fall for your tricks. Pierce sighed. I understand. It seems Lady Lawn chooses to bully the weak and fears the strong. Knowing you are not the Yasmin's match, you chose to take revenge on me. As the renowned Alicia, aren't you afraid of ridicule in the martial world? Danica laughed lightly. This Alicia title is self-proclaimed. I was previously in seclusion in Donghua. Few people in the Central Plains know my name. Why be afraid of ridicule? What a bold move, finally encountering someone even thicker-skinned than himself. And she's a woman too. No wonder as a seasoned martial artist himself, he'd never heard of the Alicia. Meeting someone with even thicker skin than his, glow like the sun rising at dawn. Up close, you shine like a lotus emerging from clear waters. Half an hour later, Danica's face was unimpressed. Are you done? Could you say something I can understand? Pierce promptly fainted, realizing his passionate speech went completely over her head. But he wouldn't give up. Lady Lawn, you're beautiful like a flower. Danica nodded. I know. Pierce felt utterly hopeless. Now this was a real problem. This woman was unreasonable, immune to intimidation, and illiterate. Even he, the renowned Edwin Lewis, had no way out. He decided to come clean. What do you really want? Speak plainly. Want power and status? I can help you conquer Donghua and become its queen. Want silver? I can give you enough jewels and gold to last 10 lifetimes. I want to avenge my younger sister. Do you want to kill me? You'd be dead already if I wanted to. So what do you want? I want you to suffer worse than death. Lundonk how? Lundonk throwing you into some remote place where you'll experience the torment of ants gnawing at your heart every 3 days, with no one to hear your cries, giving you aphrodisiacs and throwing a pig at you when you're burning in agony. Pierce shuddered. This woman was vicious. It seemed she had some basis for calling herself the Alicia. This kind of poison was different from what he imagined. Pierce drew his long saber. Johnny, respected Alicia, allow me to introduce myself. I'm known in the martial world as the invincible dual saber Marquis. Draw your needle. We shall fight to the death. Sure. Shower of plum blossom needles. In the next moment, countless flying needles shot at Pierce from all directions, making it impossible to evade. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the abandoned temple. This way. Someone's here. Come quickly. Came loud shouts from outside the temple. Then, rapid footsteps approached the temple. Danika's expression changed. She quickly extinguished the fire and hurled a tile which exploded, creating a large hole in the back wall of the temple. Having done that, she carried the immobilized Pierce, jumping onto the beam, disappearing into the darkness. Pierce was amazed. Throwing a tile like a cannonball demonstrated terrifying inner strength, second only to Sky and his aunt. This Alicia was absurdly powerful. Chapter 414. The Yasmin Decree and the Heavenly Demon Decree. A motley group of martial artists, brandishing torches, stormed into the dilapidated temple and looked around. The fire was just extinguished. Hurry, catch up with them. They squeezed through the large hole Danika had smashed open and disappeared into the darkness. For exhausted individuals didn't follow. Instead, they started a new fire, sat down to rest and eat. A man dressed indeed be a person of great renown. The saber wielder sneered, Master, are you ill-informed? This Davian fought wars to the north and south, east and west, winning every battle, and has recently conquered Ra's kingdom. He's known by the people as the god of war. The swordsman added, the Yasmin is one of his top generals, the demon sect leader is his younger aunt. Oh, I heard that the Silas of Great Phalon is also his wife. Now, the 100,000 troops of Great Phalon in Wu Prefecture have gone mad, searching everywhere for him. The Taoist sighed. For such a significant figure, even a single hair lost causes shockwaves across the land, let alone being captured. Wandering Monk commented, Indeed, this Alicia is truly bold and audacious. Saber wielder remarked, Perhaps it's because we are ill-informed. After all, we've never heard of what she calls herself, Alicia. Maybe it's self-proclaimed. Taoist continued, She claims to be the leader of the Myriad Venom sect, elder sister of Charity who ranks 7th among the top experts. This Alicia should not be underestimated. We must be cautious. Wandering Monk nodded, You're right, Daozhong. Sword wielder urged, Let's hurry and catch up. If we can find Alicia now, there's still a chance. Too late, and it'll be someone else's turn. Let's go. All four stood up together. In the next moment, silver needles flew down from above, piercing into their foreheads. Cautiously, Where are we going? To dump you somewhere remote and begin merciless torture. Pierce felt like crying but couldn't. Immortal sword master, little auntie, save me. As a valiant general who wouldn't submit to threats, Pierce refused to give in. He drew his broadsword named Johnny, swung it stylishly, and resumed his identity as the invincible dual blades Elias. Alicia, I, the invincible dual blades Elias, challenge you once more. Danika flew into a rage. Can you be any more delusional? Your skill is laughable compared to our sect leader. I can pin you down with one hand. Pierce remained firm. Alicia, I may be physically weak, but my spirit remains strong. I'll crush you with my determination. Persistent but weak, huh? Fine. Taste my showering plum blossom needles. Pierce's screams echoed through the mountains once again. Under Danika's threat, the duo headed east. She avoided towns and villages, choosing isolated paths through the wilderness. One day later, they encountered a large group of martial artists outside a forest. Swords, sabers, priests, monks, all sorts, probably numbering dozens. Pierce immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, I am Davian. Heroes, save me. Kill Alicia, save the Marquis. The martial artists were overjoyed, drawing their weapons and charging forward. That day will never come. Hashtag chapter 415. Eastward all the way. Pierce racked his brains, trying to figure out how this poisonous woman controlled the poison's outbreak. If it were time, why would he be fine if he didn't run but experience an attack as soon as he did? Could it be related to the speed of blood circulation? But there was no outbreak when he challenged her before. Unable to solve this puzzle, even fleeing became a luxury for him. Danika kicked Pierce. If you're not dead, get up and keep moving. As they passed the small forest where the earlier incident occurred, even someone like Pierce, who had been through numerous battles and seen countless corpses, couldn't help but change expression. It looked like a slaughterhouse. None of the dozens of martial artists survived. Each death was incredibly gruesome. He sighed, turned his head away, preferring not to see it. Within just half a day, they encountered another group of martial artists. This group was larger, numbering over 50. They included beggars, swordsmen, monks, and various sects such as the Iron Sand Gang, Golden Buddha Temple, and Crimson Blood sect leaders. Pierce cried out, I am the Davian heroes, please save me. Kill the poison god and rescue the Marquis. The crowd, seeing Danika, rushed forward with weapons in hand like hungry wolves seeing meat or dung beetles encountering dung, afraid of being left behind. The indomitable Pierce immediately ran without hesitation. He was unyielding to power. Well, let's not digress. He just wanted to test his hypothesis. He controlled his heartbeat and blood circulation speed, trying to make himself like a moving piece of wood or stone. It wasn't difficult for him, since he practiced the Ice Heart Sutra. Once it ran, his mind was as calm as still water, unperturbed by anything. Seeing beautiful women as skeletons, treating wealth as dirt, running for 10 minutes without any issues, he felt so elated he wanted to shout. But then, A familiar sensation of heart palpitations hit him. His internal organs started cramping intensely, one pain wave worse than the last, making him wish he were dead. Curling on the ground, he groaned incessantly, cursing aloud. Danica, you poisonous witch! One day, I will make you taste what it feels like to suffer like this. He had never hated anyone so much. Even the top 10 tortures of the Imperial Guards paled in comparison to this intense poison-induced pain. Finally, Danica finished off the last martial artist, flicking her sleeves to clear off the blood and debris. She found it amusing that these people dared to gang up on her, the renowned poison god. She was the least afraid of a mob. Unhurriedly walking in the direction Pierce fled, she saw him lying motionless on the ground from afar. She kicked him twice. My Marquis, why don't you learn from your mistakes? Dead? Not dead? Get up now, or else the bone-piercing poison will strike. Suddenly, a cold glint shot upward from below at lightning speed, aiming straight for Danica. Danica chuckled and easily caught the long knife wielded by Johnny between her fingers. Just a few moves? A tremendous force came from the blade, surprising her. This inner strength far exceeded that of the so-called Iron Sand Gang leader, or the abbot of Golden Buddha Temple. This guy had been hiding his true strength. However, he still wasn't her match. A moment later, her expression changed. Another more ferocious and hidden cold glint was approaching her abdomen, hidden under the long knife's glow. It was a dagger. There was still a trick up his sleeve. Danica couldn't dodge in time, but she remained calm. A black snake emerged from her robe, biting the dagger, thwarting Pierce's fatal blow. The black snake, covered in iron-hard scales, swallowed Pierce's dagger whole and then lunged at him, scaring Pierce into letting go. In the next moment, Pierce found himself hanging from a tree. He quickly pleaded, Senior Poison God, I only wanted to give you a surprise. London is too boring. We need surprises. Did I surprise you? Danica pulled out a silver needle. You surprised me, all right. But as for the pleasure, the master here didn't feel a bit of it. With that, she plunged the needle in. Pierce screamed, startling birds from nearby trees. After a full quarter of an hour, Danica finally clapped her hands. All right, all your major acupoints are sealed by the master. If you try to use your inner strength, you'll suffer immensely, injuring yourself before others. How dare you ambush me, the master? Pierce's entire body was numb and achy, leaving him unable to respond. Danica inspected Pierce from head to toe. I didn't expect a young Marquis, who has been in the secular world, to have such prowess and inner strength. Even with excellent teachers, it takes talent and perseverance. The master holds you in higher regard. Not many can receive special attention from the master. You should feel honored. Pierce struggled. Demonis, honor your entire family. From that day on, Pierce completely gave up on running away. Of course, surrendering was also out of the question. He was an unbending general, born to stand against tyranny. Better to die standing tall, steadfast and courageous. That was him. Senior Poison God, Invincible Twin Knife Lundintal Marquis challenges you for the 10th time. Senior Poison God, Invincible Twin Knife Lundintal Marquis challenges you for the 20th time. Until Danica became impatient. If you challenge me again, the master will let you experience bone-piercing, marrow-sucking, and brain-eating. Was Pierce so easy to submit? Naive. Senior Poison God, after walking for so long, are your legs sore? Let me massage them for you? My ancestral technique of 18 massage strokes always gets rave reviews. Senior Poison God, thirsty? Want well water or river water? Hungry? Honey roasted rabbit or lotus leaf beggar's chicken? I'm quite good with roast suckling pig too. The number of martial artists encountered on the road increased significantly. Initially, they met one group per day, then every half day, now almost every hour. Alongside martial artists, groups of fully armored soldiers from the Great Phalon Empire also rode past. Both parties kept to themselves, even exchanging information upon encounter. Clearly, a vast net was closing in on them. Tired of killing, Danica began avoiding them. Pierce also stopped shouting, realizing this demoness martial arts were unfathomable. Probably only Lord Swordmaster and Ant could match her. Normal martial artists coming in droves would only be suicide. Pleased with Pierce's understanding, Danica spared him further torment. Heading east, after several days of arduous travel, Pierce could already smell the faint, salty sea breeze. He couldn't resist asking, Diana, are we going out to sea? Danica nodded. Brinley's. What place is more desolate than an uninhabited island? The master plans to bring you there and slowly torture you, leaving you no one to call upon for help. Pierce wore a bitter smile. Lord Swordmaster, Ant, if you don't come soon, I'm done for. True to the saying, persistent thoughts must have a response. Although he didn't meet Lord Swordmaster or Ant, Pierce welcomed a small glimmer of hope. Chapter 416. Shaolin and Wudong battle the Elysia. Beside a small river, the two encountered a monk and a Taoist engaged in a game of chess. Nearby, a group of disciples from their sects rested and ate. Pierce's eyes lit up as he shouted, Master Aaron, Daozhong Danilo, save me. Indeed, these two were none other than the abbot of Shaolin, Master Aaron, and the Wudong sect leader, Daozhong Danilo. The others were disciples from both sections. Though they had participated in the search, they hadn't scoured like other sects due to their esteemed status. Instead, they waited for an opportunity, which eventually came. Pierce felt a glimmer of hope. Ordinary martial artists weren't a match for Danica, but Aaron and Danilo ranked second and third on the list of top martial artists. He wanted to see how this demonic woman would handle them. Pierce's loud cry shattered the tranquility by the river. The disciples from both sects quickly gathered around, and Aaron and Danilo fixed their gazes on Danica, preparing to engage. Pierce, fearing a fair duel, shouted, Master Aaron, Daozhong Danilo, she's formidable. Both of you attack together. Just rescue this Marquis, and whether it's the heavenly sword art or demon blade, ice sword or demon sword, I'll give them all to you. Aaron and Danilo exchanged a glance, nodded, and moved forward, one on each side. Aaron clasped his hands together. Amit Ba, Davian, I did not come for the demon sword art or the demon blade, but to repay your past kindness. Pierce responded without hesitation. Agreed. Afterward, the demon sword art and demon blade belonged to Shaolin Temple. Danilo flicked his long sword. Boundless heaven. Davian, I also did not come for the heavenly sword technique or ice sword, but to repay your past kindness. Pierce nodded vigorously. Understood. Afterward, the heavenly sword technique and ice sword will belong to Wudong. With renewed vigor, Aaron and Danilo locked onto Danica with their aura. By the way, be cautious of her potent toxins and hidden needles, silent and untraceable. Also, beware of the venomous little black snake she carries, as hard as iron and highly poisonous. Thank you for the warning, Davian. Danica gave Pierce a cold look, frightening him into silence. This time, Pierce didn't plan to run away. He sat on a large rock by the river, legs crossed, watching the spectacle. A battle between Shaolin and Wudong against the Elysia. It was bound to be spectacular. Danica once again gripped her crescent moon snake blade, licking her lips excitedly with her long, sharp tongue. She harbored no resentment toward Pierce for causing trouble. She wasn't afraid of challenges and wished to face the renowned leaders of Shaolin and Wudong. Her figure moved like lightning, launching attacks on Aaron and Danilo. The three clashed fiercely. Aaron unleashed the Mahayana Prajna palm, each strike capable of breaking stone. Danilo employed Wudong's secret Tai Lundot splitting sword technique, incredibly refined. One strong, the other soft. One yang, the other yin. They complemented each other flawlessly. They were seasoned partners and top martial artists. Together, few could match them. Pierce couldn't help but applaud, knowing they were going all out for the legendary sword techniques and divine blades. Facing their impenetrable attacks, Danica danced gracefully amidst the tempest, clad in blue. Her movements were extremely agile, always dodging their attacks with ease. Her strike, Danica was being suppressed. Overjoyed, Pierce shouted, "Well done, Master Aaron. Daozhong Danilo. Keep it up, and the demon blade, demon sword, heavenly sword technique, and ice sword are yours." In the next moment, his joy turned to despair. Ducking Aaron's palm and Danilo's sword, Danica sliced with her crescent moon blade towards Aaron and sent the black snake at Danilo. Familiar with this combo, they instinctively dodged. Danica grinned wickedly, releasing two more creatures. One was a winged, colorful centipede, and the other was a snow-white scorpion. The flying centipede lunged at Aaron with its wings, while the ice scorpion sprang at Danilo. Both had exhausted their evasion techniques and couldn't avoid the attacks. Two cries of pain resounded as their faces turned black, blood oozing from their nostrils and mouths. Demonic woman, your poison is too potent. Give us your life. Aware of their impending doom, Aaron and Danilo used their last efforts, a final palm strike and sword attack. Faced with relentless, defensive maneuvers aimed at mutual destruction, Danica could only endure. Exchanging a palm strike with Aaron, she spat blood. Another blow from Danilo's sword forced another gush of blood, compounding her injuries. Her complexion turned deathly pale, and she swayed weakly. Thuds echoed as Aaron and Danilo fell dead. Abbott! Suddenly, a surge of powerful force erupted from his hand, overpowering Danica, who was already grievously injured, weak, and caught off guard. In a daze, Danica watched as Pierce swiftly inserted dozens of needles into her body. She found herself completely immobilized. Her acupoints were sealed. She was utterly shocked, questions flooding her mind. How do you have my silver needles? Why can you still use your internal energy? When did you remove the needles? How do you know the technique to seal acupoints? Pierce's face flushed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcing the use of his internal energy had left him severely injured. It truly was the case of wounding oneself before harming others. Danica immediately understood. No, you didn't remove my silver needles. You forced the use of your internal energy. But how could this be possible? With the needles in place, any exertion would cause unbearable pain. How could you muster a full-strength attack, even if just once? Pierce wiped the blood from his lips and laughed heartily. Why not? Do you think all those times I challenged you were for self-flagellation? Danica widened her eyes. You were adapting to the unbearable pain? Enduring countless bouts of torment for one rare, full-strength attack? How ruthless you are. Pierce sneered. A true man doesn't shy away from using poison. These silver needles. I see it now. You challenged me time and again not only to adapt to the pain, but also to collect my silver needles and deceive me. Pierce nodded. Exactly. I made sure to keep a few each time you weren't paying attention. Danica glared fiercely at him. One last question. Why do you know how to seal acupoints? Pierce shrugged. Is it so strange? I've been around 2 acupuncture masters. Through osmosis, it's normal that I understand some about acupoints, right? Danica was filled with regret. You've been waiting for this chance, haven't you? Pierce gritted his teeth. Damn right. I've waited for this moment for a long time. Suddenly, Danica laughed. Our sect leader admits defeat this time. But, haven't you forgotten something? Pierce's expression darkened. Poison? Danica gloated. That's right. No one except our sect leader can cure the poison in your body. I advise you to remove these needles quickly. I promise you will only experience itching and pain briefly. Pierce laughed spitefully. Demoness, at this point, you still dare to threaten me? Do you really think I'm spineless? You're not spineless. You're just a lick-spittle dog at our sect leader's feet. Excellent. Let you see the counterattack of a lick dog. Pierce pulled out a whip from his waist. With a flick, it whistled through the air. Danica raged. What do you intend to do? Pierce approached slowly. What do you think? With a snap, Pierce lashed the whip across Danica's chest. She gasped in pain, her clothes torn, skin lacerated. Simultaneously, 3 black figures darted towards Pierce. Pierce was prepared. He cast a fine net, capturing the black snakes, flying centipedes, and ice scorpions. Both the whip and the net were items Pierce collected from deceased martial artists solely for today. Danica was thoroughly panicked now. Lewis, let me go. I'll give you the antidote. We can make peace. Pierce borrowed her own words. Do you think I'll believe you? From his pocket, Pierce pulled out a rope, tightly binding Danica and suspending her from the beam. Despite the slightly ambiguous position, the enraged Pierce didn't care. All right, Demonis, taste the sensation of being whipped. Through gritted teeth, Danica growled, Pierce, if you touch me, I swear you'll suffer beyond death. Pierce laughed, Grandmaster Toxin, you intended for me to suffer beyond death anyway, didn't you? Slap, slap, slap. The sound of whipping echoed loudly in the temple, accompanied by moans of pain. Eventually, Pierce grew tired, venting his anger sufficiently. After all, he still had needles in him, not daring to hit too hard. Meanwhile, Danica's blue attire was in tatters, barely covering her, revealing large patches of pale skin. She bit her lip resolutely, staring defiantly at Pierce. Pierce felt immensely satisfied. Demonis, still feeling cocky? Danica enunciated bitterly. Lewis, you should kill me. Wish to die? Not that simple. He had taken his revenge. Now it was time for serious business. He approached her and started searching her. Don't misunderstand. He was looking for the antidote. As he searched, he noticed tears dripping onto his face. Danica was crying, shedding tears of humiliation. Pierce instantly flared up. Demonis, remember what you did to me? Do you have the nerve to cry? Beating you is already leniency? Danica turned away, ignoring him. Pierce continued searching. Examining her entire body, Pierce found several bottles. However, every bottle looked suspicious, and he dared not risk poisoning himself. Forget it. Better take them back and let Hadden examine them. Demonis, how should I deal with you? Danica, however, sneered. You no longer have the chance. Unbeknownst to him, Danica's left arm now held a golden toad and a green gecko, using their tongues to remove the last two needles. Her left hand was free to move. She placed her fingers in her mouth, but didn't act hastily. She spoke sinisterly. Are you curious how I control the toxins in your body? Let me reveal the secret now. The 5 poisons causing itching, severe pain, drilling bones, sucking marrow, and eating brain cells are actually larvae from these creatures. The toad, black snake, centipede, scorpion, and gecko. I control them with the 5 tones, gong, shang, ju, ji, and queenie, which induce their activity within your body. Let me show you. Pierce's eyes widened. Stop it, Grandmaster Toxin. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Now it's gong. Danica blew a note, and the golden toad chirped along. Instantly, Pierce's skin broke out in a rash, covered in unbearable itching. Now it's shang. Another note, and the black snake hissed. Pierce's organs writhed in agony, making him roll on the ground in screams. Now it's ju. The flying centipede shrieked. Pierce felt as though something was drilling into his bones. Now it's queenie. The ice scorpion screeched. Pierce felt his bone marrow being drained. Lastly, it's wu. The green gecko chirped. Pierce's head pounded as if something was gnawing at his brain. All right, you've tasted the singles. Now comes the deluxe meal. Don't. Hashtag chapter 418. The uninhibited women of Donghua. Danica expelled all the silver needles from her body, broke free from the ropes, and regained her freedom of movement. Looking at her tattered clothes and bruised body, she felt both ashamed and furious. She, the revered poison goddess, had actually been tied up and whipped one day? This was a disgrace that would haunt her forever. She walked over to the motionless Pierce on the ground and kicked him. Dead yet? Pierce struggled to turn over, gritting his teeth. Thanks to Diana. Still alive. Danica looked at him anew. You actually withstood the 5 poisons without going mad? That required more than just ironclad willpower. Pierce spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Demonis, don't underestimate this noble. I've been through worse. A mere 5 poisons is nothing to brag about. Since that's the case, why don't you taste it again? No. Pierce jumped up in fright. Diana, I was just boasting. Don't take me seriously. Danica sneered, tore off his long robe, and wrapped herself in it to cover her exposed skin. You dare to treat me, the sect leader, like this? Prepare to endure the 5 poisons every day. Pierce cried out. How about hanging me up and beating me too, Diana? That would be too easy for you. How about I take responsibility for my actions? Responsibility? What kind of responsibility? I touched you. Danica smirked. Ha! Us women of Donghua are uninhibited. Sect leader here wouldn't spare you for merely touching her. We would only exact harsh revenge. Pierce almost forgot. This Demonis wasn't from Central China. Sect leader needs some rest. You guard the door outside for me. Try to escape, and prepare to experience the 5 poisons. Pierce didn't dare resist, and obediently did as he was told. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the seaside. The sun had just risen, and a light mist floated over the sea like a delicate veil, gently enveloping the world. Sunlight filtered through the mist, casting its glow on the shimmering waves, making it seem like countless little stars were twinkling. Small boats appeared faintly in the distance, as if traveling through an ethereal realm. Pierce took a deep breath, entranced by the vastness of the sea. Scattered across the East Sea were many small islands inhabited by isolated islanders who preserved ancient, mysterious customs. They were known as the Donghua. Danica, claiming to be a Donghua woman, was clearly one of them. Her unpredictable martial arts and various tricks were evidently part of the Donghua heritage. They reached a small fishing village by the sea, where they needed to find a boat to sail out. Coincidentally, the villagers were returning from their fishing trips, carrying large baskets filled with live fish, shrimp, and crabs. Pierce froze. After so many days of roughing it outdoors in temples and forests, eating wild chickens and rabbits, he was thoroughly sick of it. Seeing fresh seafood, how could he resist? Ignoring Danica, he approached the villagers to buy fish. Old sir, what do you have in your basket? Sir, we have lobsters, rock cod, green grouper, and giant blue crabs. Pierce drooled. Old sir, I'll take it all. Is 100 taels enough? The villager flinched. Sir, that's too much. 10 coins would suffice. In those days, the sea yielded abundant catches. A simple fishing trip could bring dozens of pounds of seafood, which wasn't expensive. Pierce generously offered, no worries, old sir, keep the money. As the extravagant Lewis boss, 100 taels was his smallest denomination. Caught between being grateful and conflicted, the honest villager hesitated when Danica approached. Old sir, do you have a boat that can go out to sea? Is the remaining money enough to buy it? Brinley's, the villager smiled happily. Enough, enough. His home happened to have a seaworthy ship worth about 100 taels, so he felt secure now. Pierce gathered some dry wood from the beach and eagerly started a fire to grill the lobsters, rock cod, green grouper, and blue crabs. Danica commented coldly, eat so much, and you won't survive. Pierce huffed, it's none of your business. Strangely, since that day in the temple when she made him endure the 5 poisons, the demoness hadn't tortured him further. Confused, he asked, why have you been so nice to me these past 2 days? Have you changed? Danica glanced at him and said icily, we Dongi women respect brave heroes. You enduring the 5 poisons qualifies you as one. Though I detest your whipping and humiliation, I won't torment you for no reason. So this demoness wasn't entirely ruthless. Pierce cheered up, here, try some grilled lobster. Danica accepted the lobster without hesitation and started munching. Pierce grabbed a crispy, tender grilled rock cod and devoured it. Halfway through their meal, a group of martial artists appeared on the beach, numbering close to 100, including renowned experts. Following the sudden deaths of the Shaolin abbot and Wudong sect leader, the entire martial world both hated and feared the poison goddess. They naturally wouldn't give up on the legendary sword technique and divine sword, but didn't want to risk their lives needlessly. Thus, they formed massive groups, ready to attack in numbers if they encountered the poison goddess. Danica's expression turned serious. She wasn't afraid of a mob, but after battling Aaron and Danilo, her injuries were only partially healed. If they were ambushed, it would be perilous. Pierce stood up, clapping his hands. Danica's heart raced. Pierce calmly said, let's go. We've eaten enough. Time to set sail. Danica couldn't help asking, aren't you going to call for help? Pierce walked towards the village, leaving her retreating back, too tired to bother. A single-masted sailboat sailed on the shimmering sea, with seagulls circling overhead. The scene was idyllic, but Pierce found reality brutal. To control the direction, he had to stay glued to the helm, constantly adjusting the sails. In chaotic winds, he even had to climb up and reel them in. He was busier than ever. In stark contrast, Danica lounged lazily on a deck chair, enjoying the breeze and sipping fine wine. She wore a new outfit, still blue but with a dongi style, with slits in the skirt revealing her long legs. Pierce glanced at her audaciously while inwardly cursing, phew, shameless demoness. Recalling his groping in the temple, he had to admit she was quite well endowed. Danica watched Pierce bustling around and gloated. Deserves it. Why didn't you ask some villagers to help? Afraid I'd kill them to keep secrets, right? Pierce had no reason to lie. Brinley's. Danica sneered, not bothering to argue. How much longer until we arrive? At this speed, another day should do it. One day? That's a bit short. I hope you enjoyed the translation. Let me know if you have any more content to translate, or if there are any adjustments you'd like me to make. Chapter 419. The Myriad Poisons Sect. Of course, Pierce was in no rush to travel. That would be like rushing to his own death. So he simply put away the sail and leisurely began fishing. Although the ship was stocked with fresh water and provisions, Pierce couldn't bear to deprive himself with the vast sea right before him. Indeed, the bounty of the sea was abundant. Bait cast quickly drew a catch. It was a small yellow croaker, but Pierce didn't even glance at it before setting it free. He wouldn't settle for anything less than a 3-pound fish. Danica ignored him, pouring a small pill from a jade vial and sitting cross-legged in meditation. It must have been a healing medicine, which he had been taking these past few days. Pierce started a conversation. Diana, what kind of martial arts do you practice? It's incredibly powerful. Even Yanni and Danilo aren't your match. He hadn't expected her to respond, yet she did, albeit with a brief, cold reply. The Book of Poisons. Pierce marveled aloud. By the rule that shorter names mean greater power, this martial art sounds formidable. Danica retorted coldly. Didn't you already witness its power? Pierce probed further. Your black snakes, centipedes. Whistling happily, he began roasting them. The smell of sizzling meat enticed Danica, who joined him in feasting heartily. As the sailboat passed through a cluster of small islands, a group of pirates surrounded them from all sides. Danica, not bothering to look, said to Pierce, go deal with them. Just a bunch of low-level thugs. She was too lazy to bother and returned to the cabin. Shortly after boarding, Danica had removed the silver needles within Pierce's body, knowing he had nowhere to escape in the vast ocean. With his internal strength restored, Pierce noticed an improvement in his ice heart technique. Perhaps it was the pressure from the needles that had unlocked something deeper within him. Now itching for action, the arrival of the pirates was perfectly timed. Diana, watch this lord dance. Standing on the deck, sword in hand, Pierce's robe fluttered gracefully, making him appear ethereal. The surrounding pirates couldn't help but become serious, no longer shouting recklessly. Bang! Pirate ships closed in from all sides. Dozens of pirates, some missing eyes, others arms, most scarred faces. All exuded ferocity. They wielded various weapons, swords, tridents, hammers, a motley crew indeed. They cautiously encircled Pierce, treating him like a grave threat. The man stood calm and composed even now, radiating a majestic aura indicative of a master. Could Pierce not remain composed? The third best poison god was right behind him. A burly man with a dragon tattoo on his arm stepped forward, eyeing Pierce with narrow eyes. Pierce looked skyward, paying him no mind. The man bowed and said, I am Londongio, known as Londontal Black Dragon of the Waves. May I ask your name? Pierce replied coolly, I am Pierce, known as the Invincible Twin Swordsman. Londongio was puzzled. Twin swords? But you only have one. Pierce was a bit embarrassed. His saber, Cutwater, had been broken by Charlie, and he hadn't had time to forge a new one in Tongxiang County. He explained, the other one accidentally fell into the sea while fishing. No matter. One blade is enough to slice up a small mud skipper like you. London Zhou fumed, I am Londontal Black Dragon of the Waves, not a mud skipper. Then this lord will turn you into one. You go to hell. London Zhou raged and swung his blade. Swish. A dazzling flash of the blade, and London Zhou lost consciousness. Seeing their leader's head roll across the deck, the pirates were stunned. Their boss had been killed in one move. Together, revenge for our boss. The undeterred pirates attacked en masse. Chapter 420, Confrontation. The island was vast, and Danica and Pierce had to ride horses. Racing along the main road, they could see villagers dressed in farming attire on either side, tending to their fields. Upon seeing Danica's group, these villagers would prostrate themselves on the ground, heads touching the earth, their faces filled with reverence. Pierce immediately understood that this island, like Bartendom, probably operated under a matriarchal society. The Wudu sect wasn't merely a martial arts sect but a religion that controlled the island, with Danica, as its leader, being the island's ruler. They galloped for half a day before Danica led him to a towering mountain. Danica, with evident interest, introduced it, this is Mount Wudu, the highest peak on the island. Pierce responded indifferently, I bet it has another name, Mount Wuji. Danica was taken aback. How did you know? Pierce pointed at the 5 peaks piercing the clouds. Isn't it obvious? Danica fell silent. Only you are so smart. Too kind. My Dharma name is Normanxiu, known as Smart Normanxiu. Curious, Danica asked. You were once a monk? Indeed, I was a monk for several years in my past life. Danica spat at him. Nonsense. Suit yourself. A group of female disciples from the Wudu sect all curiously sized up this man their leader had brought back, each one giggling upon a year-old child. Pierce sighed. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Colette. He hadn't seen Colette with his own eyes. A hint of resentment flashed across Danica's face. Brinley's, she is my younger sister. Thanks to you, she remains a child until death. Pierce stared directly at Danica. What do you want, Diana? Danica's reply was shocking. I want you to marry her. You turned her into this, so you must take responsibility. You've passed my tests on the way here, proving your worth to marry her. Pierce asked, had I failed, would you have killed me? Brinley's. Expected as much. Danica urged, you won't lose. Though her mind is that of a child, she's very pretty and obedient. London together in bliss here on Mount Wudu, like celestial beings. Shaking his head, Pierce said, and if I refuse? Furious, Danica shouted, then you die. Pierce smiled. He calmly replied, Diana, haven't you noticed how compliant I've been since leaving the abandoned temple? I didn't attempt escape, nor did I resist or even scream for help. Wasn't it because you feared the 5 poisons? Pierce shook his head. To me, freedom means more than the 5 poisons. Danica asked, why then? Pierce grinned, Diana, you needn't pretend. You've already realized it. Danica also smiled. You're indeed clever, fitting your nickname Smart Normanxiu. Brinley's, I've sensed something. Though I can't pinpoint her exact location, I have a premonition that she is behind us. I admit, I'm no match for her. That's why I rushed to recover from my injuries, hastened to enter Mount Wudu, and gathered everyone here. So, is she the so-called Yasmin, or the demon sect leader? Would you kindly ask her to show herself? Dare she appear? Pierce shouted to the outside, Mighty Yasmin, some say you fear. Under everyone's gaze, a figure in pure white slowly appeared outside the hall. Danica's pupils contracted. She felt a deadly threat. She decisively pointed at Sky and commanded coldly, kill, kill. Scores of Wudu sect experts charged forward, followed by hundreds of disciples. A massacre began. Sitting down leisurely, Pierce watched the chaos unfold. The first wave of experts fell within moments, each struck dead by a single fatal sword strike. The survivors were stunned. There was no chance to counterattack. Danica yelled, use poison. Suddenly, hundreds of poisonous smoke clouds enveloped Sky. Moments later, she emerged unscathed. Pierce remarked to Danica, Diana, let me tell you, the mighty Yasmin is immune to all poisons. What? Danica was shocked. Beside her, Colette trembled upon recognizing Sky, memories of terror resurfacing. The slaughter continued. Each person who charged met immediate demise. None could withstand Sky's sword, regardless of skill level. Sky's moves weren't overly fancy. She possessed superhuman strength, speed, and a body akin to a divine weapon. After all, born into the celestial sect, she was immersed in the abyssal water, transforming her into a saint-like being, a monster, a superhuman. More importantly, she inherited the complete teachings of the celestial sect. Danica trembled, genuinely afraid. She believed that any human could never overcome her intricate traps. But what faced her was not human. It was an immortal, a Yasmin. Dozens of Wudu sect experts were reduced to a few, hundreds of disciples to just over 100, all trembling, barely holding onto their weapons. Despair spread. To approach meant instant death. They couldn't stand a chance. Touching Colette's face, Danica showed a rare tenderness before rushing forward resolutely, like a blue butterfly diving into fire. End of chapter 420. Chapter 421. Storm. Pierce hurriedly shouted, Londonda, show mercy. The Jasonabing sword halted right before Danica's forehead. The overwhelming sword pressure assaulted her mind and body, making her feel like a small boat in a raging storm. Her mental defenses collapsed, leaving her unable to control her body. Sky glanced at Pierce. Pierce wiped his sweat and said, she has the antidote for me. Sky turned towards Danica. Where is it? Danica closed her eyes. Kill me if you will. Sky raised her hand. Since that's how you wish it, then you'll experience my soul-snatching technique, just like your sister did. Pierce hastily intervened. Wait, Londonda, it's not necessary. He approached Danica and, under her fiery glare, extracted a black snake, a centipede, a scorpion, a toad, and a gecko from her. These were all Gu Kings, spirit creatures that could distinguish good from evil. Under Sky's oppressive aura, they trembled fearfully in Danica's embrace, too afraid to move, fearing for their lives. But their fate was already sealed. Pierce smiled at Danica. Diana, since the 5 poisons I suffer from are from their toxins, itching, excruciating pain, bone drilling, marrow sucking, and brain devouring. If I'm not mistaken, the antidote should be on them as well. Danica let out a cold snort and didn't respond. Pierce pulled out a dagger from his pocket and swiftly dissected the 5 Gu Kings one by one. He retrieved a black gallbladder from the black snake, a colorful gallbladder from the centipede, a white gallbladder from the scorpion, a golden gallbladder from the toad, and a green gallbladder from the gecko. Furrowing his brow, he swallowed the 5 gallbladders one by one, extending his arm. Visibly, the veins on his arm changed from dark purple to normal blue. He had guessed right. Pierce heaved a huge sigh of relief. What about her? Sky asked. Pierce looked at Danica, who also gazed back without pleading or begging, only with defiance and calmness. Don't kill my sister. Sierra mustered up courage and rushed forward, blocking Danica. Move away, sister. Danica was greatly distressed. Don't kill my sister. Sierra stood her ground, protecting Danica like a mother hen defending her chick. Let her go, Pierce sighed. Are you sure? Sky frowned. I'm sure, Pierce replied. Though she caused me quite a bit of trouble, ultimately, I didn't lose anything, right? People say she's a demoness, but apart from those unsavory martial artists, she hasn't harmed any common folk. And I, being the greatest executioner in the world, have no right to judge others. What if she comes after you again? Pierce shook his head with a smile. She won't. Why are you so sure? I believe her. Danica's heart trembled. The stubborn expression on her face softened, and she lowered her head. She felt her eyes growing hot, and her nose tingling. Sky finally retracted her Jason and Bing sword, and Danica collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. For the first time in her life, you're always so cheeky, running off without a word, leaving all the mess for us to clean up. Pierce cried out in protest. Landanda, I was kidnapped. It's because you were so careless. How many people in Wu State want you dead? And yet, here you are, wandering around, heading straight for crowds. It was Londontal Phoenix who dragged me along. You're still arguing? I won't. By the way, did Aunt come as well? That's right. She's wreaking havoc in Rouse City. If you don't return soon, she'll tear the place apart. Thinking of Aunt's combative nature, Pierce silently mourned for the people in Rouse City who were enduring such turmoil. Landanda, how did you find me? While Danica was fighting Huefa and Qingsong, I happened to be nearby and followed the chi fluctuations. Pierce privately thanked his luck. Only Sky's superhuman senses could have detected him. Anyone else, even Aunt, might not have found him. How is the situation in Wu State now? Chaos. It was already unstable, and with your disappearance, both the black and white sides of the martial world flooded in, along with the army's extensive search. The entire Wu State is in turmoil. Pierce had braced himself, so he wasn't surprised. It seems we need to return as soon as possible. If things continue like this, some people will lose patience. Unfortunately, the skies which had been clear moments ago suddenly unleashed a violent storm. The ship was engulfed in a sudden, fierce tempest. Even someone as powerful as Sky was helpless against the forces of nature. The ship was destroyed by the storm, and Sky clung tightly to Pierce, drifting on the debris. For a day and a night, the storm raged on. The sea, once turbulent with waves reaching heights like the end of the world, now lay tranquil. Pierce, sharing a piece of wood with Sky, was at a loss for words. To encounter such a storm during winter, how unlucky could they get? After floating for so long, they had no idea where they were. Continuing like this, surviving would be a challenge, let alone returning. Sky remained unperturbed, scanning the surroundings from atop the wooden plank. There's an island over there. Sky pointed into the distance. Pierce looked but saw nothing but endless horizon. However, he trusted Sky, whose vision far surpassed that of ordinary humans, almost like a human telescope. If she said there was an island, there was an island. They paddled vigorously. Half an hour later, Pierce indeed saw the outline of an island. He was elated, hoping fervently that it was inhabited. Otherwise, he and Sky would become castaways. Chapter 422. The Eastern Wilderness. As they drew closer, Pierce's anticipation turned to astonishment. Massive. This island was unimaginably huge. Even when they were still dozens of miles away from the shores, he could not see the edges of the ocean anymore. It was only an endless expanse of land. This meant that this island was practically a continent in its own right. Pierce took a deep breath and realized where he had arrived. The Eastern Wilderness, Normanzhou. He had been blown here by the violent storm. Although stunned, it wasn't surprising. From the map, Wu's east did indeed border the Eastern Wilderness. Historical records of Wu Kingdom described Normanzhou as follows. The Eastern Wilderness lies southeast of London High County, 2,000 li away. The land there knows no frost or snow. The grass and trees remain green year-round. Surrounded by mountains, these lands are inhabited by numerous tribes of the Eastern barbarians. Each tribe proclaims their own kings and divides up the territory among them. The people vary greatly from each other, with men shaving their heads and piercing their ears, while women do not pierce theirs. They build homes, plant thorns as barriers. The land is fertile, yielding grain crops and abundant fish and meat. Family members share beds freely. They weave fine cloth and make patterned textiles for decoration. Decades ago, Wu Kingdom lusted after the fertile lands of the Eastern Wilderness and dispatched a massive army of 30,000 troops to subdue the barbarian tribes and seize control. However, not one single soldier returned alive. Apart from the written accounts, there were some unrecorded facts about the Eastern Wilderness. It was covered with swamps, teeming with miasma that killed outsiders instantly upon contact. Its forests were full of ferocious beasts that preyed on humans. Most terrifying of all, Venomous creatures lurked everywhere, making attacks unavoidable. The numerous barbarian tribes frequently warred amongst themselves, practicing cannibalism and using skulls as drinking vessels as a matter of routine. Since then, the eastern wilderness became a forbidden place for Central Plains inhabitants. As a transmigrator, Pierce found these details unsurprising. But Holly's reaction took him aback. Her brows furrowed as she said, "We're in big trouble. We've trespassed into the heart of the Eastern barbarians." Suyi, you know about the Eastern barbarians? Holly nodded. Heaven Sect's ancient texts have recorded it. The Eastern barbarians have existed since ancient times. Their leader, like Silas Lewis and Silas Wang, was a descendant of the gods. During the Xia and Shang dynasties, they nearly brought the Central Plains to ruin. One of their leaders, Norman, once briefly replaced the Xia ruler to become the supreme ruler of the world. Pierce was taken aback. Norman? The one who shot down the suns? Indeed. Suyi, this is a bit much, right? This is indeed recorded in Heaven Sect's history, believe it or not. However, although Norman was valiant, he was not righteous. He indiscriminately slaughtered innocents and was exceedingly promiscuous. His reign was quickly overturned by the rulers of Xia. Afterwards, the Eastern barbarians suffered repeated defeats in wars against the Central Plains and were completely expelled after the Battle of Gods. This Eastern wilderness became their headquarters after retreating from the Central Plains. The traditions of the Eastern barbarians are preserved here almost intact. There are powerful warriors among them, and because of Norman's lineage, the natives here are exceptionally skilled archers, feared hunters in the dense jungles. Facing such formidable hunters amidst the miasma and predators-infested jungle made Pierce shudder. Without his protective armor, a single arrow would mean instant death. Even Holly would find it challenging facing these expert marksmen. He asked urgently, "Suyi, do you understand their language?" Holly nodded. "I've learned a bit, but it's the ancient dialect. I don't know if it has changed since they moved here. However, that shouldn't be a problem. I can read their minds directly." Pierce breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to communicate was a start. Quickly come up with a plan. Their senses are very keen. They'll discover us soon. After thinking for a moment, Pierce asked, "How's your archery?" Holly replied coolly, "The best in the world. Why haven't I ever seen you practice?" Scared you'd feel too inadequate. Pierce deflated. "Suyi, looks like we need to play a role today." The Yocheon clan was one of several tribes in the eastern wilderness, neither particularly strong nor weak, but was one of the oldest. The ancestor of the Yocheon clan was none other than Norman, the great archer. The clan was famous for their archery skills. The current leader of the Yocheon clan was named Charles, due to his horse-like face from birth. Brilliant in terms of archery, he was unrivaled within the clan. On this day, Charles was leading dozens of clan members hunting within their territory when a foreign scent carried by the wind caught their attention. Immediately alert, Charles gestured and the clan members surrounded the source of the scent. Under a towering tree revered by the Yocheon clan as the divine tree, they encountered a man and a woman. Both were dressed in lavish attire, their beauty almost otherworldly. "Who are you?" Charles demanded. All clan members raised their bows at the intruders. "How dare you?" the woman shouted. "The divine messenger, sent by the god Norman to aid the Yocheon clan, deserves respect." Charles was stunned. These strangers clearly weren't from the eastern wilderness, yet the woman knew they were Yocheon clan members. Moreover, her words were archaic and solemn, similar to the sacred script spoken during grand ceremonies. As the tribal leader, he barely understood her. Could these really be divine messengers sent by their ancestor Norman? Charles felt a glimmer of hope. Once a leading tribe among the eastern barbarians, the Yocheon clan had diminished significantly over time. Could their ancestor not bear to see this and thus sent divine help? Brinley, he couldn't trust them so easily. "How can you prove it?" The woman pointed to his bow and extended her hand authoritatively. "Give it to me." Charles hesitated before handing over his 3-stone bow. He understood. She wanted to prove her power. With ease, she drew the heavy bow fully, causing gasps from the onlookers. A mere woman could achieve what even Charles struggled to do. Such incredible strength. And if the woman was so powerful, how formidable must the silent divine messenger be? At this moment, they started to believe. Without looking, she loosed an arrow, striking a chameleon-like lizard 200 meters away on a tree. Such lizards were experts at blending into their surroundings, often going unnoticed. When a clansman retrieved the arrow with the dead lizard, any doubt Charles had vanished. He bowed deeply. Yocheon clan's leader, Charles, greets the divine messenger. Bow to the divine messenger. Everyone echoed, their faces filled with zeal. The divine messenger finally opened his eyes, surveying them in the Yocheon clan as seen by Pierce, and it was nothing like he had imagined. Initially, he had expected something akin to a wild tribe where men and women wore animal skins and awu, danced wildly. Instead, what he saw more resembled a hidden paradise. The Yocheon clan's people did not all wear animal skins, only warriors who wished to showcase their might dressed in them. Ordinary people wore linen clothes made from their own weaving, adorned with exquisite patterns. Nearly everyone wore silver jewelry, especially the women. They also did not all shave their heads, balding. Only slaves were subjected to that. Only slaves would have entire families, men, women, and children, sleeping on one bed without any regard for privacy during intimate moments. The records from Wu country were undoubtedly describing the lives of slaves. Presumably, the person who wrote those records had been captured and imprisoned with slaves before managing to escape and provide such exaggerated descriptions. Inside the tallest 5-story building, Pierce sat in the main seat. Ezekiel stood beside him, and on both sides were the senior officials of the Yocheon clan. They were holding a pre-war meeting. Their first target was the Baigu clan, which revered bones, particularly human bones. Their war knives, cups, and bowls were all made from bones. Kingu were the masters of all poisons, so common poisonous insects naturally stayed away. Solving the problems of miasma and toxic bugs, along with Ezekiel, sweeping through the various tribes of Normanzhou was no longer just a dream. Now, there was only one issue left. Suai, Tell them we need hunting bows, the best ones. Ezekiel had her sword of cold ice, and Pierce had the tempered blade Gaoshan. In close combat, no native would be their match. Adding a powerful long-distance bow would solve all problems. After some discussion Pierce couldn't understand, Charles led the two to a cave behind the waterfall. Pushing open an ancient stone door revealed a stone cavern with a statue of a man in a shooting posture. Ezekiel, he said, this is the statue of Norman. Pierce nodded, having guessed. Charles brought out a wooden chest, revealing two longbows wrapped in oiled paper. The longbows were simple and elegant, with beast heads at the ends of the bow arms. They were well preserved, ready to use after stringing. Ezekiel, he said, these were made by an ancestor of the Yocheon clan who hunted a flood dragon, both being 5 stone bows. None of the clansmen could draw them. If we can, they'll give us the bows. 5 stone? Pierce felt a little uneasy. His previous black dragon bow was only 3 stone. 1 stone was around 100 pounds, so 5 stone was 500 pounds. Can you draw it, Suai? Their skirts were short. She approached Pierce with bare, long legs that were both white and straight. These legs, he could play with them for a year. Great deity, I shall attend to you. Pierce immediately jumped up. Suai, what did she say? She said you're filthy. Suai, you're naughty again. Edwinly, shamans serve gods. Isn't she here to attend to me? Tell her I'm very willing. Ezekiel relayed something to the Nikita, who then burst into tears and ran off. Pierce was dumbfounded, shouting, Shaman sister, don't run. Your divine presence is essential to soothe my lonely heart. She ran even faster. Pierce turned grim. Suai, what did you say? Ezekiel truthfully replied, I told her you don't like her type, preferring someone over 300 pounds. Pierce grew angry. 300 pounds? Do you think I'm Alexei? That will traumatize her. No, I must comfort her. He started to move. Stay put. Ezekiel sternly ordered, step outside, and I'll break 3 of your legs. Pierce immediately turned back. Oops, suddenly remembered I haven't practiced my ice heart technique. The next day, Pierce and Ezekiel led the 500 warriors of the Yocheon clan directly toward the Baigu clan. Thus began the war against the barbarians. Chapter 424, War for Resources. The short span of just a few dozen kilometers took them a full 2 days to traverse. Detours were one thing, but giant pythons and crocodiles would suddenly emerge from the dense forests and Pierce could do nothing to stop it. As a divine messenger, he could command them to charge into battle and fight beasts, but he held no authority to deny them their war spoils. If he dared to intervene, they might cease following his orders. They still clung to primitive customs. They fought for survival and prizes, not understanding righteousness or honor. Without such morals, shame didn't exist either. The women wouldn't contemplate suicide over being taken by other men, which was why Pierce remained indifferent. He couldn't impose Phalon rituals on these remnants of Xiaoshan culture. Though they lacked an understanding of morality, they recognized the rule of the strong. Prior to this, they offered Pierce the most beautiful woman from the Baigu clan, the high priestess, adorned entirely with bones. They felt serving the divine messenger was the best arrangement. This time, Pierce harbored no ulterior motives, partly because the Yasmin was watching, and partly due to his intense interest in the next target. The Roswang clan, a tribe that worshipped gold. Pierce's eyes sparkled. This was a reasonable object of worship. Worshipping white bones made no sense. Silver would have been better too. A Zhuangshir clan would be even better. As for the Dahan and Shaohan clans, they sounded utterly bleak. He decided to teach them how to live and correct their twisted values. A day later, Pierce led an even larger force straight toward the Roswang clan. He had no time to waste in Norman State. He needed to use war to support war, directly taking down the Yu. Christie stubbornly replied, no, it's all my fault. I insisted on dragging Haddon Fan and Brother Lewis to go shopping, giving them the chance. Cora grew impatient. Enough. What's done is done. Now the most important thing is to find Jason safely. Even a single hair lost, and I will make that poison god wish he were dead. Ashton said bitterly, teaching Lord Shao, everyone. The latest result is that despite tens of thousands of troops combing through the entire Wu state, we still haven't found the Grand Edwin. The last place the Grand Edwin appeared was by a small river in the east. An almost dead Shaolin disciple revealed that the Grand Edwin was in good condition, even cracking sunflower seeds as he watched the battle between the poison god, Aaron, and Danilo. So, he seems uninjured. Then all traces vanished. I speculate that the poison god may have taken the Grand Edwin out to sea. Everyone was startled. Adifir frowned deeply. This complicates matters. The East Sea is vast. Searching for the Grand Edwin is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Evander sighed. Indeed, the sea is vast, and we don't know where to start. Cora declared decisively, whatever it takes, order the Navy to the East Sea. Until new information arises, search island by island until we find Jason. Ashton agreed. Teaching Lord Shao speaks truly. This is the only course of action. Leave this task to Edwin's Jason and Han. Garrett and Bailey immediately responded. It's our duty. We'll take the Navy to the East Sea immediately. Ashton nodded. Thanks to both of you. Turning to others, Ashton continued. If the Grand Edwin was taken out to sea, they must have bought or rented boats along the coast. We should check villages and docks for any clues. Brinleys. You all needn't worry too much. Fortunately, the Yasmin has also vanished. I believe the Yasmin must have followed the Grand Edwin. With him, the Grand Edwin's safety is assured. Relief spread across everyone's faces, including Cora, who usually had little affection for Ezekiel. In the imperial capital, in the Lewiston Hall, news finally reached the Moxie Regnant. She initially found it unbelievable. How could a Grand Army commander be captured by mere martial artists? Reviewing the detailed reports, she began to grow concerned. This poison god sounds extremely dangerous. Will Pierce be alright? What will happen to me? To the great Phalon? She grew increasingly anxious, unable to focus on her official duties. Where is Secret Guard number 1? Here. A black shadow appeared silently before her. Lead the secret guards to Wu State immediately. Save Davian unharmed. Brinleys, your majesty. Chapter 425. The Philatelic High Priestess. Normanzhou, the Gold Clan tribe. Pierce was fuming as he pinned a shimmering golden man to the ground and gave him a thorough thrashing. This man was Ross, the chieftain of the Gold Clan, a rather robust fellow. Just a few hours ago, the Gold Clan had been attacked by the Yocheon clan. Many were dead or wounded. The men shaved and turned into captives, while the women became spoils of war. Just as Pierce was gleefully ordering all gold items to be confiscated, reality hit him hard. He pointed at a pile of copper objects beside him and roared at Ross. "Is this what you call gold? Do you have any shame? Are you misleading people? You big frauds. You've deceived my feelings. The consequences will be severe, you know?" The warriors from the Yocheon clan felt a bit uneasy. They had never seen the divine messenger so furious. It seemed the Gold Clan had truly offended the divine messenger. They awaited his command to execute Ross. The captives trembled in fear, terrified that they might suffer his wrath. Ross looked distressed, making noises like, "Oh, Landanda. What is he saying?" "He says he's willing to make the Gold Clan one of the top 10 clans among the 36 tribes, though they couldn't withstand Pierce's Yocheon clan." Suddenly, Pierce felt enlightened. It turned out that disciplined Yocheon warriors had brought him the high priestess of the Gold Clan as a spoil of war. A fair-skinned beauty with golden hair. She wore only brass jewelry, entirely naked, resembling the legendary gold goddess. Top tier indeed. Pierce immediately became excited, taking her small hand and pulling her close by the waist. "Come, priestess sister, let's talk about life, dreams, and our children's future." Sky grabbed him. "You don't even speak the same language. How can you discuss life and dreams?" "Landanda, you just don't understand." Pierce said sagely, "Verbal communication is inferior. The most direct form of exchange is physical." Landanda replied coldly, "Physical exchange, huh? Let's start then." Pierce sensed something amiss. "Landanda, what are you planning?" "To ensure you aren't captured again, it's time for you to advance to the next stage of cultivation, washing the bones. Let's have a physical exchange." "No, help. The goddess is plotting against the divine messenger." After integrating the Gold Clan captives, Pierce's forces reached 1,000 men. 400 were Yocheon sharpshooters managed by Charles, valuable assets used for long-range strikes. The other 600 were captives from the White Bone Clan and the Gold Clan, managed by Ross. Pierce selected 300 of the best archers as shooters, while the rest served as frontline buffers. Previously, tribal warfare often involved a chaotic rush, lacking organized formations. Pierce introduced structure and hierarchy for the first time. Unsurprisingly, this formidable army swept through the tribes, defeating all who dared oppose. All opposing tribes either submitted or perished. When Pierce conquered the Wolf Clan, he acquired a powerful wolf woman priestess. Conquering the White Fox Clan netted him a cute and clingy fox priestess. And after conquering the Elon Clan, well, let's not talk about that. In summary, Pierce joyfully embarked on his philatelic journey. Finally, he faced the greatest challenge of the extermination war. The #1 clan among the 36 tribes of Normanzhou, the Ghost Hading clan. According to intelligence, the Ghost Hading clan boasted 5,000 warriors. This was no longer a skirmish but a full-scale war. If there was a clan older than the Yocheon clan among the 36 tribes, it was the Ghost Hading clan. Lundonk the Yocheon clan, the Ghost Hading clan's history dated back to ancient times, always posing a threat to central China. They had a unique cultural heritage, forming an independent state. The leader of the Ghost Hading clan, called the Earnest, was rumored to be a descendant of the heavenly demon. Each generation's Earnest possessed the strength to lift a Chapter 426, the Earnest and Stella. By the clear lake, thousands of Yocheon warriors were seated on the ground. Some had hunted game. Others had speared fish, which they roasted over charcoal fires, filling the air with the savory aroma that stirred one's appetite. The first dish always belonged to the great divine messenger. Pierce was surrounded by game and roasted fish, along with fine brews from the Jiajing clan. However, he didn't have to lift a finger. There were spoils of war to serve him. He lounged comfortably on the grass, his head pillowed on the thighs of the Melanie and Lundontal Fox demon priestess, who pampered him with massages. Unfortunately, these two had a naughty habit. While massaging, they couldn't resist licking his ears and face. Understanding this as their custom and way of expressing affection, Pierce tolerated it. His principle was simple: not initiating, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. With someone massaging his head, naturally others tended to his hands and feet. They were the Kim and Maria, each adorned with either brass or white bones, both completely unclothed. Their massage techniques were unique, utilizing not only their hands but every part of their bodies. Pierce marveled at the comprehensive massage technique. He never imagined that a method capable of rivaling Tim's 18-handed massage would exist in such a primitive place like Norm. Understand their language. How do you know? Although I can't understand their words, I can understand their intentions. Holly snorted, knowing Pierce spoke the truth. These high priestesses called themselves servants of the gods, always eager to dedicate themselves, enough to be ridiculous. Pierce hastily changed the subject. "Suyi, how did it go? Did you gather any information?" Holly retorted irritably. "Their defenses are very strict, and there are many hidden sentries. Killing one would alert the rest. Another stealth attack would be difficult. So, we'll fight them openly then. They have 5,000 warriors, and we have 3,000. The difference isn't huge. If we can quickly deal with the Earnest and Stella, victory will be ours. There's no other choice." "Suyi, do you have confidence with the Earnest?" A man of incredible strength who could wield a sword weighing 300 pounds, much like Xiang Queenie reincarnated, Pierce knew he stood no chance. Holly responded coolly, "No major issues, but it might take some time." Pierce was shocked. The Yasmin had always defeated opponents instantly. Whether it was Aaron and Danilo together or Dushan, all fell in one move. He asked if she had confidence to do the same. Facing the Earnest, not only could she not defeat him instantly, but it would take some time. Is the Earnest that powerful? He couldn't help but ask. Holly nodded. Do you know why each Ernest is a dominant figure capable of lifting a cauldron? Pierce's eyes lit up. Does the Tianzong scripture also record the Gui Hading clan? Brinley's, Holly slowly explained. The Gui Hading clan, also known as the Ghost clan, is an ancient lineage with numerous ancient traditions. Their selection process for Ernest is not hereditary but similar to Tianzong's methods. From birth, candidates must undergo life or death trials, qualifying them as potential Ernests and receiving training from childhood. Pierce nodded. That explains why each Ernest can lift a cauldron. Holly continued. The Stella goes through equally stringent selection, but it focuses more on mental fortitude rather than physical prowess. The Stellas inherit an ancient secret technique, hypnosis. Just looking into their eyes can enslave those with weak willpower. Pierce's expression turned grave. I thought she was stunningly beautiful, but it turns out to be hypnosis. So, wouldn't avoiding her eyes prevent getting ensnared? Not necessarily. Her voice has an entrancing quality too. Pierce was puzzled. If the Gui Hading clan is so formidable, why haven't they unified Norman Phalon? Holly thought for a moment. Records describe their peak period. After being driven to Norman Phalon, their population diminished greatly, and many resources were lost, likely making it difficult for them to sustain dominance. But it still wasn't enough. After defeating the Gui Hading clan, unimaginable wealth awaits you. More land, more slaves, and beautiful women of the Gui Hading clan to choose from. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned red with excitement. Kill, kill, kill. Hashtag chapter 427. The Battle of Gui Hading. In this small-scale war, as the side with fewer men, Pierce did not plan to fight recklessly. He intended to use some strategy. Before that, he needed to divide his troops and allocate manpower. Pierce's 3,000 subordinates came from various tribes, some having submitted voluntarily, others being captured slaves. Each tribe had its own specialties, and they needed to be placed in suitable positions. Broadly speaking, he divided the 3,000 Norman people into 1,000 archers and 2,000 vanguard fighters. The 1,000 archers were mainly composed of the Yoqiong, Changshu, and Rossian clans, all renowned for their exceptional archery skills. The 2,000 vanguard fighters, apart from captives, consisted primarily of the mighty Elan clan, agile Blue Wolf clan, and nimble White Fox clan, who excelled in close combat. The war officially commenced. Pierce first sent Ross with the 2,000 vanguard fighters to attack the Gui Hading clan. Feeling insulted, the Gui Hading clan, led by Milo, retaliated with 5,000 warriors. Milo stood nearly 7 feet tall, towering over the already imposing Norman people like a giant. With his luxuriant fur, he resembled Tarzan. Wielding a sword as large as a door, he swung it mercilessly, reducing anyone who dared stand in his way to mere fragments. Even the formidable Elan clan warriors appeared insignificant before him, dying at the slightest touch. The Blue Wolf and White Fox warriors attempted to engage him using their agility and flexibility, but Milo's massive body moved as swiftly as a tiny snake, easily crushing them in mere seconds. No one could withstand him for even a moment. The 5,000 Gui Hading warriors wore terrifying ghost masks and fought ferociously. Led by Milo, they seemed like demons rising from hell. The 2,000 vanguard fighters were quickly routed, turning and fleeing in desperation. Milo and his warriors pursued them relentlessly. Any who dared offend the Gui Hading clan would have their heads taken, no matter where they fled. The honor of the Gui clan could not be violated. As they passed through a dense forest, the 1,000 archers, who had been lying in ambush, unleashed a rain of arrows. The unprepared Gui Hading warriors fell in droves. Holly drew 2 arrows, knocked them on her heavy 5-stone bow, and aimed at Milo. If she could eliminate Milo directly, it would save much trouble. Whoosh! 2 powerful arrows shot towards the charging Milo. Sensing imminent danger, he instinctively raised his massive sword, blocking himself entirely. Clang! The deafening clash echoed through the forest, even causing nearby Gui Hading warriors to stagger, dazed and disoriented. Charge with me! Holly shouted, leading the 2,000 vanguard fighters to counterattack the 5,000 Gui Hading warriors. She drew her dark eye sword and charged straight for Milo. A battle of epic proportions began. Both were superhuman beings, and though Milo was immense, he was surprisingly agile, not much slower than Holly. His enormous physique endowed him with incredible strength, allowing him to match Holly blow for blow. Boom! Wherever they clashed, trees were severed at the trunk, boulders shattered into pieces, as if they were gods or ancient behemoths engaged in a mortal struggle. Under the suppression of the 1,000 archers, the 2,000 vanguard fighters managed to hold back the Gui Hading warriors' onslaught. Both sides became locked in fierce combat amidst the dark forest. Meanwhile, while the Gui Hading warriors were away from their stronghold, Pierce took 100 Yoqiong marksmen and 100 Elan warriors to circle around the battlefield and head straight for the Gui Hading territory. He planned to capture Xena, the high priestess, and break the deadlock. As a leader among the Gui Hading clan, capturing Xena would shatter the enemy's morale. The exterior of the stone building resembled a gigantic eye, slightly eerie. Inside, a pungent aroma filled the air, reminiscent of both flowers and a woman's scent. The interior was dim, lit only by a faint candlelight at the end of the corridor. Pierce walked toward the candlelight. Something strange happened. Despite walking for a long time, he didn't seem to get any closer, as if trapped in an endless loop. Was this some kind of supernatural phenomenon? He refused to believe it. He began running, but the result remained unchanged. He thought deeply. It wasn't the building. It was something affecting him. The vast stone eye, the sweet fragrance, the darkness. Had he unknowingly fallen victim to a hypnotic spell? Panicking, he felt his consciousness blurring, hearing voices calling out to him. He kept walking until he became nothing more than a hollow shell. Suddenly, the entire hall illuminated. A woman clad in black gauze, revealing hints of her figure, approached the motionless Pierce. She was Xena of the Gui Hading clan. From the moment Pierce entered the building, he had breathed in hallucinogenic fumes. Xena had guided him in circles in the darkened hall, inducing hypnosis and confusion. Xena drew a dagger and stabbed viciously at Pierce's heart. Invader, die. Translation ends here, maintaining the original paragraph structure and tone. Chapter 428, The Conquest of Poverty. Suddenly, Pierce opened his eyes. He grabbed the hand holding the dagger of Stella and pulled her into his embrace. He chuckled softly. Sorry, I tricked you. As someone with the 5 poisons body, how could he possibly fall for mere hallucinogens? With his knowledge of modern hypnosis from his past life, it was even less likely for him to succumb. When Pierce returned to the battlefield with Stella in tow, Sky's battle with Ernest had nearly ended. Although Ernest managed to keep up with Sky's speed and barely resist her strength, he was still overwhelmed by wave after wave of her relentless attacks. While there might not have been immediate danger, over time, the accumulated injuries would eventually bring him down. Finally, after 50 moves, Ernest fell dead, blood gushing from all 7 orifices. Boom. His massive body collapsed like a small mountain falling. Pierce shouted loudly, Ernest is dead, Stella is captured. Surrender, and you will be spared. Sky repeated his words, immediately boosting the morale of the Yocheon clan's army while the Ghost Clan warriors lost their will to fight. Seeing Ernest lying dead first, she showed some resistance upon being captured. But upon learning that Pierce was a divine envoy, she promptly pledged allegiance and offered to serve him, meeting all his demands. Pierce successfully added another Stella to his collection. With Yasmin on his left and Stella on his right, Pierce felt incredibly satisfied. Each time a brave warrior approached a toast, he accepted without refusal, displaying a divine envoy's broad-mindedness and alcohol tolerance. After staying in Normanjo for some time, he had learned basic vocabulary, allowing simple communication. For more complex matters, Sky translated for him. Satisfied in full, Pierce developed an interest in Stella's hypnosis technique. Stella, I heard you can cast a hypnosis just by using your eyes? Come, try it on me. To be honest, the hypnosis in the Ghost Clan temple had disappointed Pierce. It was nothing but hallucinogens combined with hypnotic suggestions, nothing special. He wanted to witness the legendary, mind-altering mass hypnosis. Just seeing how it turned people into ghost slaves indicated its power to subtly alter one's thoughts. Absolutely terrifying. Stella respectfully replied, Divine Envoy, mastering that level of hypnosis requires many resources, including rare flowers, herbs, and exotic beasts, many of which are not found in Normanjo. Since arriving in Normanjo, no Stella has been able to complete this final training. Indeed, as Yasmin had guessed, Pierce's eyes lit up. Then if I take you back to Central China, could you succeed? Once he mastered this mass hypnosis, if we could gather all the required resources, I could attempt it. However, success is uncertain. No problem. Best case, you succeed. Worst case, it's an experiment. Sky frowned. You're playing with fire. If a great Edwin of the Eastern March and Duke of Ewing were turned into a ghost slave, it would be a huge joke. Pierce waved it off. Landanda, you also said this hypnosis only works on those with weak wills. Do you think I would fall for it? Impossible. To achieve greatness, one must be resolute. What use is her practicing hypnosis? I didn't say I'd use it to control enemies. So what do you want? Just to play. Don't you find it fun? As if I would believe you. Resting in the Stone City for a day, Pierce again led the barbarian army in his conquest. Having accepted the Ghost Clan's prisoners, his forces now numbered 5,000, unmatched by any other Normanjo tribe. His collecting began anew. Gilyu clan was taken, yielding a moon goddess high priestess whose skin was dazzlingly white. So much so that her entire body shone, including her hair. Capturing ###chapter 429. Undercurrent stirring. By the seaside, Pierce was hungrily gnawing on a large lobster weighing over 10 pounds. Holly's appetite wasn't much less. She had nearly finished a roasted raw cod that weighed around 8 pounds. This was the exclusive privilege of the divine messenger and the priestess. The chieftains of the other tribes could only eat some small fish and shrimp, which barely sufficed. As for the Yu-Trishan clan, surrounded by Pierce's forces, they could only watch with hunger-stricken eyes as these raiders devoured what should have been their feast. Pierce patted his bulging belly and clapped his hands. Bring the chief of the Yu-Trishan clan up here. A small old man dressed as a fisherman was pushed forward, looking deeply resentful. Greetings, divine messenger. He bowed without hesitation. He had already learned of Pierce's identity from others and knew what had happened in Norman Prefecture. When they were still out fishing at sea, the entire Norman Prefecture had undergone a tremendous transformation. The man before him was now the king of Norman Prefecture. Pierce said coolly, no need to bow, just answer my questions. Brinley's, yes? Pierce pointed at the boats docked on the shore. Why are there no seafaring ships here? If you dare tell me you can't build them, I'll string you up immediately. Let eels wriggle up your ass. Pierce wasn't joking. He had led hundreds of the Yochas and more priestesses to complete his set, but he didn't feel like moving. Pierce looked at Yasmin. Madam Suyi, didn't you always want to lead an army into battle? Now's your chance. These men are yours to command. Go wipe out the remaining dozen clans. Holly immediately became wary. And what will you do? Pierce looked sincere. Of course, I'll remain here at Yu-Trishan clan, providing you with endless moral support. Won't you also get close and personal with your spoils? Suyi, you're using mind reading again without my permission. That's not good. It seriously infringes on my rights. We should respect each other and give each other space. Holly scoffed. Do I even need mind reading for your little schemes? Do you want to go or not? This is a rare opportunity. No, I'm staying right by your side. Pierce deflated instantly. With no choice, he gathered the chiefs of the various tribes and assigned tasks to them, instructing them to lead their clans in attacking the remaining dozen clans. He stayed at Yu-Trishan clan with the Yocheon warriors, providing moral support to the others. Among the tribes, the Yocheon clan revered Pierce the most, treating him as the reincarnation of Norman. They would follow his orders without hesitation, even unto death. Naturally, he trusted the Yocheon clan the most. In Wu Prefecture, the small fishing village where Pierce and Danica once stayed was finally discovered, confirming the theory that Pierce had been taken out to sea by force. However, the villagers of the small fishing village had different views on the word force. To them, it looked like a loving couple enjoying themselves. The man spent lavishly, while the woman counted the pennies. The man roasted shrimp and fish, while the woman enjoyed them thoroughly. Where was the force? The direction they headed to sea was also revealed. Immediately, Garrett led 3,000 naval troops and Bailey led 5,000 naval troops, totaling 80,000 soldiers who cast a wide net in the direction they had sailed. Cora even joined personally aboard Garrett's flagship, accompanied by the ice and fire envoys and the 4 Dharmarajas, participating in the search. Unfortunately, the constant fog around Viper Island made it nearly impossible to find their way without a guide. Even if they found them, it wouldn't matter. Pierce was busy playing with eels in Norman Prefecture. After over half a month of searching, they found no trace of Pierce. Even the usually decisive Cora started to panic. She had just met her beloved child. Did she have to lose him forever? How cruel fate could be. Sister, please bless Jasoner from beyond. Due to Pierce's prolonged disappearance, the relations between the Great Phalon dynasty and other countries began to change. The state of Charleston paid the ransom grudgingly. Although the Great Phalon held captives, their attitude hardened, threatening war if the captives weren't released. Fortunately, Ingram faced the changes calmly. He responded with firmness. If they wanted war, so be it. The state of Song no longer emphasized its brotherhood with Phalon. Scouts from Song frequently appeared outside the city of Mountain Sea. Tensions grew. It was rumored that King Normangsi and Chavi's appetites improved significantly. Smiles returned to their faces, and they occasionally enjoyed light drinking and musical performances. They weren't alone either. They invited many different people, giving orders while enjoying the shows. Both were secretly preparing for something. Undercurrents were stirring. Contrary to their happy moods, the Moxie of the Great Phalon Empire in the capital was deeply worried. Her eyes constantly red-rimmed. She lost her appetite completely, drinking only a few bowls of millet porridge in days. Her plump cheeks visibly thinned. Sabrina and Painting never left her side, trying to comfort her by serving her all sorts of delicacies. But the Moxie remained unmoved, gazing silently toward the distant east. Alone, yet seemingly asking aloud, "What will I do if he never returns?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Londontal Lord has blessings beyond measure. He will surely return safely." Brinley's, the Londontal Lord, is a war god of Great Phalon, both wise and brave. Who could hold him back? You don't understand. Since ancient times, beauties have short lives, heroes die young, and heaven envies talent. With the tens of thousands of lives counted against him, I am so afraid. This alarmed even the young Sabrina and Painting, their tears streaming down. Master and servants cried together, overwhelmed with sorrow. Chapter 430, Standoff at Sea. The ship was finally completed. A brand new 3-masted sailboat stood proudly at the dock, its several dozen meter long hull like a giant creature. Pierce eagerly boarded it for a trial run. The ship was steady and well designed, offering a splendid experience. It wasn't much worse than the Golden Melanie. He had great admiration for the Yoshuan clan's shipbuilding techniques, especially considering that the largest shipyard in Dazhou, Rosling, didn't even have the technology to build ocean-going ships. He couldn't believe that this was the inherited knowledge of the Yoshuan clan. Could they have possessed such advanced shipbuilding skills during the Xiaoshang period? Not a chance. He summoned Phalon, the patriarch of the Yoshuan clan. "Old man, is this your ancestral shipbuilding technique?" Phalon shook his head. "Divine messenger, no. It is the result of generations of exploration and accumulation since our clan came to Normanzhou." Pierce nodded. This explanation made more sense. These Yoshuan shipbuilders were truly talented. He decided to take all these craftsmen back to Dazhou with him. With their help, Abdullahi could build the best ocean-going ships. After an elaborate launch ceremony, Pierce could finally return home. He called together the chieftains of all the clans. Some had stayed with Pierce for over a month, while others had been there for only half a month. Suddenly facing separation, they felt some reluctance. The atmosphere was somewhat somber. Pierce loudly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, you all know that Central Plains has many powerful enemies. Before we officially attack them, I, the Divine Messenger, will personally investigate their strength. When I return, it will be time to officially attack Central Plains. You should wait here on the island obediently until my return. London and Harmony, do not fight. Any matters can be discussed, and the majority shall decide." All the chieftains chorused in unison, "We obey the divine will." Pierce commanded, "Everyone aboard. We are setting off." 200 archers from the Yocheon clan, who had been specially chosen, boarded the ship with pride. They felt honored to be going to Central Plains with the Divine Messenger to gather intelligence. Then came dozens of senior shipwrights from the Yoshuan clan, whom Pierce decided to take along last minute. His excuse was that he needed them to maintain the ships and ensure their smooth operation. Lastly, of course, were the 36 beautiful high priestesses Pierce had meticulously gathered. The future of the Lewis family restaurant's dance troupe relied on them to draw crowds. Pierce waved grandly, raised the sails, set sail. Everyone ran to the beach, waving goodbye to their respected Divine Messenger. The entire stretch of sand was crowded with people, making quite a spectacle. Pierce waved back, feeling somewhat reluctant too. Beside him, Holly looked back at the excited 200 archers from the Yocheon clan and the elderly shipwrights from the Yoshuan clan and couldn't help but ask, "Is it really appropriate to deceive them like this? Once they leave, they might never return." Pierce calmly replied, "Who says they won't return?" Holly's eyes lit up. "Normanzhou is part of your plan?" "Of course," Pierce said. "I can't bear to lose such a large granary. But not yet." "That's good." Days later, Pierce finally saw the vast expanse of mainland in sight. "Finally, I'm back," he exclaimed, opening his arms wide. It had been more than 2 months since he was captured by Danica. Along the way, he had endured wind and rain, difficulties and obstacles, but now he was finally home. His heart was filled with longing to return. Off the coast of Wu Prefecture, two enormous fleets were engaged in a tense standoff. One fleet consisted of Dazhou's 30,000 naval troops led by Garrett. The other was Song Kingdom's 50,000 meager. Cora couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward, cursing, "Damn fools. This is Wu Prefecture's territorial waters, and you've crossed the line. Identify yourselves, or you'll never return alive." Era raised his hand. "Raise the flag." A large flag of the Song Kingdom rose. Era stood tall and declared, "We are the Song Navy. I am Edwin Era." Garrett's expression confirmed his suspicion. Apart from Song Kingdom, no other power possessed such a formidable navy. "Edwin Song, why did you barge into Wu Prefecture's waters without cause?" There was no concept of territorial waters at the time, so this action was more of a provocation rather than invasion. Era arrogantly responded, "Edwin Jason, Song and Phelan are allies. Our emperor heard that Dazhou was attacking Ross, so we were sent to assist." Inspired by Pierce's seaborne landing, Chavi intended to seize the opportunity of Pierce's disappearance to gain advantages in Wu Prefecture. Whether he would withdraw depended on Pierce's return. Garrett sternly replied, "We appreciate your offer, but Ross has already been defeated by Dazhou. Now, only Wu Prefecture remains. No need for you to worry. Please return." Era sneered, "Edwin Jason, this is our emperor's order. As his general, I must follow it. Please let us pass to avoid harming the friendship between our countries." Garrett frowned. Wu Prefecture is now Dazhou territory. Does Song intend to wage war with Dazhou? "Edwin Jason, I reiterate, this is our emperor's order. I can only follow it." The situation was extremely tense, with both sides on high alert. Chapter 431, Provocation. For Chavi, initiating a war with the Great Phelan was something he absolutely dared not do. He feared that Pierce would use this as an excuse to attack the Song Kingdom. If that happened, it wasn't impossible that the Song Kingdom would suffer the same fate as the Ross Kingdom. However, if the Great Phelan made the first move and forced the Song Kingdom into defense, then everything would be justified. No matter how domineering Pierce might be, he couldn't ignore reason, could he? And who knew if he'd ever return at all? Therefore, the task Chavi assigned to Era was simple. Provoke, relentlessly provoke. Incite the Great Phelan to the point where they couldn't bear it anymore and take action against them. At first, Era was brimming with confidence. It was merely a matter of inviting the opponent's blows, nothing too complicated. But what he didn't anticipate was Garrett, the self-proclaimed commander of the Great Phelan Navy, behaving like a block of wood. No matter how provocative Era's words were, the man maintained an air of official impartiality, showing no sign of anger. Fortunately, there was a woman aboard the enemy ship who seemed quite influential and had a short temper. He decided to focus his provocation on this woman. Era sneered, "It's said that Davian runs a strict military, yet I find it incredible that your prestigious flagship actually houses prostitutes. Edwin Jason, is this your way of flouting military rules, hiding beauties in golden houses? Or is Davian's reputation undeserved?" A wave of killing intent swept over from behind, causing Garrett to break out in cold sweat. Cora flew into a rage, and the Icefire envoys along with the four Dharmarajas were equally enraged, wanting nothing more than to devour Era whole. Pointing at Era, Cora gritted her teeth. "Song scum, you dare repeat that? I swear, I'll make you wish you were dead." To Era's delight, they were reacting exactly as he hoped. Come and attack him. But just in case, he took a few steps back into the protection of his bodyguards. Although it was unlikely for an arrow to reach such a distance, better safe than sorry. Even wise men don't stand under crumbling walls, let alone someone who wasn't a wise man. He continued his mockery. "So, Edwin Jason, you bring prostitutes aboard and kowtow to their whims? Is this how the commander of the Great Phelan Navy behaves? Garrett, do you even deserve to be called a man?" Cora was thoroughly infuriated. "Jason boy, ram the ship into them. Anyone daring to insult me today won't be saved by any god or immortal." Garrett looked pained. "Shao-Ant, please don't act rashly. They're deliberately provoking us. Surely there's some plot. Now that Londontal Dash isn't here, we must maintain stability." Cora yelled, "Jason boy, he's insulting you like this and you still endure it? Are you a man? Can you face your mother?" Across the way, Era kept up his provocations. "Garrett, you've disgraced the Great Phelan, disgraced the Jason family, disgraced all men. If I were you, I'd drown myself in my own urine rather than show my face." Garrett felt like dying of grief. This was getting too much. What sins had he committed in his past life to endure such torment? The soldiers around him lowered their heads. The humiliation of their master stirred deep anger in their hearts, their nails cutting into their flesh until blood dripped freely. Any other person wouldn't have tolerated such insults, but Garrett could. For the peace of the Great Phelan and to honor his promise to Pierce, he decided to bear endless humiliations. He resolved to remain as motionless as a wooden post. So, he clenched his teeth and stayed silent. "Set sail, charge in. The Song forces are too arrogant. We will fight them to the end." The waterborne warriors, who had endured enough, cheered. The ominous sounds of war horns echoed, signaling the start of battle. Era leaped with joy. Just as he hoped, come and fight. He had absolute confidence that these three 10,000-strong naval forces would be buried in these waters. Numerically, 5 against 3 gave them the upper hand. In terms of combat strength, his 5 10,000 troops were elite sailors, accustomed to battling the sea's waves. The Great Phelan's 3 10,000s were mere river fighters, unfit to be called sailors. Their ships were sturdy enough to withstand storms. One collision, and the opposing vessels would splinter apart, completely incomparable. He couldn't think of a single reason why they might lose. He even planned to leave no survivors to avoid any news leaking. 2 flagships sailed forth under full sail, charging like arrows towards each other. Garrett's eyes widened in despair. The opposing flagship had over 500 elite bowmen. He doubted Cora could kill Era. Even if they couldn't win, wouldn't they flee? Taking an enemy general's head amidst thousands was a feat not even Yasmin would dare imagine. War relied on overall strategy, not individual prowess, a lesson Pierce emphasized repeatedly. Overall, they stood no chance in this battle. The nascent Great Phaelon Navy and Pierce's plans were doomed. Just as the two flagships charged toward each other, a massive three-mast ship appeared from the side, propelled by the wind far faster than either vessel, akin to an arrow released from a bow. With a thunderous boom, both flagships collided violently with the intruding ship, merging into one mass of tangled vessels. This sudden interloper disrupted everyone's plans, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. All eyes turned to the figure standing on the deck of the large ship. Oops, sorry for barging in, interrupting your fight. Mind if I mediate? The figure smiled. Note: names are transliterated according to pinyin, ensuring correctness in English representation. Chapter 432, Londontal Ant Complaining. Of course, it was Pierce who interrupted. From afar, he had already noticed the standoff between the two parties. After observing the ships, he roughly understood their identities. Upon getting closer, with the help of the Yasmin who acted as a human telescope, he even saw Cora and Garrett. Unfortunately, due to the strong sea breeze, the Yasmin did not hear what they were saying. Even without hearing, Pierce could guess the gist of it. All people in the world strive for benefits. All activities are for gains. He immediately ordered the old shipwright of clan to hoist 3 sails and rush towards the 2 flagship vessels that were obviously engaged in negotiations. Neither party paid any attention to him, too preoccupied with each other. Master! A mournful cry sounded out, and a person on the large ship rushed toward Pierce. Pierce kicked him down. Who are you? Trying to trick me? The person pushed back his messy hair, revealing Alexi's face. Master, it's me. Pierce widened his eyes. Alexi, what nonsense are you playing at? Role-playing? It turned out that Alexi had blamed himself for failing to protect Pierce and letting the poison god capture him. As punishment, he had been working odd jobs on Garrett's ship. Over a month at sea without a bath made him look like a beggar. Before Alexi could be tackled again, a black figure pounced on him at lightning speed. Before Pierce could react, he was hugged by a soft body. Normanzi, you've finally come back. You nearly scared me to death. I thought I'd never see you again. Such agility could only belong to Cora. Tears quickly wetted his collar, and he felt guilty, making his little aunt worry so much. He had failed as her son-in-law. Tied up and thrown on the deck, Garrett's eyes also filled with tears, mainly of grievance. Dash, you're finally back. Do you know how harshly I was criticized? It was a double whammy. While they cried, Song's side was eerily silent. Era couldn't believe his eyes seeing Pierce here, wondering how he ended up here so conveniently. Just a bit more, and the war would have begun. Pierce consoled, Londontal Ant, don't cry. You are the supreme leader. Maintain your dignity. Your subordinates shouldn't laugh. Who dares mock this supreme leader? Cora glared fiercely at the ice and fire emissaries and the 4 Dharma kings, who quickly turned away. We didn't see anything. After a long while, Cora finally controlled her emotions. Oh, right. Cora looked at Era encircled by guards with murderous intent. Normanzi, this bastard insulted me, calling me a prostitute. She recounted everything in detail. Pierce's veins bulged on his forehead, his gaze turning colder. Normanzi, you must avenge your mother. Cora understood that she, along with the ice and fire emissaries and the 4 Dharma kings, couldn't kill Era guarded by 500 elite troops. She had just temporarily lost her mind earlier. Everyone looked at Pierce, waiting to see how he would handle the situation. Woo-woo. Garrett struggled fiercely, catching Pierce's attention. Pierce couldn't help but laugh, turning to Alexi, help Wudo get untied. Alexi pulled out a dagger and swiftly cut Garrett's ropes. Garrett spat out the dirty sock from his mouth and said urgently, Dash, they are provoking us. There's a conspiracy. Pierce nodded, indicating he understood. Leave it to me. Pierce looked expressionlessly at the protected Era, whose face changed dramatically. His name cast shadows, being undefeated in numerous battles and having just conquered a country, he was called the first Edwin under heaven, even honored as a war god. With such accolades, he possessed an inviolable air of dignity and authority, far beyond ordinary people. Era hurriedly explained, Davian, I had no idea she was your aunt. I'm sorry, very sorry. Pierce jumped straight onto the enemy's flagship and slowly approached Era. The Yasmin appeared beside him, hand on the black ice sword. 200 archer guards from the U clan stood guard around him, bows ready. For every step Pierce took forward, Era and his guards retreated a step. Finally, Era had nowhere else to go. The 500 guards tensely aimed their crossbows at Pierce and his group. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Stopping just outside the range of crossbows, Pierce waved his hand, signaling the 200 guards to lower their bows. He coldly said, Edwin Song. Aiming crossbows at this marquis is declaring war on Lewis State, isn't it? Declare war on Pierce? Era shuddered in fear, quickly instructing his men. Put them down! Put them down! Not only did he dare not, even if he had the courage, Chavi would skin him alive. In conspiring with Chavi, he sensed how deeply the Emperor feared this man, to the extent that he could say scared. If he declared war on Pierce on behalf of Song State, he was sure Chavi would chop off his head first to apologize to Pierce. Pierce slowly approached Era again. This time only the Yasmin followed. Edwin Song, by insulting my aunt as a prostitute, you're essentially insulting me as a bastard. How should we settle this? Era was in despair. Davian, ignorance is no crime. I apologize, okay? Apologize? If apologizing worked, there would be no wars in this world. Faced with Pierce's relentless approach, the 500 guards looked at each other, taking no action. First, they didn't receive orders from Era. Second, they felt Era was in the wrong. Insulting someone's aunt as a prostitute, anyone would erupt in fury, especially when it came to the greatest general in the world. How could a war god be so insulted? They had to give an account somehow. Era felt utterly hopeless. He dared not order the 500 guards to raise their crossbows. That meant declaring war, and Chavi would flay him alive. Brinley, He hoped the 500 guards would lift their crossbows on their own to protect him and stop Pierce. But until Pierce reached him, the 500 guards were still watching the drama unfold. Feeling the unmatched aura up close, Era collapsed. He knelt on the deck. Davian, I kneel and apologize to you. Is this enough? Then he started knocking his head heavily on the deck. The 500 guards crumbled instantly, and so did the Song army. Their commander kneeling to someone. Where was their morale now? Pierce laughed derisively, making Era's 500 guards wish they could bury their heads in their trousers. He loudly announced, "Where is the deputy commander of Song's navy?" Chapter 433. Aunt, please act your age. A middle-aged general with a square face pushed his way through from behind. Edwin Braden at your service. What does Duke of Ewing advise? Pierce replied indifferently, from now on, this Song naval fleet will be under your command. What? Everyone was stunned. Although you are the greatest general and war god in the world, you are only the conqueror of the East for the Great Phalon. On what basis do you have the right to give orders to Song's army? Pierce said nonchalantly, this Edwin Song dared to insult this Duke, and I can't let it go. Austin of your country and I are brotherly friends. He would not overlook it either. Now, he's no longer your Navy general. Are you saying that you as deputy general wouldn't take over? Or should I command your Song army? The prostrated Era turned pale and cursed loudly. Bodyguards! Slap! Pierce gave him a sword cut, knocking out all his teeth. With one foot pressing down on Era, he scanned around. Every Song soldier he saw turned pale and hurriedly retreated. The might of one person suppressed the whole scene. Pierce looked towards Braden. Any questions? Braden's eyes flashed with wild joy as he took a deep breath. No issues. If there are none, let's get going. Braden respectfully replied, Brinleys, we'll return to Song immediately. Pierce shook his head and smiled. Not you us. Braden was puzzled. Duke Ewing, what do you mean? Pierce declared audaciously, since I've disposed of Era, naturally, I need to personally inform Chavi, giving an account. Besides, you claim to enter Wu by order. If you simply return, isn't that insubordination? So, I will escort you and also have my explanation. Of course, I also want to ask Chavi myself, what is his intention by sending you into Wu? Pierce's words shocked both sides. Was he about to attack Song without warning? Braden asked cautiously, Duke Ewing, you alone or, why don't I bring 30,000 naval troops to see the sights? Just 30,000 naval troops? Indeed. Braden sighed in relief. 30,000 naval troops wouldn't threaten Song. This wasn't war but friendly interaction between two countries. Nothing more to ask? Let's go, lead the way. Of course, you acting commander and officers shall visit our flagship. Braden responded bitterly, understood. When Pierce dragged the dog-like Era along with Edwin Braden and other Song commanders back onto the large junk, the 30,000 Phalon navy roared. Edwin, mighty indeed. Pierce tossed Era to Cora. Auntie, here you go. Cora grinned, both delighted and proud, controlling the scene and capturing their commander effortlessly. This was her precious Normanzi. This unparalleled bravery and strategy were already unmatched even compared to her most revered sister. Worthy heir of the Shao family indeed. She unsheathed the demon sword and approached Era. Wanting to beg for mercy, Era could only spit blood foam. Swoosh. Ultimately, the demon sword hovered over Era's head. Don't misunderstand, Cora was not soft-hearted. Executing him is too lenient. Normanzi, any idea on how to make him wish he were dead? Pierce showed a devilish smile. Why don't you cut him up and throw him into the sea? Shao Jason immediately understood. Good idea. After a few swings, Era became drenched in blood. She tied a rope around him, threw one end to the ship's stern, and cast him into the sea. Soon, a crowd of sharks swarmed toward the scent of blood. Cora, however, wasn't letting Era off easily. Just as sharks were about to bite him, she'd pull the rope, enjoying the torment playfully. Everyone watching shivered. Finally, Pierce understood why his auntie's childhood nickname was Londontal Devil Girl. Garrett shakily walked beside Pierce. Lewis, we really must go to Song? Why else? For what purpose? Show of strength. Of course, that was only the surface reason. Necessary? Absolutely. But only 30,000 Navy troops, isn't that risky? Don't worry, I won't give Chavi any chance. But only 30,000 people, it's a chance itself. I won't set foot ashore. See this three-masted sailboat? If I need to flee, they can't catch up. Garrett nodded, reluctantly agreeing. Though he still thought it unnecessary, as long as Lewis returned to Great Phalon, neither Charlison nor Song would dare to meddle. How did you get this ship? He was intrigued. Had it built. Relax, I brought the craftsmen. They'll work in Rosling Dockyard later. Hadn't-tastic, Garrett exclaimed excitedly. Experienced craftsmen were valuable. Getting dozens meant Rosling Dockyard would thrive. Do we have pigeons on board? Pierce asked. Brinleys. Send greetings to Austin, Home, and the strategist. They're surely worried. Garrett nodded, inwardly grumbling. Knowing they were worried, why not return instead of showing off in Song? Alright, leave it to you. Watch Braden closely, don't let them scheme. I'm returning to my personal carriage. After surviving a storm, Pierce found this large junk unreliable. Only his sturdy three-masted sailboat felt secure after withstanding heavy impacts. Sir, I'm coming too. Alexei urged hastily. No. Pierce said decisively. Why not? Alexei looked aggrieved. Pierce scolded. Look at yourself. You'd stink up my ship and scare my precious high priestesses. Garrett felt offended, implying his boat should stink. High priestess? What new eccentric thing has Lewis gotten into? Sir, I'll bathe right away. Alexei turned and ran. Pierce's three-masted sailboat wasn't big, crowded with 200 bodyguards, several veteran craftsmen, and 36 high priestesses. In the end, he only allowed Alexei, Cora, and ice and fire envoys aboard. Seeing the 36 priestesses, Alexei still scorned Pierce's taste. They were so thin, Compared to the priests of Dahan and Shaohan clans, how many years had they gone hungry? Still, his Xiaohunyuni was the best. Cora was delighted, touching and pinching everyone. Normanzi, well done. They're pretty. Babies born to them would be handsome. Of course, slightly less than my ice and fire. You should bond with them. Grandma awaits grandchildren. Pierce stated seriously, Auntie, please understand. They're pillars of the Lewis Grand Theater. Cora declared grandly, pillars and having babies aren't contradictory. Not only not contradictive, quite interrelated. Only true pillars can bear children. Auntie, please act your age. Hashtag chapter 434, bullying at the door. Pierce was in a real predicament. As they say, 3 women make a play. On his ship, there were 40 of them. This wasn't just several plays. It could be an entire Women's Street celebration. Most critically, 2 of these women were beyond his control. And to make matters worse, they were also each other's rivals. Indeed, he was referring to our world-renowned swordswoman Holly and the second-best Supreme Master Cora. Ever since Cora boarded the ship, she had been tirelessly promoting her ice and fire to Pierce, constantly trying to push him into the room with the 36 high priests. She insisted that with the wedding to the Moxie imminent, it was essential to try out the marriage beforehand, to accumulate some experience. Having such a considerate aunt-in-law made Pierce want to cry from sheer gratitude. But swordswoman Holly would not let Pierce anywhere near the 36 high priests, making this move a clear overstepping of her boundaries. Thus, their battle began. Holly, you're too domineering. Jason is getting married soon. Trial marriage is necessary. I don't care. This is outconciliatory. I can't hold her off much longer. Pierce pleaded while holding Cora's leg. After pondering for a moment, Holly sincerely said to Cora, although you can't beat me, you can still handle Alicia. That's true. Petty Alicia. How can she be my match? Cora proudly replied, happy to find an excuse to back down. Finally managing to stop a battle that could have torn the whole ship apart, Pierce lay on the deck, utterly exhausted. What kind of situation was this? Would he ever have a peaceful day? If only he had stayed in Norman Prefecture as the native deity messenger, comfortable and content, never returning. No, he needed to keep Cora occupied. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive like this. He pulled Cora aside. Aunt, can you help me with something? Normanzi, speak. I will help you. Aunt, see, the 36 priests don't understand the official language of Central Plains. If we continue like this, there will be a generation gap. Can you and Ice and Fire teach them to speak the official language? Cora slapped her chest. Leave it to me. Teaching people is my forte. Guaranteed to get them disciplined. It's not discipline, it's teaching the official language. All the same, leave it to me. Ice, find whips and ropes. Fire, find candles. Brinley's, Supreme Master. And with that, the 3 left cheerfully. Pierce and Alexei exchanged bewildered glances. In the end, Pierce could only apologize inwardly to everyone suddenly realized, cursing Pierce's deceitfulness and unworthiness as the world's top general and war god. Khan Inigo stepped forward. Your Majesty, you should not risk meeting Pierce. Let me go and rebuke him instead? Arden sneered. Khan, what exactly will you rebuke him for? He hasn't attacked our kingdom, only visited in friendship with the Navy. After all, Phelan and Song are nominal allies. Is not the cruel murder of our naval commander a grave offense? That was due to Era insulting his elder first. Even if Era was wrong, it should be punished by us, not him. Precisely. So isn't he here to give your Majesty an explanation? Inigo was speechless. Arden continued, if your Majesty does not meet him, everyone will say you fear him. Chavi asked expressionlessly, so you advise me to meet him? Exactly. Pierce dare not land. As long as you don't board his ship, you will be safe. Just a brief meeting. Pierce killed Era and owes your Majesty an apology. You must demand it, otherwise our kingdom loses face. The hall buzzed in agreement, finding Arden's reasoning logical. Chavi clenched his fists under the sleeves of his robe, knuckles turning white. He admitted Arden's logic was sound, but he didn't want to meet Pierce. He was a little afraid. Firstly, he had sent Era to provoke Pierce, fearing Pierce might seize this point and counter-question him. Secondly, he was unsure if Pierce had ulterior motives. He didn't believe Pierce only came to flaunt his military might. It wasn't his style. There must be a hidden move no one anticipated. Seeing Chavi unresponsive, Arden urged, Your Majesty, let me accompany you to meet this war god. I promise he won't put you in any difficulty. All eyes turned to Chavi. Chavi reluctantly agreed, all right, follow Grand Tutor's advice. He couldn't imagine what Pierce's hidden move could be. At this time, the other party shouldn't instigate war between the 2 countries. Even if he had a trick up his sleeve, it wouldn't be that disastrous. He couldn't let people say he feared Pierce. Lundonk, a man unable to perform, despises being called incompetent. A flat woman hates being called plain. Chapter 435, Brother, long time no see. Rao City, Wu State. Ashton finally received news that Pierce had returned safely and was leading 30,000 naval troops to display military might in the Song State. On one hand, he heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, as expected, the great Edwin is truly the one favored by fate. In the unseen universe, there are deities protecting him. The purple star shines brightly. Evil spirits retreat, and evildoers expose themselves. The tide has already turned. However, these constellations in the east and west don't seem to be weakening at all. Instead, they are becoming increasingly bright. It is just meant to give Chavi a lesson. Everyone's eyes lit up. Advisor, what can we do? Should we lead our troops for a stroll around Shanghai City? Ashton hurriedly said, No way. You absolutely mustn't act rashly. Disrupting the great Edwin's plan could get you punished. Even I won't plead for you. The crowd instantly deflated. Boring. After they left, Ashton went to the courtyard where Ning Fafin and Christy were. Fafin, miss. Normangfeng, miss. The great Edwin has returned safely. I came here to inform you. The 2 girls jumped for joy and hugged each other. Advisor, really? Where is teacher now? Ashton smiled. The great Edwin went to the Song State for a friendly visit, and will need some time before returning. Christy pouted. Brother Louis, you're such a troublemaker. You haven't even come home yet, and you've run off to the Song State again. Who knows how worried I am? Ashton comforted them. Don't worry, ladies. There's no danger on this trip, and he'll return soon. Besides, the great Edwin said he has prepared gifts for both of you. Really? Of course. Please be patient and wait for his return. All right. The capital of Song State was not far from the port where Pierce was located. It only took 2 days for Chavi to arrive. On this journey, apart from Grand Tutor Arden, he also brought along King Paul of Charles, 10,000 imperial guards, and 50,000 elite soldiers. With Arden and Paul, 1 civil and 1 military, along with double the military advantage, Chavi felt that Pierce couldn't pull any tricks. When the grand procession reached the harbor, Pierce had been waiting for some time. He stood alone on the deck, unarmed. Seeing this, Chavi also stopped the imperial guards and walked slowly towards the dock with only Arden and Paul. Both sides were less than 100 meters apart, separated only by a stretch of seawater, able to clearly see each other's expressions. Pierce greeted lazily. Brother, long time no see. Chavi's face twitched. Arden, unable to contain himself, shouted, Duke of Black Mountain. How dare you be impolite before Austin, Silas of Great Song? Pierce glanced at him. Old man, who are you? Arden waved his sleeve. This official is Grand Tutor Arden of Great Song. Oh, it's Grand Tutor Arden. My apologies. I wonder where Grand Tutor was when I first met the Silas in the capital of Great Phalon? You. Arden was speechless. With the conversation reaching this point, Chavi had no choice but to intervene. He forced a smile. Brother Louis, long time no see. Grand Tutor, Brother Louis once helped me during my most difficult times. Today, there is no ruler or subject between us, only kindred spirits. Pierce sneered. Chavi was getting more hypocritical. He kept calling Pierce kindred spirit, while referring to himself as Your Majesty. Pierce wasn't going to indulge him. He came here to humiliate him. Brother, since you say we are kindred spirits, then aren't my elders also your elders? Chavi didn't understand. Naturally. Pierce laughed. Excellent. Then when Era insulted my elders, he also insulted your elders. I executed him. Do you have any objections? Chavi felt as if he'd swallowed something foul, barely squeezing out, no objection. Arden panicked. Their main purpose was for Pierce to apologize. How could they let this slide so easily? What about Song State's dignity? He yelled, wait, Duke of Black Mountain. Although Era acted wrongly first, according to propriety, he should be punished by Austin, not you. You must give us an explanation. Pierce looked impatient. Grand Tutor, brother has no objections. Why do you have so many? Are you saying brother is just blowing hot air? Chavi's face darkened, and his fists clenched under his sleeves. Arden quickly said, Your Majesty, I did not mean it that way. Chavi raised his hand. Grand Tutor, please say no more. Let us put the matter of Era aside. Brother Louis is right. Era insulting Brother Louis's elders is insulting my elders, and he deserves death. Arden grimaced. Understood. Chavi had witnessed Pierce's eloquence before. He knew neither he nor Arden could argue against him. Rather than humiliate themselves further, they should let it go. Besides, this offered a convenient way out. All he wanted was to leave as quickly as possible. He didn't want to stay another second. Every second felt like torture. He always felt there was a hint of mocking amusement in Pierce's eyes, as if making fun of him for not being a real man. Unfortunately, Pierce wasn't letting him off so easily. Oh, brother, I heard from Era and Braden that it was you who sent them to Wu State. Can you explain why? Chavi smiled stiffly. Brother Louis, I heard you were attacking the Ross State. I thought I'd lend a hand as a token of gratitude for past kindnesses. Pierce smirked. Is that so? Didn't you know the Ross State was already destroyed by this duke, and now only Wu State of Great Phalon remains? Chavi feigned surprise. Really? Such things happened without my knowledge. Paul, who had remained silent, finally spoke in a deep voice. Duke of Black Mountain, Song and Phalon are allied states. Great Song has an obligation to aid in attacking Ross. It was because you refused passage that we had to deploy forces by sea. Duke, you yourself decided to attack Mountain Sea City. Both Arden and Paul were stunned. They never imagined Pierce knew even these top-secret matters so thoroughly. Only Chavi was unsurprised. If the other side lacked this capability, how could they have helped him ascend the throne? Arden stuck out his neck. Davian, let bygones be bygones. In any case, after the alliance was established, our Great Song has never betrayed it. We always intended to help Great Phalon attack Ross. It was you who refused passage and didn't treat us as allies. Paul echoed him. Exactly. Faced with their distortions, Pierce only laughed coldly. However, he didn't want to debate with them. He hadn't come here to argue. He had come to bully them. He said coldly, since both of you insist on thinking this way, this marquis has nothing else to say. How does Song compare to Ross? Can it withstand my 100,000-strong army? Upon hearing this, the three changed expressions abruptly. They never expected that Pierce, who had been reasonable a moment ago, would now act unreasonably. Not only unreasonable, but also tyrannical to an unbearable extent. The naval commanders watching from both sides were equally astonished. No wonder he was a great general. He could engage in heated debate while being utterly reasonable and also wield power to bully others with unmatched tyranny. His invincible demeanor required a lifetime to emulate. Neither Arden nor Paul genuinely. Don't rush, brother. The show is just beginning. Chavi had a bad premonition. Brother Louis, what do you mean? What show? Suddenly, a blood-covered Imperial Guard ran up, reporting, Your Majesty, Hemlock has rebelled. Rear Edwin Trey has defected, taking the entire 50,000 city guards under Hemlock's control. The capital has fallen. What did you say? Chavi, Arden, and Paul were dumbfounded. They only left for a short meeting with Pierce, and their stronghold was lost? The timid and fearful Hemlock actually rebelling? The ever-loyal Rear Edwin Trey also joining the rebellion? And involving all 50,000 city guards? The series of unbelievable events stunned them. Xavi glared at Pierce. Brother Louis, is this your show? Did you arrange this? Pierce pleaded innocence. Brother, don't blame this marquis. I know nothing about this. Xavi took a deep breath. Brother Louis, see you later. With that, he turned and left. Arden and Paul gave complex looks to Pierce before following suit. Pierce called out loudly behind them. Brother, enjoy yourself and play hard. Drop by sometimes to see Tinsley. He's waiting for you. Xavi stumbled, overcome with grief and rage. This was indeed a performance Pierce orchestrated for him. Hemlock was his hidden pawn. For a long time, Pierce supplied him with weapons and equipment, leveraging his influence to connect him with others and support him diligently to bolster his strength, all to stab Xavi in the back. However, this guy was too timid and hesitated to take action. Fed up, Pierce personally visited Song, applying pressure and lending a hand, luring Xavi out of the capital. Thus, the timid man finally acted. The critical figure was Rear Edwin Trey, who otherwise wouldn't heed an powerless prince. But Pierce held crucial leverage over Trey. Gratitude must go to Xavi, who provided Pierce with many classified details while trying to topple Tanner. Among those was Trey's Achilles heel. Xavi trusted Trey so deeply, handing over the capital's defense because he thought he controlled the key. But he overlooked that Pierce also possessed Trey's fatal weakness, and possibly even more through his intelligence operatives in Song. Another key player was the vice commander of the city guards, Jonathan of the Noble Sword family. Of course, Pierce's plan wasn't to eliminate Xavi and install another puppet. His aim was to instigate internal strife within Song, rendering it incapable of further scheming and reducing a potential threat to Great Phalon. Now that Hemlock controlled the capital, Xavi would mobilize all national forces to reclaim his base. Could the grand capital be so easily retaken? A bitter battle was inevitable, and whoever won, Song would emerge either to his residence in Raoyang City. In the main hall, an elaborate welcoming banquet began. Everyone attended the feast, with exquisite dishes and fine wines continuously served. The crowd feasted joyfully, celebrating Pierce's return, which alleviated all worries, greatly enhancing everyone's appetite. People inquired about Pierce's whereabouts during these past months, and he chose some insignificant parts to share, simply as entertainment. Elysia Island, Storms, Norman Prefecture, the 36 clans, Demon King and Demon Queen, everyone gasped in amazement, listening as if they were hearing a legend. Speaking of how he was captured and tortured by the Elysia, everyone cursed Danica for her cruelty towards such a benevolent general. When mentioning Holly appearing and massacring the Thousand Toxins Hall, everyone cheered, marveling at the Yasmin's prowess and discreetly keeping a safe distance from her. Recalling the storm that brought them to the brink of death, everyone expressed awe at nature's might and prayed fervently never to encounter it themselves, jokingly asking Pierce for protection should it happen. Describing the arrival in Norman Prefecture and the campaign against the barbarians, everyone felt a surge of excitement, wishing they could have joined. The women's beauty and loot didn't matter. It was more about gaining new experiences. Discussing the Ghost Clan, Demon King, and Demon Queen, everyone seemed to be listening to a fairy tale. It promoted cultural exchanges between our two countries from top to bottom. The friendship between the two nations has deepened, with both leaders exchanging sincere greetings. Edwinissimo, can you say something substantial? Someone interrupted. The civil war in Song. Hemlock revolted, capturing the capital, and both sides are locked in battle royale. The generals gave thumbs up. Indeed, quite a remarkable achievement. Ashton stroked his beard. With the Edwinissimo's efforts, the kingdom of Song disintegrated. This way, Wu Prefecture no longer faces external threats. Pierce nodded. Correct. Our mission in Wu Prefecture is complete. It's time to return to De Phalon. Everyone rejoiced. They could finally go home. Johann hurriedly asked, Edwinissimo, when do we set off? Pierce pondered for a moment. In 3 days. Once you receive the order, begin preparing for the journey. Take whoever needs to go. Pack whatever must be packed. Leave nothing unfinished. Brinley's Edwinissimo. Everyone agreed unanimously. Pierce waved a hand. You're dismissed. Chief Strategist and Edwin Hahn, stay behind. Brinley's. Pierce then said to Bailey, Edwin Hahn, after our triumphant return, Wu Prefect next? Pierce nodded. It should be fine. That emperor has no excuse this time. Chief Strategist, you're invited to my wedding banquet. Ashton laughed loudly. Edwinissimo, nothing would make me happier. Come, let's prepare. We're going home. Chapter 438. Edwin of the Flying Cavalry. 3 days later, Pierce boarded his personal flagship once again. On board were Ezekiel, Cora, Alexei, Jessica, Christy, and others close to him, along with Ashton, Garrett, Adifir, Johann, Evander, and several others. Behind him was a vast fleet that stretched as far as the eye could see. This fleet consisted of over 80,000 men, including 30,000 naval troops, 40,000 Northern Army troops, and 10,000 prisoners. They would follow the river into the Eastern Sea and then proceed to the Great River, landing directly at the Jiangzhou docks. Following this, the Northern Army would march north to Quinianzu while the Navy sailed south to Jiangdong. As for the Eastern and Southern armies, they would return directly from Wuzhou to Jiangdong and Jiangnan without following the main force on a roundabout route. This withdrawal plan was decided upon by Pierce and Ashton. It was the most time-efficient and convenient method. During his trip to Wuzhou, Pierce had seized the treasures of 3 major families and the Ross Kingdom's palace. These treasures alone filled more than a dozen ships, not to mention the thousands of family members from these clans. If he had taken the land route, it would have been an unimaginably arduous task. The naval forces did not originally have enough ships for transportation. He borrowed a large number from Bailey. Anyway, a significant portion of Bailey's 50,000 naval troops needed to be converted to land troops, leaving the surplus ships idle and wasted. A few days later, the army successfully docked at Jiangzhou. It was time for farewells. Pierce ordered the 40,000 northern troops to escort the 10,000 prisoners destined for Ewing to start their journey north first. High-ranking generals like Adifir, Johann, and Evander were left behind. After all, They needed to report their victorious battle and receive accolades from the Moxie. Garrett approached Pierce. Louis, I won't go to the capital for the awards ceremony. Pierce nodded. Then take your 30,000 naval troops back to Rosling Naval Fort. Don't worry, you won't be forgotten for your contributions. Unfortunately, the Moxie was still too stingy and harbored suspicions towards the Jason family. Everyone would feel awkward if Garrett went to meet her. After some thought, Pierce decided on Garrett's new rank right away. The Moxie wouldn't refuse. Garrett had told her about this decision a couple of days ago. She had cried for 2 days. Not knowing when they'd meet again after this parting made it hard for them. Garrett smiled. Not this time. In the future, if there's nothing urgent, I'll visit you. Third brother is leaving. He didn't say unnecessary things like asking Pierce to take care of her, just turned and walked away. Unable to hold back, Christy rushed into Pierce's arms and cried loudly. Pierce comforted her gently. London till Phoenix, don't be sad. If you miss your third brother, you can visit Rosling anytime. It's not that far away. As the two armies split, heading north and south, only 400 to 500 people remained on the docks. Most of them were Pierce's personal guards, including 100 Lewis family soldiers and 200 archers from the Yu clan. Let's go home. Zhangzhou dock was less than a day's travel from the capital. They hurried a bit so they could get home before dark. However, the procession had to stop halfway because the Moxie's carriage appeared ahead, accompanied by civil and military officials and countless citizens stretching their necks in anticipation. The Moxie finally fulfilled her desire to welcome her general with great pomp, coming out 10 miles from the city. Moxie's personal welcoming and citizens lining up to greet them, the road strewn with flowers. It was a triumphant return fitting for a victor. Such grand receptions hadn't been seen in Dazhou for a long time. Pierce felt relieved. Finally, the Moxie was acting human. If she had insisted on a humiliating reward ceremony swayed by a budget of the state. Therefore, you are promoted to Edwin of the Flying Cavalry, awarded 1 million gold coins, 10,000 dan of grain, 10,000 bolts of silk, and 10,000 bolts of cotton. Edwin of the Flying Cavalry, one of the 3 public Edwins, is a first-rank, deputy, position. There was an audible gasp from the crowd. After the London Engsub campaign, the Moxie had promoted Pierce to Grand Edwin of the East and Duke Black Mountain, planning not to reward him further for a while. But who would have expected that sending Pierce to the east to teach Ross a lesson would result in the complete destruction of Ross? There was no choice. His contributions were too significant to overlook. However, Pierce felt a bit too thick. The Moxie's stinginess hadn't changed, promoting him to Edwin of the Flying Cavalry and giving him a title that sounded a little odd, not even making him a duke or changing his title from Duke Black Mountain to Champion Duke. Being called Duke Black Mountain daily was a mood killer. Furthermore, what was this about awarding 1 million gold coins, 10,000 dan of grain, 10,000 bolts of silk, and 10,000 bolts of cotton? Pierce was sure it would all be moldy grains from warehouses and cloth gnawed by rats. Seeing Pierce hesitating to respond, the Moxie must have guessed his thoughts and glared fiercely. Pierce had no choice but to shout, "Your servant accepts the decree." The crowd erupted into cheers, shouting, "Edwin of the Flying Cavalry! Edwin of the Flying Cavalry! Edwin of the Flying Cavalry!" Chapter 439. Would you rather follow my lead, Your Majesty? Aquila handed the imperial edict to Pierce, signaling the end of the ceremony for granting honors. As for the honors for others, they would have to return to the capital and receive them in the Golden Hall. Prior to that, Pierce had to submit a petition suggesting promotions for his men. Typically, as long as the proposals were not too outrageous, the Silas would not refuse the commanding general's recommendations. However, due to other considerations, some adjustments might be made by the Silas. Of course, this special treatment was reserved only for the Grand Edwin. Previously, after Pierce's victory in the Grassland War, he did not enjoy such privileges and was entirely controlled by a group of civil officials. After the ceremony came the Empress's encouragement. Just as she was about to deliver her grand speech that she had been working on for days, Pierce grew impatient. They were practically an old married couple. Why go through such formalities? He pulled the Moxie into his arms right then and there, embracing her publicly. The Moxie froze, as did the officials and citizens of the capital. Although she had done countless private, embarrassing things with Pierce, it was always behind closed doors. Now, with everyone watching, the officials knew about their relationship, but doing this in broad daylight was simply inappropriate, especially for a country like Great Phalon that highly valued propriety. Many citizens didn't know about the relationship between the Moxie and Pierce, and they were completely taken aback. The cavalry Edwin assaulting the Moxie in public? What a historic scandal. Fortunately, Aquila quickly reacted and announced loudly, "Everyone, we have another tremendous piece of news. Austin will wed the cavalry Edwin in a month. Let's give them our blessings." And immediately led the applause. Louis Hounan had already discussed the unprecedented wedding plans with him numerous times over the past few weeks, ensuring everything was ready except for this last momentous occasion. Then, the officials and citizens joined in the applause and cheers. May Austin and the Edwin live happily ever after. May Austin and the Edwin grow old together. May Austin and the Edwin live as long as the mountains. This sudden event threw the Moxie completely off balance. She was further flustered as Pierce held her hand and walked down the flower-lined 10-mile path amid applause and cheers from all the citizens of the capital. Her cheeks were flushed red with shyness and pride, knowing she had found the most outstanding man in the world. Only such a man was worthy of her. The distinguished generals followed closely, basking in their own glory. Some of the younger, handsome ones were nearly overwhelmed by the Moxie remarked, "Finally, it's as you wished." Pierce's hands started to wander. "How about we practice first?" She slapped his wandering hands. "No, less than a month left. Hold on." Pierce frowned. "Can't resist. Less than a month anyway. Wouldn't you rather follow me now?" Shaking her head. "No, not out of spite, but we must observe proper etiquette to gain the Silas's blessing and ensure we grow old together." Pierce had no choice. "All right then." A thought struck him. "Since you insist on etiquette, should we arrange for someone to test the marriage beforehand? Seeching and Tatum can handle it." Outside, Two maids listening from the wall blushed deeply, feeling both shy and excited. No, that's an outdated custom. I'll abolish it right now. Both Pierce and the two maids outside sighed dejectedly. You're the emperor. You can abolish anything you like. Fine, waiting another month isn't too bad. Gee, tell me about your journey, the Moxie softly asked. Reluctantly, Pierce stroked her hair and recounted everything that happened since leaving the capital. Naturally, the chief priest of stamp collecting was omitted. It was purely personal and irrelevant to state affairs. The Moxie was busy enough without such trivialities. Discussing the Battle of Rosling and London Engsub, the Moxie marveled at Pierce's strategic brilliance while mourning the sacrifices of soldiers and civilians. Chapter 440. Everyone wants a position. He could not fathom how Pierce had managed to convince the people of Queenieanzu to graze on the nearby grasslands, using every method available, providing free cattle and sheep from the government along with travel expenses, organizing trade caravans to solve their living difficulties. He was certain that if he recruited people to develop Normanzhou, no one would give him the time of day. Why should they go to Normanzhou for exile when they hadn't committed any crimes? Speaking of exile, gradually increasing the population by exiling criminals to Normanzhou was an idea. However, Pierce's Black Mountain coal mines lacked plenty of manpower, and the upcoming mines faced the same problem. Where could he spare extra hands for Normanzhou? Sighing, he realized he needed to form a navy soon to capture natives from Southeast Asia. There was no other way. Primitive capital accumulation relied on slaves. Civilization might seem glorious on the surface, but it was built on countless bones beneath. He wouldn't follow the ways of past dynasties and preach virtue to the natives. His choices were simple, either the knife or the whip, and he certainly wouldn't spend national resources building a grand fleet just to showcase imperial majesty, pouring mountains of gold into a few moldy baskets of local products. By the way, the Moxie asked, was it you who instigated the civil war in Song? The Moxie had Ulrich, Irwin in Shanghai City, Grimesco in London Engsub, and himself handling Jiangdong. Currently, Irwin still commanded 2,000 central troops in Shanghai City. Pierce shook his head. Not yet. We need to be cautious, especially in times like these. In fact, I've always thought Shanghai City's garrison was too small. You mean? Just keep the 2,000 central troops in Shanghai City. Your Majesty can recruit another 2,000 in Jiangzhou to replenish them. Fine, as you wish. With the countless treasures Pierce brought back from Ross, the Moxie coffers were more flush, freeing her from penny pinching. Leaving Lewiston Palace, Pierce hurried home. The family was waiting for a reunion dinner. Back home, Germaniniang and Kathy immediately hugged him, tears streaming down their faces uncontrollably. Master, I was worried sick when I heard you were captured. If you didn't return, I'd rather die. Edwin, you scared me half to death. I prayed to the sure God daily. Thank heavens he answered and kept you safe, or I'd end my life too. Pierce embraced them comfortingly. No crying today. It's a happy reunion. With my luck, nothing bad will happen. Sure. They wiped their tears hastily. Just as he consoled the two beautiful women, two big brutes rushed over. Dash, we were so worried. We couldn't eat or sleep and lost several pounds. Christy, Desiree, Dominic, Xiao Londonu, Dwayne, and Oswald. Pierce felt deeply content. Recalling the cold loneliness of past years in the mansion, only himself, old man Lewis, Alexei, and Dominic, he realized he now had a bustling household. This was his greatest gain in this world. After dinner, Pierce called Holly, Ashton, Adifir, Johan, Evander, and others staying at the mansion to the hall. Straight to the point, he said, everyone, what positions do you want? The Moxie would reward them tomorrow in the Golden Throne Hall, and Pierce needed the list today. Looking at each other, everyone beamed. Being personally nominated by the Edwin meant they wouldn't be shortchanged, unlike last time. Still, the tone sounded like buying vegetables. What vegetables do you want? All responded in unison. Whatever the Edwin decides. We have no preferences. Pierce shook his head. All right, listen carefully. Speak up if you disagree. Don't regret it later. Chapter 441. Supporting the scene. Everyone perked up their ears. Pierce first looked at Ashton. The chief strategist has the greatest merit this time. In the Battle of Rosling, you flooded 10,000 troops of the Ross army. You played a crucial role in both the London Engsub campaign and the war to exterminate Ross. I will petition for Chief Strategist Hong to be promoted to the rank of Master Military Advisor of the 4th rank and granted the title of Baron. I will petition for Uncle Wanley to become Commander of the Northern Army and granted the title of Baron. Indeed, Pierce transferred his own title as Commander of the Northern Army directly to Adifir. Now as the Cavalry Grand Edwin, it didn't suit him to retain the mere 4th rank title of Commander. Such a low-ranking title did not match his status. Adifir exclaimed with delight. Thank you for your promotion, Grand Edwin. Uncle Du, who joined Edwin Charlison in the Battle of Thunder Valley and also broke into Raudu during the Raudu campaign, earning great merit. I will petition for Uncle Du to be made Commander for Exalting Might and granted the title of Baron. Uncle Louis, who fought in the Pingjiang campaign and stormed Raudu, also contributing greatly. I will petition for Uncle Louis to be made Commander for Promoting Martial Valor and granted the title of Baron. Both men replied emotionally, thank you for your promotion, Grand Edwin. Everyone received promotions and noble titles. All were content. After waiting for a long time without hearing his name, Alexei became anxious. Master, what about me? You promised me an important position so I could propose properly. Oh, right, I nearly forgot. Alexei looked disappointed. You haven't really earned any merit, but at least you're my personal guard captain, even if you let yourself get captured by the toxin honorable than the Wanjun. The Moxie hadn't arrived yet, so this was a good opportunity for civil and military officials to congratulate Pierce. No military officer dared not to approach and smile politely. As the top military leader, Pierce controlled their future and destiny. Among the civil officials, some came forward, some watched from afar. Of the 3 cabinet ministers, besides his rival Rock, Kyler and Ike came over. Kyler said, Davian, congratulations. Not only have you been honored with a marquisate and a generalship, but you are also about to marry. Truly a double happiness. Pierce replied coolly, Grand Tutor, thank you. Please remember to join us for the wedding feast. Certainly, certainly. Initially, when Pierce met Kyler at the Lewis family tavern, they felt like kindred spirits. But after promoting him to cabinet minister, they gradually grew distant. They had yet to fully break ties, though. On the contrary, his relationship with Ike was initially just acquaintanceship. After standing up for Scarlett and getting beaten by Marcos and the others, Pierce developed a liking for him. After recommending him to the Moxie as a land reform pioneer, the two became allies. His son worked in the Secret Service under Pierce as a centurion. Therefore, they talked freely together. Davian, can you sell me a supreme private room at the Lewis family tavern? After the Secret Service eliminated 3 ministers, several supreme rooms at the Lewis family tavern became vacant. These weren't ordinary private rooms. They symbolized status and prestige. Thus, many coveted these rooms, including Ike. As the Grand Tutor and cabinet minister, not having a supreme room often made him feel embarrassed in front of his peers. Pierce thought for a moment, sure. In 5 days, the Lewis family tavern will hold a new auction. Remember to come. Ike groaned, again. Surrounding officials' eyes lit up with excitement. The Lewis family tavern auctions featured unique and rare items. Missing out on the dragon hair armor last time, they were determined not to miss this chance. Among the 6 ministry secretaries, the Minister of Rights, Aquila, and the Minister of Revenue, Ewan, who had good relations with Pierce, greeted him. Davian, congratulations. Thank you. Remember to send a gift at the wedding. Money ruins friendships. No worries, this Marquis doesn't mind. Minister of Justice Ignacio and Minister of Works Desmond were acquainted with Pierce through nods and hellos, so they simply acknowledged him from afar. Newly appointed Minister of Personnel Augustus and Minister of War Chase were less familiar, and they had no plans to make awkward conversation. Of the 9 Temple Lesser Ministers, Isaac from the Office of Protocol and London Quan from the Supreme Court, both knew Pierce and exchanged pleasant, are too green to challenge me, an old man. However, he forgot one thing. Was Pierce someone who cared about saving face? Or rather, could such a needle prick penetrate his fortress-like hide? With an ashamed look, he responded, Grand Preceptor is right. Having failed twice to capture Scarlett, this Marquis admits his incompetence and feels unworthy of Austin's trust, my ancestors' teachings, and the citizens of Great Phelan. I will immediately apologize to Austin and reflect on my mistakes in seclusion. From now on, I won't come to court anymore. Upon seeing this, the civil and military officials all sighed deeply. The Davian truly has a humble and receptive heart, neither arrogant nor boastful. That's true. At such a young age, the Davian shows such a broad-minded demeanor, making us all feel ashamed. Marquis, modest and humble, showing no pride in achievement, indeed, a true gentleman. The way they looked at Rock now had a touch of disdain. Rock felt struck by lightning. His tactics backfired. If this were any ordinary person, saying they were incompetent would mean just that. But with Pierce's record of victory after victory, declaring himself incompetent only showcased humility, broad-mindedness, and gentleness, a model of virtue. It's like when an ugly person admits to being ugly, and others were initially nervous, but upon seeing Pierce on the right, they immediately felt reassured. With their boss present, there was nothing to fear. A little eunuch unfurled the scrolls for grants, officially beginning the awards. Mostly matching what Pierce proposed, there wasn't much to comment on. Brinley, to the ears of others, these announcements caused exclamations of surprise. Edwin of the South, military advisor Lundo Newton and Tedwin, promotions of several ranks at once, titles for everyone, it was far too generous. Not quite the Moxie's usual style. Fortunately, all the titles granted were common ones, not hereditary ones like Pingyin Marquis or Davian, requiring no land allocation. Otherwise, there would surely be protests. Once the awarding finished, under Rock's glare, Aquila reluctantly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have objections. The Moxie valued this reform champion fairly highly, responding gently, Grand Master, please speak. Aquila glanced at Holly, wiping the sweat off his palms under his long sleeves. Your Majesty, historically, women have never held official posts, especially not at the level of Edwin of the South. This is simply absurd. It violates propriety. Please reconsider. Your Majesty, I concur. Dozens of officials stood up, mostly from the Ministry of Rights. Previously, Holly was merely the chief military guard of the Imperial Guards and deputy commander of the Secret Service. Although the position was significant, it was still regarded as a private guard of the Moxie. Since the Emperor was female, appointing a woman as a guard seemed natural. They could overlook it. But now, becoming the prestigious Edwin of the South, they could not accept it. Holly's gaze turned dangerous, locking onto Aquila. Before Pierce could intervene, the Moxie interjected. Grand Master, I am a woman too. So is the Moxie of Ross and the Holy Lady of Shu. Edwin Charlison achieved great deeds. Why can't she be a Edwin of the South? Aquila bowed and said, Your Majesty is ordained by heaven, chosen as the son of heaven. That is beyond our control. He nearly outright stated that if the royal family of Phelan hadn't been reduced to a single sprout, would it ever be your turn for the throne? As for rewarding Edwin Charlison, there are many ways, not necessarily making her Edwin of the South. Great Phelan has always ruled according to rituals and propriety and should not violate them. Though slightly softer in tone, as the Minister of Rights, he had to raise objections, otherwise, he couldn't pass cabinet scrutiny. After all, the cabinet controlled a third of official evaluations. But he didn't want to openly conflict with the Moxie, hence leaving room for negotiation. The Moxie retorted unhappily, then tell me, how do we reward Edwin Charlison without violating propriety? Aquila hesitated. Perhaps we could promote Edwin Charlison within the Imperial Guard, offering abundant rewards of gold and jewels. The Moxie probed, Chief Military Guard, rank 4, is already the highest post in the Imperial Guard. How can we promote further? Aquila gritted his teeth, Your Majesty. We can elevate Edwin Charlison to Supreme Chief Military Guard, promoting her to second-class rank or even first class. Other opposers nodded, Finding this a viable option, their thought was that whatever the Moxie did in her private army was her business, but Holly mustn't serve alongside them in official capacity. It was their last veneer of dignity. The Moxie felt helpless yet acknowledged this as a reasonable suggestion. Her original intention was for Holly to continue managing the Imperial Guard and ensuring palace security. Brinley, she couldn't immediately agree and sought another person's opinion. Davian, what's your take? Everyone turned towards Pierce on the right side. Rock became agitated. He believed Pierce wouldn't agree. A new confrontation was brewing. This time, he would strike fiercely from the moral high ground of ritual propriety. Hashtag chapter 443, financing. Pierce emerged calmly and slowly. He's here. Everyone tensed up. Pierce walked up to Holly and whispered, Suyi, what do you think? Holly replied in a hushed tone, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Pierce interrupted her. Don't worry about whether it's difficult for me. Just do what feels right. Holly sighed softly. I have no objections. Pierce frowned. Is this really what you think? Holly nodded. Brinley's. Holly did have some reservations, but they were minor. Being a second-rank Edwin of the South certainly would be best, but being a third-rank Chief Guard Edwin wasn't bad either. Ultimately, as long as she was promoted, it was fine. She would eventually become a Grand Edwin one day. She didn't want to make things difficult for Pierce over her small concerns. The annoying officials aside, even the Moxie clearly wanted her to stay in the Imperial Guards. Pierce took a deep breath and announced loudly, Your Majesty, I have no objections. The Moxie was immediately pleased and declared, Very well, then Edwin Charlison will be reappointed as a third-rank Chief Guard Edwin with all other rewards remaining unchanged. Holly bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Rock was stunned. What the hell? Is this the same tyrannical Pierce who used to confront people in the Golden Hall, even when he was still a young Marquis? Now that he's a full Marquis, he's actually backing down? He had been hoping to use this opportunity to suppress him further, but Pierce didn't take the bait at all. Striking air instead of flesh left him feeling rather deflated. Aquila let out a huge sigh of relief. He certainly didn't want to oppose Pierce. He hadn't enjoyed his position as Minister of Rights enough yet, and definitely didn't want his whole family sent to dig coal in Black Mountain. The first major issue on today's agenda, the promotions, had thus passed without incident. Next was the second major matter. Aquila stepped forward again, a bitter look on his face. Your Majesty, the battles in Jiangdong and London Engsub have concluded, and local officials have already been replenished through examinations. London in both regions is recovering steadily. We can now start rebuilding the government schools which were disrupted by the wars. Indeed, Aquila had once again received a secret summons from the Moxie. After successfully implementing the examination reforms during the period of official shortages, the Moxie was eager to establish schools across the country. Government schools were the foundation for supporting commoners. Only with their operation could an endless stream of commoners enter the imperial court. The civil ministers became more alert. Here we go again. They couldn't afford to let the Moxie succeed this time. The battle began. Yuan was the first to speak up. Your Majesty, I object. The Moxie gritted her teeth. Why? Yuan didn't back down. Your Majesty, as Lord Zonghua has said, the ministers erupted into uproar, murmuring among themselves. Yuan immediately asked, May I ask, Marquis of Black Mountain, where will the funds come from? Pierce replied calmly. This time, after destroying the state of Ross, I obtained much of its wealth and can allocate a portion as seed funding. Pierce glanced at the Moxie. Most of that wealth had been confiscated by her and stored either in the national treasury or the inner coffers. Though it pained her, for the sake of reform, the Moxie nodded in agreement. I agree. Of course, Yuan wouldn't be defeated so easily. Marquis of Black Mountain, do you know how many counties there are in our 5 states? There are 330. If each county builds a school, even 10 states of Ross wouldn't provide enough wealth. Did I say every county? Just build in the more populous counties, perhaps no more than 120 in total. Even if it's 120, it's still a massive sum. It's far beyond what our current state can afford. Pierce retorted coolly, I never said the construction costs would come entirely from the central or local governments. I merely mentioned allocating a part of the initial capital. Everyone was bewildered, unsure of Pierce's intentions. The Moxie impatiently demanded, Marquis of Black Mountain, please don't beat around the bush. Pierce rolled his eyes. It's simple. Raise funds by appealing to the local magnates. The civil ministers sneered. They thought Pierce had some brilliant plan, but it was just fundraising. Yuan laughed. Marquis of Black Mountain, this fundraising might not work. You don't understand. Fundraising efforts often yield poor results despite frequent attempts in various places. During the recent conflicts in 2 provinces, many counties attempted fundraising, but the results were minimal. Pierce patiently explained, I'm talking about financing, not fundraising. Yuan was puzzled. What's the difference? Pierce clarified, a huge difference. Fundraising is voluntary and unpaid, while my proposed financing is compensated. The Moxie pressed, how exactly is it compensated? Pierce elaborated, once the schools are built, a monument will be erected at the entrance. Every donor's name will be engraved, with the order based on the amount contributed. If a donor contributes half or more of the total cost, the school will bear their name. Each donor's children can attend the school tuition-free for a decade. Moreover, each donor will receive a silk banner directly awarded by the imperial court in recognition of their contribution. Brilliant! Ike exclaimed. With this approach, the wealthy families in every county will surely contribute generously. After all, they don't lack money but rather fame. Both the court benefits and they gain recognition. Throne blushed with excitement. She hadn't thought that this problem, which had troubled her for over half a year, could be solved so easily by Pierce. Indeed, this guy had many brilliant ideas. How did he know all this? Did he have a heart with 7 orifices? Seeing the officials at a loss for words made her even happier. You old fossils, why aren't you causing trouble now? You were so quick to bully me, but why do you become cowards in front of Pierce? She decided promptly, Since there are no objections, let's proceed as proposed by Lord Ewing. Select at least 100 populous counties in the 5 states to build government schools. Minister Phelan, you will oversee it. Minister Wong, the Ministry of Works will assist in construction. Understood. Aquila and Desmond said together. Pierce wasn't as happy as the Empress, and he was even a bit worried. After all, these people could resort to anything if pushed too far. In the Normanxon Hall with just 2 people present, Pierce expressed his concerns. Your Majesty, you should stay in the palace and avoid unnecessary outings for the time being. The Empress changed her expression. Do you suspect they might harm me? Pierce spoke solemnly. We can't rule out that possibility. I'll instruct the Imperial Guard to remain highly alert. At the first sign of trouble, we must act first without hesitation. Now is the time for life or death decisions. The Empress's expression grew serious. I understand, and I am mentally prepared. This is something the great Phelan must face. Good that your Majesty understands. Oh right, the Empress still cared about her reforms. How is the progress of your libraries in the various states? Both government schools and libraries were essential infrastructure for supporting commoners. Having books without teachers wouldn't work, nor would having teachers without books. Pierce had entrusted the construction of libraries to the Lewis Family Chamber of Commerce. Before entering the palace, he had received a report from German Enyang. He repeated, Your Majesty, the libraries in Jiangzhou, Jiangnan, and Quinianzu have been completed. Due to warfare, the libraries in Jiangdong and London Angzhou are still under construction and will take some time. The first phase of the plan is to build large branches in the 5 state capitals. The second phase is to radiate outward from each capital, establishing 10 smaller branches per state. With new techniques learned from the Lewis family estate, paper mills and printing houses will reduce book prices significantly, ensuring sufficient materials for students across the regions. The Empress smiled contentedly. Excellent. With government schools and libraries, plus the new examination system without nominations, the lower classes will surely rise within 10 years. Pierce dampened her spirits slightly. Your Majesty, don't think it's that simple. There's much more to be worked out. The Empress was undeterred. It's all right, I have you. Pierce laughed bitterly. Dealing with this wife was going to be a headache. Leaving the Normanxon Hall, Pierce found Sky who had just started her shift. He held her hand and said, Landanda, I have wronged you. A second-rank general, commander of the Southern Army, had been demoted to third-rank Edwin of the Imperial Guards. He felt somewhat guilty towards the Yasmin. Though she verbally had no objections, Pierce knew it wasn't her true feeling. She was someone who wore her heart on her sleeve. She didn't want him to be troubled. Pierce could have insisted on his original proposal, believing he would ultimately win. But doing so would have caused a rift with Aquila, the Minister of Rights. This was something the Empress did not wish to see, given Aquila's critical role in her reforms. Hence, when Pierce voiced no objection, she had been so pleased. Thus, while the Empress and Aquila were satisfied, Sky bore all the hardship. Sky shook her head. It's fine. Being Edwin of the Imperial Guards is great too. She was touched by his concern for her feelings. Pierce sighed. I underestimated how stubborn these people are. Landanda, rest assured, once you've earned more merits, I will promote you step by step to commander, and anyone who opposes me will be dealt with accordingly. Brinleys, I believe you. Oh, by the way, Pierce added, during this period, command the 1,000 Imperial Guards in the palace to be vigilant and monitor the eunuchs and maids who frequently leave the palace. I will. Then, I won't disturb your duty. Exiting the palace, Alexei, Desiree, and several bodyguards were already waiting. Alexei hurriedly asked, Bray, when will you arrange the match for me? Pierce frowned. What's the rush? I haven't even married yet. Also, have you prepared the gifts? None of the traditional wedding rituals can be skipped. Alexei's shoulders drooped. Bray, I don't know how to handle this either. You asking me isn't helpful either. Ask Dominic. He knows best. Desiree interjected. Sir, tell me about the Battle of Jiangdong. It's time for the Pear Garden to launch a new play. Pierce pointed at Alexei. Xiaoya, you can ask him too. He's mostly with me. Desiree scoffed. No way. Brother Alexei speaks poorly and always forgets things. He never gets to the point. Alexei became furious. Xiaoya, do you have a conscience? I spent half an hour chatting with you, and this is how you repay me. Desiree shrunk back. Brother Alexei, Xiaoya is just being honest. I'm infuriated. Why not go to the Pear Garden to watch a play? This way, I can recount my battles to you. Great. Shaping his public image was also important. Without self-promotion through the Pear Garden, how would ordinary people know what he had achieved? Why did Pierce earn the title of War God? Much of it came from the hype created by the Pear Garden. Packaging art. Translation complete. Maintaining original structure and tone. Hashtag chapter 445. New changes in the Imperial Capital. Riding through the streets of the Imperial Capital, Pierce discovered something new and intriguing. Many noble families no longer rode horses but had switched to four-wheel carriages. Upon closer inspection, these were the immersive shock-absorbing carriages produced in Tongxiang County. After entrusting this project to German Enyang, Pierce hadn't paid much attention to it. He hadn't expected that after returning from a campaign, almost every wealthy household in the capital now owned one of these carriages. The compartments of these immersive shock-absorbing carriages were intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, exquisitely beautiful like mobile pavilions. However, the Zhou Dynasty had strict regulations on the number of horses pulling each carriage. Therefore, most were pulled by a single horse, some by 2 horses, and very occasionally, a carriage would pass by pulled by 3 horses, requiring everyone to give way out of envy. Thus, an inevitable hierarchy developed. Those with 3 horses looked down on those with 2, who in turn looked down on those with 1 horse, who then looked down on those riding horses. Pierce was thoroughly belittled by a merchant driving a 1-horse carriage, infuriating him enough to shout, "A gentleman may be killed but not humiliated. Alexei, bring out my personal carriage immediately." Alexei was equally furious and sprinted back to the mansion without a word. By the time Pierce reached his front gate, a brand new 4-horse immersive shock-absorbing carriage was waiting quietly for him. Silas used 6 horses, kings used 5, dukes used 4, marquises used 3, officials used 2, and ordinary people used 1. Now, as the hereditary Davian, he could use 4 horses. With a grand wave of his hand, Pierce said, "Let's go. To the pear garden." "Master, wait for us." "Edwin, and me too." The voices of Germaniniang and Kathy echoed from inside the mansion. They happened to be leaving and naturally hopped into the carriage. Pierce, Desiree, Germaniniang, and Kathy occupied just a corner of the carriage, showing how spacious it truly was. Without hesitation, Pierce lay down while Germaniniang and Kathy transformed into skilled masseuses. Desiree took out her notebook to record the master's every word and action. "Everyone, get ready. We're off," called out the newly appointed coachman, Alexei, starting the carriage. As the 4-horse-studded small penis suit, which sold like wildfire. The shop lines up every day, and orders are scheduled for 6 months ahead. Pierce was stunned. A pearl-studded small penis suit? Incredible. You're a true invention prodigy, coming up with such a brilliant idea. How did you think of it? In all honesty, he had never mentioned anything to her. Kathy beamed. "One day I was bored in the shop and flipped through Edwin's Louis Military Tactics, where a historical story inspired me. Surprisingly, inspiration came from the Louis Military Tactics. Should he feel honored? Which story? Winning through unconventional methods. At that moment, I thought it must apply to ladies' items too. Then I saw a string of pearls in my hand, and they were so unique. Thus, the latest pearl-studded small penis suit was born." Pierce extended his thumb again, flashing 8 bright incisors. "Great job. You're an innovative genius with a brilliant mind. You'll surpass Einstein in the future. Guiding human happiness, you're the love goddess Nana Charlisk." Kathy beamed. "Edwin, tonight I'll wear the pearl-studded suit for you to see." Not wanting to be left behind, Germaniniang chimed in. "Master, I want to show you too." Pierce's mood soared. "Fine, both of you. Let's have a private fashion show." Beside him, Desiree blushed furiously. She certainly knew about the pearl-studded suits, having received for combat scenes and making it a blockbuster hit. Cora had spent several days watching at the pear garden, almost deafening everyone with applause. Nearby, Art was so frightened that he vowed never to watch plays with Cora in the same garden again. ####Chapter 446, The Canary in the Gilded Cage. Both of these performances showcased Dominique's capabilities as a screenwriter and director, which naturally earned Pierce's generous praise. "Xiaoya, your skills have really improved. You're almost on par with this young master. I am quite pleased." Dominique replied happily, "Master flatters me. It's all thanks to Master's excellent guidance." Pierce nodded. "That's the truth. Xiaoya, the next segment of the play might need some changes," he pondered. "Master, please instruct." Dominique hastily pulled out her notebook, ready to jot down the master's guidance. "The next part can moderately reduce my screen time and increase Yasmin Holly's role." Indeed, Pierce intended to package Holly. Holly wanted to become a general, which required not only accomplishments but also a certain amount of prestige and reputation. How could one obtain that? A significant part had to be hyped up. As they say, even pigs can fly if they catch the wind. Dominique was naturally unaware of the reasons behind this, and she didn't need to know. She just needed to follow Master's arrangements. "Master, Xiaoya understands. We'll make Jace Yasmin's dedicated actor from now on." Pierce nodded. Jace can play both male and female roles, hard and soft. Indeed, very suitable. Speaking of which, Dominique recalled something. "Master, a few people from Song recently claimed they were under orders from their emperor to bring Jace to Song." "Oh, what happened?" He hadn't expected Chavi to target Jace. Jace refused, saying he no longer has feelings for Chavi. Chavi is too young and unsuitable for him. When they tried to persist, Jace had them beaten and expelled. Pierce couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, realizing that Chavi must have misunderstood Jace somehow. Who knew if he would get so upset that he'd spurt blood 3 cups deep? Next, he recounted all that could be said about the battles in Jiangdong and Londonang's How to Dominique. In the campaign to destroy Ross, he particularly highlighted the Thunder Valley battle commanded by Holly, attributing all the strategic planning to her while erasing his own presence. Dominique's face flushed red with excitement. "Master, it's truly spectacular. Even without artistic embellishments, such a straightforward recounting is enough to stir hearts and evoke intense emotions. I believe this drama will once again become a hit, adored by the entire capital, and perhaps all of Great Phelan. Master's name will once more resound across the land." Pierce waved his hand. Calm down. Xiaoya, you know this young master has always regarded fame and wealth as mere dross, being indifferent to glory, serene, and unambitious. I'm speaking of myself here." Tongxiang City, the Marquis Mansion. Scarlet, draped in a green robe, gazed at the moon, her face filled with sorrow. She had been living in this cold, desolate mansion for several months. Though she lacked nothing in terms of food or clothing, and no one harassed her, she was forbidden from interacting with anyone. Even meals appeared punctually where they should, without a single servant to deliver them. In this enormous Marquis mansion, she saw not a single living soul. Staring at the bright moon, she felt like she lived in the palace of cold immortality above. Of course, she knew this was an illusion. This desolate Marquis mansion was guarded as strictly as a royal city. It was a massive, luxurious cage, and she was the canary inside. So much time had passed. Ross must have fallen by now, and he should have returned to the imperial capital of Great Phelan. Brinleit, he hadn't visited her once. "How heartless you are," she clenched her teeth. Instinctively, she reached for the jade figurine, staring at it longingly. Ironically, although he had confined her here, what kept her from breaking down was the jade figurine he carved. How many times had she thought of smashing it to pieces, yet in the end, she couldn't bear to. She might be Scarlet, but she was also Miss Charlesingping. Footsteps echoed behind her. Scarlet turned around in pleasant surprise. It was indeed Sophia, and it could only be Sophia. Before this, Sophia had secluded herself for over a month. Her face full of anticipation, she asked, Sophia, did you succeed? Sophia nodded happily. Your Majesty, this servant succeeded. Excellent, Scarlet rejoiced. What about your martial arts now? Can you defeat the Yasmin? Sophia shook her head with a bitter smile. Your Majesty, let alone the Yasmin, even that Korra, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to match. But except for these two, I can challenge anyone else. Scarlet nodded slightly. That's not bad. Originally, although Sophia broke her tendons and meridians under Pierce's threat, self-destructing her martial arts, the special rejuvenating technique she practiced meant her body already adapted to losing martial arts periodically. This time, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, allowing her to completely master this magical art, resulting in a dramatic improvement in her martial skills. Sophia excitedly suggested, Miss, shall we strike now? We still have a chance if we catch them off guard. Scarlet shook her head. No, he never does anything without being sure. If we rush out now, we'll only be shot like sieves. The calmer we remain, the better. So what should we do? Wait. Scarlet nodded. Brinley's, wait for the right moment. He has too many enemies. As long as we still hold value, someone will remember us. She sighed. Master, surrounded by foes inside and outside, without friends in the world, what good are your remarkable skills? Do you wish to save the world alone? She turned to Sophia. During this period, don't reveal any signs of recovering your martial arts. Otherwise, no one can save you. I might lose this one opportunity. Sophia nodded vigorously. Your Majesty, rest assured, I'll reverse my powers, making myself age and lose my skills. Scarlet's eyes lit up. You can control it now? This power is indeed extraordinary, living up to being one of our great Ross's hidden treasures. Sophia expressed her gratitude. I was originally a street orphan until your Majesty's father took me in and taught me this great power. I swear to follow my lord's instructions and protect your Majesty's safety at all costs. Unable to resist, Scarlet asked, my father, did he really die? Sophia shook her head. This servant doesn't know. My lord was determined to seek the elusive heavenly sect for the nation's restoration. He took the 10 divine Edwins, 36 celestial Edwins, 72 earthly Edwins, and 3,000 followers, but not a single one returned. Your Majesty, perhaps you should ask the Yasmin. She, I believe, comes from the heavenly sect. Scarlet sighed. No wonder she's so powerful. Being from the heavenly sect and called an immortal is reasonable. They are practically gods to us. Hashtag chapter 447. The Grand Sacrificial Ceremony. In the top-tier private room of Lewis family's Grand Hotel, a farewell banquet was underway. Adifier, Johan, and Evander had already received their commendations and were set to return to Queenian's County today. Pierce, Ashton, and Ezekiel all attended the banquet to see them off. After you return this time, recruit 10,000 virtuous young men from Queenie Inzu as soon as possible to fill the vacancies. Also, personally deliver pensions to the families of our fallen comrades and comfort them. Offer any assistance that you can, Pierce instructed. In the war against Ross, the Northern Army lost 10,000 soldiers, leaving only 40,000. The losses were indeed heavy. Brinley's master, the three of them nodded solemnly. Pierce also shared some good news. I estimate that Tongxiang County will soon supply new infantry armor for the Northerns with a group of civil officials in the Golden Hall. Of course, he won decisively. Arguments were not something he feared as a transmigrator. So, the venue had to be temporarily moved to the altar. The altar was located on the east side of the Imperial Palace, consisting of 9 tiers in a pyramid shape. It was where emperors of the great Phalon dynasty traditionally offered sacrifices to heaven, prayed for bountiful harvests, and invoked rain. Moxie Wu took this sacrificial ceremony very seriously and had begun fasting 3 days prior. To prepare for the ceremony, the palace started preparations a month ago, readying 28 cattle, 33 sheep, 34 pigs, 2 deer, and 12 rabbits. They had been kept in the palace and slaughtered yesterday to serve as offerings. The previous night, officials from the Ministry of Rites arranged the spirit tablets, ritual vessels, and sacrifices. Everyone dressed up early that day and gathered in the Golden Hall. Officials from the Ministry of Rites meticulously checked each person's attire for any breaches of protocol. Pierce, who wore a long face, was sternly warned by Aquila. Edwin of the cavalry, please don't look so glum. You must be dignified, showing no sorrow or joy. Your demeanor should carry a hint of reverence for the heavenly Silas, and within that reverence, a hint of admiration for the former emperor. There was a staircase leading to the top on the east side, but only the emperor was qualified to ascend to the highest level. Officials stood according to their ranks. First-rank officials on the second tier, second-rank officials on the third, ninth-rank officials had to stand on the ground. Pierce, a first-rank Edwin of the cavalry, barely qualified to stand on the second tier alongside Rock, Kyler, and Ike. Unfortunately, Cristobal, though qualified, was stationed in Normanching. Upon reaching the appointed hour, the ceremony began. The grand sacrificial ceremony consisted of 9 steps. Welcoming the Silas's spirit, placing jade and silk, offering the sacrificial dishes, performing the initial offerings, the second offerings, the final offerings, removing the dishes, bidding farewell to the Silas's spirit, and observing the burning offerings. Each step was performed by Moxie Wu herself, occasionally assisted by Aquila, the chief minister. Everyone else had to stand in dignified silence, showing reverence and admiration. Every step involved ritualized actions, chants, music, and dance. All of it was tediously elaborate. The music consisted of monotonous melodies without harmonies. Lullabies would be more entertaining. Everyone was almost dozing off except for the enthralled officials from the Ministry of Rites. The so-called dance involved a few simple repetitive movements anyone could mimic. One official once described it as something not worth watching even if he were squatting in a corner watching ants. After this remark leaked out, the poor man was sent to guard the imperial mausoleum for disrespecting the heavenly Silas and breaching etiquette. Hunter's not liking to watch ants, huh? The mausoleum is full of ants. By midday, Moxie Wu had completed only 5 steps. Pierce was barely holding on. He'd rather go to war than endure this stupid ceremony. He was curious why he, young and physically fit, was struggling while Rock and Kyler, two old men, weren't fainting. Sneaking a glance, he realized they were feigning sleep while standing still, a skill requiring decades to master. Brilliant. Standing motionless in feigned slumber was not easy. Staying immobile like a mountain was even harder. These old foxes must have trained for years. End of chapter 447. Chapter 448. Garlic Essence. I'm still too young and inexperienced after all. Prince Pierce didn't know that most experienced officials would tie a bamboo stick to their back, connecting it to the back of their head so they wouldn't droop off into sleep when dozing off. Don't underestimate this bamboo stick. Anyone who has ever fallen asleep in class knows how torturous it is to be caught between wanting to sleep but not being able to. At such times, one bamboo stick could provide enough comfort for a nap. Of course, with the prerequisite of having small enough eyes. This trick works best during sacrificial ceremonies. Because the moxie stands at the highest tier, the officials slightly bow their heads to show respect, unable to see their eyes. Only by sunset did the 9 steps finally complete. Pierce immediately crumbled. Old Aquila instantly targeted Pierce. The cavalry general broke decorum and must forfeit his salary for 3 months. Pierce waved his hand listlessly. You deduct. Deduct as you wish. Am I even concerned about those tens of thousands of copper coins? Old Rock opened his hazy eyes, his face full of glee. What surprised Pierce most was the moxie herself. How could she, a fragile woman, endure this deadly process? Looking at the excited moxie's face, Pierce realized. She's injected with adrenaline. Furthermore, since she had been continuously moving on the stage, she probably had it easier than standing still without moving. Exiting the palace and climbing onto his immersive shock-absorbing carriage, Pierce couldn't bear the thought of moving again. Quickly, carry me to Jessica's yard. I urgently need her family's traditional massage 18 techniques to save me. Relaxing with Jessica's increasingly skilled massage 18 techniques, Pierce groaned in comfort. He vowed never to join such cursed sacrificial ceremonies again, or else he'd be damned. Haddon, I heard you've been locking yourself in the courtyard these few days? Pierce asked. Brinley's master. I'm working on garlic essence. Jessica answered truthfully. After participating in the battles of Jiangdong and Ross with Pierce, Jessica saved many lives but also witnessed helplessly as many others perished. A large portion of those who survived initial treatment but later died were allergic to penicillin. Edwinly, severely injured victims from blunt instruments without penicillin injections have less than 10% survival rate. Weapons of this era are filled with lethal bacteria, leading to infections from severe wounds. Watching people die in agony, Jessica resolved to develop the garlic essence her master mentioned upon returning. Though garlic essence isn't as effective against tetanus as penicillin, it provides an alternative choice for those allergic to penicillin. She believed it was better to offer them a chance rather than watching them die hopelessly, thus giving herself peace of mind. With Pierce's formula, Jessica locked herself in the laboratory of Home Manor to research. How's it coming along? Pierce asked. Master, I've developed the first batch, but I haven't found any subjects for trials. Extracting garlic essence is quite simple. Only a set of distillation apparatus is required. Remove the skin from garlic, mash it up, soak it in distilled water, and then extract it using. You're not a god. No one can save everyone. Don't worry, Master. I won't dwell on it. There are so many projects awaiting my research, and each can save lives, Jessica reassured him. Pierce felt relieved. Genius often tends toward obsession, and he feared Jessica might hurt herself if overly fixated. Clothes, Cora burst in eagerly. You're back from the sacrificial ceremony? Auntie, just got back, Pierce replied. Come, accompany Mama to the hot springs. Cora pulled him away. When Cora first arrived in the capital, she found life a bit dull, but she soon discovered various entertainments. Unlike Prince Art, who loved mahjong parlors and theaters, Cora preferred Louis Shuang's hot spring houses and breweries. Hot springs improved her skin and felt incredibly soothing. Accompanied by fragrant barbecue and expert massages, she couldn't resist. Cora loved alcohol, and Louis Shuang's brewery offered renowned Laiwanyi wine, osmanthus brew, and newly produced grape wines. She wanted to stay immersed in barrels of wine all day. Brewing a jar of wine personally and slowly enjoying it, while soaking in the hot springs became her favorite pastime. Her son Art was overjoyed. Finally, his mother was happy at home. Pierce had been thoroughly worn out by the ceremony and yearned for relaxation after Jessica's massage. All right, let's go together. Haddon included, he agreed. Jessica nodded obediently. As master wishes. All boarded Pierce's 4-horse-drawn immersive shock-absorbing carriage. Well done. By the way, have the consolation funds been distributed? Master, our own condolences arrived long ago, and those from the court came a few days back. After the grassland battle, Pierce had specially established a consolation department within the Lewis family army, supported by a portion of the Lewis family's profits. So each fallen soldier received double compensation, monthly subsidies, and holiday gifts. Let's go. Take me to their homes, Pierce said. Bray, please follow me, Lewison replied. Dozens of households were visited by Pierce tirelessly, bringing warm words and items like grain, meat, tea, and sugar. Although this couldn't heal their sorrow, it prevented further heartache. Orphans who lost both parents were brought under Pierce's care as per the rules of the Lewis family army, to be raised in the Lewis household. All the bereaved families were moved to tears. A renowned general and marquis like Pierce could humble himself to personally visit these orphans and widows, warming their hearts like a fire. Even the guards following him wept, as the Edwin never changed despite rising status. Once a minor Edwin Wu Wei, he treated them similarly. Now a distinguished Edwin Pikiji and Marquis of Ewing, his demeanor remained unchanged. The Edwin was an unbeatable leader, yet also a caring parent figure, ensuring none felt neglected or worried. This was why the Lewis family army remained invincible and steadfast. A lively-eyed Cora lost her father in the Rosling battle and her mother due to excessive grief, though everyone lied that her father hadn't returned. Lord, may this servant give you a massage, she requested. No need, Pierce waved, still feeling relaxed after Jessica's expert massage. The woman pleaded, Lord, please, I'm skilled and will ensure your comfort. Skeptical, he asked, really? Brinley's. All right then. Reluctantly serving, Pierce couldn't help but notice her unusual behavior. She wasn't just massaging. She was intentionally rubbing sensitive areas. Initially thinking her ambitious, he closed his eyes, preparing to display self-control worthy of Marquis Ewing. Noticing this, the woman's eyes flashed with murderous intent. From her hair, she drew a silver needle aimed at Pierce's head. He quickly caught her hand. Miss, aren't you a bit too eager? It wasn't foresight but her odd behavior. Her techniques were professional, not for massages but enticing men. Something not taught in proper hot springs. She might have learned this in brothels, but after closing his eyes, Pierce sensed her stiffening body, a sign of tension. Also, did you poison my wine? Pierce questioned. Her wide eyes when he drank revealed surprise. Now, it was evident she wondered why he didn't die. Sorry, I'm immune to all poisons. Pierce wanna die. You two need to be more careful in the coming days. Don't come into contact with anyone suspicious. Dwayne widened his eyes. Louis, are you saying someone will try to get us? Who knows? You are important figures in the Imperial Guard, and the Imperial Guard is the Emperor's close confidant. To strike at the Emperor, they won't hesitate to use you as leverage. Oswald patted his chest. Goodness, looks like I can't go for massages from unfamiliar technicians anymore. Pierce was speechless. At this moment, you're thinking about technicians. Of course, I paid 1,000,000 taels for a limited edition diamond card. Missing even one day means saving you, Louis, the swindler. I see. You've fallen for Londontal Peach Fairy. Oswald scratched his head. You caught that? Londontal Peach Fairy, the goddess of the hot spring house, had beauty and figure comparable to the top 10 courtesans. Her skin turned pink in the hot springs, earning her the nickname of Peach Immortal. Pierce warned, don't even think about it. She sells artistry, not herself. She makes a living by her skills. Oswald patted his chest. No way. I only admire her. Louis, don't doubt our pure friendship. Sure, I believe you, Pierce scoffed. By the way, has Zaire returned yet? The city of Norman had been rebuilt, and the Moxie had issued an edict for Ingram to return to court. Dwayne casually said, not yet. He said it would take a few more days before he sets off. Louis, why are you looking for my old man? What else? To propose a marriage alliance. Oswald's eyes widened. What? You really have your eye on Alay? Great. I'm all for it. Call me brother-in-law. Pierce snapped. What are you thinking? This is for Alexei. Hasn't Alay mentioned it to you? Dwayne deflated. Oh, it's for Alexei. We don't mind, but we're afraid our old man won't agree. Louis, you better be prepared. Pierce chuckled. With Alea's 200-pound weight, what does Zaire have to criticize Alexei about? Oswald got angry. Louis, how can you talk like that? After all, Alay is your sister. Pierce hurriedly said, I didn't mean it badly, but, okay, Alay is indeed a bit heavy. However, she and Alexei truly love each other. We should support them. In short, you don't need to worry. Just wait for your sister's wedding banquet. At the Lewis Family Grand Hotel, a grand auction was about to begin. The auction was announced hastily, only 5 days ago, but it couldn't stop the excitement it caused. As soon as the news broke, it spread across the entire capital and then throughout the whole Phelan dynasty. Nobles and aristocrats from all regions flooded into the capital just to attend this auction. The last auction 6 months ago featured priceless treasures never seen before. What with the 100 refined swords, silver silk armor, pinnacle artworks, goddess eye, 5-colored phoenix garment. Many who missed out regretted it bitterly. So, this time, they vowed not to miss out again. Besides those rare treasures possibly reappearing, there was another item that caught everyone's attention. Ownership of 3 VIP suites at the Lewis Family Grand Hotel. These suites were something money couldn't buy and represented a status symbol. Many prestigious families had their eyes set on these suites. Another rumor spread widely. The Davian had acquired numerous rare treasures during the conquest of the Ross Kingdom. He would bring a few items to this auction as the finale. After all, the Davian had breached the Ross Royal Palace. Royal treasures must be exceptional. Such news stirred hearts in anticipation. And to secure the items they desired, bidders needed sufficient banknotes. Thus, once again, the Lewis Family Bank was flooded with carts full of gold and silver to exchange for tickets. Again, the bank offered unlimited exchanges, impressing people with the Lewis family's wealth. As scheduled, the auction began. Londonois started with a piece called Spring Snow. Its melody fresh and rhythmic, depicting the scene of winter fading and spring reviving, everything flourishing in early spring. A perfect fit for the occasion. Now, the Lewis Family Grand Hotel wasn't just home to a chief musician, but also housed the 10 beauties of Phelan and 36 high priests, creating a lavish dance troupe that could do more than play a single tune. Rhythmic drumbeats echoed as the top courtesan Shangwan Charlisk and one of the 10 beauties, Murong Lan, performed the Hu Jae-sonen dance. Both of them were stunning beauties with partial foreign ancestry, exuding exotic charm. After the dance, Jiang, Feng, and Zi, the top performers of the Three Rivers, sang and played their own music. Their tender melodies and soft Wu Queenie dialects transported the audience back to the gentle streams and willows of southern China in March. After the performances, Jermaine Young slowly ascended the auction platform. The crowd refocused, reminding themselves they were here for the auction, not just performances. Performances were always available at the Lewis Family Grand Hotel, but auctions were rare. Jermaine Young loudly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jermaine Young, president of the Lewis Family Chamber of Commerce and host of this auction. The rules remain unchanged from last time. Although many know them, I must reiterate them. Firstly, each item has a base price. Bidding is open to all, but ensure you have enough money. False bidding will be treated as public disorder and punished accordingly. Lundot penalties include fine. One of the treasures of the Ross Wong Palace. The pearl embodies the essence of the moon collected by the old clam over a millennium, and consuming it has miraculous effects, extending life, neutralizing all poisons, and preserving youthful beauty. It is one of the most valuable treasures in the world. This pearl's starting bid is 100,000 gold coins. Please place your bids. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. 1,000-year-old pearl. This was truly a divine artifact. 12,000. 15,000. 18,000. Ultimately, the ancient pearl sold for the astonishing price of 330,000 gold coins. Next, we have the second item up for auction. In the VIP box number 1, Pierce sat casually with his legs crossed, observing everything. His current status differed greatly from before. He no longer suited hosting auctions himself. So, he entrusted German Inyang with the task. German Inyang had followed him for a long time, evolving from a candy shop owner to the president of the Lewis Family Chamber of Commerce, having honed her skills well. Standing on the auction stage, she exuded confidence, showing no signs of nervousness. With her remarkable business acumen, conducting such a small auction was a piece of cake for her. How can I accept this? He knew the value of this long saber gauchon. It had already been bid up to 300,000 gold coins, and had accompanied Edwin Lewis through countless battles. It was indeed a renowned weapon. Pierce waved his hand. Take it if I give it to you. Ashton couldn't use it, and Alexei already had his own 100 refined blade. Who else could it go to? Leland was deeply moved. Thank you, Commander. As a martial artist, nothing excited him more than receiving an excellent sword. Pierce opened the long box, inside which lay 2 Tang Dynasty blades. These 2 swords had black sandalwood handles and scabbards intricately carved with golden inscriptions, radiating understated elegance. When drawn, they cast a cold gleam in the room. The blades bore patterns like snowflakes, ethereal and dreamlike. The names of these 2 swords were Fenghua, Windflower, and Jason Yu, Snow Moon. Excellent swords. Ashton praised. Pierce glanced at him. Military advisor, do you want them? Ashton nodded. Such fine swords, every man would covet them. Well, I'll have Tongxiang County make one for you, but not these 2. Satisfied, Pierce sheathed the blades back at his waist. Hee. The invincible twin saber Elias was back in full form. Ashton hurriedly said, if possible, could Edwin ask Tongxiang County to make me a sword instead? I don't go into battle. A sword is more suitable for decoration. After all, a sword is the symbol of a gentleman, just like myself. Sure, no problem, Pierce replied casually. Back on the auction stage, German Uniang held up a small plaque, with Jun, Venerable, on one side and Thur, 4, on the other, to ensure the translation reads naturally in English while preserving the meaning. Back on the auction stage, German Uniang held up a small plaque inscribed with Venerable on one side and 4 on the other. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is the ownership of the 4th Venerable Private Room of the Lewis Family Grand Hotel. I needn't explain the significance of owning a venerable private room. Starting bid is 500,000 gold coins. Please place your bids. 600,000. 700,000. 750,000. 1 million. A voice rang out dramatically. The entire hall fell silent. 1 million first time. 1 million second time. 1 million third time. Sold. This marked the first item to reach 1 million gold coins, bringing the auction to its peak excitement. Inside the private room, Pierce was delighted. He opened a bottle of top-tier red wine and began drinking with Ashton. Military advisor, how is the war in the Song Kingdom progressing? Ashton frowned. Edwin, you may be disappointed. Natural red coral from the bottom of the Eastern Sea. Such a large red coral is unique in the world. Its name is Tree of the Earth. Starting bid is 100,000 gold coins. Please place your bids. 15,000. 18,000. 40,000 first time. 40,000 second time. 40,000 third time. Sold. While some were disappointed that the final item wasn't something related to the True Dragon, Pierce really didn't want to flee to Tongxiang County again. With the wedding approaching, this was not the time to give Moxie Wu any leverage. Everything would wait until after the wedding. Chapter 452, Wedding Process. After several days of rehearsals, Desiree finally staged the Battle of Rosling, flooding the Ross army. The premiere of a new play at the Pear Garden was a major event for the citizens of the imperial capital. People started queuing before dawn, and as soon as the gates opened, the entire Pear Garden was packed. Pierce was also dragged over by Desiree to give some critiques. Because he had complete confidence in Desiree, Pierce no longer needed to watch the rehearsals. Thus, this was his first time seeing the play. Unexpectedly, Art, who had been busy with wedding preparations, also appeared in his seat. Hey, old man, you really are managing both the wedding and watching plays without missing a beat. Pierce teased. Art fumed. Brat, your old man is running himself ragged while you go enjoy hot springs one minute and organize auctions the next, and now you're here to watch a play. Do you have any conscience? Pierce retorted bluntly. You're just wasting effort. Hand it over to those idle people at the Ministry of Rights. Why do you need to meddle? Art shook his head. No way. This concerns 9 generations of single descendants in our Lewis family. There can be no slackness. It must be thoroughly monitored. Pierce's eyes lit up. From your tone, it seems like you have some leads. Tell me. Art glanced at him. Want to know? Pierce nodded eagerly. Want to know? Come to the Golden Hall tomorrow. Pierce immediately looked troubled. He really didn't want to attend court. Wasn't it better to sleep in at home? Why go listen to a bunch of old men bicker? Clang, clang, clang. The performance began. Jiangdong fell, and Rosling City was besieged. 200,000 Charleston troops advanced directly to London Angshao, battling 10,000 Western Army forces fiercely at Normancheng. Great Phelan was in dire straits, its dynasty in peril. At a critical moment, the Edwin of the Flying Cavalry set out from the imperial capital straight for Rosling City. The next day, at the Golden Hall, driven by curiosity, Pierce ultimately trudged off to court at the last second. This time, he did not have to wait long. Aquila was the first to step forward. Your Majesty, Che and I have discussed and decided on a detailed wedding procedure for Your Majesty and Lord Ewing. Please allow me to report here and inform all ministers. The Moxie blushed instantly. Oh, these things can be handled by Lord Donghua and Che. Though she said that, her evident curiosity betrayed her feelings. Which minister in the hall wasn't keen-eyed and seasoned? Such a good opportunity to curry favor. How could they miss it? Immediately, a dozen ministers jumped out almost simultaneously. Ike led the charge, looking smugly at the others. Then, he spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, that's incorrect. The marriage between Your Majesty and Lord Ewing relates to the continuation of the imperial lineage and is a paramount matter. How can it be decided so casually? It must receive unanimous approval from all ministers. Others echoed. Indeed, Your Majesty, matters concerning the state require careful deliberation. The Moxie hesitated but eventually relented. All right, Lord Donghua, please proceed. Pierce watched in exasperation. His simple-minded wife might be mediocre in other skills, but her talent for acting was top-notch. Indeed, after dealing with these old ghosts daily in the Golden Hall, wouldn't anyone's acting improve rapidly? Pierce was also very interested and perked up his ears. Aquila announced, Your Majesty, we've decided to hold the wedding right here in the Golden Hall. The entire palace will be the wedding venue. All officials in the capital can join in as a sign of Your Majesty's favor. Ministers were abuzz. Hosting a wedding across the entire palace. This was the grandest spectacle ever. The Moxie was concerned. The palace is so large. Decorating it will surely cost a lot of money. Aquila promptly responded, Your Majesty, Che has agreed to cover the expenses on behalf of Lord Ewing. The Moxie, without hesitation, replied, Decided then. Pierce felt hurt. How unfair could this be? Why only me? Aquila continued, Before the ceremony, Lord Ewing will ride through the capital, distributing sweets to the public, sharing joy and blessing everyone. The Moxie nodded approvingly. A great idea. Other ministers agreed too. Only Pierce sighed inwardly. Why only he had to suffer? Aquila eloquently outlined the plan. After the procession, Lord Ewing must enter the palace through the main gate. 9 checkpoints will be set up from the gate to the Golden Hall, which Lord Ewing must pass to symbolize overcoming 81 tribulations for a harmonious post-marriage life. The Moxie exclaimed, Wonderful, but only 9 checkpoints seem too few. What about 81? A general in the hall cried out, Lord Ewing, what's wrong? Your Majesty, Lord Ewing has fainted. The Moxie waved a hand. Ignore him. Let's continue. Aquila explained, due to time constraints, setting up 81 checkpoints isn't feasible. 9 is already significant. Moreover, 9 signifies the highest honor fitting for Your Majesty. Looking at Pierce, who seemed to lose all hope, Aquila added, 5 checkpoints would suffice too. The Moxie decisively stated, 9 checkpoints it is, not less. As Your Majesty wishes, Aquila thought to himself, I'm not making it hard for you. The Moxie enthusiastically urged, Continue. After entering the Golden Hall, Lord Ewing will wait for Your Majesty from Meixiang Pavilion. Both parties will perform the traditional bowing ceremony witnessed by all ministers. Following the ceremony, Your Majesty will host a banquet for the ministers and grant amnesty, sharing happiness with the people. Kyler immediately asked, Who will officiate the high-ranking position? Ministers quickly realized this was a significant issue. While Pierce had Art as his father and an aunt, the Moxie had no elders. Would Art be able to bear the Moxie prostration? Aquila was prepared. Your Majesty is the son of heaven, and thus the officiating elder should be the heavenly Silas. Bowing directly to the heavens during the ceremony would suffice. Kyler nodded, excellent, indeed fitting the rituals. Ministers applauded. Aquila concluded loudly, Your Majesty, Lord Ewing, all ministers, this is the general process. Any thoughts? Pierce seethed internally. Not only did he have to provide the funds and go through physical strain, but he also had to endure street parades and numerous challenges. Is this getting married, or fetching the Buddhist scriptures? This marriage, I won't go through with it. The Moxie seemed pleased. Very well, let's decide this for now. We welcome further suggestions. Zhonming. This line is a direct quote from the original text and does not require translation as it is already in the target language, English, within the context provided. However, to ensure natural fluency and consistency in the narrative, it can be translated as very well or compliance, depending on the context and the desired tone. For this specific text, very well seems more fitting with the informal yet respectful tone of the dialogue. So the edited version would be, very well. Pierce was stunned. Damn Emperor, you don't even ask for my opinion when I'm standing right here. Am I just a decoration? Hashtag chapter 453, the death of a spy. At the headquarters of the Rossi UE, in the Commander-in-Chief's hall, Pierce, seated at the head, had an expression as calm as water. The Southern and Northern Censorate chiefs, Braden and Delfino, the Inspector Gus, Commanders Leland, Jimmy, Sun Londonu, London Charles, and Phelan Ba, all wore grave expressions. Just the day before, a significant event had occurred. The spies stationed within several influential families in the capital had vanished overnight, vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. The spies from the Southern Censorate were required to send reports every 3 days. Brinleyster Day was supposed to be one such reporting day, but not a single message came from any of the spies inside these powerful families. There could only be one explanation. They were all dead. Among these families was the Du household. Which Du household? Naturally, it was the residence of Grand Preceptor Rock. Gus was the first to break the silence. This means they've known about us for quite some time. Why choose this moment to strike? Everyone turned their gaze towards Pierce, hoping for an answer. There were many secrets that they, at their level, simply could not grasp. Pierce slowly replied, because they can no longer hold back. Braden pressed on, Louis, what do you mean by that? Pierce explained, previously, they refrained from acting out of respect for Austin, unwilling to cause a complete fallout. After all, the Ross, somewhat exasperated, replied, If they already knew the identity of our spies, how can the information they provide still be considered a secret? Acting rashly would only backfire on us. The two men deflated immediately. Delfino asked, Louis, are we just going to let this slide? Pierce countered, what about the investigation into the female assassin who tried to kill me at the hot spring house? I am investigating that matter, Commander, Jimmy spoke up. Our findings suggest that the assassin is named Chuer and entered the hot spring house half a year ago. Prior to that, she worked as a courtesan on the Chaoyang River. But this is her account. We searched the entire river and questioned everyone, yet no one knew her. Clearly, she lied. From your description, we can infer that she might be a trained spy. Or perhaps her initial target wasn't you. Jimmy glanced at Braden and Delfino, and she just happened upon you while you were bathing and took the chance. Braden and Delfino felt uneasy under his scrutiny. Could it be that the female assassin had come for them? Thankfully, Louis had intervened. Otherwise, they'd be dead. Gus's expression grew solemn. Half a year ago, huh? That means they've been infiltrating us as well as we've been infiltrating them. We underestimated them, Pierce sighed. Thinking we were invincible after solving several major cases, we didn't realize they had us under control. These noble families have stood tall for centuries for a reason. Phelan Ba couldn't help but ask again, Commander, what should we do? Can we really let this pass? Certainly not. Pierce had warned her multiple times that continuing reforms would lead to such scenarios. Brinley, when it actually happened, she found herself losing control. She was scared. Scared something would happen to Pierce. She collapsed into Pierce's arms, clutching his shirt tightly. No, I need Edwin Charlison to remain by your side for my peace of mind. Don't worry, I won't leave the palace. They can't harm me here. Pierce nodded. That sounds fine. The Moxie hesitated. Do you think I'm being too hasty? Should I slow down? Pierce interrupted her. Your Majesty, this may be the last chance for Great Phelan. We can't afford to slow down. But I fear losing you. Without you, I lack the confidence to see these reforms through. Pierce stroked her face gently. Don't worry about me. Focus on what needs to be done. I'll always support you from behind. Brinley's. As long as you're here, I feel at ease. She clung tightly to Pierce. Why don't you move into the palace after our wedding? Then I'll feel even more secure. No. Pierce refused outright. Facing the Moxie's suspicious look, he quickly added, as they say, the husband handles external matters, and the wife manages internal affairs. You stay in the palace, and I'll be outside. Together, with united hearts, we can build a glorious era for Great Phelan. The Moxie beamed with delight. Brinley's. Thus, the Moxie and Pierce remained resolute, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 454. Proposing Marriage. After raiding 3 families, the embroidered uniform guard did not take further action, and the spies from various noble families stopped disappearing. Both sides seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement. The situation returned to calm once again, on the surface at least. On this day, Pierce brought Alexei, who was carrying a large number of gifts. They headed towards the Gordon family residence, along with their personal guards. 2 days ago, Avril finally returned from Normanching. Unable to resist Alexei's repeated pleading, Pierce eventually took him to formally propose marriage. Skye resumed her role as Pierce's personal bodyguard, while Christy, who loved spectacles, also came along. She was still good friends with Alizi. Alexei, usually carefree, was unusually nervous. Bray, do you think Zaire will agree? Pierce replied in exasperation. You've asked me that 20 times. Alexei wanted to cry. But Bray, every time you say you don't know, it makes me uneasy. Christy taunted from the side. Alexei, just give up. Zaire won't agree. Look at you. Even in your best clothes, you still look like a monkey. You're not even a 10th, no. Raiden and Xionu opened the door and urged them inside. What took you so long? We've been waiting for you half the day. Come in quickly. Braden and Xionu led Pierce's party into the hall where Avril was enjoying green ant wine with salted peanuts, listening to a performer sing, completely engrossed. Seeing Pierce, Avril beckoned. Louis boy, you arrived just in time. Join me for a drink. No alcohol in the military is killing me. Feel free to join too, Lord Yasmin and Little Phoenix. With something to ask of him, Pierce had to reciprocate. All right, Zaire, let's get drunk together. Noticing the gifts in Alexei's hands, Avril smiled widely. Coming over was fine. Why so formal? Originally, he was annoyed by Pierce's new status as a Edwin of the cavalry surpassing his own status as Guard Edwin, but this gesture softened his mood. Pierce knew he misunderstood and decided to be straightforward. Zaire, I'm here to propose marriage. Really? Avril jumped up happily. Louis boy, you finally saw reason? No, you finally recognized Alizi's virtues? Alright, I agree. Take her away today. Pierce explained with frustration. Zaire, it's not for me. It's for Alexei. I'm proposing on his behalf. He and Alizi are truly made for each other. The room fell silent. Avril's gaze landed on Alexei, who immediately wilted under the scrutiny. No way. Avril roared. He thinks he can marry my Alizi? Dream on. Pierce retorted angrily. What's wrong with Alexei? He's a war veteran, a 5th-ranked deputy Edwin. What's wrong with marrying Alizi? Alexei immediately puffed up his chest. Avril refused adamantly. No means no. I don't approve of him. Zaire, you're being unreasonable. Pierce and Alizi are clearly perfect for each other. Are you going to break them apart? Do you want to ruin Alizi's life just because of your bias? Pierce gave Braden and Xionu a look, and reluctantly, they joined in persuading Avril. True, old man Alexei isn't much to look at, somewhat ruffian-like, and a bit violent, but he's loyal and wouldn't cheat. Alizi won't be mistreated with him. Alexei glared at them. You two buffaloes, is this how you praise me? I'll beat you 3 times a day. However, no matter how hard Pierce tried, Avril remained adamant. Frustrated, Pierce thought of taking Alizi away to force the issue. But seeing Alexei's dejected expression, he decided to give it one more shot. He didn't plead but instead mocked. Zaire, for all your bravado, your stubbornness is legendary. No wonder Kip drove you to run with your tail between your legs, and yet you wouldn't quit. Avril leaped up. What did you say? Repeat that. I swear I won't attack you. Pierce smirked. Afraid? Want to test your skill? Christie, having never seen a sand table, gathered around curiously. Alexei had witnessed Pierce crush Anders with equal forces, but Avril was a seasoned strategist, not someone like Anders. Moreover, Pierce only had half the forces. His concern was obvious on his face, but at the moment, he could only place his trust in Pierce. Chapter 455, the sand table battle. Soon, a sand table of London Engsub was set up. To increase the chances of victory, Ingram naturally chose London Engsub, the region he knew best. Although he felt certain of victory, he did not underestimate Pierce. Pierce didn't argue with him either. After all, he had traversed every corner of London Engsub and was familiar with the terrain. Ingram rubbed his hands together and said, Lewis boy, how many troops do you need? Pierce thought for a moment. 10,000 men would be enough. But I want 5,000 cavalry, 2,000 archers, 2,000 shield bearers, and 1,000 spear wielders. Ingram responded, then I'll have 5,000 cavalry, 5,000 archers, 5,000 shield bearers, and 5,000 spear wielders. Pierce replied calmly, agreed. Each of them picked flags, representing their respective units. Judge Holly coldly said, please choose your starting locations. Pierce gestured politely, inviting Ingram to go first. Ingram grumbled, Lewis boy, you just keep pretending. You'll be crying soon enough. After much deliberation, he chose an open field. He wasn't worried about Pierce attacking because he had more than enough troops. However, Pierce unhesitatingly chose a city next to Ingram's position. Alexei instantly panicked. Master, should you reconsider? This was a mere simulation without reinforcements. Choosing a city provided no advantage, but rather put him at a disadvantage. With only half the number of troops, wasn't this like fighting a losing battle? Before Pierce could respond, Christie scolded. Shut up, Alexei. Brother Lewis has military prowess and strategic insight. It's not your place to speak out of turn. As her most admired elder brother, she wouldn't allow anyone to doubt Pierce. Pierce also gave him a disdainful glance, and Alexei dared not say another word. While he usually trusted Pierce implicitly, the stakes involving his own and Xiaohu's marriage made him feel uneasy. Ingram gloated, Lewis boy, this is self-inflicted doom. Christie retorted immediately, Old man Gordon, don't celebrate too soon. Don't cry when you lose later. Ingram shouted back, Londontal brat, wait till old Jason teaches you some manners. Christie made a face from behind Pierce, no, old fart, come get me. Ingram was livid. Holly interrupted the squabbling. Please write down your deployments and strategies now. Any plans not written or unrealistic will be deemed invalid. Ingram began pondering deeply, solemnly jotting down his tactics on wooden boards. Pierce, as the world's top general, wasn't a reputation built on empty talk but through battles. This sand table exercise originated from the enemy. When he had faced Anders in 3 decisive sand table battles, the impact was unforgettable. Anders was on a completely different level. Honestly, without double the troops, he would have zero confidence against Pierce. Pierce was definitely the toughest opponent he had ever faced, so he couldn't afford any carelessness. He decided to use all his combat experience to win this battle. He spent a full hour meticulously writing and checking each board. Pierce, on the other hand, took only half an hour to write a few boards before casually drinking wine and munching on peanuts. Christie, Pierce's devoted follower, massaged his back while looking disdainfully at Ingram. Alexei paced anxiously, like an ant on a hot stove. Braden and Xionu looked impatient. Braden complained, Old man, can you even handle this? Xionu added, Louis only has half your forces. What are you afraid of? Just charge. Without lifting his head, Ingram ordered, take these ingrates away and lock them up for 3 days without food. Don't. We won't say anything, old man. Take your time. Finally, Ingram put down his pen. Lewis boy, let's settle this once and for all. Pierce stood up. All right then. Christie clenched her small fists. Old man Gordon, prepare to be utterly humiliated. Holly announced, begin the engagement. Since Pierce chose a city, he naturally wouldn't attack first. Ingram cautiously brought his 20,000 strong force to the city gates and set up camp. Ingram played his first tile, taunt. Given the city's advantages, Ingram obviously wouldn't initiate an assault. He ordered his soldiers to provoke the defenders outside the walls, hoping to lure them out. Pierce played his corresponding tile, refuse engagement. Ignoring the taunts, Pierce's forces held their ground. If Pierce hadn't played the refuse engagement tile, Judge Holly would rule a reduction in Lewis's troops according to the rules. Thanks to that tile, this round ended in a stalemate. Taking a deep breath, Ingram played his second tile, cut off supply Londons. Checking Ingram's tile, it involved 5,000 cavalry. Ingram watched intently. This was a crucial move. Pierce smiled and played his counter tile, ambush. On reviewing Pierce's tile, it deployed 7,000 troops, comprising 5,000 cavalry and 2,000 archers. Holly ruled immediately, 7,000 versus 5,000. Be captured. Alexei's face lit up with joy. Braden and Xionu covered their noses, criticizing, Louis, you're despicable, disgusting, and inhumane. Christie retorted fiercely, what do you two oxen know? War isn't about niceties, it's life or death, and you must resort to any means. Winners become kings, losers suffer defeat. You claim to be generals' descendants yet act shamelessly. Braden and Xionu were left speechless. Chapter 456. It's you I'm targeting. The army of Gordon failed to capture the city and, with the ambush Lewis troops returning, the attack on the city concluded. Sky estimated that in this siege battle, Gordon lost 3,000 sword and shield soldiers, while Lewis lost 1,000. In a city siege, besides regular rolling logs and rocks, they also suffered golden liquid attacks. Thus, this casualty figure was considered normal. Avril furrowed his brows. Although he hadn't expected to defeat Pierce so easily, after these 2 battles, he had already lost 5,000 men. and the opponent only suffered a loss of 1,000. With forces now at 15,000 versus 9,000, it was no longer double but rather less than double the strength, shortening the gap. What was most crucial was that each step of his was still within the enemy's calculations. This was the scariest thing. At this rate, once again, the two sides were evenly matched. When Pierce, with a smiling face, played his third knight harassment token, Avril understood the opponent's plan. The young Master Lewis was trying to tire them out, wanting to disrupt his entire army, making it difficult to sleep, thereby lowering their combat effectiveness. This time, he wouldn't let him have his way. Avril smirked as he played a retaliation token. Sky took Avril's token and revealed both sides' tokens publicly. Seeing that Avril's retaliation token marked 3,000 cavalry, the final 3,000 cavalry he had left, and Pierce's token for this knight harassment marked 5,000 cavalry, Alexei, Dwayne, Oswald, and Jason Normangfong couldn't help but exclaim. Even Sky took a deep breath before calming down. 3,000 versus 5,000, Gordon Army's retaliation fails, losing 2,000 cavalrymen. Lewis Army loses 500 cavalrymen. Sky immediately judged. Avril's face turned pale. Luke Lewis, you're tricking me? Pierce chuckled lightly. Brinley's, it's you I'm targeting. Alexei was dancing around in glee. No wonder he was the young master. Dwayne and Oswald looked up to him in admiration. Indeed, he was amazing. Jason Normangfong wore a proud smile. See, this is my brother Lewis. Avril quickly regained his composure. He hadn't lost yet. Left. Upon the clash of the two cavalry units, Sky promptly judged. Lewis Army cavalry lost 500, Gordon Army cavalry entirely wiped out. After that, there was nothing left to say. Without cavalry, the Gordon Army became prey to the Lewis Army. Gordon lost. Avril slumped onto his stool, deeply shocked. Despite having twice the manpower and choosing more advantageous terrain, he still lost. This battle taught him another lesson from the young Master Lewis. Pierce also sat down, continuing his half-drunk drink. Alexei eagerly pounced forward. Bray, let me massage your legs. Bray, your shoes are dirty, let me clean them. Dwayne and Oswald were still staring at the sand table, unable to look away. This battle was so spectacular that it had stunned them. Their old man was indeed wise and cautious, keeping his cards close to his chest. However, the young Master Lewis surpassed him, thoroughly calculating the old man, completely outplaying him. A duel between masters was exhilarating. Jason Normangfong strutted like a proud peacock, head held high. Old man Gordon, what did I say? With your mediocre skills, how can you possibly compete with my brother Lewis? Isn't it just asking for trouble and overestimating yourself? But don't feel too sad. Many have lost to my brother Lewis. What about the Khan of Manchu, the national teacher, the Khan of Charleston, the first Edwin, the Grand Commander and Marshal of Ross, all defeated by my brother? One more doesn't make much difference. How does that make you feel? Aren't you feeling better? You should consider it an honor, since you aren't the worst off among those who lost. Pierce interrupted Jason Normangfong's chatter. London till Phoenix, enough. Come back here. He feared that if Jason Normangfong continued, Avril might not bear the humiliation and get furious. All right. Jason Normangfong ran behind him and started massaging his back. Avril sighed deeply, shaking his head. Each generation has its outstanding figures, leading for hundreds of years. This old man is truly old. Enough. I accept defeat gracefully. He looked at Alexei. Leave the gift and scram. Alexei hadn't reacted yet. Pierce kicked him. Still haven't greeted your father-in-law? Alexei was overjoyed, bowing. Father-in-law, please accept your son-in-law's respects. Avril sternly said, in the future, you must treat Londontal Tiger Girl well, or I'll break your leg. Father-in-law, rest assured, I'll love Londontal Tiger Girl wholeheartedly, never letting her suffer even a bit. Otherwise, may I be struck by lightning and die miserably. Avril's expression softened. Enough. This way, Londontal Tiger Girl finally has a place, and I've settled one worry. Most elated were Dwayne and Oswald, who immediately slapped Alexei's shoulders. Alexei, quick, call us brothers-in-law. Brothers-in-law? Alexei reluctantly agreed. Avril beckoned. All right, since you're here, let's eat together. Bring Londontal Tiger Girl out too. Having settled Alexei's marriage, Pierce was also very pleased, enjoying a delicious meal. Hashtag chapter 457, the Sword Tower. I need to make a trip back to Tongxiang County, and you're coming with me? Holly, lounging on a tree in the Lewis Manor's back garden, told Pierce, who was sunbathing on the ground. Her tone brooked no argument. Why are you going back to Tongxiang County? Pierce asked curiously. The Sword Tower, Holly replied indifferently. Pierce suddenly understood. The Sword Tower, the orphanage into which Holly had poured so much of her effort, had long been completed and opened for business. However, due to accompanying him on various campaigns, Holly had never gone back to visit, let alone teach or guide anyone there. He himself had promised to compile new textbooks and train teachers for the children at the Sword Tower, but he too had failed to keep that promise. For this, he felt somewhat guilty. Sure, Pierce stood up, let's go. There were still over 2 weeks until his wedding to the Moxie, plenty of time for several trips to Tongxiang County. Holly was also a decisive person, and they immediately left the capital city and sped towards Tongxiang County. Aside from bringing along 200 guards, this time he took no one else. Everyone had their own matters to attend to. Even Captain Alexei of the guard was busy preparing for his wedding with Allison, scrambling all day long. It was also a good opportunity to have a chat with Holly. They rode horses capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day, arriving in Tongxiang County by midday. No one knew they were coming, so there was no welcoming committee. Pierce didn't mind, walking alongside Holly towards the river island where the Sword Tower was located. As they passed through the new city, Pierce couldn't help but stop for a look. With their large group, they naturally attracted attention from far away. By the time they reached the city gates, a squad of Lewis family veterans was already on alert. Stop. Who are you? One veteran shouted. But the next moment, his stern expression turned into delight. Is that Elias? Although Pierce was now officially a marquis, Many of the old Lewis family soldiers still preferred to call him Elias to distinguish him from Art. Pierce smiled and nodded. That's me. Elias, why have you come? Just looking around. Shall I accompany Elias? That would be fine. Before long, Zhou Dynasty, the chief engineer of the new city, also arrived. Greetings, Your Excellency. There's no need for formalities. Old Sure, show me around. Brinley's, Your Excellency. During the battle at River E City, Zhou Dynasty led a team of craftsmen in transforming River E City into an almost impenetrable fortress, causing the Charleston army considerable losses. Thanks to Pierce's recommendation, Zhou Dynasty was now a minor official in the Ministry of Works. Without Pierce, he might have remained just another lowly stonemason. So he was eternally grateful and admired Pierce. Old Sure, how is the construction of the new city progressing? Report to Your Excellency, the final phase of the 10-phase project is nearing completion. Pierce's eyes lit up. That fast? The new city was designed for 10,000 residents, not small by any means. Initially, he thought it would take 1 or 2 years to complete. Your Excellency, first, we have ample materials and manpower. Second, after so many phases, the craftsmen have become quite familiar with the work, and many apprentices have become skilled workers. This greatly accelerated the progress. Excellent. After the 10th phase, plan the next 10 immediately. This new city is just beginning to be built. I intend to create a super metropolis. Brinley's, Your Excellency. Walking through the new city, Pierce was satisfied. Brick houses were clean and tidy, streets were paved with concrete, and drainage channels lined the roads with clear water flowing through them from the Tong River. Some old, tall tung trees were preserved, adding to the scenic beauty, especially in spring when white blossoms covered the branches, creating a sea of flowers. If someone unfamiliar with the area stumbled upon this scene, they would surely think they'd wandered into a fairyland. The only drawback was the lack of commercial activity, with few shops lining the streets. After leaving the new city, Pierce did not insist on accompaniment and walked upstream with Holly towards the Sword Tower. Strolling along the Tong River in spring was like walking through endless fields of flowers. Even the usually cold and distant Holly had a faint smile on her lips. Why are you building such a large city? Is there enough population in Quinienzu for it? Holly asked. Pierce shrugged. Not now, but there will be in the future. I'm planning ahead. Holly nodded and did not press further. Suddenly, Pierce grabbed Holly's hand, earnestly asking, Sui, will you marry me? Holly looked at him quietly. After my wedding to the Moxie, I'll marry you as my equal. Are you willing to stay in this world for me? Pierce gazed anxiously at Holly. Of all the women, he was least certain about Holly because she was a celestial swordswoman, unattached to mundane affairs. If she decided to leave, he wasn't sure he could persuade her to stay. A tongue flower fell onto Holly's shoulder, and she shook her head. Let's talk about this after your wedding. Pierce was taken aback. She neither refused nor agreed. He quickly said, Sui, are you worried about something? Is it the heavenly sect? Holly replied indifferently, don't overthink it. Focus on the present. Pierce sighed, all right, we'll discuss it again later. Holly turned and walked away. Let's go to the Sword Tower. Arriving at the riverbank near the isolated island, they saw a building hidden amidst a peach blossom grove. It was precisely the season for peach blossoms, turning the entire island into a pink sea of flowers. Pierce did not allow the guards to board the island, but ordered them to stand guard around it. He and Holly found a small bamboo raft by the riverbank and easily crossed over, entering the Sword Tower. Who dares intrude on the Sword Tower? Immediately, several crossbows were aimed at them by a squad of Lewis family veterans stationed as guards. They spotted us when we arrived at the riverside. It's me. Oh, Elias. Hail Elias. They quickly put down their crossbows. No need for formalities. One of you stay here, the rest continue your duties. Brinley's, sir. The guard left behind was named Yovan, the captain of the Sword Tower guards. Yovan, show us around. Elias, Director Charleston, please follow me. Yovan, how many children are on the island now? Report to Elias. Currently, there are 123 children. How are they being cared for? Are they receiving proper meals and guidance? Following Elias' instructions, we hired cooks specifically for them, and a few nannies to care for and instruct them. We've also engaged elderly scholars to give them basic education. Pierce nodded. At least the children weren't neglected. How are they doing? Holly asked. Most of these orphans were rescued secretly by Holly during the Jiangzhou incident, and were too young to fully comprehend the separation from their families. There might be emotional issues. Yovan smiled. When they first arrived, some struggled to adapt. But once the peach blossoms bloomed on the island, they started smiling more. That's good. Accompanying Holly, they toured the place and met a group of children. Unlike her usual aloof demeanor, Holly showed much more warmth towards the children. After a while, she began ushering people away. Go handle your business. I'll be fine on my own. All right, I'll find you when we return. Hashtag chapter 458. The Divine Arm Crossbow. Since he was in Tongxiang County, Pierce naturally had to visit the blacksmith workshop and the bow and arrow workshop. The blacksmith workshop had doubled in size and resembled a massive armory. It supplied all of the equipment for both the Lewis family army and the Northern Army, making it the core area of Tongxiang County. Old Gao, how's the situation? Report to Lord Marquis. The light armor for the Lewis family cavalry has been fully completed. We are now crafting footman armor for the Northern Army infantry. Additionally, we're making trigger mechanisms for the Honka crossbows and Makong crossbows. Great job. Thank you for your hard work. Serving Lord Marquis is our honor. Old Gao, looks like you've learned to flatter me. Maybe it's time for you to become an official. Lemuel was startled. Lord Marquis, I didn't mean to. Pierce patted his shoulder and said, you have always diligently crafted weapons and armor for me. Without your efforts, how could the Lewis family army rise to prominence? How about this? You can start as a chief officer in the Ministry of Works. Later on, you can move up to positions like extraordinary officer, secretary, or vice minister. Sure, Jasonin and Kanal were already chief officers in the Ministry of Works, so adding one more wouldn't be much different since they worked in Tongxiang County and not at the Ministry of Works directly. Lemuel was deeply moved. Thank you for promoting me, Lord Marquis. I'm just a rough man, but I will dedicate my life to you. Pierce waved his hand. Force, some strongmen could use it. An elite unit of strongmen equipped with these would be unstoppable. A range of 500 meters, it would almost rival a ballista. A mobile ballista, who wouldn't fear that? He excitedly said, no problem if it's larger, as long as one person can draw it. Don't worry about costs. Xiaoma, can it be modified into a repeating crossbow? A mobile repeater ballista. Even the Lewis family cavalry would have trouble dealing with it. Kanal smiled bitterly. Lord Marquis, that's unrealistic. Adding a mechanism for repeated firing would make it too bulky and heavy for one person to carry, requiring several people to load it. Pierce realized it would essentially become a Zhuge repeating crossbow, which never became widespread due to its impracticality. It seemed that range and rapid-fire capability couldn't be combined effectively. Pierce pondered aloud. Alright, let's focus on the 300-meter Machung crossbow for now, and gradually upgrade the Honka crossbows to the 500-meter Divine Arm crossbow. Using both Machung and Divine Arm crossbows together can adapt to various battlefields. Brinley's, Lord Marquis. I'll immediately start optimizing the Divine Arm crossbow, and send samples to you once done. Pierce patted Konal's shoulder. Keep it up. If the Divine Arm crossbow can be widely used on the battlefield, you'll be a major contributor. Then, becoming a secretary or even a vice minister isn't out of the question. Lord Marquis, I won't disappoint you. Pierce then asked, by the way, have you finalized the design for the naval giant crossbows? Kanal nodded. We've already built a prototype, Lord Marquis. Please follow me. These giant crossbows, installed on warships like bed crossbows, allowed for large size and weight without much concern, focusing on range and power. Thus, the giant crossbow was relatively simple. After receiving notice from Pierce, Kanal quickly produced a prototype. Seeing the enormous crossbow, nearly the size of a small car, Pierce was impressed. Kanal explained, Lord Marquis, this ship-mounted crossbow can pierce through planks from 700 meters away. Absolutely one shot, one hole in water battles. Pierce nodded in approval. Very good. Send this prototype to Rosling Naval Base first for trials. Have the Navy give feedback before mass production. Lord Marquis, I had the same idea. I was just about to seek your approval when you arrived. I'll arrange for the prototype and the craftsman to head to Rosling Naval Base immediately. Good, proceed. Leaving the bow and arrow workshop, Davis, Bond, Jake, and others had been waiting for some time. Greetings, Edwin Cavalry Commander, they greeted in unison. Everyone was excited. Their young master's rising status made them proud. Please don't be so formal. Lao London, Old London. How is the population situation in Tongxiang County? Lord Marquis, we haven't introduced new populations recently, but since the Lewis family cavalry recruited another 10,000 soldiers, their families also moved to the new city. Thus, the total population of Tongxiang County is now around 24,000. Pierce nodded in satisfaction. A population of over 20,000 was substantial. Even the capital only had 50 to 60,000. This showcased Davis's administrative capabilities, proving him an excellent internal affairs talent. With such a population, Tongxiang County's current development was sufficiently supported. As they walked and chatted, they entered Tongxiang City. Passing by the Marquis mansion, Pierce paused briefly. Ultimately, he sighed and didn't go in. Meeting her now would only bring awkwardness. Having come to Tongxiang County, Pierce had to check on the Lewis family cavalry. Chapter 459. The Furthest North Turmoil. This 10,000-strong heavy cavalry was stationed outside the walls of Tongxiang County, serving as its elite defense force. When Pierce entered with his bodyguards, they were engaged in a wrestling training session. Wrestling not only built strength and endurance, but also fostered a competitive spirit, making it a crucial part of the Lewis family's Iron Cavalry training program. Success in these drills offered opportunities for promotion and raises. Edwin. One soldier noticed Pierce and exclaimed in surprise. All pay respects to Edwin Lewis. Instantly, the entire camp bowed. You don't need to be so formal. Continue your training. Brinley's, sir. Pierce stood watching, and this spurred the soldiers to try even harder to impress their commander. Ewan and Oral quickly approached, intending to greet him but were stopped by Pierce. Edwin, why have you come? Ewan asked, surprised yet pleased. I've some business in Tongxiang County and thought I'd drop by to see how things are. Are all vacancies filled? In the London Engsub battle, 10,000 of the Lewis family's Iron Cavalry faced off against over 30,000 Charleston State Iron Cavalry, losing 2,000 despite the ambush. Heavy cavalry had always carried such high risks. Once charged into combat, it was often a fight to the death. Ewan replied, Brinley's, all vacancies are filled with selected valiant men. After this period of training, they should be ready for combat. Pierce nodded. There shouldn't be any urgent battles coming up soon. Ewan and Oral, both mature and steady individuals, didn't show any disappointment. Light cavalry suffered defeat. Pierce clenched his teeth. Charleston State. Across the land, apart from Tongxiang County, only Charleston State had the capability to manufacture such weapons. Ashton continued, the Ghost Tribes wear leather armor that provides excellent protection, and their horses are similarly armored. With a 50,000-strong cavalry, our forces struggled. Most importantly, a terrifying marksman emerged among them, reputed to wield a 5-stone bow. Many leaders of our light cavalry were killed, causing disorder. Pierce calmed down. Before taking action against the Ghost Tribes, he needed to understand Charleston State's motives. Strategist, what do you think Charleston State is planning? They just suffered a crushing defeat. Why wouldn't they rest? Supporting the Ghost Tribes against us, what benefit does it bring? Ashton pondered. Perhaps their heavy losses at London Engsub left them wary of the Lewis family's light cavalry, so they aim to deplete our strength through the Ghost Tribes. Or they might want control over the grassland stables. Pierce nodded, finding Ashton's reasoning logical. He rose abruptly. Damned Ghost Tribes, watch me annihilate every last one of you. Ashton was alarmed. Edwin, are you going to lead the expedition yourself? Who else? No. Cora and Art interrupted. We disagree. Art angrily retorted, Brat, your wedding is near. Could command them besides himself, the divine messenger. Also, bring 1,000 horse-mounted crossbows from the latest production batch. These crossbows could become the Ghost Tribe's nightmare. I'm leaving. Sky, resolute, departed immediately. Pierce called out, Landanda, ensure your safety. Despite your unrivaled martial skills, the battlefield is not a place for personal prowess. Avoid unnecessary risks. I will. At the door, she paused, turning back. I won't be able to join you for the celebratory banquet. Wish you both a long and happy marriage. Thank you. He felt guilty. After Sky left, Pierce resumed discussions with Ashton. Art, triumphant for having prevented Pierce from leaving, left uninterested in further plots. Cora, likewise disinterested, intended to soak in a hot spring but was detained by Ashton. High Priestess Xiao, please wait. Hashtag chapter 460, chaos. Advisor, is there something wrong? Cora asked. Pierce also turned to look at Ashton. Ashton inquired, Teaching Master Xiao, last time you mentioned forming a covert network based on the Devil Sect spies. How is that coming along? Pierce looked at Cora. He was curious too. After all, Cora had asked for 1 million from him, and it would be unreasonable not to show any results. Cora said smugly, thanks to my efforts. Well, mainly due to the salaries being paid out, communication across regions has been restored, and the covert network is now fully operational. Ashton followed up, Teaching Master Xiao, does your covert network have operatives in the Song Kingdom? Pierce immediately understood Ashton's intentions. Cora nodded. Of course, my covert network spans the entire world. As expected, Ashton's next words were, Teaching Master Xiao, could you ask your covert network to help assassinate a few people? At the mention of assassination, Cora suddenly became interested. Who are we talking about? Ashton explained, a few generals of the Song Kingdom. Thanks to our Edwin's efforts, the Song Kingdom is now embroiled in civil war. We can't let this end too quickly or easily, so we need to eliminate a few key individuals to stir things up. Cora nodded. Then give me the list, advisor. I'll assign Zhu Ke to handle this operation. She excels at assassinations. Zhu Ke, one of the 4 great Dharma kings of the Devil Sect, was someone Pierce had met before. A plain-looking woman, though that was just on the surface. She was actually an expert in disguise. Cora took the list excitedly and left. Pierce turned to Ashton. Advisor, this will only delay things for a while. What's the plan for the next step? Ashton nodded. Edwin, don't worry. Everything is already arranged. Then, when Shirong scattered their forces, he led his 10,000 cavalry straight to their heart, decapitating their chieftain. The Shirong forces fell into chaos without their leader. Afterward, he and his cavalry struck unpredictably, winning every battle and quickly wiping out the 5,000 Shirong. For this victory, the Charleston king bestowed upon him the title of Commander-in-Chief and inherited Damien's title of Duke Wuan. Pierce smiled. So, another Commander-in-Chief like me? It seems the Charleston king holds high hopes for him. Looks like he's competent, but how much so? Ashton laughed. Edwin far surpasses even Damien, who wasn't a match for your late mother. How could Maxim possibly be a match for you? I'll get a feel for his strength if I get the chance. Advisor, what news from Bartendam? Mentioning Shu, Pierce couldn't help feeling concerned. Ashton sighed. The moxie of Shu isn't doing well. She may only have 1 or 2 more months, or even less. Pierce frowned. Why so soon? Wasn't it supposed to be 3 years? It hasn't even been 2 yet. Edwin, 3 years was the most optimistic prognosis. To avoid being bedridden, she retained some mobility. Apparently, the moxie has taken some medication which has greatly accelerated her aging. Pierce furrowed his brow, lost in thought. The coronation of the new Holy Maiden is imminent. The government is unstable. Aging, the moxie did not wish anyone to see her real form. Although open-minded, she still cared about her appearance. Juliet, stop crying. The moxie's voice, though not aged, was weak. Jerry, why did you do this? Don't you want to spend more time with Juliet? Recently, the moxie had exhausted her remaining strength at the altar to divine the future. This was the main reason for her rapidly fading health. Juliet, you are young and lack authority. The heir is absent, political stability is fragile, and internal unrest persists. I couldn't help but find out. At least the outcome is somewhat promising. Now, I can rest peacefully. Jerry, what did you see? The Cora couldn't help but ask. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Juliet, all you need to know is everything will turn out fine eventually. There will be difficulties, but it's the darkness before dawn. Just persevere through it. Will it work out between him and me? The Cora whispered softly. Juliet, I've already told you. The girl's eyes briefly lit up, but thinking of losing her mother soon, tears continued to flow. Jerry, I'm scared. Child, don't be afraid. It's time for you to grow up, be brave. Lean in. I have one final thing to tell you. 10 days before the wedding, Pierce received a grand red robe, parade regalia, and even a pure whitens and rabbits. Pour water from above, let it drain from below. Wouldn't that work? Or a race between a man and a horse. Or a man and a dog. No, Lord of Ewing, it's really not my doing. It was left Secretary Chun Charles's idea. Go find him. Aquila betrayed him without hesitation. Brat, more difficult means better fortune. Art stepped out, relieving Aquila from trouble. It's not you who will answer, so naturally you say such things lightly. Pierce showed no mercy. Art didn't care at all, and started chatting amiably with Aquila. Seeing the imminent resolution of the single lineage issue of the Lewis family, he smiled every day, even talking to a dog that barked at him. Brother dog, do you know? My son is getting married. Not only Art, but the entire Lewis estate, and even the whole imperial capital were brimming with joy. This wasn't just a wedding for one household. It was the wedding of the Moxie, the wedding of the great Phalon dynasty. People on the streets of the capital were discussing this unprecedented grand wedding, and the city was filled with festive cheer. In this atmosphere, a luxurious yet heavily damaged carriage, with everyone inside injured, arrived at the southern gate of the capital. Stop! A guard stopped them. Get out and accept inspection. The carriage curtain was pulled aside by a delicate white hand, and a girl covered in silver jewelry jumped down. She was very delicate, almost ethereal, but her face was full of panic. Who are you? The guard demanded. I am Alice Shi Lundong of Queen Yi, sent by my father, the king. I need to urgently meet the Silas of Great Phalon, she quickly said, showing a document stamped with the seal of Queen Yi. The guard was shocked and immediately called the captain of the southern gate for instructions. The captain also couldn't decide and had to report up the chain. Soon, Alice Shi Lundong of Queen Yi was brought into the Golden Hall, and an urgent imperial court meeting was convened. Edwin Pierce naturally couldn't avoid attending. Facing the officials of Great Phalon, Shi Lundong felt timid but didn't back down. She pleaded to the Moxie, Silas of Great Phalon, please help us Queen Yi. The Moxie asked, Alice, what happened? Shi Lundong began her account. Before this, it was necessary to understand Queen Yi's situation. Although Queen Yi was a country, its administrative system wasn't like Phalon, Charleston, or Song with state county or prefecture county systems, but rather the traditional tribal system. Each tribe only recognized the Shi clan as the king, but the Shi clan had no governing power over the tribes, similar to the era of Yao, Shun, and Queen Yi in ancient times. This led to long-term disunity within Queen Yi, causing internal strife and preventing unity. This multi-tribal administrative system also greatly hindered development, making Queen Yi considered primitive and backward. Queen Yi had dozens of large and small tribes, with the Shi clan being the largest, followed by the Ruan and Hu clans. This time, the Ruan and Hu clans, nominally, resisted the rule of the Shi clan, uniting with a dozen tribes against the Shi clan, aiming to eliminate it. Upon receiving the news, Silas Amos of Queen Yi panicked and decided to seek external help. With Ross already destroyed by Great Phalon, Amos sent his beloved daughter, Alice Shi Lundong, to Great Phalon as a gesture of goodwill. Finally, Shi Lundong loudly proclaimed, Silas of Great Phalon, Father says if Great Phalon can help the Shi clan maintain its position, we will acknowledge Great Phalon as our lord and offer annual tributes. These words caused a stir in the Golden Hall. Pierce frowned, deep in thought. The Moxie told Shi Lundong, Alice, wait in the side hall while we deliberate. Brinley's, Your Majesty. Shi Lundong was taken away. Minister of War Chase eagerly stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is a great opportunity. If we help the Shi clan defeat the Ruan and Hu clans, Queen Yi will fall entirely under Great Phalon's control. Minister of Personnel Augustus also excitedly stated, Your Majesty, Wu has already... Your Majesty, even if a country is large, continuous warfare will surely lead to ruin. Great Phalon has already faced battles in Jiangdong, London Engshao, and Ross. It can't withstand more chaos. Chase rebutted, Your Majesty, this isn't about warfare, but punishing rebels and maintaining order. The Shi clan has always been the royal family of Queen Yi. Ruan and Hu clans committing treason, Great Phalon sending troops would be righteous, blessed by heaven and supported by the people. Aquila couldn't resist standing up, Your Majesty, the Grand Marshal is right. The Ruan and Hu clans are rebels who defy order and tradition and must be punished. If we act, Great Phalon will uphold righteousness, and the people of all nations will follow. Just like Duke Huan who respected the king and expelled barbarians, establishing hegemony. Bullshit. Yuan fumed. Grand Minister, you're stuck in the past. Times have changed, and so have the people. This approach no longer works. Hashtag chapter 462, compromise. In the Golden Hall, Yuan single-handedly faced off against the crowd, his formidable combat prowess sending chills down everyone's spines. Everyone, be silent. The Moxie roared in anger. This endless bickering. When would they reach a conclusion? The Alice of Queen Yi was still waiting in the side hall. She no longer had hopes for this group of people who were inept at everything except prince and children alone. Unworthy to be taught. Rock covered his face in retreat under Pierce's rebuke. Yuan gave a thumbs up. High morals, Edwin. The Moxie hesitated. The temptation of Queen Yi's submission was too great. She was reluctant to let it go. Seeing her hesitation, Kyler also stepped forward. Your Majesty, Queen Yi borders Jiangnan. If Queen Yi falls into chaos, Jiangnan will be affected too. If we only dispatch the southern army into Queen Yi and supply provisions from Jiangnan, it won't be too taxing on our national resources. Upon entering Queen Yi, the Sea clan should provide the supplies. The Moxie wasn't entirely convinced, just the southern army. Wouldn't that be insufficient? According to Pierce, the southern army's combat capabilities were concerning. Its 5,000-strong division might only have 2,000, possibly even less after losing 1,000 during the war with Ross. She was furious about it. If not for Caleb's contributions in the Ross War, he would have been executed. As for promotion, that was out of the question. Kyler replied, Your Majesty, the Southern Army has been tempered through the Ross War and is now a reliable force. Moreover, the largest Sea clan only has 20,000 troops. Other tribes are smaller. Dispatching a capable general would be enough to sweep across all Queen Yi tribes. The Moxie was thoroughly swayed. Pierce retorted sharply, That's a bare-faced excuse. The more chaotic Queen Yi is, the safer Jiangnan becomes. The Moxie grew anxious. Well, can you do this once for me? Consider it a favor from you to me. You said you would do anything for me, right? Afraid that Pierce wouldn't agree, the Moxie initiated a kiss and placed his hand on her face. Touching the Moxie's cheek, Pierce hesitated. Firstly, he couldn't bear to refuse his beloved, and secondly, if he didn't go, the Moxie would certainly send someone else. No one knew the Southern Army better than he did. Relying solely on it to conquer Queen Yi was a dream. The current situation was precarious. If Great Phalon suffered a defeat, the hard-won peace would shatter instantly. He grumbled. What about our wedding? Sensing Pierce's compromise, the Moxie rejoiced. We'll hold the wedding immediately after you return from Queen Yi. This time, I promise I won't change my mind. Looking at the Moxie's radiant smile, Pierce sighed and fiercely kissed her until she nearly suffocated. hitting him with tiny fists before he released her. This eased his frustration somewhat. What could he do? She was the Moxie. They returned to the Golden Hall one after another. Seeing the Moxie's smiling face, the officials understood the outcome. Everyone smiled, except for Yuan, who looked as though he had lost his parents. Summon the Alice of Queenie. When Petra arrived, the Moxie immediately announced, the cavalry Edwin shall set out south immediately to command the Southern Army, aiding the Sea Clan in subduing the rebellious tribes and restoring order. Long live the wise Moxie. After court dismissed, Pierce brought Petra back to his residence. He needed to send this Alice of Queenie back and gather as much intelligence as possible from her. Are you the undefeated war god of Great Phalon? Petra asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Even in Queenie, Pierce's name was well known. I dare not accept that praise, Pierce replied coolly. He had no mood for boasting now. Bullshit. You're so young. Petra persisted. Londontal girl, didn't your parents teach you not to judge a book by its cover? See, you're flustered. I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Petra gloated. What a clever girl you are. That's right. Everyone says so. Pierce looked at her with pity. Hashtag chapter 463. A London Felon loyalist. Hashtag in the Lewis family manor, the main hall. What? Another campaign? Cora abruptly stood up. Her. Pierce quickly explained, London till Phoenix, I really can't bring you this time. Queenie Estate has dense forests and malarial swamps, with a humid climate. It's full of malaria. Not bringing you is for your own good. You wouldn't want to wake up covered in bugs, right? Startled by Pierce's words, Christy asked, Brother Lewis, are you sure? If you don't believe me, ask Haddon Fan. She never lies. Facing Christy's questioning gaze, Jessica solemnly replied, London till Phoenix, teacher isn't lying. This season sees the most mosquitoes. Each year, tens of thousands die from malaria in Queenie Estate. Even locals aren't spared. It's even more dangerous for outsiders. Christy immediately abandoned the idea, but everyone grew concerned after Jessica's explanation. Cora anxiously said, Normanzi, if Queenie Estate is so dangerous, maybe you shouldn't go. Pierce comforted her. Don't worry, Auntie. Except for me, everyone else could run into trouble. Don't forget I practice Ice Heart Decree. Mosquitoes love warmth. My skin is always cool. They don't bite me. Moreover, I'm now immune to all poisons. That's reassuring. But what about Haddon Fan? Haddon Fan has grown up handling various medicines. Even her body scent smells medicinal. Mosquitoes avoid her. Cora finally relaxed. After reassuring his family and alleviating their worries, Pierce came to Ashton's courtyard, estate, and waste precious time. Ashton nodded. I accept your order. In case of an emergency, feel free to make decisions on your own. No need to write to me. Ashton, touched, said, Thank you for your trust, great Edwin. Pierce smiled. If not you, who else can I trust? They exchanged a knowing smile. Ashton sighed. At this critical moment, staying in the capital might be the best choice for you. Indeed, it's not the right time to intervene in Queenie's civil war. Pierce helplessly said, I've already said all I can, but no one listens. Sometimes, the involved party cannot see clearly. Of course, there are those who want me out of the capital to act freely. Therefore, it's crucial for you to stay and thwart their plots. Don't worry, great Edwin. I'll protect everything for you. Leaving it to you. Wishing you success, sweeping through Queenie and earning another great merit. Borrowing your lucky words. That day, Pierce set off with Jessica, a group of medical apprentices from the Imperial Medical Institute, and Alice Petra of Queenie State, heading towards Jiangnan with a grand convoy. According to Petra, the war between the Sea Clan and tribes led by the Yuan and Hu clans had just begun. With many forests in Queenie State, they were waging guerrilla warfare, not engaging in large-scale battles, prolonging the conflict. Therefore, Pierce wasn't overly anxious. This time, he only brought 200 elite soldiers from the Lewis family army as personal guards. Northerners weren't adapted to Queenie State's climate, and malaria was rampant. Pierce didn't consider confidently, why not? Not everyone wants to be a general. I just want to stay by Bray's side, being your lifelong loyalist. Pierce gave up, suit yourself. Indeed, Alexei was someone he could do nothing about. Initially intending to cultivate him into an intelligence talent, but he turned out to be unyielding clay. Then sending him to the Lewis family Iron Cavalry to become a general, but he returned after a short stint. Finally appointing him as the inspector of the Imperial Guards, he still passed the responsibility to Gus. With such unmanageable material, what could he do? Chapter 464, Nanzhou City. In Pierce's immersive shock-absorbing carriage, Petra stared intently at Pierce. Are you really the great Phalon war god? Pierce gave a bitter smile. Your Highness, you've asked this 100 times. Petra seemed puzzled. But you don't really look like one. Except for age, what doesn't match? The war god should be majestic and domineering, with cold defiance in his eyes, radiating killing intent. A word from him would lead to immediate execution, and a wave of his hand would bring mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But here you are, caring so much for a mere captain of bodyguards. Pierce was speechless. Alice, have you been listening to too many tales? I'm a normal person, not a murderer. Petra looked doubtful. Is that so? Pierce sighed. I'm very sorry if I've shattered your image of the war god, but I've never claimed to be one. Can you really help my father defeat the Yuan and Hu clans? Before Pierce could reply, Jessica, who was in the same carriage, spoke up irritably. My teacher can defeat 200,000 Charleston troops. How many soldiers do you Queenie people have? The Yuan and Hu clans would be nothing but a flick of his finger. Petra looked confused. 200,000 Charleston troops are very powerful? Our Queenie warriors are all masters of archery and can tear apart tigers and leopards. Jessica didn't believe it. You're just boasting. Petra grew anxious. This princess never boasts. London standing to their argument, Pierce reflected thoughtfully. He wouldn't fully trust Petra's words, but he also didn't think she was exaggerating. The Queenie people lived in such a harsh environment that if their physical abilities weren't up to par, they wouldn't survive. That's why despite their constant internal strife and disunity, no country dared invade them. Of course, the severe environment was another crucial factor. This time entering Queen Yi territory, he had to face not only a harsh environment but also formidable Queen Yi warriors. It wasn't going to be easy. He regretted giving 200 of the Yocheong archers to Holly. With those 200 men, it would be equivalent to having an army of 10,000 in Queen Yi. This Queen Yi land is actually a carbon copy of Normanzhou, where they could thrive. If there were time, he could go to Normanzhou and bring back several ships. Price couldn't help asking Caleb, Commander London, you've interacted with the Great Edwin before. Tell us, is the Great Edwin approachable? Does he have any taboos? Do we really not need to pave the road with yellow earth and sprinkle it with clear water? Caleb replied casually, Sir Governor, rest assured, the Great Edwin is reasonable. If your gifts show enough sincerity, he'll make you feel welcome. Upon hearing this, everyone secretly decided to double their own gifts. Humph! A cold snort caused everyone to fall silent. It came from Huang Norman, the 1,000 household captain of the embroidered uniform guard. He felt Caleb's words insulted the commander. Was the commander someone who was easily swayed by money? Well, maybe, but you shouldn't say it out loud. Doesn't the commander need dignity? Not really. Regardless, you can't slander the commander in front of this 1,000 household. Here they come. Here they come. Chun Yin pointed to the large caravan appearing on the horizon. A four-wheeled carriage led the way, drawn by 4 horses, an honor reserved for princes or marquises. It could only belong to the person they were waiting for. The carriage stopped at the city gate, and a young man in luxurious fish pattern attire jumped down. Welcome, Edwin of Cavalry, Marquis of Ewing. Pierce nodded, saying calmly, there's no need for formalities. He scanned the crowd and found quite a few familiar faces. Caleb, Anderson, Huang Norman, and even Sun Run, whom he knew as a shop manager in the imperial capital, later promoted to head the Lewis family chamber in Jiangnan by German Niang. Brother Lewis, do you remember me? A young man stepped forward. You are Brother Jiang. The young man was Sherman, known as the Londontal tyrant of Jiangnan. Once, when Pierce was chasing Scarlet at night on the Chaoyang River, he had hitched a ride on Sherman's boat and read the public restroom newsletter religiously. At that time, his attendant mentioned that he was the son of the Jiangnan governor, presumably making his father Price. Sherman rejoiced, Brother Lewis, indeed it's me. Price reprimanded, silence. What right do you have to address the great Edwin as brother? Sherman deflated, Father, you're right. I was too bold. Still talking? There's no place for you here. Though his words were stern, Price smiled inwardly. His son having an unknown connection with the great Edwin was a tremendous stroke of luck. Pierce waved his hand, Governor, there's no need for that. Brother Jiang once helped this marquis, and I've always remembered it. Price smiled, Great Edwin, you're too kind. It's my son's honor to assist the great Edwin. Great Edwin, we've prepared a welcoming banquet at the largest tavern in Nanzhou. Please grace us with your presence to accept our heartfelt welcome. Alexi's eyes lit up Herbal Guide and sent it to intelligence operatives across different regions to locate the plants mentioned. Finding the cinchona tree was of utmost importance. Bark from the cinchona tree could easily be processed into a simple version of quinine, one of the most effective treatments for malaria. Unfortunately, it had yet to be found. The second concern was undoubtedly the situation with the Southern Army. He turned to Caleb, Commander London. How is the Southern Army faring now? If the other party dared to tell him that they still only had the 10,000 troops brought back from Wu Prefecture, he would certainly have him beheaded. From Petra's account, the combined forces of the Ruan and Hu clans numbered around 50 to 60,000. Caleb quickly replied, Edwin, as per your orders, I immediately started recruiting soldiers upon returning to Jiangnan. However, due to the short time frame, we've only recruited another 10,000. So, there are only 20,000 now? Brinley's, Caleb lowered his head. A 50,000-man establishment, but only 20,000 soldiers. He felt somewhat embarrassed. But this wasn't entirely his fault. This was a problem throughout Jiangnan. Pierce shook his head. Never mind. You did well by helping defeat the Ross. Your merits and faults cancel out. I'll spare you this time. 20,000, plus the 20,000 from the Sea Clan, was close enough. Seen such a bustling metropolis before. It left her speechless, feeling like she had stepped into a fabled paradise. Pierce urged her to focus on the war in Queenie State, but she dismissed it nonchalantly. No worries, Queenie soldiers are patient hunters who can sit in trees for hours, even birds nesting and defecating above them. Wars involving hundreds of people often last several days. No need to rush these 1 or 2 days. Pierce was speechless at the princess's carefree attitude while her father was under siege. Since the hostess wasn't worried, neither was he. He decided to join her in sightseeing, pulling along Pepper as well. The most anxious ones were Alexei and the 200 bodyguards, who were on high alert, keeping a vigilant watch. Their crossbows were loaded and ready to fire at any moment. If the Duke were captured again, they might as well end their lives. Pierce didn't make things difficult. He avoided crowded places. Jiangnan, adjacent to Queenie State, had a unique charm distinct from Jiangdong. It combined the features of the 3 rivers with its own picturesque beauty. While Jiangdong exuded watery grace, Jiangnan presented clear mountains and lush waters. This charm extended to the women as well. Compared to the soft and graceful women of Jiangdong, those of Jiangnan also possessed the beauty of the mountains. Seeing Pierce continuously commenting on the passing women, Price secretly thought, they say this Duke of Ewing has a keen eye for money and women. It seems true. Good thing he was prepared. That pair of beautiful twin sisters cost him quite a bit of silver. Street food best reflected the local culture. Unlike the common large pancakes and steamed buns in the north, here there were various exquisite pastries, rice cakes, osmanthus cakes, taro cakes. Soon, Petra and Pepper's arms were laden with all kinds of pastries, their little mouths stuffed full. After sightseeing for a while, they headed toward Zhuai Xian Tower. Suddenly, a disheveled, ragged person darted out onto the road. Everyone tensed up. What is it? Stop. Alexei and the 200 bodyguards raised their crossbows, staring intently at the intruder. How dare you? Price shouted. interfering with the Edwin's passage. Seize this man. Caleb followed suit. Where's the Southern Army? Quickly seize this person. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Edwin, please hear my plea for justice, the person cried. Judging by the voice, it was a woman. It appeared to be a case of intercepting the Edwin to seek justice. Though cliched, such incidents were common in this era. Pierce raised his hand. Hold. He didn't approach but spoke calmly. Madam. Chapter 466. Gaining a talented individual. The governor can destroy a family, and the magistrate can ruin a household. Hannah knew she could not obtain justice in Ross County, so she came to Nanzhou City. Initially, she intended to beat the drum and appeal her grievance, but the bailiffs at the government office stopped her, informing her that each drumbeat cost 10 taels of silver. How could she possibly afford that much silver? Desperation filled her heart. At her wit's end, on the verge of destitution on the streets, she overheard people talking about the imminent arrival of the great Phelan's Edwin of Cavalry, Duke of Black Mountain, in Nanzhou City. Thus, this scene of intercepting the carriage and crying for justice unfolded. Hannah cried out mournfully, Great Edwin, my husband absolutely did not collude with the kingdom of Queenie. I beg you to help me and restore the Charlist family's honor. Pierce's expression remained cold as stone. He was well aware of the kind of officials in Jiangnan. He had come here to wage war, not to meddle in trivial matters. But since this case involved an official school, he couldn't ignore it once he encountered it. Of course, he didn't have the time to handle it personally. Huang Norman, he called out. Commander, please give your orders. Huang Norman, the captain of the Imperial Guards, stepped forward. He understood that work awaited him. Pierce replied coldly, thoroughly investigate this case. Understood. Accrual respects, presenting gift lists along with their greetings. After reviewing the gifts, Pierce would nod with a smile and say, Thank you, please sit, inviting them to join him on the third floor. If he only smiled and nodded, saying, Thank you, then they would be seated on the second floor or in the hall. For Pierce, the amount of the gift directly reflected how respectful someone was toward him. Respect me, and I respect you. Treat me superficially, and I will treat you the same. Disrespect me, and I'll toss you out in a heartbeat. Just as everyone was enjoying the festive atmosphere, a middle-aged scholar appeared before Pierce. Pierce had an ominous feeling. Wouldn't he be bringing another annoying poetry collection? I am Harry, paying my respects to the Edwin of Cavalry, Duke of Black Mountain. Fortunately, he wasn't presenting a poetry collection, but there were no other gifts either. Well, looks like he had encountered someone who wanted a free meal. Pierce was about to lose his temper when Price hastily introduced the man, whispering, Great Edwin. This Harry comes from a prestigious background, known as Mr. Jiangnan. He is a great talent of our region, dedicated to scholarly pursuits, and has unique insights into domestic affairs and military strategy. Pierce looked skeptical. He had just been annoyed by a certain Mr. Jiangling and Rosling, but this Mr. Jiangnan didn't seem arrogant, only calm. He asked indifferently, Mr. Gongsun, may I know what you have done? You've seen this Duke. What plans do you have? Harry answered seriously, I wish to give myself and the Edwin a chance. May I ask 3 questions? If satisfied, I will swear allegiance to the Edwin. These words sparked whispers among the attendees. Everyone felt Harry was being overly presumptuous. Though he had a bit of fame, what was he compared to the Great Edwin? He even dared to test the Great Edwin. It was sheer arrogance. Pierce, however, became intrigued. Fine, go ahead and ask. Harry looked around. Edwin, should I ask these questions here? Pierce surveyed the surroundings and stood up. Continue drinking, everyone. I'll chat with Mr. Gongsun. Go ahead, Great Edwin. Pierce led Harry to a window opposite his seat. The area around them was empty, ensuring no one would overhear their conversation. Mr. Gongsun, proceed. Pierce wanted to see what questions he had. Harry's expression grew serious. First question. What is your ideal, or rather, what is your ultimate goal? Pierce paused. His ideal. Initially, he only wanted to be a leisure-loving marquis. However, fate intervened when his wife became the Moxie. Step by step, he could not turn back now. He slowly said, conquer the 6 directions, unify the world, and let every place within sight be mine. A hint of excitement flashed across Harry's face, but he quickly suppressed it. He stared intently at Pierce. Second question. If you ever unify the world, how will you treat your meritorious ministers? Chapter 467. I will not be in Silas. I will be a great Silas. Pierce was resolute. The greater the contribution, the greater the reward. Harry pressed further. What if the contribution is unparalleled? Pierce waved his hand grandly. Then I will grant him a fiefdom. Harry frowned. Does the Edwin intend to infest feudal lords? Pierce explained. Exactly, but not in the Central Plains. Instead, it would be in the barbarian lands surrounding us. Historically, it was the Phelan dynasty's enfeoffment of feudal lords that laid the foundation for China's vast territory. Pierce saw no issue with recreating such a system to turn all of Asia into China. Clearly, Harry understood Pierce's intent, and his face lit up with excitement once more. He took a deep breath and asked the third question. Edwin, have you ever thought about becoming an emperor? Harry's meaning was clear. If Pierce wasn't an emperor, how could he guarantee that his words weren't lies? Pierce smiled. I will not be an emperor. I will be a great Silas. What is a great Silas? The ruler of the Central Plains is called an emperor. The ruler of the entire continent is called a great Silas. Harry bowed deeply. Harry pays homage to his lord. Hold on. Harry was momentarily confused. Pierce said bluntly, Mr. Gongsun, you're getting ahead of yourself, feeling satisfied. But I haven't decided whether to take you in yet. Or rather, why should I take you in? Harry calmly replied, please put me to the test, Edwin. Pierce thought for a moment. Then tell me, how can I unify the world? Harry clearly had this planned out and slowly began. If the Edwin uses the foundation of the Phelan dynasty, you should carry out comprehensive reforms, political, military, and economic, just as you are doing now. Pierce couldn't help but show disappointment. But I believe the Edwin's methods are too lenient. This method of gradually changing the situation will only give the opposition a chance to counterattack if they're as fierce as tigers rather than frogs. Pierce became interested. So what do you suggest? Harry spoke coldly. Kill. Create rivers of blood and mountains of heads. Kill to usher in a bright era. Kill to achieve peace in the land. Pierce was taken aback. This guy looked refined on the outside, but inside, he was a butcher. But harsh measures were needed in turbulent times. His thoughts weren't far off. Pierce frowned. You passed this round. Harry was elated. My lord. London Engsub's flat terrain was suitable for both infantry and cavalry, making it perfect for practice battles. Alexei and a group of guards were already skilled with the London Engsub war simulation board and set it up quickly without needing to consult the maps. Harry marveled at the perfectly recreated London Engsub terrain on the board. This is the war simulation board invented by the Edwin? It's a formidable tool for troop movements. Even during peacetime, it can be used to train officers' command skills, truly useful. Alexei glanced at the somewhat arrogant man. Need you say? Now every commander from the Lewis Army, the Northern Army, and the Western Army plays this game. Indeed, the war simulation board had become the most popular pastime among these armies. From the top commanders down to the squad leaders, everyone enjoyed it. Harry frowned and bowed to Pierce. Edwin, while the board is beneficial, overindulgence is harmful. Please order that any officer below the rank of Deputy Edwin must not play more than 3 games per day. Alexei raised an eyebrow, ready to retort. Pierce nodded. That's my oversight. Mr. Gongsun pointed it out to me. This guy was strict in his military discipline. Alexei, immediately issue orders in my name. No one below the rank of Deputy Edwin may touch the war simulation board, and no more than 3 games per day. First violation means demotion, second violation means dismissal. As the marshal, Pierce didn't need Moxie's approval to issue military orders. Brinley's, pleased that his suggestion was accepted, Harry felt he had encountered a wise leader. Pierce gestured. Come, Mr. Gongsun, let's see who prevails. To challenge Pierce, the greatest general, through this medium thrilled Harry. Edwin, please proceed. Mr. Gongsun, allow me to explain the basic rules. These differently marked flags represent different troop types and numbers. Battles between similar units depend solely on numbers. Mr. Gongsun, do you have any questions? Harry shook his head. No, Edwin, everything is very clear. Excellent, shall we begin? Edwin, please proceed. Pierce didn't plan on having a referee since the rules were clear and everyone would abide by them. We each start with 10,000 troops, 3,000 spear and shield soldiers, 3,000 pikemen, 2,000 archers, and 2,000 cavalry. Agreed? I have no objections. Pierce pointed to the board. Mr. Gongsun, choose your territory. Harry's expression grew serious as he surveyed the board. He realized that holding a city wasn't always advantageous. He needed to choose a favorable position for a decisive battle against the undefeated war god, Pierce. There could be no room for negligence. In high-level combat, victory often hinged on the finest details. He needed this battle to prove his worth. This was the beginning of his conquest of the world, and failure was not an option. Chapter 468. A worthy match. Ultimately, Harry chose a high ground. Selecting a city was too passive, choosing flat terrain too mundane. Picking a slightly advantageous high ground was just right. Sometimes relying too much on the terrain can become the opponent's breakthrough point. Pierce smiled faintly and chose a wild field below the high ground. Mr. Gongsun, please write down your deployment and strategy on the wooden plaques. Those not written beforehand or unrealistic will be considered invalid. Harry nodded, began deep in thought, and wrote down his deployments on each plaque. He spent nearly an hour, but every time he finished writing on one, he wouldn't turn back to review it. Pierce secretly approved. It was evident that this Harry was steady yet decisive. To truly gauge his true prowess, Pierce couldn't take it easy, so he also seriously spent over half an hour writing. The battle began. Alexei and the other bodyguards all watched intently with eager expressions. Every time they watched the Edwin battle someone else on the sand table, they marveled and learned a lot. It seemed the Edwin's strategies were endless. He always anticipated the enemy first, manipulating them as if playing with them. They only hoped this Harry would hold out a little longer so they could enjoy it without wasting their efforts setting up the sand table. As for defeating the Edwin, they hadn't even considered it. This time, Pierce did not rashly attack. Since the opponent was on high ground, attacking would mean facing arrows from above, giving the opponent a longer range, leading to more casualties. Unexpectedly, Harry directly led his men charging down, arranging 10,000 men in a wedge formation, with 2,000 cavalry distributed on both wings. Pierce chose to retreat. Since the opponent charged from the high ground with its advantages, engaging in battle meant starting at a disadvantage. Harry used the high ground advantage from the beginning. Pierce secretly admired him, putting aside any game-playing attitude. Alexei and the bodyguards were wide-eyed. They had never seen Pierce retreat proactively under equal forces before. This Harry had some substance. Harry continued charging, while Pierce kept retreating. The rules stated that if you avoided battle 3 times, you would be penalized. After all, this was a game, not a real battlefield. If you retreated constantly, would you still be playing? Even in a real battlefield, continuous retreats would lead to losses in depth, territory, and morale. Pierce had one last chance to retreat, and he chose to do so. By now, Gongsun's army's morale had reached its peak. If Lewis's army continued retreating, they would be penalized. However, regardless of others' opinions, a trait indispensable in a qualified commander, Pierce found himself in a dilemma. If he pursued, the opponent would continue retreating. When there was nowhere left to retreat, the opponent likely had something like horse obstacles ready to block Lewis's army. At that point, the morale would shift from advantage to disadvantage, allowing the opponent to gain the high ground again. And he couldn't retreat further because he only had one set of obstacles. Harry stared at Pierce, wanting to see how he would break through. Pierce's method was simple. He stopped before the opponent gained any advantage. Stopping didn't mean abandoning the seized advantage. He played the second wooden plaque, provocation. With the added effect of provocation on top of the morale advantage, it doubled the impact on Gongsuan's army's morale. Harry frowned deeply. Now it was his turn to be stuck. Fighting would lead to immediate manpower reduction due to low morale. Not fighting, against the intensified provocation, would be futile. Even using a similar provocateur, wooden plaque to curse back wouldn't work. Doing nothing was worse. It would cause the army to crumble. Under Pierce's gaze, Harry finally played his first wooden plaque, inspire. Using words and rewards to motivate the troops was a common method on the battlefield. Through inspiration, Harry successfully boosted the morale. The match ended in a tie. Alexei and the bodyguards were momentarily confused. Both sides battled over mere morale, trading several rounds. Half a day of intense combat without a single casualty. This was far from the bloody battles they imagined. Brinley, it enlightened them. Warfare could indeed be fought this way. Thus, this battle lasted a whole day. Often, for even the slightest advantage, both engaged for hours, exhausting every tactic until no more could be done. Finally, Pierce won, albeit narrowly. Harry felt deflated. He had given it his all but still lost to Pierce. No matter what brilliant tactics he devised, the opponent countered. He conceded defeat gracefully. Pierce was impressed. This was the first time he encountered someone who could entangle him for so long. While practical combat skills needed testing, Gongsuan's sand table strategy was commendable. Pierce patted Harry's shoulder and said, "Congratulations, you've passed this Marquis test." Harry rejoiced, kneeling on one knee. "Hail, Lord." Pierce nodded. "You will be my deputy general initially, accompanying me to Queenie." "I obey." Harry was overjoyed. In a day, he went from commoner to a 5th grade official, Vice Edwin. An unbelievable promotion. His choice was right. Beside them, Alexei was a bit displeased. This braggart became his equal. Brinley, it was only mild dissatisfaction. The guy could tussle with Master all day, and was the most formidable Before the troops moved, provisions must be secured first, and Pierce had to ensure the supply of grain and fodder kept up. Price asked anxiously, "I wonder how much grain the Edwin needs?" Pierce thought about it. 20,000 troops would consume roughly 3 to 400 shur of grain per day, so he needed at least a 2-month supply. At least 30,000 shur. Price breathed a sigh of relief. As a major grain-producing region, Jiangnan could provide that much. "Edwin, no problem, it can be gathered within 3 days." "Very good, you may proceed." "I shall take my leave." Pierce said to Harry who was accompanying him, "Let's go. We'll visit the Southern Army camp." Coincidentally, they happened upon a scene unfolding in the camp. The entire camp was in chaos. Caleb, the Southern commandant, had shouted himself hoarse, but no one listened. Seeing Pierce, he felt like dying. With a bitter expression, he approached Pierce. "Edwin, I failed to maintain discipline in the army and am willing to accept punishment." Pierce's face darkened. "What exactly happened?" Caleb hesitated as he explained. Turned out, this was all due to the old soldiers bullying the new recruits. The original 10,000 Southern Army considered themselves veterans from battles that destroyed their country and saw themselves as superior to the newcomers. Thus, they inevitably harassed the newly arrived 10,000 Southern Army, calling it training. But the new 10,000 Southern Army were mountain folk, fierce and unruly, and couldn't tolerate such humiliation. Soon, a large-scale brawl between veterans and rookies broke out. It started with dozens, then hundreds, then thousands until the entire camp was involved. Pierce saw many lying on the ground, some motionless, uncertain if they were dead or alive. He was livid. However, seeing Harry remain calm beside him, he was curious how Harry would handle it. "Gongsun Edwin, it's yours now." "Understood. Please give me a contingent of soldiers." Pierce turned to the 100 soldiers following Caleb. "Follow Gongsun Edwin's orders." Brinley's Edwin. How would they stop a brawl involving 20,000 men? Harry provided the answer. He walked to the drum next to the parade platform and began beating it personally. The booming drum sounds made the fighting soldiers think the enemy had invaded, shocking them into stopping. After one beat, the fighting ceased entirely. Everyone stared in confusion at Harry atop the platform. The brawl had been stopped, but Pierce wanted not just to stop it, but to resolve the issue and ensure it wouldn't happen again. Harry bellowed, "Who started it? Step forward." All eyes fell on the central group of over 100 soldiers, both old and new. Harry. Pierce smiled, turned, and left with Alexei and his guards. He was no longer needed. Though Harry's methods were severe, he proved himself a capable commander. He lacked such competent officers. Given time and practical combat experience, Harry would undoubtedly become a renowned general. 2 days later, the case of the woman seeking justice from the Emperor was solved. Everything matched Hannah's account. Not only was the county magistrate Nicholas involved, but the deputy magistrate and military commissioner were also implicated, along with numerous accomplice bailiffs. Pierce, enraged, personally sentenced the main culprits, the magistrate Nicholas, the deputy magistrate, and the military commissioner, to death. All accomplices were sent to Black Mountain to mine coal. A search of Nicholas's residence uncovered letters to censor Xenon, revealing their collusion in numerous crimes. Thus, Xenon also fell. From Xenon's downfall, another dozen or so officials were implicated. Pierce commanded, "Arrest them. Those deserving capital punishment will be executed. Those for exile will go to Black Mountain to mine coal." For a time, half of the Jiangnan officialdom was emptied. This was still considering small offenses, as Pierce spared many. He still needed these officials to gather grain and secure the army's logistics. Otherwise, only a third of the Jiangnan bureaucracy might have survived. This event shocked the whole of Great Phalon. The Moxie issued an imperial decree naming the Rossian school in Ross County after Charleston Xian, appeasing his soul. Of course, all this occurred after Pierce entered Queenie. Chapter 470. The Wild People. Pierce stayed in Nanzhou City for only 3 days before setting off south with 20,000 southern troops. As they moved further away from Nanzhou, the population thinned out, eventually leaving them surrounded by dense, layered forests. The paths grew increasingly narrow, and they frequently had to cross mountains and rivers. Pierce observed the 20,000 Southern soldiers and noticed that the 10,000 new mountain folk recruits were quite accustomed to the conditions, showing no signs of distress. In contrast, the 10,000 veterans were more out of breath but could recover after resting. He nodded approvingly, finding this satisfactory. Although these men wore leather armor and carried mediocre long knives, Pierce had still equipped the 10,000 veterans with 10,000 honka crossbows. For the new recruits, however, they preferred lighter hunting bows which allowed them to move silently through the jungle like experienced hunters. The heavy honka crossbows would only hinder them. Pierce placed the 10,000 veterans under the command of Caleb and the 10,000 new recruits under Harry, while he commanded both leaders. Led by Petra, or by the Baikeu, a traditional herbal medicine, Pierce ordered the entire army. Before entering the forest, everyone must apply baikake and light moxa sticks. Understood. Baikeu was a common medicine made from various herbs in Jiangnan, used for heat clearing, detoxifying, and repelling insects due to its pungent smell. For this battle, Pierce had ordered the requisition of all Baikeu in Jiangnan. Noticing Petra's lack of action, Pierce couldn't help but ask, "Alice, do you not need it?" Petra shook her head, and Queenie, "We bathe in medicinal baths from childhood, so venomous insects and mosquitoes avoid us. My body naturally has a herbal scent." Smell. She brought her tender arm close to Pierce's nose. Indeed, there was a faint herbal fragrance mixed with her natural scent. Similar to Jessica, Petra would make an excellent human shield. Pierce imagined lifting her to block a swarm of leeches attacking him. "Edwin," Harry interjected, "we should also light torches. Fire can deter some insects." Pierce nodded. "Good idea. Let's do it." After thorough preparations, the army entered the primeval forest. Half a day later, the army emerged from the suffocating forest, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Despite their precautions, over 100 didn't make it out alive. They hadn't encountered enemies. These unfortunates had stepped on venomous insects hidden in soil or fallen leaves, or been bitten by camouflaged creatures. When attacked, these insects wouldn't care about Baikeu. Many died instantly from the toxins, and even Jessica couldn't save them. Walking this deadly path left everyone trembling with fear. Pierce sighed deeply. This was just the beginning, and they hadn't even met the enemy yet. For someone's pride, innocent soldiers perished in this death forest. Taking a deep breath, Pierce pushed aside his extra thoughts. Since he was already here, he could only focus on bringing as many back as possible. As the army continued crossing mountains and rivers, occasional casualties occurred. In one dense forest, Pierce spotted some elusive creatures following them. These creatures hid in trees, moving swiftly and agilely among the branches. Unknown things were the most frightening. Even Pierce felt a chill and immediately called Petra over. "Alice, what's following us?" Petra knew right away. "They are the wild people." "Real wild people exist?" Pierce was intrigued. Petra explained, "They aren't truly wild but belong to the wild people tribe. We call them wild people." "Why are they following us? Are they friend or foe?" "These lands belong to the wild people. They're monitoring us. They are neutral and won't attack us." Pierce breathed a sigh of relief. Petra glanced at the sky. Night falls quickly. Chapter 471, Combat and Archery. Ooh. A dark-skinned elder came forward, paying his respects to Petra. After a brief conversation, Petra pointed at Pierce who was listening intently. The elder approached Pierce. "Welcome to the wild tribe, Edwin of Great Phalon." Pierce was delighted. "Elder, you speak official language?" Petra explained beside him. The chieftain visited Great Phalon when he was young. "Of course, he can speak official language." Curious, Pierce asked, "Where did the chieftain visit?" The elder thought for a moment. "Nowhere special. I just got out of the mountains and was conscripted into labor in a county in Jiangnan for more than a year. Then there was war, and I was dragged to London Engsub for 2 years. After the war, I had to rebuild city walls and was sent to Jiangzhou for 3 years of hard labor." Pierce felt awkward. Those officials of Great Phalon would really do anything. The elder said cheerfully, "In those many years in Great Phalon, the highest official I've seen is a magistrate. I never expected that I'd be able to see a Edwin and Duke." Pierce smiled awkwardly. Chief Elder is truly optimistic. "Come, let me wash away the dust from Alice and Edwin's journey." A large wild boar was roasting over the fire, its aroma permeating the air. Everyone held knives, drinking wine and eating meat heartily, enjoying themselves between them. An opportunity presented itself. He continued, "Chief Elder, Deputy Chief, this is an opportunity for the wild tribe. The Ruan and Hu clans' rebellion has angered the heavens and man alike. Even our Great Phalon cannot stand it anymore. If the wild tribe aids the Sea clan and achieves victory, it will surely be greatly rewarded." Confused Petra chimed in, "Brinley's, yes, Chief Elder. If you assist the Sea clan, my father will greatly reward the wild tribe with better land." Finally unable to hold back, Clark pleaded, "Father, let me lead our warriors into battle." The old chief sighed, turning to Pierce. "Edwin, are you confident in winning this battle?" Pierce bluffed, "Chief Elder, those insignificant Ruan and Hu clans are nothing." The old chief wore a doubtful look. Petra quickly added, "Chief Elder, you may not know, but he's the war god of Great Phalon, having fought countless battles without a single defeat. Since that's the case, let's have a contest." The old chief called out, and the tiger-skinned man from before walked over. The old chief introduced, "This is Nico, who can fight tigers and is our tribe's bravest warrior. If Edwin can win against him in both combat and archery, we'll agree to support the Sea clan." Pierce laughed. How could the invincible young duke with dual sabers lose to a mere tribesman? He gracefully stepped forward, adopting the Tai Chi opening posture, instantly drawing everyone's attention. He beckoned Nico, "Come on." Nico roared in response, charging at Pierce like a tiger. Pierce engaged in Tai Chi, entangling with Nico. Although Nico was physically strong, he was no match for Pierce, who had mastered both Bingxin Quanjing and Tai Chi. He ended up circling around aimlessly, roaring repeatedly. Jessica, Harry, Caleb, Alexei, and the guards cheered loudly. Petra stared wide-eyed. astonished by Pierce's prowess. She only knew he was great in battle, but didn't expect him to be so formidable, overpowering even the tribe's mightiest warrior. The women of Queen Yi admired bravery most. Petra's heart raced with admiration. After being taken down once again, Nico finally conceded. Fuming, he drew his hunting bow and oohed at Pierce. Pierce looked confused at Petra. Alice, what did he say? She translated. He says he lost in combat, but will definitely win in archery. He's the wild tribe's greatest marksman. Smiling, Pierce gestured to Alexei, who handed him the black dragon bow exchanged for 100 refined saber and a platinum shit god statue. He also had a divine 5-stone bow from the Yukion clan as his ace in the hole. Let's go. Archery was the most valued skill among Queen Yi warriors. It determined whether a Queen Yi man was considered a warrior. Master archers often became tribal heroes, revered by all. Pierce and Nico's archery contest drew everyone from the wild tribe, forming a tight crowd several layers deep. Nico wielded a 3-stone bow, as did Pierce, both equally skilled. They decided to start their contest from 100 meters. 100 meters away, 2 targets were set up. It was evening, yet torches illuminated the area brightly. Even so, the darkness increased the challenge. The old chief acted as judge. 100-meter contest, begin. Whoosh. 2 arrows flew almost simultaneously, hitting the center of their respective targets. Loud applause erupted. The old chief announced, tie. Next is 130 meters. As expected, they tied again. 150 meters. Another tie. Ah. The audience cheered, amazed by their skill. 180 meters, the old chief declared. The crowd fell silent, eyes fixed on them. 3 stone bows had a range of about 200 meters, so accuracy at 180 meters was greatly reduced. This would decide the winner. Chapter 472. The Battle in the Far North. Nico's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath and pulled his bowstring taut. Whoosh. The arrow shot like a meteor, striking the bullseye. The crowd erupted. Compared to the previous day, the army now included 1,000 warriors from the wild tribes led by Clark. These 1,000 men were not only exceptional archers, but also adept hunters capable of swift movement through trees. Pierce used them as scouts. There was no one more suitable. In the far north, while spring was blooming and life was rejuvenating in Queenie, this place remained a world of ice and snow. Though there were hints of spring in the wind, mornings and evenings were still bone-chillingly cold. The Lewis family light cavalry, who had once been mercilessly beaten by the Ghost Clan, was finally about to launch its first counterattack. Each soldier's eyes burned with rage. They were enraged, humiliated, ashamed. As members of the Lewis family wolf riders, known throughout the world for their prowess based on Charlison's iron cavalry, they had suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the seemingly insignificant Far North Ghost Clan, losing thousands of riders, a humiliating disgrace. Blood feud must be repaid with blood. Only by completely erasing the Ghost Clan from existence could they quell their burning anger. All hopes rested on the shoulders of that unimpressive figure ahead, clad in black armor with a blood-red cape fluttering in the wind. Sky quietly gazed upon the 3,000 Lewis family light cavalry, sensing their fury and frustration. Behind her, 5,000 Ghost Clan cavalry had emerged from the horizon, forming an endless tide rushing towards them. Sky didn't need to deliver any motivational speeches. Charge. She led the charge against the Ghost Clan cavalry. Charge. 3,000 red-eyed Lewis family light cavalry followed closely behind. Sky immediately noticed the marksman at the forefront of the Ghost Clan cavalry. He was tall, carrying a massive hunting bow, with eyes sharp as a hawk's. He too noticed Sky leading the charge, smirking mockingly. Another fool coming to die. At 400 meters, Sky drew the long bow from her back. This bow was one of the 2 5-stone divine bows crafted by the Yocheon clan of Normanzhou. The Ghost Clan marksman sneered, thinking strong crossbows could only reach 300 meters. At this distance, how could she possibly hit him? How fast the horses galloped. At 350 meters, Sky pulled the bowstring fully and released the arrow. Lundonka meteor. It flew with lightning speed and deeply penetrated the marksman's eye socket, leaving him dead. Oh, Edwin Charlison's might? The Lewis family light cavalry cheered. This Ghost Clan marksman had killed many of their commanders, even wounding Abelardo and Airy, leading to their disarray and subsequent defeat. Sky continued to shoot without missing, depleting 2 quivers of arrows within 50 meters, killing several who managed to escape back to the far north. The Lewis family light cavalry celebrated a resounding victory, vindicating their honor. On the ground lay countless corpses, soaked in blood, the crimson capes flapping violently. Mounted on a fine horse, Sky looked towards the far north. Wounded and bandaged, Abelardo and Airy rode up. Edwin Charlison. What should we do next? Sky now held the rank of Grand Marshal, yet the two addressed her as Edwin Charlison out of habit. Sky replied calmly, sweep away the Ghost Clan. Airy was elated, knowing this would avenge his pent-up anger. Abelardo, however, expressed concern. Edwin Charlison, the Ghost Clan stronghold is deep in the far north. How will we manage supplies if we advance deeper? We won't need supplies. You mean fight and replenish ourselves? Exactly. But we know nothing about the far north. It could be problematic. Sky pulled out a map from her robe and handed it to Abelardo. Upon opening it, he saw detailed topography of the far north, including scattered small tribes. Abelardo rejoiced. Perfect. With this map, we don't have to worry about supplies. These tribes will provide us with everything we need. Airy asked, is this from the Edwin-in-Chief? Brinley's. How does the Edwin-in-Chief know so much about the far north? They say it was done by spies. His final ultimatum to the rebels. Surrender and only the ringleaders will be punished. He did not wait long. The massive city gates slowly creaked open. The rebels finally surrendered. A man leading the group carried a blood-soaked, wide-eyed severed head, that of Trey, the former rear Edwin of the Song Kingdom and commander of the 50,000 rebels. This man knelt before Chavi. Deputy Commander Jonathan has slain the traitor Trey. We come to beg for the Silas's forgiveness. Your Majesty, we were all coerced by Hemlock and Trey, and did not revolt willingly. Please pardon us. Chavi cast a look of disdain at Trey's head and said to Jonathan, your life is spared, but your crime cannot go unpunished. You are demoted 3 ranks and exiled to the borderlands to serve as a soldier. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. One more thing, Chavi asked. Where is Hemlock? Jonathan truthfully replied, Your Majesty, Hemlock broke into the palace 3 days ago and is now ravaging the harem, plundering treasures. What did you say? Chavi roared with anger. To hide his homosexual preferences, Chavi had married a queen and numerous concubines, though he never touched any of them. Now, it seemed Hemlock was taking advantage of this situation. Bring me Hemlock immediately. I will have him drawn and quartered. Brinley's, Your Majesty. When the soldiers found Hemlock, he was sprawled amidst the Moxie, concubine Gue, concubine London, and other women in a communal bed. Seeing this scene, Chavi flew into a rage. Not only was Hemlock drawn and quartered, but every woman in the harem was also granted silk for hanging themselves. In the now empty harem, Chavi screamed furiously. Pierce, you have gone too far. I swear to have vengeance upon you. Sneezes. In the dense forest, Pierce sneezed repeatedly. Someone must be cursing me, he thought to himself with self-awareness. After days of trekking through mountains, he finally arrived at the Sea Clan's territory. Rather than barging in recklessly, he first dispatched scouts from the Wildman tribe to gather intelligence. Knowing thy enemy knows thyself, winning 100 battles is assured. Clark did not disappoint. He quickly returned with detailed information. Pierce summoned Petra, Caleb, and Harry for a war council. He turned to Clark. Chief, recount the information you gathered. Of course. Led by the Rwan and Hu clans, approximately 60,000 warriors from over a dozen tribes surround the Sea Clan from all sides. Despite the Sea Clan's fierce resistance, they can't withstand such numbers. The Allied forces have already breached the central defenses and are advancing inward. The Sea Clan won't last much longer. Pierce asked Petra, Alice, does the Sea Clan have any other forces besides the 20,000 warriors? Petra nodded. There are 5,000 royal guards, our strongest fighters, who usually protect the Queenie Kingdom's palace. How long do you think your father can hold out? She hesitated. I don't know. Pierce didn't lose heart. Asking a naive princess to answer such a military question was indeed too much to ask. Harry pondered aloud. Based on Queenie's guerrilla tactics, I estimate they can hold for at least 10 days. However, the Alliance might attempt a surprise attack, considering the palace is a prominent target. Petra panicked. Oh no, father is in danger. Let's launch the attack quickly. Pierce comforted her. Alice, calm down. We need a solid strategy to defeat the enemy. Any thoughts on how to proceed? He looked mainly at Harry, knowing Caleb wouldn't contribute much. Harry responded, Edwin, we can use a point-break phase strategy. Attack weaker tribes first, disrupt their encirclement, and weaken their numbers. Then join forces with the Sea Clan inside out to catch the Rwan and Hu clans off guard. He asked Clark to mark each tribal attack direction on the Queenie Kingdom map. It was evident that the Allied forces attacked from 6 directions, each with about 10,000 men. The Rwan and Hu clans commanded more significant numbers, each attacking one direction, while the remaining 4 were coalitions of several tribes. Harry explained, though each direction seems evenly matched, multiple tribes can act as cohesively as a single tribe. This is our opportunity. Pierce applauded. Well said. Edwin Gongsuan's insight matches mine. Which direction should we attack? Harry hesitated between 2 attack directions, each a coalition of 3 tribes. To him, both seemed equally viable. Lucio smiled. Alice, do you know the strengths of these 6 tribes? Share your knowledge. Harry realized his oversight, relying solely on his analysis without leveraging local knowledge. I still lack practical experience, he admitted humbly to Pierce. Thank you for pointing that out. Pierce reassured him, even without me, you would have seen it soon enough. Petra nodded. I know these tribes well. These 3 tribes, Nio, Ma, and Xiong, attacking from the northeast, she pointed out, are brave but not very smart. They are quite dim-witted. As for the Gongyang, Lundinghu, and Sima clans in the northwest, she indicated, their warriors are clever but weak-hearted. Petra's words complicated Harry's decision further. While each direction had its weaknesses, neither had an obvious disadvantage. Strategy and bravery are equally critical in battle. Understanding why the Allied forces chose this arrangement puzzled him, perhaps due to like-minded groups clustering together without overall command. Finally, Pierce decided, Edwin Gongsun, let's split our forces. You take 10,000 new recruits to attack the northwest, while I lead 10,000 veterans to the northeast. Striking from behind will ensure our victory. Brinley's Edwin. Chapter 474, the Allied forces of 3 tribes. After finalizing their plan, the 2 commanders each led an army of 10,000 troops in different directions. They had entered from the northern part of Queenie, so Pierce went left, while Harry went right. Pierce divided the 1,000 scouts from the Wildman tribe into 2 groups of 500 each. He also split the medical apprentices and assigned Terrence to accompany Harry. Why did Pierce entrust the northwestern Gongyang clan, Lundinghu clan, and Sima clan to Harry? Because Pierce believed that in terms of intellect, Harry wouldn't be outmatched. Conversely, if they encountered mindless, headstrong opponents, Harry might become flustered due to his lack of experience. Time was on their side, so Pierce wasn't in a rush to advance. They stopped by a small river for rest and provisions. Pierce ordered the Wildman tribe scouts to continue gathering intelligence, as he needed the latest updates on the Nio, Ma, and Xiong clans' movements. He visited the temporary medical unit where Tim was leading a group of apprentices in treating patients. Shi Lundong helped identify Herb's Kalo whether to feel glad or sorrowful. Every advancement in human civilization came at the cost of some sacrifices. Regarding malaria, which Pierce valued most, they had ample supplies of wormwood and herbal oils for prevention. Tim used acupuncture immediately on infected patients and prepared traditional medicines like changshan and betel nuts. With multiple precautions, they managed to avoid significant casualties, which was a blessing in disguise. After chatting briefly, Tim resumed treating patients. Shi Lundong stayed by Pierce's side, glancing at him occasionally and sometimes smiling foolishly. Louis Lang, have you married? She asked impulsively. The term, Louis Lang, felt awkward to Pierce, but since Queenie women addressed their intimates this way, he had to adapt. I will marry upon my return, Pierce replied without hesitation. Shi Lundong's face flickered with sadness, but she curiously asked, to whom? You've met her, Pierce said, our Moxie of Great Phelan. Shi Lundong wasn't surprised, nodding instead. Only the Moxie of Great Phelan matches a warrior like Louis Lang. Alice wishes you both a long and happy life. Her eyes welled up with tears as she finished speaking. May Alice's words bless us. The trees along the river rustled as Clark returned with the Wildman tribe scouts. Pierce hurried over. Young chief, what's the situation? Clark heard how simple-minded they were. None dared risk their lives. They had to patiently deactivate these traps, ensuring safety before advancing. This explained why the Allied forces, despite their numerical advantage, took so long. It wasn't for lack of desire to end the fight swiftly, but due to environmental constraints. After prolonged combat, the Nyo, Ma, and Xiong clan saw victory on the horizon. Ahead, they could glimpse rooftops through the dense forest, the Sea clan stronghold. Breaching this would end the war. Queenie lacked city walls, as the dense forest served as their best defense. The ox-nosed Nyo clan chieftain shouted, Nyo warriors, give it your all. Ahead lies the Sea clan stronghold. Kill in, and the women and treasures are yours. The horse-faced Ma clan chieftain followed suit. Ma warriors, keep up the effort. We can't let the Nyo clan take all the women and riches. The bear-like Xiong clan chieftain roared, Xiong warriors, can you stand idly by as the Nyo and Ma clans plunder sea women and jewels? Not me, damn it. Motivated by these speeches, the Allied forces surged towards the Sea clan stronghold. Inside the Sea clan palace, Silas Adam paced anxiously upon learning that the Nyo, Ma, and Xiong clans were about to break through. His 20,000-strong army and 5,000 royal guards were already dispatched. Sighed, heaven wishes for my great Queenie to perish. Raising his bronze sword, he intended to commit suicide. His guards quickly stopped him. Your Majesty, no. Just a little longer. Reinforcements are almost here. Adam shook his head in despair. It's too late. You must flee and find Lundingeling. Make sure she stays in Great Phelan and never returns. All the guards knelt, tears streaming down their faces. Your Majesty, we cannot. Slowly, they placed their bronze swords against their necks and declared firmly, if our lord is disgraced, we die. If our lord perishes, we perish with him. We cannot live on in shame. Adam wiped his tears and asked, why do you have to go this far? Outside the stone wall, cries erupted from the three clans, not sounds of victory but desperate screams of defeat. What was happening? Adam hurriedly peeked out. Behind the Allied forces appeared a formidable army clad in black armor with red tassels, all wielding powerful crossbows. Adam witnessed one of these crossbows kill a Nyo warrior over 300 meters away. Due to the dense forest, Adam couldn't ascertain the size of this new army. He saw almost continued firing without pause until there wasn't a single standing Allied soldier left. When the crossbows finally stopped, the 10,000 southern troops fell silent. Pierce sighed deeply, waving his hand. Bury them properly. Brinleys. The 10,000 southern troops began the grim task. An old man in a green dragon robe, escorted by guards, approached. Pierce knew this must be Silas Adam of Queenie, as Queenie was represented by wood and favored the color green. Both dragon robes and official attire were green. Before Pierce could greet him, a small figure dashed out, accompanied by a waft of fragrance. Father! Petra collapsed into Adam's arms, sobbing. Adam, teary-eyed, gently patted Petra's back. Lundingeling, you're safe. That's all that matters. Father, Lundingeling is fine. But it's my fault I came too late, almost costing you your life. Adam reassured her. Don't worry. Introduce me to our honored guests from Great Phelan. Be respectful. Wiping her tears, Petra turned to Pierce, who was smiling. Father, this is the Great Phelan's cavalry general, Marquis Ewing, Pierce. Adam quickly responded. Oh, the great war hero. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. Your Majesty, you flatter me, Pierce feigned modesty. Marquis Ewing, did you know my daughter is an admirer of yours? She knows every detail of your achievements, Adam said. Petra blushed fierce, and let's settle for 2 million. Everyone stared in shock. Just moments ago, everyone was friendly and warm. Now, talking cold. Hard cash so abruptly. How could this not ruin the mood? How could he even say it? Does he have any sense of decency? Hesitantly, Pierce pulled out another bill. Your Majesty, this details Alice Lundingeling's expenses during her stay. Meals, shopping, totaling 11,000 taels. Let's round it to 10,000, please. Although it's only 10,000, it came from my personal funds. In Great Phelan, public money isn't for private use, and my family is poor. Please understand, Your Majesty. People gaped. Alexei and the guards were expressions of as expected, turning away silently to distance themselves from this spectacle. Adam's expression was priceless. He struggled to maintain his polite smile but couldn't manage it. Finally, he laughed bitterly. Marquis Ewing, these are indeed expenses from your support. We owe them. However, Queenie E is impoverished and might not be able to afford this. Pierce's face darkened. Your Majesty, how much can you pay? This? You liar. Unable to hold back, Petra kicked Pierce. She ran off in tears. She felt that Pierce had tarnished her image of him as a great hero and valiant warrior. Chapter 476, Face is all nonsense. Pierce stared intensely at Adam. If the other party intended to shirk responsibility, he wouldn't mind turning around and leaving immediately. How absurd. For this war, the Great Phelan had lost far more than just a few million taels of silver. Could these losses really be wiped out by mere pleasantries? Sure, everyone's compliments had boosted his own face, but what about the soldiers who had permanently left their lives on this land? What about the losses suffered by Great Phelan? In his previous life, what he despised most was when those in power abandoned easily attainable benefits for the sake of so-called face, erasing the sacrifices made by nameless individuals like them. Now that he himself was in such a position of authority, he resolved not to become the person he once detested the most. For the nation's interest and for the families of the fallen soldiers to survive, face was all nonsense. Feeling Pierce's resolve, Adam knew he couldn't avoid it. He carefully replied, Davian, our state of Queenie indeed cannot afford such an enormous sum. Here's what I propose. There is a gold mine in the southwest of Queenie. Although its reserves are not extensive, if mined properly, it will generate returns tenfold, even 100-fold, enough to cover all of Great Phelan's losses from this war. Pierce swiftly produced a contract. Come, Your Majesty, let's have something tangible as proof. Adam had no choice but to reluctantly sign it. Pierce blew to dry the ink, then cherished the contract as he put it away in his robes. His face suddenly lit up with a smile. All right, Edwin, don't act rashly. The jungle ahead is unnaturally quiet. Either there's an ambush or traps laid out. Harry became alert instantly. These three clans may be soft eggs and weaklings, but they weren't stupid. He mustn't underestimate them. He asked, what's your name? The captain replied, I am Gerald, your subordinate. Good, I will remember you. You were tasked with neutralizing these traps. Can you do it? Gerald confidently replied, Edwin, leave it to me. I've seen plenty of these traps. Neutralizing them is child's play. Go forth. If you succeed, you shall be rewarded. Gerald rejoiced. Brinleys. Thus, Harry led his 10,000-strong southern army, clearing traps while attacking the three clan allied forces. Though the progress was slow, they didn't lose much manpower. The strategic but less courageous Gongyang, Lundinghu, and Sima clans were utterly helpless against the experienced mountain folk from the south. They couldn't match them physically, nor could they outwit them mentally. Even the cleverest foxes can't escape an old hunter's grasp. On the third day of Pierce entering sea territory, Harry finally collaborated with the Sea Army to launch a coordinated assault, crushing the allied forces of Gongyang, Lundinghu, and Sima clans. These three clans were much smarter than the Nyo, Ma, and Xiong clans. Without hesitation, they chose to surrender. After counting, the number of surrenders reached over 7,000, a clear indication that casualties were less than half. Facing Pierce who came to greet him, Harry looked ashamed. He knelt down on one knee. Great Edwin, this humble officer is incompetent. Pierce helped him up. Why say that? It's impressive that Commander Gongsun managed to defeat the allied forces of three clans on your first command. Harry insisted, but my advance was too slow, surely affecting the overall strategy for rapid victory set by the Great Edwin. Pierce shook his head. It's fine. Since I didn't specify a time limit, completing the mission with minimal cost was your optimal choice. Hearing this, Harry finally felt relieved. He couldn't help but ask, Great Edwin, how are the rebels in the other four directions? After defeating the Nyo, Ma, and Xiong clans, I ordered the southern army to split into two routes to reinforce the eastern and western fronts. Now, the attacks by the Ruan and Hu clans have been suppressed. The other two rebel forces are dual clan alliances which sea armies can still resist. Great Edwin, what should we do next? Simple. Concentrate our strength and strike one by one. Harry's eyes sparkled. Great Edwin, you mean? Pierce smiled. Next, I will hold the rear guard for the Sea clan, while you lead the 10,000 southern army to crush the Ruan clan, Hu clan, and the two remaining alliances. Do you have the confidence? The task essentially meant concentrating superior forces to overwhelm smaller groups. It wasn't too challenging. He wanted Harry to handle this to gain some practical experience. Harry was moved. Thank you, Great Edwin, for your trust. This humble officer will do my utmost. Excellent. Remember these 5 tactical essentials. Choosing combat locations wisely, deploying troops quickly, allocating resources rationally, choosing the right moment to engage, and withdrawing swiftly after the battle ends. Adhering strictly to the Great Edwin's teachings. Harry was visibly excited, as if receiving divine wisdom. May I ask, whose famous words are these? Pierce unabashedly said, they are the guerrilla tactics summarized by this marquis myself. Ah, is it the legendary Louis military strategy? Indeed. Please bestow the book to me, Great Edwin. Pierce had no choice but to pull out a treasured copy of the Louis military strategy from his robe. The Louis military strategy was essentially based on Sun Tzu's art of war, filled with his own insights and musings, making it a genuine work of his. Harry treated it as a priceless treasure, unable to let it go. Do your best. I see great potential in you. Pierce patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. This humble officer will not disappoint the Great Edwin's expectations. Speed is crucial in war. I will immediately march forward to strike the Ruan clan, then the Hu clan, and finally the 2 alliance routes. Go. The Wildman Tribe's 1,000 scouts will assist you. Leave the medical apprentices here at the Sea clan base. Any injured soldiers can be brought back for treatment. Brinleys, sir. Chapter 477. Crisis. It was a moonless, windy night, the perfect night for murder. Hundreds of black-clad figures appeared outside the Ho residence in Tongxiang City. They were armed with powerful crossbows and 30 refined long knives, and wore armor under their black garments. For this day, they had been meticulously planning for a long time. They were unsure if their target was inside, but that didn't matter. They would find out once they entered. Go! The leader commanded, and hundreds of black-clothed figures surged into the vast Ho residence. Who are you? A voice shouted fiercely. Dozens of crossbows were aimed at them. Instead of panicking, they were elated. Such tight security meant their target must be within this mansion. Attack! The black-clothed men drew their crossbows and started firing at the guards. The black-clad attackers quickly fell in large numbers. It turned out the guards wielded repeating crossbows. Scatter! The leader ordered. The remaining black-clad figures employed impressive lightness skills, leaping over walls and slipping away from sight almost immediately. These men were clearly highly skilled martial artists. Breaking up into smaller groups, they began searching the entire estate. The guards, helpless, split into teams to hunt down the intruders. Combat sounds filled the air as chaos erupted across the whole residence. The black-clothed men also set fires, flames spreading throughout the compound. Fortunately, there were no servants or slaves living inside, or the situation would have been even more chaotic. In a secluded courtyard of the Ho residence, Scarlet and Millie heard the sounds of combat instantly. Both knew the opportunity they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Millie said urgently, "Your Majesty, let's go. I'll cover you while we break out." Scarlet didn't hesitate this time. "Let's go." As soon as they stepped out of the courtyard, a group of guards aimed their crossbows at them. "Stop, or you will be killed on the spot." Millie was prepared. She pulled out a handful of pebbles from her sleeve and flung them with a flick of her wrist. The pebbles flew like arrows, knocking down or deflecting all the incoming bolts. Meanwhile, she managed to kill all the guards with her stones. But one day to Prince Pierce. Amy had died. Edwin Blaine had rebelled. Coleman had been killed in battle. The whereabouts of the new Saintess were unknown. Each piece of news was shocking enough on its own, yet they all occurred simultaneously. Edwin Blaine took advantage of Queen's death, leading 10,000 rebels to invade the capital city, Fugong. The Barton, with only 10,000 imperial guards, fought valiantly but ultimately succumbed to overwhelming odds, dying on the battlefield. Brinley, when Blaine stormed the palace, he found no trace of the new Saintess. She had vanished. Ashton sighed heavily. The general's fears had come true. The Bartendom bomb had finally detonated. However, loyal and honest Blaine turning traitor was something no one expected. Even the general would be shocked. For now, it was unclear how Blaine viewed the Phelan dynasty, but Ashton wasn't optimistic. Such a man, appearing virtuous but harboring immense ambitions, was dangerous. Additionally, news from the Charleston state caught Ashton's attention. Maxim appeared in Jia City. Thus, with Song, Wu, Shu, Charleston, and even embattled Queen Yi, the Phelan dynasty was being indirectly besieged. Is history repeating itself with the five-nation coalition attack on Phelan 20 years ago? Ashton fretted. No, this might be even worse than before. The only piece of good news was Holly's victory in the far north, commencing the conquest of that region. Brinley, given the current situation, this too was dire news, because it meant that the 30,000 crucial Lewis cavalry would not be available. Ashton felt an intense sense of crisis. Edwin, please return quickly. Only you can stabilize the capital and possibly turn the tide. Brinley, part of Ashton hoped that Pierce wouldn't return. Recently observing celestial phenomena, he noted that the central purple star was completely overshadowed by the main stars of the four directions. Its light dimmed and a comet streaked across the sky. It signaled unprecedented calamity awaiting Pierce. This trial would be difficult to survive. No, the general left me here to handle such situations. I must prepare for the worst. That night, pigeons soared from the Ho residence's back courtyard until every last one was sent off. Still unsatisfied, Ashton dispatched dozens of riders in various directions overnight. At the Dew Mansion, in the secret chamber, Rock said excitedly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin. Success or failure hangs in the balance." One person worriedly asked, "Grand Tutor, will everything go as planned? We've put everything on the line this time." Rock responded confidently, "What could go wrong? Pierce, the greatest variable, has just entered Queen Yi and won't return in time. No one else can stop us. Our plan is foolproof." True. For this day, we've endured much humiliation. This time, we'll either succeed or perish trying. Another side, we've reached this point out of necessity. Indeed, if not for the Silas's relentless pressure, we wouldn't be in this situation, Rock replied coldly. This empire was built together. The G family only represented us. Now, she wants it all for herself. It's disloyal and unjust. Since she acts unrighteously, don't blame us for reciprocating. The Phelan Empire belongs to all, not just the G family. Maintaining the original structure, this translation preserves the tone, style, and coherence with previous content. Chapter 478, Cataclysm. Rao City, Wu Prefecture. At the Grand Edwin's mansion, Bailey was enjoying a performance. Dishes and drinks flowed endlessly. The sounds of music filled the air as slender, elegantly clad dancers swayed before him. A beautiful woman reclined beside him, pouring wine. He laughed heartily, thoroughly enjoying himself. As the Edwin of Wu Prefecture, he was its master. After suppressing the rebellion with full force, most of the rebel forces in Wu had been eliminated. His army now numbered 100,000 strong, and the entire prefecture was under his control. The feeling of absolute power and life-and-death authority intoxicated him. He believed that surrendering to the great Phelan dynasty was the best decision of his life. Otherwise, he would still be an unimportant transport captain, far from achieving such power. Moving forward, he only needed to consolidate his hold on Wu and wait for the right moment. He would not betray the great Phelan, but what if the great Phelan ceased to exist? He could sit on the dragon throne and indulge in being an emperor. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out as two women entered the hall one after another. Before recognizing their faces, Bailey was terrified. "Your Majesty? No, Scarlet. How could you be here?" The visitors were naturally Scarlet and Sophia. As for how they got in, simple enough. Behind them stood several Wu prefecture generals, even Bailey's own bodyguard captain among them. Bailey raged. "You betrayed me, your general?" Someone sneered. "Bailey, we never belonged to you in the first place. How can there be betrayal? Speaking of betrayal, you are the greatest traitor." At this moment, Bailey's face turned ashen. He had not expected Scarlet to appear, nor had he imagined these family members' loyalty to her exceeded their loyalty to him, their patriarch. No wonder the collateral royal bloodline never dared challenge the direct line. It was the supremacy of blood. Scarlet coldly commanded, "Drag him away and decapitate him publicly." Brinley's. Knowing death awaited him, Bailey cursed furiously, "Scarlet, the great Edwin who defeated you once can do so again. Your reign as emperor won't last long. You will join me soon. Scarlet gave a cold laugh. This time, he has no such opportunity. With Bailey's death, Scarlet regained control of Wu Prefecture and restored the Ra state. Her first order was to attack the Great Phalon. 100,000 Ra's troops gathered on the southern bank of the Pingshan River, ready to cross and fight. Once again, Scarlet led the charge. Meanwhile, Chavi issued orders for his own attack on the Great Phalon. 100,000 Song troops marched toward Shanghai City, prepared for a decisive battle. Lundong Scarlet, Chavi led personally. In Lotus City, Eben finally revealed his stance. Attack the Great Phalon. 100,000 Shu troops emerged through the Shudao path, reaching Normanine County. At their head was Eben. In Jaiwild City, Maxim led 100,000 Charleston troops, directly targeting the capital of the Great Phalon. For a moment, 4 nations attacked Phalon simultaneously, encircled on all sides. Urgent reports poured into the imperial capital like snowflakes, leaving the Moxie flustered. Hurry! Order Pierce back to the capital immediately. She deeply regretted not listening to Pierce and insisting on intervening in the Queenie's civil war, even forcing him to participate despite his reluctance. Just then, the eastern governor, Irwin, returned to the capital with 20,000 troops from the Central Army. The Moxie, instead of relief, was enraged. Shanghai City had only 3,000 soldiers in total, and Irwin brought back 20,000, leaving the remaining 10,000 to defend against the Song's overwhelming force. And who authorized his return? The Moxie clenched her teeth. Governor Irwin of the Eastern Garrison returns to the capital without imperial decree and moves troops, guilty of a capital offense. Arrest him immediately. But when the palace guards reached the Central Army camp, they encountered a bloody mutiny. Upon returning, Irwin took advantage of the commander's complacency and launched a coup. The middle-ranking General Dong Charles was killed by Irwin on the spot, along with many loyalists. Relying on his prestige and the 20,000 already cleansed central troops, Irwin easily took control of the 50,000-strong Central Army, capturing the entire capital. The Moxie realized this was a well-planned conspiracy. Real troops, especially the Central Army. The Moxie breathed a sigh of relief. Then the defense of the palace is yours, Ingram. Ingram solemnly promised, your safety comes first. I vow to protect you and the palace with my life. When reinforcements arrive, the traitors shall meet their end. The Moxie hesitated. Will there really be reinforcements? If all armies come to save me, who will defend against Charleston, Shu, Song, and Ross? Can the Great Phalon survive if I am safe? Ingram faltered. An unsolvable dilemma. If no aid came, the Moxie was in danger. If aid did come, the empire fell. A deadly trap. He steadied himself. Regardless, your safety is paramount. Without you, holding territory means nothing. Trust in the field marshal. Gordon Siniu and Geritoniu nodded. If Louisy could return in time, all problems would be resolved. The Moxie deflated. We have no choice. Blame me for not heeding his advice, sending him to Queenie. Had he stayed in the capital, they would never dare. Though agreeing, Ingram and the others remained silent. Looking southward, the Moxie wondered, could he really make it back in time? Would she see him one last time? Even if her urgent orders reached him, it would take at least half a month from Queenie. Perhaps his intelligence system could speed things up slightly. Still, less than half a month would not suffice. Could she endure that long? The translation preserves the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Hashtag chapter 479. The fall of the imperial capital. Just as the officers of the brocade guards entered the palace, the 5 rebel armies surrounded the palace complex. On top of the Jason Anwood gate, Avril held his long saber, glaring angrily at a senior general who slowly rode out from among the rebels. He shouted, Irwin, the Great Phalon has been generous to you, and Austin has treated you well. How can you rebel against your sovereign and commit such treason? You are truly a heartless and ungrateful wolf. What you do will only bring shame to the Wang family and make you despised by the world. Irwin sneered coldly. Lord, are you joking? 2 years ago, Pierce was just a playboy in the capital, while I was already the Edwin of the Northern Garrison. Now, Pierce is the cavalry Edwin and Duke of Ewing, but I am still just the Edwin of the Eastern Garrison. Is this what you call being treated well? Moreover, I'm not rebelling. I am cleansing the court. Avril replied disdainfully, so, you're jealous of Duke Ewing, but do you even have the qualifications to be jealous? In these 2 years, Duke Ewing has fought battles on all fronts, winning numerous victories. He saved the nation from chaos. What have you done? Irwin snarled with anger. I defended the city of Shanghai, preventing the 10,000 troops of Song from advancing. Lord, you are cruel. Avril put his saber to Wang Jason's neck and said coldly, Captain Wang, say something to your traitorous father. This might be your last chance to speak. Wang Jason immediately burst into tears and shouted, Father, why did you rebel? Austin never wronged our family. I've been doing well in the brocade guards. Can't we live peacefully? Why must you sentence me to death? As they say, dying men speak the truth. At this moment, Wang Jason blamed no one but his father for involving him. Irwin shouted in anger, Rebel? Who told you I'm rebelling? I'm cleansing the court. He refused to admit rebellion. Avril spoke coldly, Irwin, this is your last chance. Surrender immediately, and only you will die. Your family won't be implicated. Wang Jason pleaded, Father, save me. Irwin laughed loudly, Old Lord, please be kind enough to cut off this disobedient son's head. Avril waved his hand. Execute them. The blade swung, and a row of heads rolled down from the wall. The rebel generals cried out in agony. Owen, Jensen, Leland, and others on the city walls felt uneasy. These people were once their comrades. However, with their father's betrayal, they became outlaws and targets for Avril's harsh punishment. Most of the brocade guards came from noble families. If these nobles rebelled, they would have to think about their children's fates. Irwin waved his hand. Attack. A brutal siege ensued. To capture the palace before the loyalists, far from skilled archers. However, Every one of the 10,000 Central Army archers was an exceptional sharpshooter. Under the pressure of the archers, the rebels began scaling ladders. Averil could only watch helplessly as the palace lacked rocks and logs to throw. Their only option was to thrust spears and slash sabers when the rebels appeared. This greatly reduced the advantage of defending the city. In close combat, how could the ceremonial guards and brocade guards stand against the Central Army? Soon, crises erupted on various sections of the wall. This was only the beginning. Averil felt utterly desperate and rushed around with his personal guards to contain the situation. Fortunately, many brocade guards, including Jimmy, Sun Londonu, London Charles, and Phelan Ba, were veterans of the Lewis family. Leland was even ranked 20th on the list of martial arts experts. They possessed excellent skills and extensive combat experience. Leading their subordinates, they managed to plug breaches, temporarily preventing the rebels from scaling the walls. However, they were outnumbered and eventually overwhelmed by the elite rebels. The situation quickly worsened. At a critical moment, the Moxie ordered a group of young eunuchs and maids to fetch stones and wood. It turned out she had them chop down valuable trees and dismantle ornamental rock formations in the Imperial Garden. Though inexperienced in war, the dead included both rebels and defenders, with casualties standing at about 2 rebels for every 1 defender. At this rate, when the defenders were all gone, the rebels would still have 30,000 men. The Grimes also realized the gravity of the situation. At this pace, they wouldn't hold out for even 2 days. He had overestimated the fighting capabilities of the Imperial Guard and the embroidered uniform guard while underestimating the strength of the main army. The former were merely secret police, whereas the latter consisted of professional soldiers. Initially, he believed that 10,000 against 50,000, plus the advantage of fortified walls, would allow them to hold out for 3 to 4 days until reinforcements arrived from the northern troops. But now, his thoughts seemed naive. People were not what he imagined them to be, nor was the city what he envisioned. Neither the people nor the city could endure. A grim realization dawned on him. This time, he and his sons might die at Jason Anwa Gate. Great Phelan truly stood on the brink of destruction. Dawn came, yet the battle raged on. This fight had lasted an entire day and night. The rebels employed a rotation strategy, and so did the defenders. The narrow confines of Jason Anwa Gate simply could not accommodate too many attackers or defenders simultaneously. After a full day and night of fighting, the morale of the defenders had sunk to rock bottom. The Imperial Guard and the embroidered overrun the defenses. The Grimes led his personal guard in fierce combat, shouting hoarsely, "Soldiers, one more effort, hold on, reinforcements are on their way. Victory belongs to us." This plea was not new to his ears and sounded increasingly hollow. Even he was numb, having shouted all night until his throat was raw. Was it over? Was everything lost? Desperation crept across his face. At the crucial moment, the Moxie, draped in a crimson dragon robe, appeared on Jason Anwa Gate. Simultaneously, a group of fully armored warriors, revealing only their eyes, cut into the ranks of the rebels. Their flashing blades felled one rebel after another. These were no ordinary men but the Moxie's elite dark guards. The sight invigorated the defenders, not because of the dark guards, but due to the Moxie's presence. "Protect Her Majesty!" They cried out, unleashing their final reserves of strength, driving the rebels back and reversing the tide of defeat. The Grimes hurried to the Moxie's side with his guards, pleading urgently, "Your Majesty, you should not be here. It's too dangerous. Please come down immediately." The Moxie firmly shook her head. "I will remain here. If the city stands, I stand. If the city falls, I fall." The Grimes implored, "Your Majesty, if anything happens to you, I cannot bear the responsibility." "Grimes, in this critical moment, does my presence in the palace or here make any difference? Here, at least, the soldiers know I am with them. I will not abandon them to flee." The Duke sighed in sorrow, ceasing his arguments. Fortunately, the Moxie had a few dark guards protecting her, all top-tier experts who fought 100 men at a time. Still, the Duke ordered Dwayne and Oswald to protect her with additional guards. The Moxie's appearance significantly boosted the morale of the defenders, igniting their resolve to fight to the death. Meanwhile, the rebels' spirits waned, becoming cautious and hesitant. As long as their sovereign was visible, how could they dare act recklessly? Why did ancient rebels always rally under the pretext of clearing the court? Because ministers do not speak ill of their ruler, nor do children speak ill of their father. No matter what mistakes the emperor made, it wasn't a valid reason for rebellion. Rebellion itself was treason. Erwin understood this well, and had never openly declared a rebellion. Otherwise, no one would follow him. He shouted, "Soldiers, can you see? The Moxie is coerced by Montague and forced into this perilous place. We must save Her Majesty and slay Montague. Save the Moxie, slay Montague." The rebels roared in unison, regaining their vigor. No one was a fool. Many knew the truth. What they needed was just an excuse. The battle reignited. With the Moxie present, the Imperial Guard and the embroidered uniform guard fought with everything they had, refusing to yield even an inch. In doing so, they barely managed to withstand the rebel onslaught. The fighting had reached a fever pitch, with soldiers dying in droves, their bodies thrown from the battlements. The battle had raged for 2 days and nights, leaving the defenders at half strength. They could no longer rotate, and each soldier of the Imperial Guard and embroidered uniform guard was utterly exhausted. What kept them standing was the figure in red. To harm her, the rebels would have to trample over their bodies. Relatively speaking, the rebels were in better condition, outnumbering the defenders and rotating in shifts to ensure adequate rest. The Grimes, a seasoned veteran, knew he could not let the Imperial Guard and embroidered uniform guard exhaust their last ounce of strength. If they sat down, they would never stand again. He must find a way to give them a moment to breathe. Chapter 481. Palace Guard Battle, Part 2. He steeled his heart and ordered the burning of the mountains of corpses and logs piled beneath the city walls. Instantly, flames shot up into the sky. The rebels were forced. In reality, they were trained from childhood as shadow guards. Unlike the dark guards who remain unseen, Shadow guards can be maids, young eunuchs, or ordinary imperial guards. Raylan and Tatum stopped persuading and hastily swallowed the dumplings. Their expressions remained calm, unlike the gruesome looks on others' faces. Shadow guards had come out of hell, so this scene meant little to them. The Moxie sighed, "It's all my fault for dismissing all the palace eunuchs. Otherwise, I could dispatch them to defend the city." Not long after ascending the throne, the Moxie dismissed many eunuchs and palace maids because she didn't need so many with just her in the palace. Raylan comforted, "This can't be blamed on your majesty. The inner treasury was empty back then. Besides, who would have thought someone would rebel and attack the palace?" Tatum clenched her teeth. "Erwin truly deserves death. The Wang family has received countless blessings from our dynasty, and your majesty has treated him well. Brinley, he dares to commit such treason. Prepare to face eternal pursuit by the shadow guards." Finally, the fire burned out, leaving charred remains below, where piles of corpses became heaps of bones. "Kill." Erwin waved his hand. "Kill." The tide of rebels attacked again with unwavering resolve. This time, nothing could stop them. This time, Erwin committed his elite central army of 5,000 men. He aimed to crush the defenders in one strike and capture the palace and the Moxie. Ironically, these 5,000 were the same ones who participated in the Grand Parade initially. But they weren't the original 5,000 men anymore. Erwin had replaced the commanders with his own men. The defenders' arrows had run out, forcing them into close combat with long spears and swords. Upon contact, they felt the formidable strength of these elite troops. They didn't fight individually but formed battle arrays suitable for their numbers, unleashing powerful combat strength, catching the defenders off guard. Critical moments depended on the Lewis family veterans among the Rossui and the Dark Guard's utmost efforts to suppress them. But this was just the first wave, and they wouldn't last long. Cristobal was anxious. He realized the Jason Anwa Gate could not be held this time. Just as despair set in, a new force emerged from behind the rebels. "Rescue the Moxie, kill the traitors." The deafening cries startled the rebels. The defenders rejoiced. Cristobal rejoiced, and the Moxie rejoiced. "Raylan, your majesty, reinforcements have arrived." "Tatum, your majesty, we're saved." But when they saw clearly, their hearts sank. It wasn't a regular army but a motley group of unharmed. He didn't fear a mere 10,000 ragtag troops. As for the Lewis family army, there were only 500. What could they do? He roared, "Continue the assault. Archers, keep the rear. Let these riffraffs see what an arrow rain looks like." Whiz! 10,000 archers lined up in rows, their bows drawn. The sharp-tipped arrows aimed at Art's reinforcement. Before ordering the attack, Art glanced to the right. He said irritably, "Cora, this is war, not a martial arts duel. Step back and don't cause trouble." Cora flew into a rage. "Who's causing trouble? 100 of you aren't worth me. How can I stand by while my daughter-in-law is bullied?" Art sighed, "Then protect yourself well." Knowing he couldn't persuade Cora, he looked to his left. "Military advisor, let's begin." Chapter 482, Palace Guard Battle, Part 3. At the Dew residence. In the main hall, a banquet was in progress. Presided over by Grand Tutor Rock and Imperial Tutor Kyler, the attendees included Minister of Personnel Augustus, Minister of War Chase, Minister of Revenue Ewan, and Minister of Works Desmond. Additionally, more than half of the capital's officials were present, both civil servants and military officers. Ike and Akila's absence could be under. The massive case in Jiangzhou left them utterly terrified. So this time, they were taking drastic measures, almost as if they were willing to perish together with their opponents. Anyway, London Engsau and Jiangdong were already devastated, and they did not care about holding on to these territories anymore, preferring instead to give them away to ensure the safety of Jiangzhou, Jiangnan, and Quinianzhou. As for whether the four countries would covet more, letting the genie out of the bottle might be easier said than done. They could no longer consider that. Their plan was to first claim the cleansing of the court, capture the Moxie, use her hand to eliminate Pierce, dismantle the Lewis family, take over Lewis's army and the Northern Army, along with all the Lewis family resources. If the Moxie abandoned her reforms, they would let her remain a puppet. If she insisted on reforming, they would not hesitate to dethrone her and install Erwin as emperor. They chose Erwin because they still needed him to deal with Charlison, Shu, Song, and Ross. Erwin, promised this, naturally rejoiced and fought desperately to attack the palace. Of course, Erwin had his own calculations. Once he held military power, everything would be under his command. By then, the Moxie would be his, and so would the Phalon kingdom. Another scout hurried back. Rock anxiously asked, "What's the situation? Did you take it down?" Fell in droves, unable to resist. Erwin was shocked. Having been stationed at Shanhaiguan for years, he had not participated in major campaigns recently. Although he had heard of the Ashton crossbow, his lack of knowledge led to this significant loss. However, as an experienced general, he remained composed. He barked orders, "Where are the sword and shield soldiers? Set up shields at the front to protect the archers." 5,000 shields were erected, halting the lethal shots from the Ashton crossbows. Within a short time, nearly 2,000 archers died under the Ashton crossbows. Erwin's heart bled, and he seethed with hatred towards Art. The remaining 8,000 Central Army archers sheltered behind the shields, forming a standoff with the Lewis family troops. They would unleash a barrage of arrows if the Lewis family troops dared to approach. At the Jason Anwa Gate, the battle was fierce. Under the relentless assault of the 5,000 elite Central Army troops, the defenders were being driven back, and the gate was on the verge of falling. Even worse, the rebels had somehow procured a battering ram, continuously smashing at the gate, bringing it close to collapse. Both inside and outside the city were in peril. Art's face turned grim. "Advisor, Erwin's intentions are clear. He is using archers to stall us, avoiding direct combat while focusing all efforts on attacking the Jason Anwa Gate." Ashton stroked his beard. "Precisely, a wise move. Advisor, what should we do next?" Ashton slowly replied, "We cannot let Austin fall into Erwin's hands, otherwise, our efforts will be in vain. Jerome, let us witness the brilliance of the Lewis family troops. Art was startled. Advisor, are you planning to have these 500 troops directly charge the rebel army? Ashton nodded. Brinley's. Jerome, you may not know, but these 500 troops are equipped with the latest infantry armor from Tongxiang County, impervious to even powerful crossbows at 100 meters. Ordinary arrows are useless against them. These 500 sets of iron armor were urgently transported from Tongxiang County before the general left south as a precaution. Art agreed. No wonder they look different. With only eyes exposed, it's no surprise they are so well protected. Jerome, they also wield 50 layered swords that can cut through metal like butter and carry infantry shields, making them seasoned warriors capable of both long range and close combat. Just watch. On command, the 500 Lewis family troops stowed away their Ashton crossbows, raised their shields, and drew their long knives. Charge. The 500 men formed a tight spearhead formation, charging straight into the rebel army. Coupled with specially designed shields, they were invincible steel giants. How could mere arrows harm them? As the Lewis family forces advanced within 50 meters and archery failed to penetrate their armor, Hector abandoned any hope for success. He roared, "Archers fall back. Sword and shield soldiers engage. Charge." The 500 Lewis family soldiers clashed violently with the 5,000 rebel sword and shield fighters, much like a massive boulder crashing against waves. To the astonishment of the rebels, each of their soldiers screamed in agony under the blades of the Lewis family forces, falling back step by step in retreat. Though numbering only 500, the Lewis family warriors fought like thousands. Indeed, each soldier of the Lewis family was a monstrous force that could take on 10 enemies at once. The rebels found their shields inadequate against the long swords of the Lewis family troops, let alone their flimsy leather armor. Those glittering long swords bore mesmerizing patterns, exuding a lethal beauty. These were the latest 50 refined long swords from Tongxiang County. With impervious infantry armor and 50 refined long swords, when combined with the undefeated spirit of the Lewis family forces, these became the world's strongest infantry. Assigning 10,000 archers and 5,000 sword and shield soldiers to confront Art, he was left with around 20,000 men. He yelled, "Wang He, at your service. Lead 10,000 spearmen to hold off the Lewis family troops. Avoid direct blade combat. Form dense formations and continuously pierce with spears. Remaining forces, focus on capturing Jason-Anwa Gate. Once we seize it and the Moxie, victory will be ours." After the 5,000 rebel sword and shield soldiers scattered, 10,000 gleaming spears thrust forward. Pierce, pierce. While the Lewis family soldiers could still resist with shields and armor, the 10,000 irregulars could only fall under rows of spears, blood spraying everywhere. It was a massacre. For elite imperial troops, fighting 10,000 irregulars was like an army against civilians. Familiar faces lay bathed in blood. Amadeo, the Beggar Guild leader, Colby, the Charles and Glong gang chief, Xiao Charlson, the Miaosho Hall headmaster. Though the Lewis family troops were formidable, there were only 500 of them. Surrounded by enemy forces, it was like being mired in quicksand. No matter how elite, the Central Army was not just bandits or displaced civilians. The Lewis family troops couldn't decimate them as effortlessly as dogs. But there were notable performances. Cora, along with the ice and fire emissaries, wrought havoc among the rebels. The Tianma sword sliced everything into two halves, whether spears, shields, or men. Cora took pleasure in killing while the ice and fire emissaries protected her from dark arrows. Their coordination was flawless. Brinley, their impact on the overall situation was negligible, doing little damage. A thunderous boom. The city gate finally succumbed to the battering ram. There was a moment of silence. Victory. The rebels cheered, surging like floodwaters through Jason-Anwa Gate. Behind, Art and Ashton's faces changed dramatically. All was lost. There was no turning things around. On Jason-Anwa Gate, the Grimes looked pale and lifeless. Was the great Phelan finished? Centuries of accomplishments ended here? The Moxie wore a look of resentment, her face tinged with melancholy. She did not regret reforming because reform offered a glimmer of hope for the great Phelan. Without reform, there would be none. What she regretted was constantly opposing Prince Pierce. In the Charleston Shu War, Prince Pierce advised a full-scale attack on Charleston. She rejected it for stability. In the Jiangzhou scandal, Prince Pierce suggested targeting all implicated noble families. She refused for the sake of peace in the capital. In the Queenie Kingdom rebellion, Prince Pierce opposed intervention. Brinley, driven by vanity and influenced by court ministers, she coerced him into action. If she had fully accepted his proposals, perhaps the great Phelan would now have internal and external problems resolved, unifying the land. If she had agreed with him just once, she wouldn't have faced this fate. She blamed herself entirely. She showed a hint of derision. Such naivety deserved its consequence. Her only regret was not becoming his wife, not seeing him one last time, not being able to say to him, "I'm sorry, I've burdened you." She drew a dagger, plunging it into her heart. Chapter 484. The Battle for the Imperial Palace, Part 5. "Your Majesty, you mustn't." Raylan and Verna clung tightly to the Moxie's dagger, blood seeping from their hands. The Moxie said mournfully, "Let go, and allow me to take my own life. I am the Silas of Great Phelan, and will never fall into the hands of the rebels to be mocked and humiliated." Raylan pleaded, "Your Majesty, do not give up until the very last moment." Verna echoed, "Brinley's, Your Majesty. We still have thousands of men who can fight on." The Grimes and Dwayne, Oswald, and others also knelt down to beg her, "Your Majesty, we will escort you. If I did, how could I face our ancestors? Please fulfill this old minister's last wish. Do not end your own life before I die." The Moxie was deeply moved. All right. After all, death was inevitable, whether sooner or later mattered little. As they spoke, Lee had already led the rebel army into the Imperial Palace, attacking the defenders on the city walls. The Grimes, leading the remaining few thousand defenders, stood before the Moxie. He glanced one last time at Dwayne and Oswald, saying apologetically, "Third son, fourth son. Today, we three will die here." Gordon Dwayne grinned. "So be it. Although I'm unwilling, being born into the Gordon family and serving as your son makes it worth it." Gordon Oswald cursed. "Worth what? I haven't lived enough yet. Old man, before I die, I just want to ask if you ever felt ashamed for always beating us?" The Grimes laughed heartily. "Me feel ashamed? If I were your father again in another life, I'd beat you two rascals even harder. Old man, then we'll settle accounts in another life." Agreed. The three laughed together. Others, however, did not share their foolishness. Faced with the overwhelming tide of rebels, their faces were ashen. They believed that without a complete body after death, one couldn't enter reincarnation and would become a wandering spirit forever. Terrified, the two leaders revealed a crucial piece of information. They hadn't instigated the rebellion but had been bribed heavily by someone to do so. These people spoke the official language of Great Phalon. Upon learning this, Pierce's expression changed dramatically. Recalling the court's persistent urging of the Moxie to attack Queenie and pushing him forward, he realized immediately that this rebellion was clearly a trap set for him. Calling it a trap might not be accurate since he suffered no harm. Therefore, their real target wasn't him, but rather to lure him away from the capital. What was their purpose? The greatest conflict between him and them was over reforms. Their goal must have been to stop the reforms. To do that, their target must be... Pierce's expression turned grave. Just as Harry had defeated the two allied forces, he received an urgent summons from Pierce. Not daring to delay, he hurried back to the Sea Clan stronghold. In the secret room, Pierce's face was stern. Harry had never seen Pierce look so serious, sensing impending doom. "Is it over?" Pierce asked. Harry nodded. "Edwin, the last two allied forces have been defeated, and the internal unrest in Queenie is resolved." Pierce stared intently at Harry. "Edwin Gongsun, can this lord trust you?" Without hesitation, Harry replied, "Of course. Edwin gave me recognition and honor, making me vow my life to serve you. Moreover, you taught me military strategies, bestowing upon me the gift of knowledge. Edwin is both my lord and teacher. As both minister and disciple, I will follow you forever. If I betray this oath, may heaven and earth punish me, never letting me achieve rebirth." Pierce nodded slowly. "Edwin Gongsun, something major is happening in the court. This lord needs to return to the capital immediately. I entrust Queenie to you." Harry was taken aback. "Edwin, what happened that requires you to rush back?" Pierce stated solemnly. "If my suspicions are correct, someone is plotting a rebellion." "What?" Harry blanched. "How is that possible?" Chapter 485, Palace Guard Battle, Part 6. Nothing is impossible. Pierce explained the whole situation to Harry in brief. Harry immediately understood the severity of the matter, so it really could happen. He was from a noble family and knew all too well how these large aristocratic families operated. For the sake of their clan's interests, they would stop at nothing, especially when the Moxie was planning to take away their root. But, he hurriedly asked, "If Edwin needs to return home to quell the rebellion, wouldn't you need to bring the army back with you? Why are you leaving me here?" Pierce explained, "This Marquis must get back as fast as possible, but the troops' marching speed is too slow. I do not lack soldiers, and don't need these 20,000 Southern Army troops. I'm leaving you here with them because I have a task for you." It made sense to Harry. Once Pierce returned to the Empire, all the troops would be under his command as the cavalry. Edwin. 20,000 Southern Army troops were unnecessary. He solemnly replied, "Please give orders, Edwin." Pierce enunciated slowly, "I want you to control the kingdom of Queenie." After this internal turmoil, the Sea Clan's 20,000 army was nearly wiped out, and other clans also suffered heavy losses. With Adam under his control, Harry could easily control the kingdom of Queenie with the Southern Army. Besides, Adam had agreed to become a vassal of the Great Phalon Empire to gain military support. This was a legitimate reason. "What?" Harry was shocked. "Is the general planning to take over the kingdom of Queenie using the stratagem of borrowing a path to attack Gua?" Pierce explained, "Initially, I did not plan to do so, but events have spiraled out of control. I need the kingdom of Queenie as a contingency." "The loss of control refers to what exactly?" Pierce replied slowly, "If my guess is correct, Charlison and Song will both attack Great Phalon next, with rebels inside and two armies outside. Inside-out cooperation puts great ease. The Lewis Light Cavalry was far north and unreliable, so he could only rely on the Lewis Cavalry and Northern Army. Rushing all the way, he managed to return to the capital at the last moment, successfully meeting the first 10,000 Lewis Cavalry at the outskirts. Throughout the journey, through messengers sent by Ashton, he understood everything. The death of the Shu Moxie, Eben's rebellion, the unknown whereabouts of the young lady which tore him apart most. As for Scarlet escaping and restoring the Ross state, he consoled himself. It doesn't make much difference whether she joins or not. The four states attacking simultaneously was even worse than he imagined. As for Irwin's rebellion, he wasn't surprised. Long ago, during the Black Mountain coal mine unrest, while suppressing the rebellion, he encountered Noah who told him about Irwin's conspiracy with his father, Atlee. But without evidence, it was just Noah's word. Thus, Pierce used the excuse of guarding Shanghai City to move Irwin out of the capital. However, Rock, Kyler, and others secretly brought him back. No worries, just one Irwin didn't trouble him. Before Jason Amwood Gate, Pierce in heavy armor led the charge, his steel spear ready. Art and Ashton rejoiced and quickly ordered 500 Lewis soldiers and 10,000 mixed troops to part ways, revealing 10,000 rebel spear-wielding troops pale-faced. Cora shouted excitedly, "Kill them all!" A few weapons could match. Moreover, they wore bulletproof silver chainmail, a key reason why many survived despite the decimation of Imperial guards. Irwin panicked as the final assault faltered and Lewis cavalry approached. He roared, "Fire! Shoot them dead!" Arrows rained down like rain. Without shields, The Rasiyui had to shield with their bodies. Their chainmail protected their upper bodies, but many got hit in their limbs. Still, they fought relentlessly until their last breath. Their Silas was behind them. Their commander was coming soon. They absolutely couldn't retreat now. 1,000 household Jimmy, killed in battle. 1,000 household Sun Londonu, killed in battle. 1,000 household London Charles, killed in battle. 1,000 household Phelan Ba, killed in battle. When enough comrades fell, the Rasiyui found their shields in the form of fallen comrades. This was the final battle, a mad fight where both sides fought to the death. Charge! Finally, thunderous war cries echoed from the rear of the rebel forces. Chapter 486, The Palace Guard Battle, 7. The Lewis family iron cavalry, on horseback as heavily armored cavalry, and off horseback as heavily armored infantry. Of course, they are still different from true heavy infantry. Their armor is designed for mounted combat, with long skirts that hinder walking. Fortunately, short bursts of close quarters fighting are still manageable. Charge! With 2 long knives, Huashue and Jason Yu in hand, Pierce took the lead, riding at the head of the ironclad Lewis family cavalry into the 20,000 rebel forces. Alexei followed closely behind with 200 personal guards protecting him on either side. No need for intricate techniques or advanced swordsmanship, only to swing the knives with all their might. Relying on his impenetrable armor and 2 finely forged tang knives, Pierce charged through, causing heads to roll and limbs to fly. No rebel could stand against him for even a moment. On the city walls, Ingram was holding out with Dwayne, Oswald, Leland, and others, making a final stand. A group of dark guards fiercely protected the Moxie's side. Everyone except the Moxie was bruised and bloodied, some with countless cuts, covered in blood that dripped slowly to the ground. Even Ingram's arm had taken a cut, leaving him with just one usable hand. They formed a circular array around the Moxie, layer upon layer, shielding her from harm. For the rebels to harm the Moxie, they would have to peel them away layer by layer. Irwin was going mad with frustration. The Lewis family cavalry was almost upon them, and they still hadn't captured the Moxie. Break through them! He roared, leading his personal guards into the fray. The circular formation, already thin, crumbled under this charge, exposing the Moxie's vulnerable figure in the center. Irwin, elated, lunged towards the Moxie. Not if we can help it. Sir Charlisk and Verna shouted, swinging their long knives at Irwin. A few guards tried to stop them but were felled in an instant, too slow to keep up. Irwin sneered, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of guards swarmed forward, encircling the 2 women. Now no one could stop him. Your Majesty, forgive me. He reached for the Moxie. The Moxie stared intently at Irwin, her eyes unable to harm him. Just as Irwin was about to grab the Moxie, there was a soft thud. A knife tip emerged from his chest. He looked at it in disbelief, struggling to turn his head, only to meet Pierce, who stood 10 meters away with a hand still extended from his throw. He fell unwillingly. Charge! Pierce swung his single knife, quickly reaching the Moxie. Alexei arrived with his guards, forming a protective circle around her. Without hesitation, the Moxie threw herself into Pierce's arms, clutching onto his armor, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry, I've made you suffer. I shouldn't have disagreed with you so often. I promise to listen to you from now on. I want to marry you, no more excuses. We will be together forever and never separate. I want to bear your child. Pierce stroked her back, letting her vent her fear and weakness. Sir Charlisk and Verna returned, having ended the fight, listening to the Moxie's lament with tears and laughter. The battle soon ended, with nearly half dead or wounded. With Irwin slain, the remaining 10,000 rebels surrendered. Commander Lance of the Lewis family cavalry approached to inquire, Your Majesty, how should we handle these traitors? The Moxie buried her head in Pierce's chest, ashamed to face anyone. She patted Pierce's arm, signaling him to decide. Pierce said coldly, Execute all officers and above. The rest will be sent to Black Mountain for life mining. Brinley's, sir. Ingram, Dwayne, Oswald, and Leland, who narrowly escaped death, looked at Pierce with gratitude but didn't dare approach the Moxie in such a state. Pierce snapped, All of you are bleeding profusely. Go find a healer immediately. No need for formalities. Thank you for your efforts. Ingram nodded. I'll leave this to you, young Lewis. Dwayne and Oswald chimed. Talk later, Lewisy. Leland added, Commander, permission to withdraw. Under the Jason Anwa gate, Art firmly held onto Cora. Cora, the Silas is being intimate with Austin. What are you doing here? Cora retorted, As their parent, why can't I join? Let me go find Normanzi. Ashton advised, Teach Master Shao. Let them have their moment. It will be bad for Her Majesty's health if she doesn't release the stress. Cora stopped fussing. The daughter-in-law's health is important. She needs to be healthy to bear a chubby baby. Art asked Ashton, military advisor, what's next? Ashton stroked his beard. I counted earlier. Only 5,000 of the Lewis family cavalry were with Edwin Lewis. If my guess is right, the other 5,000 must be guarding the city gates. Art's eyes lit up. Close the gate and catch the dog inside? Precisely. Wait for the Silas and Edwin Lewis to decide specifics. 5,000 for defense is not enough. We should assist Edwin Lewis. But are they still able? Art eyed the battered and wounded 10,000 troops. Let the civilians go home. Only the 5 cities' military command and patrol teams stay for defense. Ashton sighed. That's the only option. On the Jason Anwa gate tower, only Pierce and the Moxie remained. The Moxie had vented all her fear, regret, and weakness. Though her eyes were red and swollen, she looked both pitiful and amusing to Pierce. Noticing the hint of a smile on Pierce's lips, the Moxie punched his chest lightly. Don't mock me. Fine, I won't laugh. Corpses had been cleared, but bloodstains lingered everywhere. Too many familiar faces lay on the ground, inside and outside the walls, making it hard to smile. I was prepared to kill myself, thinking I'd never see you again, the Moxie admitted, fearful. No. Pierce exclaimed, you must never do anything foolish. Always believe I will come for you. The Moxie leaned against Pierce's chest, a sweet smile on her face. How did you get here so fast? The Moxie asked curiously. Pierce recounted the events. The Moxie was stunned. This coup in Queenie, it was set up specifically to delay you. She blamed herself. It's all my fault insisting you go to Queenie. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen for it. This trap was set for me rather than you. It's because of me that Phalon has suffered so much. Pierce comforted her. Your Majesty, the past is the past. Let's look forward. The Moxie nodded vigorously. From now on, I will listen to you completely. Through this painful lesson, she finally understood completely. Chapter 487. The Collapse of Great Phalon. At the Dew residence. When the final outcome was announced, everyone stood as if struck dumb. Rock lost his composure and screamed hysterically. How is this possible? This can't be true. How could Pierce have made it back in time? Someone, tell me this is a lie. You're all deceiving me. His mental state was on the brink of collapse. Kyler looked like he had seen a ghost. It's over. Everything is over. Augustus abruptly stood up. What's the use of saying this now? Let's run. Kyler shook his head. Didn't you hear the scouts report? Pierce only brought 5,000 troops from the Lewis cavalry into the city. Where are the other 5,000? Augustus clenched his teeth. 5,000 men divided to guard the 4 city gates. There's no way they can cover everything. Our families each have thousands of private soldiers. If we split up and escape, there might still be a chance. Chase echoed. That's right. Fighting for survival is better than waiting to die. Go. The two turned and walked away, not even glancing at Rock and Kyler. A large group of officials also followed them out in a frenzy, leaving the once bustling hall eerily empty with only a few people remaining. Neither Rock nor Kyler moved. Neither did Ewan. Kyler asked Ewan, Grand Minister, aren't you going to leave? Ewan smiled bitterly. I would love to go, but can I? You thought your plan was flawless, yet it ended in miserable failure. With such an opponent, how could they possibly leave such a huge loophole? Kyler sighed. Who would have thought that the one who could see things so clearly is the Grand Minister? You were always unwilling to get involved with us. Why did you side with us this time? Ewan's face was grim. Wasn't it because of your convincing talk? I couldn't find any flaw. I guess I've been dragged down by you. Strong contingents of the Lewis family army plunged straight into the midst of the private soldiers like fish in water. The combination of the strongest shield, the strongest spear, and the most elite troops was unstoppable, slaughtering the private soldiers like dogs. Though defeated heavily, these private soldiers did not scatter and retreat because they had nowhere to run and fought to the death. Only when the other 5,000 Lewis cavalry arrived did they lose all hope. By mid-afternoon, the 50,000 Northern Army troops had arrived. From then on, the situation was completely controlled, and the unrest in the capital was quelled. But this brief calm before the storm would soon give way to a massive upheaval across the continent. The capital, or Chang'an, would bear the brunt. In the Lewiston Hall, a crucial meeting was taking place. Led by Moxie and Pierce, Grimes, Art, and Ashton were all present. Besides these insiders, 3 outsiders were also present. They were the cabinet ministers, Grand Guardian Ike, Minister of Rights Aquila, and Minister of Justice Ignacio. While Ike and Aquila's presence was expected by Pierce, Ignacio's inclusion took him by surprise. Of course, this didn't mean that all imperial officials had betrayed the Moxie. They were just the few who still qualified to stand here. Pierce greeted them warmly. Welcome, the 3 of you. This marked their acceptance into their inner circle. The trio clasped their hands and bowed. Thank you, Edwin. Loyalty to the throne is our duty. Pierce waved his hand. Time is critical. Let's get to the point. I will share 4 pieces of news with you. First, Charleston's army has already breached Norman City and entered London Angshao. Second, Shu's army has taken Normannian County and entered Jiangnan. Third, Song's army has captured Shanghai City and entered Jiangdong. Fourth, Ross's army has stormed Wangjiang City and entered Jiangdong. What? Everyone except the Moxie, Art, and Ashton were horrified. Their faces drained of color. Ike stammered, Edwin, does this mean? Pierce cut in firmly. Brinley's. These 3 provinces cannot be saved. The collapse of Great Phalon is inevitable. The Moxie bit her lower lip until it bled. Aquila sighed deeply. Rebels and traitors, bringing ruin to the nation. Ignacio remained grim-faced, silent. Grimes asked directly, Lewis, what's your plan? Pierce said deliberately, I intend to abandon Jiangzhou and retreat to Quinianzhou. Aquila objected quickly, absolutely not. Jiangzhou is the seat of the capital and the heart of Great Phalon. Pierce was blunt. If we don't abandon Jiangzhou, it will be the first target of the 4 countries, leading to certain death. Grimes nodded. The Edwin is right. Now, it seemed. Ike reflected. It appears the Edwin foresaw this day. Pierce replied mildly, just preparing ahead. Ignacio interjected. Then we must start moving the capital immediately. Time is pressing, and every moment counts. Pierce nodded. Indeed. The task of relocating the capital falls to Grand Guardian, Grand Master of Ceremonies, Chief Justice, Grimes, and you, old man. Art couldn't resist asking, Brat, what about you? Pierce grinned nastily. Once the door is closed, it's time to deal with the dogs. Chapter 488. The Day of Bloodshed in Chang'an. On Pierce's order, 50,000 fully armed Northern Army troops entered the capital and began the largest cleansing operation this city had ever seen. This day is historically known as the Day of Bloodshed in Chang'an, or more euphemistically, the Blood-Drenched Chang'an. For the rebellion, collusion with foreign enemies, treasonous acts, and lack of any moral bottom line, Pierce's command was clear. Kill them all, without exception. The Du family, Chui family, Qin family, Huang family, Shan family. Every clan involved in the conspiracy was utterly annihilated. The Northern Army spent an entire day and night on the slaughter. Even their long broadswords became nicked from overuse. It was impossible to count how many people died. Blood flowed throughout Chang'an. Some streets and alleys were literally flooded by blood overflowing from half to a new capital. Silence fell among the people. Nobody wanted to leave their homes. Thankfully, this was merely an appeal and not a mandate. It clearly stated that anyone who chose to follow would be properly resettled in the new city in Queen Yenzu. Those who stayed might face the brutality of the 4 invading nations, risking their lives. Under the threat to their lives, people quickly made their choices. The entire capital bustled with activity as everyone, from top to bottom, packed their belongings. That very day, a massive convoy set off for Queen Yenzu. This convoy included valuable documents from the palace, advance officials from the Ministry of Rights, dependents of the Lewis and Gordon families, and numerous civilians who decided to join them, heading north. At the Ho residence, Pierce was bidding farewell to his family. Art would lead the entire Ho family to Queen Yenzu, while he remained to oversee the migration in Tongxiang County. Pierce planned to stay in the capital with the Lewis family cavalry and the Northern Army until everyone had departed before returning to Queen Yenzu. This migration was not an escape but a significant undertaking that, even under pressure, would take at least 10 to 15 days to complete. During this time, the 4 nations could easily swallow Londonangshao, Jiangnan, and Jiangdong, unable to resist the temptation of such a rich prize. These were side ventures. The core operations were in Tongxiang County, like blast furnaces, blacksmith shops, bow and crossbow workshops, cement plants, tung oil factories. Hearing this, Germany Niang sighed. All right, let's rebuild in the new city. Have all valuables and important items been taken care of? Pierce asked uneasily. While Cora was the head of the household, managing finances fell to Germany Niang, who oversaw the Lewis family enterprises. Rest assured, master, both items and people are accounted for. In Lewis Village, I've instructed Lewis to destroy all equipment and manufacturing processes. Excellent. Upon reaching the new city, see to it that everyone is well settled. Understood, master. Kathy impatiently squeezed into Pierce's embrace, grumbling, Edwin, your heart belongs only to Trishaniang. Pierce chuckled. How could that be? You're all invaluable assistants to me. Edwin, I've packed all the 3 treasures of women without leaving a single piece behind. That wasn't necessary, Pierce replied. Finally, Pierce patted Jessica and Christy on the heads. Be good, you two. I'll stay, teacher. If soldiers get injured, I can treat them, suggested Haddonfan. Brother Lewis, let me stay too. I can assist Haddonfan, added Normangfing. No. Pierce refused flatly. Their mouths pouted in disappointment. Depart, shouted Art, and the long convoy, Marquis, he had no airs. Every time they saw him, they felt a sense of warmth. Don't be so formal. Here, give me some flour, some leeks, and a few eggs. In no time, he prepared a plate of dumplings with leek and egg, which was the Moxie's favorite, along with a bowl of millet porridge. Carrying the tray to the Lewiston palace, he found the Moxie staring into space in the empty hall. Your Majesty, please eat something. The Moxie shook her head. I have no appetite. Pierce stuffed a dumpling into her mouth. You must eat, even if you have no appetite. I made these with my own hands. The Moxie reluctantly opened her mouth, took a bite of the dumpling she usually loved, but found it tasteless this time. Her lower lip still had dried blood, making Pierce feel very sorry for her. After eating a few dumplings and half a bowl of millet porridge, the Moxie couldn't continue. She fell into Pierce's arms, her eyes red again. I am a sinner of great Phalon. After death, I won't have the face to meet the ancestors of the G family. Pierce casually said, then may your Majesty live long, not seeing the ancestors of the G family. The Moxie was furious. Annoying. You're joking at such a time. Great Phalon's centuries-old legacy rests entirely in Chang'an, yet it is ruined by me. I am heartbroken. Pierce comforted her. Your Majesty, we are only leaving temporarily. We will come back. Is there really such a day? Do you not trust me? Of course, I trust you. I just don't trust myself. I've been a terrible emperor. The Moxie looked up. Why don't you take over? I can be the empress consort. Pierce laughed bitterly. Your Majesty, don't be silly. Only those with the blood of the royal house of Great Phalon can rule. Me ruling would be usurping power. People would ridicule me. Men handle external affairs, women internal ones. We'll conquer territories together, govern the country well, and everything will go smoothly. All right. The Moxie didn't insist, knowing she had just spoken casually. Pierce realized something. Hey, Janelle, are you testing me? The Moxie quickly responded, No, just talking. Believe me. I don't believe you at all. Over the past 2 years, your suspicions as an emperor have grown greatly, deserving a spanking. Pierce slapped her bottom a few times. The Moxie flew into a rage. You dare hit my bottom? I'll fight you to the death. Come on, with your weak strength, I'll let you use both hands and feet. They began wrestling, laughter echoing in the palace. Outside the Lewiston palace, Raylan and Verna, crouching in the corner, smiled foolishly. #### Hall of the Marquis Manor. Pierce convened a special military meeting. Advisor Ashton, commander of the Lewis, but you're still here. With you around, I believe Great Phalon will rise again. Now is the best time to help. The 3 simulated battles in Shima City left Anders deeply impressed. From then on, he sincerely admired Pierce, even though he had doubts about Ingram who had commanded the Western Army for years. Kenny added, Grand Edwin, my thoughts are the same as Commander London. With you, Great Phalon won't fall. The current decline is just the prelude to a glorious future. Having fought alongside Pierce in the Battle of Nanjing and the destruction of Ross, Kenny knew Pierce's prowess. He considered himself knowledgeable in military affairs, but in front of Pierce, he felt like a child. He believed that no one could defeat Pierce. Pierce stared intently at the two, who returned his gaze honestly. Pierce smiled. Excellent. Great Phalon welcomes you. The two breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up. Now, tell us the news you brought. Brinley's, sir. Anders started. Grand Edwin, Maxim is not to be underestimated. Pierce raised an eyebrow. Oh, tell me more. Anders solemnly explained. Initially, I planned to use the fortified city of Normanching to block Charleston's entry into Londonangshao. But Maxim spread rumors that the 4 nations were collectively attacking Great Phalon, and Chang'an had already fallen. Upon hearing the state of Charleston, even wiping out the state of Ross, while the state of Song dared not do anything but swallow its frustration. It seemed that Great Phalon would soon unify the world. However, everything changed in an instant. Now the vast empire of Great Phalon was reduced to only Queen Yinzu and Jiangzhou, and soon, Jiangzhou would also be divided, leaving only Queen Yinzu. Noticing the dejected moods of his generals, Ashton encouraged them. Everyone, don't despair. We will return one day. On that day, it will be the time for the Great Phalon to once again shine. Adifir echoed. The military strategist is right. Let them be arrogant for now. We will make them pay back every debt with interest sooner or later. The generals began to shout loudly, each more agitated than the last. Once they calmed down, Pierce continued, our immediate task is to ensure the smooth relocation of the capital. The four states may very well take this opportunity to act. We must closely monitor them. Edwins, listen to your orders. Understood. Anders, you are ordered to lead 10,000 Western Army troops to guard the southern suburbs and watch out for the armies of Ross and Shu. Understood. This response, while correctly translated, is used multiple times in the original text for different characters acknowledging orders. To maintain fluency and naturalness in English, it would be better to vary the responses slightly where appropriate. Here are a few alternatives that could be used throughout the text for variation. As you command. Brinley, sir. At once. Roger that. Understood. Choose the one that best fits the context of each scene. For example, Anders replied promptly, as you command. Enoch responded resolutely, Brinley, sir. This adds more depth and personality to the characters while maintaining accuracy and fluency. Enoch, you are ordered to lead 10,000 Eastern Army troops to guard the eastern suburbs and watch out for the army of Song. The translation understood does not fully capture the formal and military context of Zunming. A more appropriate translation would be Zunming, as ordered. This conveys the respectful and obedient tone typically used in military settings. Adifir, Johann, Evander, you three are ordered to lead 50,000 Northern Army troops to guard the western suburbs and watch out for the army of Charleston. Understood. The translation is accurate and natural in this context. However, to maintain consistency in style and terminology, especially in a formal or military setting, you might consider using Brinley's, sir, or as you command, depending on the formality level of the rest of the text. Here's an alternative. Brinley's, sir. This conveys respect and formality appropriate for military dialogue. If you have more text to translate or need further adjustments, feel free to share. You only need to defend the city walls. There's no need to engage in battles outside. This duke will personally lead the Lewis family cavalry to confront any enemies from all directions. Any intruders will face a severe backlash to teach them a lesson. Understood. Once everything was arranged, the generals dispersed to carry out their respective duties. Only Pierce and Ashton remained in the hall. Strategist, have you heard from Andoni's navy? Ashton's foresight naturally did not overlook the navy that Pierce valued. He advised Garrett to relocate the 10,000-strong navy along with the shipyard craftsmen from Rossling, especially those from the ship family, to Normanzhou when the situation turned dire. As the loss of Jiangdong meant the Great Phalon lost all access to seaports, the navy would be of no use in Quinienzu. Normanzhou, on the other hand, had the ship family's docks and shipyards, with endless giant trees on the island to build a powerful navy. Ashton shook his head heavily. We haven't received any news. Pierce consoled himself. No news might be good news. They might have already reached Normanzhou. The sea separates Normanzhou from the mainland, making it difficult for pigeons to fly across. Ashton nodded. I hope so. Upon reaching Quinienzu, it's crucial to train some sea eagles. That way, we can communicate with Normanzhou. Pierce agreed. Leave this matter to the strategist. You can get help from Jaden. He has skills with birds. Ashton smiled. Exactly. I nearly forgot if it weren't for Edwin's reminder. Pierce teased. Strategist isn't forgetful. It's just the lamplight under which things become obscure. Jaden was Ashton's capable assistant, responsible for overseeing the Dove communications at home mansion as well as translating encrypted reports for him. Without Jaden, Ashton wouldn't have been so relaxed. Ashton laughed bitterly. Edwin is correct. 3 days later, Pierce bid farewell to the Moxie and the largest group. The long convoy stretched for dozens of kilometers, comprising over 10,000 people, including the Moxie, eunuchs, palace maids, officials, and their families, as well as large households and commoners from the capital. Such a massive convoy naturally aroused covetousness among the interested parties. Charleston's 100,000-strong army appeared first at the border between London Engsau and Jiangzhou, led by the mighty wound Jun Maxim, Charleston's cavalry Edwin. Regardless of who he was, Pierce personally led 10,000 Lewis family cavalry to confront him. The Charleston army had only 10,000 hastily assembled cavalry, with the remaining 90,000 being foot soldiers. A few charges from the 10,000-strong Lewis family cavalry, the wealthiest region of Great Phalon, home to the capital Chang'an, the most prosperous city in the world. They were all eager for it. Unexpectedly, under the threat of the four armies, not only did most of the imperial city's residents follow the relocation to Quinienzu, but many civilians from Jiangzhou also packed up and moved north with their families. Of course, not everyone. Mostly wealthy households, who, preserving their lives and wealth, found paradise wherever they went. Rather than staying in Jiangzhou to face an uncertain future, they chose to go to Quinienzu. The four nations couldn't stand idly by. What was the most critical resource in this era? Grain? Iron mines? No, it was population. As if prearranged, the armies of Charleston, Song, Ross, and Shu entered Jiangzhou, advancing directly to the three sub-cities east, south, and west of the capital. A five-nation war seemed imminent, but none dared to strike first. Capturing the sub-cities wasn't certain, but they would surely face devastating attacks from the Lewis family cavalry. None wished to be the first to act, becoming prey for others. Boom. 10,000 Lewis family cavalry raced southwest towards the Shu army. The Shu army was horrified. Chaos erupted within the ranks. The other three kingdoms secretly rejoiced, sensing an opportunity. Oh, then, you'd be dead already. You should know what scum you are, yet you dare to rebel? Think I won't thrash the shit out of you? Eben's face turned bitter. Edwinissimo, when in power, one has no choice. I don't blame myself. Feel free to scold me as you wish. The newly crowned Silas of Shu being berated by Pierce like a grandson. If anyone else saw this, they wouldn't believe their eyes. However, neither the Lewis family cavalry nor the Shu army found it odd. This was because, back in Shu, Eben had always been Pierce's whipping boy. The Shu soldiers weren't filled with anger over their lord's humiliation, for many of them had once served under the Grand Marshal Pierce, who commanded greater respect from them than Eben did. Many Shu soldiers hadn't even acknowledged Eben as emperor. Shu traditionally revered the Holy Maiden, making a quick shift hard to achieve. Most common soldiers didn't agree with Eben's rebellion either. But with the situation irreversibly altered and being of lowly status, they could do nothing. Pierce stared at him intensely. What have you done to Bai Lundong? Eben responded truthfully. We haven't seen the little Holy Maiden. She disappeared when I led my troops into the palace. It seems she received advance notice and left the palace. Still no word on her? Eben shook his head. No. Pierce breathed a small sigh of relief. In this case, no news was good news. He coldly ordered, leave this place now with your army, or your 10,000 troops won't save you. Next time we meet, I won't hold back. Eben hesitated, sighed, and rode back. The Shu army withdrew. As soon as the Shu forces retreated, the Ross forces followed suit, fearing they would vie for territory in Jiangnan upon return. The remaining armies of Charlison and Song held on for 2 more days before finally retreating. They weren't willing to challenge the tiger at its den. Though the great Phelan had fallen, Pierce remained undefeated. According to the latest reports, he had already quelled internal unrest in Queenie before returning. In every one of the states, Charlison, Shu, Song, Ross, Queenie, his footsteps and legends echoed. Even the 40,000-strong coalition forces surrounding the imperial capital, mostly composed of veterans, had witnessed Pierce's prowess firsthand. Half of the 10,000 Charlison forces had once been prisoners of Pierce. Most of the 10,000 Shu troops had once called Pierce Grand Marshal. 5,000 of the 10,000 Ross forces had been former Marines who shouted, Edwin, in Rao City. 5,000 of the 10,000 Song forces had also been Marines who followed Pierce to Song after he fed their general, Era, to sharks. In the Charlison military camp, Yanko fumed. That coward Eben promised to attack together but ran first. Hard-won unity shattered without a fight. Maxim said calmly, can't blame him. He can't fully control the Shu troops. If Pierce attacks, they'll turn on him. Heard there are uprisings all over Shu. His position isn't secure. Bastard, are we just going to watch the people of Jiangzhou flee to Queenienzu? We have no choice. Fortunately, only a few fled. So frustrating. Prepare yourself. Once the Phelan troops withdraw, it will be our time to enter Jiangzhou. Yanko hesitated. Are we really going to divide Jiangzhou with Song, Ross, and Gordon? With our strength, swallowing it entirely shouldn't be hard, right? Maxim explained. It's not about feasibility, but about the bigger picture. We need to maintain this 4-state alliance, even if it's superficial. Otherwise, Pierce will exploit it and defeat us one by one. This time we've gained all of London Engsau and most of Jiangzhou, plus brought down Great Phelan. Given time, Great Charlison will recover swiftly. Then unifying the world will be within reach. Yanko laughed. Thanks to the internal strife of Great Phelan and the strategic brilliance of Edwin, otherwise bringing down Great Phelan would take much effort. Maxim shook his head. I claim no credit. It was mainly due to Khan Haddon's efforts, facilitating the 4-state alliance and turning the aristocracy of Great Phelan against themselves. Inside and outside working together allowed us to conquer Great Phelan. That's true, Khan Haddon is indeed our top strategist. Pathetic that the nobility thought they coordinated with the 4 states themselves, taking pride in their behind-the-scenes manipulation, unaware they were mere pawns. Maxim sighed. In this game, who isn't a pawn? They are, we are, even Khan Haddon and Pierce are. Half a month later, the last group heading to Queenienzu set out. The population of the capital had drastically decreased. Those with means moved to Queenienzu, leaving behind those too old or poor to travel. Some chose to stay out of attachment to their homes, holding out hope. Ike and Ingram managed the relocation without forcing anyone, acknowledging the human cost while understanding the limits of resources. Pierce, along with Alexei and his guards, strolled through the empty city, bidding farewell to the ancient town filled with his memories. He gave orders for 10,000 Eastern Army, 20,000 Western Army, and 50,000 Northern Army troops to leave their garrison citadels, slowly marching toward Queenienzu. This journey was slow, as it included civilian laborers and supplies transported from Jiangzhou. Pierce ensured no grain was left for the 4-state coalition. He protected the convoy with 10,000 cavalry, deterring any would-be attackers. After the Phelan forces left Jiangzhou and entered Queenienzu, the 4 coalitions seized the region, dividing the vast land. Chang'an returned to Ross, fittingly coming home. Thus, the 6 nations reorganized, redrawing territorial boundaries. Great Phelan now controlled only Queenienzu, barely hanging on. Charlison, Song, and Ross divided the 4 provinces of Phelan, growing stronger. Queenie retained its land, continuing its isolationist ways. War ended, ushering in a brief era of peace. In Queenienzu's Donghua New City, the new capital of Great Phelan, a grand wedding awaited Pierce. Chapter 492, Grand Wedding. There are primarily 3 roads leading into Queenienzu. The Jiangyan Road from Jiangzhou to Queenienzu, the London-Anjian Road from London Engsau to Queenienzu, and the Songyan Road from the Song Kingdom to Queenienzu. The first 2 are the main routes into Queenienzu, while the latter requires crossing the Taihang Mountains and is a perilous, narrow path. On the Jiangyan Road stands Jiangyan City, on the London-Anjian Road stands London-Anjian City, and on the Songyan Road stands Songyun City, all built in strategic locations where one man can guard against 10,000. Originally, these 3 cities were long neglected and no longer functional. However, starting 2 years ago, Jiangyan City and London-Anjian City underwent large-scale renovations, and Songyun City received minor repairs. This was undoubtedly part of Pierce's foresight. He planned to turn Queenie Inzu into a secure stronghold. How could it not have a solid gateway? After entering Queenie Inzu, Pierce immediately ordered the northern army of 50,000 to garrison Jiangyan City, 30,000 of the western army to garrison London Anjian City, and 10,000 of the eastern army to garrison Songyun City. Thus, the entire Queenie Inzu became impregnable. Ashton praised highly. Edwin truly has planned without any oversight. It seems everything was anticipated. Pierce humbly replied, advisor overpraises me. This humble marquis merely considered failure before victory. Ashton stroked his beard. A general who considers failure before victory will thus remain undefeated in 100 battles. Advisor, you can just say I'm afraid of dying. Both men shared a smile. Let's head back to the new capital. Everything has its difficulties at the start. Advisor will be busy after this. Edwin is too kind. To contribute to Edwin's eternal foundation is an honor for this poor Taoist. If you say so, don't blame me when your hair falls out and you become bald. No problem, then I'll switch paths and become a monk. Both laughed heartily. They had just returned to Tongxiang County with 10,000 ironclad cavalry when Pierce was informed. Tomorrow was the grand wedding day. Everything was ready, just waiting for him. The groom. Happiness came set for the ceremony. 1 set for the banquet. It seems we don't need 10. Aquila immediately corrected. We do. Absolutely necessary. It means everything goes perfectly well. It has to be 10 sets. Pierce was furious. I'm focused on 1 set. Why can't I wear just 1? You tormenting me? Don't you know it hurts if it's not happening to you? Art scolded. Foolish boy, talking nonsense? 1 set is never enough. By the end of the parade, you'll be drenched in sweat. Do you want to distribute sweets covered in foul sweat? Do you want to disgrace our Lewis family and the Silas? Turns out, the 10 sets are for sweating. Pierce deflated instantly, wondering what torture he'd endure tomorrow. He didn't sleep all night. The 2 old men repeated their instructions endlessly, like the Tang priest reciting the tightening spell in his ear. Cora, with the ice and fire emissaries, treated him like a clothes hanger, trying on and modifying one outfit after another. As the sun rose, Pierce was already exhausted like a dog, while the trio was hyped up like they'd injected adrenaline. The suffering day began. Similarly suffering was Pierce's good partner, Black Absolute. As the king of horses, it was unsurprisingly chosen for the parade. Since yesterday, over a dozen stable hands had been decorating it comprehensively. When Pierce saw it for the first time, he almost didn't recognize it. Too flat. Indeed, supervision was necessary. 2 cheerful children presented a basket of candies. Wrapped in colorful paper, these included red sugar cubes, longans, and honey dates, sweet treats. For wealthy families, it wasn't rare, but for commoners, it was something special. Pierce grabbed and threw them wildly, causing a scramble among the crowds. Aquila urged anxiously, Davian, slow down. Slow down. The parade has just begun. But Pierce ignored him, wanting to finish early. Finally, after completing the parade and candy distribution, Pierce arrived at the new palace in the new capital. Chapter 493. Overcoming obstacles. Just as Art said, the new capital's palace was converted from the former new marquis residence. Although it is the largest building in the new city, spanning 5 courtyards and covering thousands of square meters, it is obviously too small to serve as a royal palace, not even reaching 1/10 the size of the imperial capital's palace. For other emperors, it would certainly be insufficient, but for the Moxie, it is more than enough. Since she is a woman with no consorts, the entire harem consists solely of her. At the entrance of the royal palace, Pierce was stopped. He understood that his trials were about to begin. He wanted to see what challenges these people could come up with to make things difficult for him. The ones blocking his path were a group of young officials, mostly from humble backgrounds. They were promoted through the imperial examinations after the Moxie's reforms. Having no established connections, Marquis of Black Mountain, the second challenge tests martial prowess. Here is a strong bow with 3 stones. If you can draw it, you pass this round. Without a word, Pierce drew the bow into a full moon shape and shot an arrow, hitting a sparrow on a tree over 150 meters away. Excellent. The Edwin is truly a master archer. The young generals cheered. They all knew Pierce was excellent at leading troops, but they did not know his archery skills were so remarkable. Marquis of Black Mountain, you have passed the second challenge. The third challenge was a riddle, something not mentioned early or late. Pierce picked up a brush and wrote, Jason, to promise. The fourth challenge was an arithmetic problem, famously the chicken and rabbit in the same cage. Naturally, he handled it easily. The fifth challenge was to match a couplet. The top line was, orchids entwine in the bond of unity. Pierce again picked up a brush and wrote, lotus blooms side by side. Pierce cut through each challenge with unstoppable momentum. Dwayne and Oswald couldn't take it anymore. Louis C., give us a chance to show off too. As best men, if they couldn't assist at all, they'd lose face among others. Pierce grandly replied, all right, you two take the next challenge. The sixth challenge was set by Ingram, who proudly presented a London Engsub battlefield sand table. He boasted, Louis boy, didn't expect this, did you? Let's battle again. I want to wash away my previous humiliation. Pierce glanced at Dwayne and Oswald. You two go ahead. A 2-on-1 father and son's battle. Dwayne and Oswald deflated immediately. Louis C., maybe we should just help you stop the bridal procession instead. What cowards you are. After a fierce struggle, Ingram was once again left questioning life itself. The seventh challenge was set by Ignacio, who wanted to compete in pitchpot throwing with Pierce. Marquis of Black Mountain, although your archery surpasses mine, in pitchpot throwing, throughout the entire Great Phalon, I'd place myself second, and no one else dares to claim first. Pierce didn't bother to respond, picking up arrows and walking to the courtyard's end. After a glance at the bronze pot, he turned around. Ding ding ding. Each arrow he threw backward entered the bronze pot perfectly, none missing and none bouncing out. He patted his hands. Chief Censor, I'm done. You do your best. Ignacio's face turned red with anger. You're too much. The eighth challenge was set by the old man Aquila. Marquis of Black Mountain, don't look at me like that. I won't feel guilty. Pierce gritted his teeth. What challenge do you have? Aquila calmly said, Marquis of Black Mountain. Your poetry is unmatched, creating many timeless works. But poetry merely cultivates sentiment. It's a minor aspect of literature. Writing articles can govern the state and educate the people, which is the true essence of literature. For the 8th challenge, compose an article right here. It must gain unanimous approval to pass. Aquila never agreed with Pierce's position as chief Londonbrarian of the Great Equilibrary. He felt only he, a literary master, was qualified for the role, and Pierce was still inexperienced. Thus, he didn't mind using this opportunity to test Pierce, hoping to make him realize his limitations and perhaps willingly step down as chief Londonbrarian. Old man Phelan, don't be unreasonable, Alexei shouted. Though he didn't understand poetry or writing, he knew composing articles was much harder than poetry. Many famous lines were excerpts from classic essays. Lord Lewis composed poems as easily as drinking water, but it didn't guarantee he could write good articles, especially on the spot. Aquila smugly said, Marquis of Black Mountain, can't do it? Just step down from your position as chief Londonbrarian, and I'll let you pass. Hold on. Pierce smirked. I once led a campaign into Shu and was struck by its difficulty. Today, I shall compose the difficulty of the Sichuan road. Ah, how perilously high. How difficult the road to Shu, harder than ascending to the heavens. From the age of Cansong and Fishhawk, opening the kingdom with vague beginnings, 4,800 years hence, isolated from Charleston territory. When Pierce finished composing the difficulty of the Sichuan road, the entire hall fell silent. Aquila and the group of literati stared wide-eyed, astounded. They had thought Pierce was only adept at poetry, but his ability to compose articles was equally extraordinary. Such an essay could easily become a timeless classic. Without a second glance, Pierce walked past them. As Alexei, Dwayne, and Oswald passed, they gave loud snorts of satisfaction. This was indeed a moment of vindication. The 9th and final challenge. Ike was the gatekeeper, facing Pierce, who seemed to say, let's see what you've got. Marquis of Black Mountain, the final challenge is strategy. He pointed to a go board beside him. Oh, is Chief Advisor challenging me to a game? No, I quickly clarified, not a game against me. Rather, please solve a famous, unsolvable stalemate. Although he hadn't seen Pierce's skill in Go, given Pierce's strategic brilliance, his confidence was low. Thus, he chose a notoriously impossible stalemate. Please use the white pieces, Marquis of Black Mountain. This translation captures the tone and style of the original text while ensuring natural English phrasing and correct pinyin names. It also maintains the structure and flow of the original narrative. Chapter 494, Conquering the Moxie. This was an incredibly complex game of Go, with white stones surrounded by formidable enemies outside and hindrances within, facing peril at every step. No matter how it proceeded, destruction seemed inevitable. Pierce frowned as he studied the board for a long while before suddenly smiling. Minister Dominic, watch closely. He lifted a piece and placed it right at the center. Ike exclaimed in delight, Davian, you're cutting your own flesh. Indeed, this marquis cuts his own flesh. However, after sacrificing several white pieces, the previously hopeless situation suddenly came to life. All the internal and external difficulties vanished. With solid strategic maneuvers following, a large-scale counterattack ensued, ultimately leading to complete victory on the board. Pierce calmly said, Minister Dominic, do you understand? Ike moved aside, bowing deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Davian. At this moment, all his worries disappeared, filled instead with confidence about the future. Pierce smiled slightly and walked into the Golden Hall behind him. This was a smaller version of the Golden Hall, not as grand or opulent as the old capitals, but it had its own to utter humility. Ike continued, Davian, may you and Her Majesty live happily for 100 years and bear noble offspring to continue the lineage of great Phelan. Well wishes accepted. Now hand over the list, don't try to fool me. Money matters hurt feelings, Marquis. No problem, I'm fine with it. A high-pitched cry rang out, Her Majesty approaches. Everyone quickly took their positions. On either side of the dragon throne were two large chairs occupied by Art and Cora. Though they could not withstand the Moxie's prostration, their position as Pierce's parents meant they had to be honored here. On the left and right sat civil and military ministers, all in new official attire. As the Phelan dynasty belonged to fire, red was dominant, making the occasion festive. Amidst jubilant music, the Moxie, draped in a magnificent red dragon robe and her head covered, was escorted in by Sir Charlisk and Verna. They were positioned together, Pierce stealthily squeezing her small hand, finding it drenched in sweat, unsure what she was nervous about. Hadn't she seen much greater occasions? Aquila stood between them as the master of ceremonies, slowly unrolling a scroll. His time to shine. With elaborate speeches that made Pierce drowsy, the old man finally finished reading just as Pierce couldn't resist disciplining him anymore. He announced loudly, begin the ceremony. Bow to heaven and earth. Both bowed toward the empty dragon throne. Bow to the ancestors. Again, they bowed toward the empty throne. The Moxie, being the son of seeing Sir Charlisk and Verna still standing nearby, he asked, why aren't you two leaving? Sir Charlisk blushed. We are the Moxie's personal attendants. We must remain here. Pierce shrugged, suit yourselves. Since the two were not strangers, he didn't mind if they watched. Moxie, I've come. He held the Moxie and began kissing her. She cooperated fully, and soon they were entwined in passionate embraces. Next, a moan filled with both pain and pleasure resounded. Pierce held the Moxie without moving for a long time, until the Moxie patted his back. You can proceed. Show all your skills. Moxie, you asked for it. Pierce started moving gently, deeply, and lovingly. After some time, the intimate moments ended softly. The Moxie's cheeks were flushed, damp hair clinging to her forehead and cheeks, burying her head in Pierce's chest. I have finally become your woman. I am so happy. Pierce kissed her face. I am happy too. Come on. I am ready. Moxie, I obey. An hour later, the Moxie lay limp, gasping, her body trembling like chaff. The Moxie cradled Pierce's face, kissing him deeply. I can't go on. Pierce was somewhat puzzled. Moxie, I just got warmed up. The Moxie casually suggested, let Sir Charlisk and Verna join. Pierce widened his eyes. Moxie, isn't that inappropriate? The Moxie dismissed it. What's inappropriate? They are my personal attendants and secondary wives. Just don't get them pregnant. That's a bit hard. Not at all. I'll be watching and waiting right here. The Moxie leaned back, almost lighting a cigarette. All right then. Pierce reluctantly complied. Another round of intense activity commenced. Sir Charlisk and Verna, who grew up together, coordinated perfectly. It was a night of fierce passion, a sleepless night. Chapter 495, Taking Concubines. The battle only ended as dawn was breaking. According to tradition, after daybreak, Pierce had to accompany the Moxie to pay homage to the ancestors of the G family, similar to serving tea to in-laws. The Moxie worriedly asked, do you need a rest? This guy had been battling all night. She herself had slept through an entire cycle, while he had been fighting continuously. Poor Sir Charlisk and Verna had been tormented endlessly. Pierce stood tall with his chest out. A monkey turns into a dragon upon meeting water. I do not need rest. The Moxie gave him a thumbs up. You're incredible. This emperor concedes defeat. Since that's the case, would your majesty like to wipe my sword again? You wish. This emperor will absolutely never be humiliated by you again. You just love being insincere. Come on. Get lost. After the maidservants helped them dress, they went to the eastern temple of the palace to worship the ancestors of the G family. Only then did this grand wedding truly conclude. As the Moxie was inconvenient to move, she returned to Plum Fragrance Pavilion to rest, commanding the guards to beat Pierce out of the palace if he tried to follow. Pierce felt incredibly depressed. Being thrown out on the first day of marriage? What kind of thing is this? The damned emperor is no human at all. Returning to the Ho residence, he found the place decked out in lanterns and banners, even more lively than the wedding yesterday. Art and Dominic were anxiously waiting at the entrance. Seeing him return, they dragged him straight into the mansion. Brat, why did you return so late? We almost missed the auspicious time. What's going on? Old man, where are you dragging me? Pierce was utterly bewildered. Of course, it's for the wedding rites. Hold on. What kind of wedding rites? With whom? Dominic explained, Luke, taking advantage of these auspicious days, you must take London Girl and Nayland Girl as concubines. Art scolded, Brat, how long have you made them wait? Even I can't stand it anymore. Today, time, teacher, congratulations on marrying Lady Teacher. Just take care of yourself. Pierce secretly pulled time aside. Hadine, when you have time, make some nourishing pills for me. Not because he couldn't perform, but to replenish the losses. Time blushed like a ripe apple. I understand. Christy looked concerned. Brother Lewis, now that you're married, will you still play with me? Of course. As they say, one plays until the end. One may grow old, but the heart doesn't. Christy smiled brightly. Brother Lewis is the best. Cora hugged Pierce's neck drunkenly. Clothes, you've finally settled down. Your sister can rest in peace, happy. Your mother is also very happy. Work hard and soon have a chubby baby boy to carry on the Lewis and Shao names. Auntie, have less to drink. Don't worry, I'll definitely work hard. Art came over and chased everyone away, pushing Pierce towards the courtyard. Brat, talking won't help. Better act now. Entering his small courtyard bedroom, Germaniniang and Kathy had been waiting. Both had joined in the same rite, and thus entered the same chamber. They had agreed to serve Pierce together. Both were nervous. They had waited for this moment for so long. Lund dofting the veils and drinking the cross-cup wine. Both were eagerly anticipating. As they stripped, Pierce was taken aback. He blurted out, My, what a height. Out. A deafening thunder of horse hooves shattered the tranquility. Everyone's faces changed. The whole village was in chaos. Soon, thousands of cavalrymen charged out to face the invaders. However, seeing the black-armored, red-tasseled soldiers flooding like dark waves, despair spread. But behind them lay their families, and they couldn't escape. Charge! The armies clashed. Thousands of riders were swiftly engulfed by the black tide, turning into a few spots of red. The black-armored troops continued unabated, overwhelming the entire village. The battle was quickly over. All that remained were scorched houses and fallen bodies, the smell of cooked meat spreading in the air. Chapter 496, Prince Louis. Charles and Sue E marked another X on the map. There were already more than a dozen XS densely scattered across most of the map, leaving only a few tribes unmarked. Abelardo and Aerie rode up on horseback. Edwin Charlison, not one escaped. How about the casualties among our troops? Dozens have died in battle, hundreds injured. Charlison Sui nodded, accepting this. Taking out several thousand cavalry, they could not possibly be unscathed. This casualty rate was already very low, thanks to the Lewis family's iron cavalry being equipped with Honka crossbows and light armor. The former allowed them to maintain a safe distance to kill the enemy. In the middle of a campaign, no talking about personal matters or there will be military punishment. Brinleys. Both quickly shut up. Edwin Charlison was even stricter than Bray, enforcing laws without any exceptions or favors. They secretly speculated if there was some misunderstanding between Bray and Charlison Sue E. Perhaps Charlison Sue E came to the far north to avoid the marriage with Austin? Regardless, it wasn't something they could manage. Charlison Sue E pointed ahead. Once we're fully resupplied, let's move on to the next target, the Red Ghost tribe. Brinleys, sir. In the capital of Ross, the Imperial Palace, Scarlet sat alone in the Grand Hall, holding a scroll of memorials but unable to focus on it. She had just received news that the Grand Cavalry Edwin and Marquis of Ewing, Pierce, and the Moxie of Great Phalon had already married in Quinienzu's new capital. Scarlet felt as if a five-flavored bottle had overturned inside her, a mix of emotions that left her anxious and distressed. The alliance of four countries had broken Great Phalon, reclaiming Ross's old capital of Chang'an. thus avenging the fall of Ross and restoring its glory. Brinley, she wasn't particularly happy. This realization surprised her. Wasn't this what she had been striving for all along? Why wasn't she as happy as she imagined? She envied the moxie of Great Phelan, wishing that the person marrying him was herself. She was also heartbroken. Outside Chang'an, he went to see Ebon of Shu but didn't even look at her. She wished he would scold, or even punish her, but he ignored her completely. Here it comes. Most people below became excited. They came to Queenie Inzu precisely for this moment. Your Majesty, Grimes Zhou stood up. I have a matter to report. The moxie said politely, Grimes Zhou, please proceed. During the palace defense, Grimes Zhou fought bravely to protect the moxie, for which he was grateful. Your Majesty, I am old and frail, unable to serve effectively anymore. Injured severely during the palace defense, I can no longer perform my duties as guard Edwin. Please allow me to retire. This statement caused immediate murmurs below. Grimes Zhou was the second in command of the army, meritorious and honored. He had greatly contributed in the recent palace defense, so his promotion seemed certain. No one expected him to request retirement at this crucial time. Many actually saw through it. Grimes Zhou was retiring at the height of his career. After all, as the guard Edwin and a duke, he was almost untitled further. Retiring under the pretext of injury was a smart move. The moxie certainly couldn't agree immediately. She pleaded, Grimes Zhou, Great Phelan needs you more than ever as we rebuild. How can you leave me? Grimes Zhou insisted again. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. The Grand Cavalry Edwin surpasses all expectations. With him in place, I can retire with peace. Please grant me your permission. After 3 attempts at persuading and 3 requests to retire, the moxie finally sighed. Since Grimes Zhou insists, I cannot force you. Thus, I shall promote you to Senior Edwin of the Guard and allow your retirement. Grimes Zhou thanked. Thank you, Your Majesty. Senior Edwin of the Guard, a high-ranking general. It was almost the highest honorary title for generals in Great Phelan. Retiring with this title was fitting for Grimes Zhou. After Grimes Zhou resumed his position, the main event began. The moxie looked towards Pierce on the right. Davian, receive your orders. Pierce stepped forward. I'm here. I confer upon you the title of Prince Louis, granting you regent powers and the rank of Grand Edwin, to oversee all military forces nationwide. I obey your command. Despite some speculation, hearing the moxie confer such honors sent chills down everyone's spine. A prince. The first non-royal prince of Great Phelan. No one dared object, ignoring his merits, given his close ties with the moxie. More importantly, this prince had regent power, essentially equivalent to a regent prince. Compared to the princely title, the position of Grand Edwin was equally significant. A top-ranked Grand Edwin, Great Phelan hadn't bestowed such an honor for over a century. The highest accolade for a general, truly second only to the emperor himself, even outranking the 3 dukes. Prince Louis plus Grand Edwin made his title and rank reach the pinnacle, holding both politicaries to cabinet members and became grand ministers, a monumental leap. However, with their promotions, all 6 ministries' positions of secretary became vacant. Junior officials below the ministries were elated. This was their chance. Even if they couldn't be secretaries, becoming vice secretaries would still be possible. But events did not unfold as they expected. The moxie slowly said, Gentlemen, now that our Great Phelan only retains Queenian province, the area requiring governance is reduced to 1/5 of its original size. Maintaining the previous large body of officials only burdens the court. Ike agreed. Your Majesty speaks wisely. It's time to streamline the official apparatus and use this opportunity to address the problem of redundant officials in Great Phelan. The moxie nodded. What the Grand Preceptor says aligns with my thoughts. Therefore, I will reform the ministries. Everyone immediately perked up their ears. In truth, some had already caught wind of these changes. Such significant moves wouldn't be solely the moxie's decision. She had previously discussed this with Pierce, Ike, Aquila, and Ignacio. This reform plan was the result of collective deliberation. I have decided to retain the 6 ministries but demote secretaries from 2nd rank to 3rd, removing deputy secretaries and junior ministers. Only commissioners and principal officers will be retained based on actual needs. Everyone understood immediately. Removing deputy secretaries as 6 ministries, codified in the annals of Great Phelan. Removing them would violate protocols and displace many officials, thus delaying any reforms. With Great Phelan now reduced to Queenian province, maintaining these redundant positions would be tantamount to self-destruction. Subsequently, the moxie announced the new secretaries of the 6 ministries. Secretary of Personnel, Gerard. Which Gerard? Naturally, the same Gerard whom Pierce recommended as governor of Queenian province. He had defended Queenianyang City with 10,000 militiamen during the battle on the grasslands. Over the past 2 years, he managed Queenian province effectively and assisted Pierce in the mass migration from the grasslands. Skilled in both civil and military matters, his capabilities made him suitable for a ministerial post. Secretary of Rites, Isaac. Isaac was originally the undersecretary of the Reception Temple, well-versed in the etiquette of Great Phelan. Not joining Rock and others' conspiracy, and fleeing to Queenian province, naturally earned him the position of Secretary of Rites. Secretary of Justice, London Quan. London Quan was formerly the Undersecretary of the Temple of Justice, familiar with the criminal laws of Great Phelan. Lundonk Isaac, he did not join the conspiracy and fled to Queenian province, making him the natural choice for Secretary of Justice. Secretary of Military Affairs, Davis. Ministry's discretion. Once appointed and confirmed by the cabinet, the moxie typically did not intervene unless she harbored grievances against certain individuals. After staying at Meixiang Pavilion, Pierce discovered that the moxie kept a screen in her chambers listing names. One side had names of officials she considered capable, while the other listed those who had offended her, ranked by severity. At the top was Arthur. Pierce advised her to let go of the past and look forward to the future. He was promptly expelled from Meixiang Pavilion, marking his second ejection after marriage. Great Phelan's redundant officials were pervasive, and after addressing civil officials, military leaders were next. Just like the 9 temples for civil servants, the 12 guards for military leaders were remnants of an outdated era. Their duties had been overtaken by new departments, turning them into obsolete and idle entities. Besides the 12 guards, a plethora of useless general titles were similarly just collecting salaries without performing any work. Without hesitation, the Moxie cut them all. Her principle was clear. No one would receive undeserved benefits. Of course, exceptions were made for those like Grimes, Guogong, and Art, who retired honorably. Bond calculated that eliminating redundant officials would reduce central government expenditures by 90%. With only Queenian province remaining, local officials' expenses would also decrease by 80%. Overall, drastically reduced expenditure on officials meant this issue no longer troubled Great Phalon. It made them feel secure. Ashton, listen to my command. I am here. You are hereby conferred the title of Edwin of Pacifying the North. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Ashton also played a significant role in the defense of the palace. Though he did not directly guard the Moxie, leading 500 troops from the Lewis family and 10,000 auxiliary soldiers to divert part of the rebel forces weakened the overall attack on the palace, thus earning him merit. Promoted from a military commander of 4th rank to Edwin of Pacifying the East of 3rd rank, Ashton's rise, while modest, crossed a significant threshold. The Moxie then appointed several other civil and military officials. Adifier, who guarded Jiangyan City, was conferred the title of Edwin of Pacifying the South. Anders, who guarded London Angian City, was conferred the title of Edwin of Pacifying the West. Enoch, who guarded Songyun City, was conferred the title of Edwin of Pacifying the East. Almost everyone who accompanied the Moxie to Queenie Inzu received promotions, spreading general contentment among all. With the dismissal and appointment of these officials, the new structure of the Great Phalon court began to take shape. After court adjourned, Pierce and the Moxie returned to the Lewiston Palace. It was already noon, and both were starving. The imperial kitchen provided their lunch, consisting of 5 dishes and a soup. This was an upgrade because usually the Moxie ate just 3 dishes and a soup, unless Pierce was dining with her. Red braised pork, water-boiled fish, stir-fried eggs with leeks, mapo tofu, stir-fried beef with celery, and pork trotter peanut soup. Though simple fare, it was beautifully prepared. Clearly, the imperial chef was trained at the Lewis family Grand Hotel. Otherwise, such exquisite cuisine wouldn't have been possible. They didn't dine separately but sat together like a young couple. They fed each other bites, enjoying this intimate moment. However, if Pierce expected any romantic words from the Moxie, he was mistaken. The Moxie was solely focused on work, and was a notorious workaholic. Do you think there's anything else we can reform? Dissatisfied, Pierce responded, Your Majesty, one should neither eat nor talk about serious matters during meals. Even without romance, she couldn't resist talking about work, ruining the mood. He didn't even want to respond. Infuriated, the Moxie said, If you don't talk, don't expect to enter Meixiang Pavilion tonight. Pierce hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, let's take one thing at a time and proceed cautiously. Reform cannot be rushed. Don't forget the lessons from before. Indeed, the Moxie could skip a meal, but she couldn't neglect her work. She nodded, You're right. I've been too hasty. Your Majesty, have some red braised pork. Build up some strength. After eating, Pierce lingered close to the Moxie for a while before leaving. Your Majesty, I'll come back this evening. Who cares if you come? Despite her words, the happiness on her face betrayed her true feelings. These past few days, Pierce spent his nights at Meixiang Pavilion. To hasten conception, the Moxie employed various challenging postures, claiming they were secret techniques from the palace, giving Pierce a real eye-opener. However, his stamina wasn't enough to last long, and he would soon need to switch places with Raylan and Tatum, waiting for results nearby. Outside Lewiston Palace, Jake had been waiting for a long time. Pierce was surprised. Old Huang, didn't I tell you to wait at home? Jake respectfully replied, How could I dare to delay when summoned by your highness? Waving his hand, Pierce said, There's no need for formalities here. Be casual. Brinley's your highness. Jake relaxed visibly. Have you eaten yet? Are you hungry? A little, Jake admitted awkwardly. Come, let's go to the imperial kitchen and grab something, Pierce insisted. Jake hesitated. Is that proper, your highness? What's improper? Old Huang, as Minister of Works and a senior official, you need confidence. Jake suddenly remembered his promotion and straightened up. Your highness, I have confidence. You must refer to yourself as Minister. Brinley's. Your highness, this minister has confidence. That's more like it. Follow me. It was perfectly normal for the emperor to entertain ministers in the palace, but Jake hadn't yet adjusted to his new status. This was understandable given the unprecedented rapid promotion, from 8th grade county magistrate to 3rd grade minister of works, a leap that left him dazed and believing he might be dreaming. He knew this was due to Pierce's recommendation and felt endlessly grateful. Pierce led Jake to the imperial kitchen, where only some red braised pork, mapo tofu, and stir-fried beef with celery remained. Jake enjoyed his meal heartily, praising the cuisine. Delicious, so delicious. The palace food is truly different. He looked blissful. Don't gloat. Pierce shook his head. Your highness, this subject is full. Not wanting to keep Pierce waiting, he quickly finished. Let's go. Pierce had summoned Minister Jake to inspect various projects in Tongxiang County, particularly the construction of the new capital, and to assign tasks. Meanwhile, outside the palace gates, Alexei and Desiree had been crouching for quite some time, their legs numb. Alexei recounted the entire battle against Queenie Yi Kingdom, inevitably skipping details and losing focus. Desiree listened, troubled. Master won't mind. True. In the distance, Desiree finally spotted Pierce and Jake emerging. Forget it, I need to go. Translation ends here. Hashtag chapter 499, third phase project. The new Great Phalon had countless pressing matters, but if there was one thing most crucial, it was the construction of the new capital. Shelter, clothing, and food were basic necessities. Without a place to live, how could anyone work or live? When the capital moved, the first phase of the new city's construction had been completed, with only half of the second phase underway. This certainly couldn't meet the demand. After deploying over 100,000 workers day and night, the second phase was finally completed just as the relocation finished, barely accommodating the hundreds of thousands who moved from Chang'an. As for the people from Jiangzhou who followed, the Moxie and her team led by Garner decided to settle these tens of thousands in other parts of Quinianzu, as the region was vast and sparsely populated. Most ended up in Quinianshan County, Heishan County, and nearby districts in southern Quinianzu, while a few went to northern Quinianzu, and an even smaller number became nomads on the grasslands. Alexei drove a 5-horse immersive shock-absorbing carriage slowly through the streets of the new capital. The large windows on both sides were open, allowing Pierce and Jake inside to take in the street scenery fully. Desiree, dressed in scholarly attire, sat upright, notebook on her knees, pen in hand, playing the role of Pierce's capable secretary. The streets of the new capital were paved with smooth cement roads, giving no sense of bumps at all, as steady as riding a boat on water. There were very few shops because most buildings were residential. Pedestrians were also scarce since there wasn't much to see or do. Everything was desolate. It didn't resemble a capital city at all. Old Huang, how is the third phase progressing? Pierce asked. To breathe life into this capital, they needed to complete the third phase first, relocating the residents near the streets to new homes, thus freeing up space for more shops, restaurants, and entertainment venues to attract visitors. Without clearing out the necessary space, not only would stores lack places to open, but even government departments would have nowhere to be built. For example, his Grand Edwin's residence was still impossible to construct, let alone any Prince Louis residence. Back in Chang'an, he hadn't overseen the national military directly, so meeting in nearby residences wasn't a problem. But now that all the generals of Great Phelan fell under his jurisdiction, holding meetings at those residences wouldn't work anymore, especially since they were in Tongxiang City, not the capital. Wangya, we've mobilized over 100,000 workers and are working day and night. We estimate it will be completed within 3 months. Pierce for anyone. Jake smiled. Wangya, you don't need to worry. Our new capital has solid cement roads and drainage systems, no flooding during rain. All our houses are brand new brick and mortar structures, smoother and cleaner than those in the old capital. Initially, many believed moving from the capital to Tongxiang was like going from a city to a village. In reality, they've arrived at a place beautiful enough to resemble paradise. The only issue now is overcrowding, with multiple families sharing some homes. As long as the third phase is completed, most problems will be resolved. Very well. Keep an eye on things. Come straight to me if there are issues. Brinley's Wangya. Next, Pierce inspected the blacksmith workshop and the bow and crossbow factories at the iron mine, both key industries in Tongxiang County, guarded heavily. Previously, even Jake wasn't allowed inside, but Pierce bringing him here now announced his future access. This was equivalent to introducing him officially. Jake was filled with curiosity, looking around eagerly. The blacksmiths were crafting heavy infantry armor, while the bow and crossbow factories were focusing on repeating crossbows and divine arm crossbows. Their heads, Lemuel and Conall, held positions as officials in the Ministry of Works, making them Jake's subordinates. They answered all his questions thoroughly. Seeing Jake's excitement and reluctance to leave, Pierce, entangled with many tasks, said, Old Huang, stay here. I'll head back. Jake couldn't ask for more. Farewell, Wangya. Pierce instructed Lemuel and Conall. If there are difficulties, find Old Huang or come directly to me. Brinley's Wangya. On the way back, Pierce closed his eyes to rest. Desiree couldn't help but say, Master, dealing with so many issues must be tiring. Shall I massage your head? Though Pierce was now Prince Louis and Grand Edwin, she preferred calling him Master for familiarity. Pierce felt it was fine. Constantly being addressed as Prince and General might make him forget his original aspirations. Pierce doubted, Shuya, you write novels well, but can you massage? Desiree argued, Master, I learned from Timgon for a long time. She had waited for this day. All right, try. If it's uncomfortable, don't blame me. Happy, Desiree knelt behind Pierce, starting to massage his scalp acupoints. Master, how is it? Not bad. Pierce admitted honestly. It was comfortable, though not quite as good as Timgon's. Good enough for you, Master. Right, Shuya. You should focus on writing a script about the collapse of Great Phelan. As you wish, Master. Hashtag chapter 500, the food crisis. Write about how the great families of the Great Phelan dynasty colluded with the four nations to support Li's rebellion, and how they gradually led the Great Phelan into an inescapable abyss. In short, portray the Great Phelan as suffering greatly, the Silas as suffering terribly, the aristocratic families as utterly corrupt, and the four nations as malicious. Desiree smoothly added, then write about how the young master turned the tide at a critical moment, saving Austin and the Great Phelan. That can also be included. The key is the part before. In any case, we need to stir up the hatred of the common people of the Great Phelan towards the aristocratic families and the four nations, so they know who has made them homeless and destroyed their country. We need to arouse their sympathy for the Great Phelan and their resolve to reclaim its territory. Not only should it be made into a play, but it must also be written into a novel, printed in hundreds of thousands of copies, so every literate person in the Great Phelan can read it. Bray, what will the novel and play be called? Pierce thought for a moment. Let's call it The Tribulation of the Great Phelan. Desiree excitedly said, Bray, Xiaoyao understands. Finally, the time has come for novelists to flourish. Grandfather, do you see this from heaven? Your lifelong wish is about to be fulfilled. Just as Pierce returned to the gate of Tongxiang City, all the shops on both sides of the streets should be bought or rented. Brinley's, that's exactly right. This would greatly boost the Great Phelan's finances. As the Minister of Revenue, Bond eagerly awaited this. By the way, Pierce asked, what's wrong? Your Highness, you have to help me. Bond looked like he wanted to cry. What happened? Pierce asked curiously. Your Highness, Bond lamented, Quinianzu originally had a population of about 1 million, and the annual grain output was just enough for self-sufficiency. with the relocation of nearly 500,000 people this time. While there's temporary support from grain transported from Jiangzhou, once this batch is exhausted, it won't be possible to sustain this many people. Having just been promoted to Minister of Revenue, Bond had been feeling quite elated until this frightening problem struck him, causing his face to change drastically. He even wished he were dead. Without hesitation, he sought out Pierce, who had thrust him into this position of responsibility. Pierce also realized the severity of the issue and frowned. Indeed, the most significant constraint on Queenie Inzu's development was food. With the alliance of the four nations against the Great Phalon, he couldn't buy grain anywhere. Old Chong, how long can the grain we brought last? Bond replied without hesitation. At most 3 months. Pierce pondered. 3 months? That's a bit too short. His plan needed at least 6 months to complete. Old Chong, organize laborers to reclaim land. Queenie Inzu has plenty of uncultivated land. With sufficient manpower now, we can develop areas for grain cultivation. Due to its arid climate, Queenie Inzu could only grow crops like millet, yellow rice, broomcorn millet, small millet, and wheat, all of which matured once a year with limited yields. Unlike southern rice, which matures twice a year, and in Normanzhou even thrice, rice yield per acre was higher than millet, small millet, and wheat. The same size of land would produce 3 to 4 times more in Normanzhou. Bond nodded. Your Highness, this is indeed a solution, but it won't last long either. Pierce coldly stated. We still have the grasslands. Organize more people to herd livestock. Those unwilling to settle on the grasslands can be organized through conscription. This way, we can get a large amount of meat to supplement our diet. Combined with land reclamation, we should be able to hold on for 6 months. By then, this prince will find a permanent solution. Pierce had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Persuading Han Chinese civilians to voluntarily become herders in the grasslands was too difficult. During this critical period of life and death, he wouldn't be merciful. Although conscription was coercive, herding was easier than building roads, palaces, or the Great Wall, and they could return home after serving, likely reducing resistance among the people. Bond breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness's idea is very good. Sending part of the population to serve as herders on the grasslands will not only ease Queenie Inzu's food pressure, but also produce meat. A win-win situation. Although this would not last as population grew, it would suffice temporarily. At least his position as Minister of Revenue wouldn't be threatened. Your Highness, should I draft a petition for approval by the Cabinet and Austin? Go ahead. Such a significant matter required unanimous consent. Of course, if they disagreed, let them present a viable alternative. Finally, the carriage returned to the mansion. Just as Pierce was about to relax, the servant informed him that Edwin Ashton of the Northern Pacification had been waiting for a long time. Even Alexei could not stand it. He scolded, why don't they go to the cabinet or see the Silas if they have issues? Why always come to Bray? Desiree chimed in, exactly. Although Bray is wise and capable, he's still human. He needs rest, food, and sleep. Pierce said irritably, all right, if you truly care, help me more. Alexei, how about being a Zhonglong general? Xiaoya, why not work as a secretary to Austin? Alexei retorted, Bray, I'll go feed the horses. Heiju is probably starving. Desiree said, Bray, Xiaoya will write The Tribulation of the Great Phalon. Both left without looking back. Pierce sighed in frustration. Such undistinguished fellows. This translation aims to adhere closely to the original tone and style while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Hashtag Chapter 501. Recruitment and the Imperial Guard. Walking into the side hall, Ashton was sipping tea. He loved green tea but was unwilling to buy it for himself, so he often came to the mansion of the Marquis to borrow some. Your Highness, he quickly stood up. Military advisor, please be seated, Pierce said. Although Ashton now held the title of Edwin of the Northern Plains, he would always be Pierce's military strategist. He was also the only outsider residing in the mansion, as he managed the intelligence system with the mansion serving as its nerve center. He had come in a hurry, his first concern being the intelligence system. Your Highness, given that Chang'an has fallen, along with Jiangzhou, Jiangnan, Jiang'an, and London Angshao, we must prevent our current code from being compromised. It's time to change it. Pierce nodded. Agreed. The old set has been in use for over 2 years. It's necessary to change it periodically. Leave this matter to you, military advisor. Thank you, Your Highness. Pierce asked, can we still receive and send intelligence from various regions? The back. Pierce slammed his hand on the table. Then let's recruit another 5,000. Keep the Northern Army as it is, expand the Western Army to 50,000, and the Eastern Army to 30,000. Leave this to you. Discuss it with Davis. Understood. Feeding and maintaining an additional 5,000 soldiers would be a substantial expense. Pierce was already concerned about the cost. Although they had brought much of Chang'an's wealth during the capital relocation, plus the considerable spoils from conquering Ross, food was still the primary concern. No amount of silver could be eaten if food couldn't be purchased. As Pierce rubbed his temples, a soft embrace wrapped around him from behind. It was Kathy. Edwin, you're working too hard. You must balance work and rest. Pierce buried his face in the softness, feeling his fatigue melt away instantly. He scooped Kathy into his arms. Let's go balance work and rest. Kathy kicked her long legs frantically. Edwin, maybe not today. You're too tired. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Pierce roared angrily. Dare you underestimate me? See how the master punishes you. Understanding each other well, Kathy sealed his lips with her tongue, entwining and dominating. Pierce laid her on the bed, parting their lips with a silky thread of moisture. Kathy wiped the droplets from her lips, her legs tightly coiling around Pierce's waist. Guest, my humble abode may seem modest, but please don't mind. Let's see just how modest it is. Kathy tilted her head back, her hands clutching Pierce's back fiercely. Guest, how do you find it? Too small, too cramped, too shabby. You've made me uncomfortable, Guest. Pierce transformed into a diligent housekeeper, thoroughly cleaning the humble abode. The sounds of a creaking wooden bed, rain tapping on banana leaves, and continuous hums filled the air. An hour later, Kathy lay limp, resting on Pierce's chest. Her disheveled hair fell across her flushed face, her lips swollen and inviting. Pierce couldn't resist nibbling her plump cheeks. After a while, their lips parted. Pierce pinched her cherry-red lips. "Hostess, were the services satisfactory?" Kathy panted. "Very. But the hostess did all the work, which isn't right." Pierce raised an eyebrow. "What do you propose?" Kathy flipped on top. "This time, let me, the hostess, take the initiative." With the hostess on top, exerting control, things heated up again for another hour until Kathy's plaintive moans echoed through the room, exhausted and spent. Due to her passionate service, Pierce felt quite satisfied. That night, returning to Meixiang Pavilion, he faced another enticing encounter but felt somewhat reluctant. The Moxie was furious. "Can you be more direct? Stop procrastinating. Your Majesty, good things take time. More effort leads to greater sparks, wisdom, and passion. Aren't you afraid of wearing down a needle? That's the indestructible golden cudgel." "I don't believe you." "If you don't believe, let's see if my golden cudgel can tame you." An hour later, both ascended to heavenly bliss. The Moxie lay drenched in sweat, sprawled across Pierce's body, drawing circles with her finger. "Why were you so quick today? Poet and painter are waiting." Pierce waved his hands. "Not today. Too much administration work has drained me. Let's reschedule." The Moxie murmured. "When do you think I'll get pregnant?" "I can't say. It might happen soon or take some time." The Moxie stared curiously. "Why?" Pierce scratched his head. "I don't know either. Perhaps ask the imperial physician?" "No, too embarrassing." She soon shifted back to work. "The cabinet suggests reorganizing the imperial guard. You need to handle it." Now, the new palace only had a little over 1,000 brocade-clad guards, insufficient for security. Considering the Moxie's safety, Pierce had to be cautious. He pondered, "Let's form a 3,000-strong imperial guard. Any more would overwhelm this small palace. But we must train them strictly, not like the previous showpieces." The Moxie agreed, nodding. The former palace had only 5,000 guards, so 3,000 were sufficient for the scaled-down version. She asked, "Edwin Charlison hasn't returned yet. Who will command them?" "Temporarily let Dwayne and Oswald train them." "Fine." Dwayne and Oswald were idle anyway and knew Pierce's training methods well. They would be perfect for training the new imperial guard. Bringing up Ezekiel, Pierce probed, "Your Majesty, I wish to marry Edwin Charlison as a concubine. What do you think?" Marrying a concubine required consulting the senior wife. The Moxie's eyes flashed dangerously. "When did you hook up with Edwin Charlison?" Pierce hastily protested. "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. We're innocent. Just mutual affection from prolonged interaction." The Moxie stared intently. "Really? Really? Ask Edwin Charlison. She doesn't lie." "All right, this once." The Moxie considered. Edwin Charlison is the best martial artist in the world. Keeping her as a concubine would be beneficial. Pierce kissed her repeatedly. "Your Majesty is wise." Chapter 502. The Moxie is pregnant. In the main hall of Home Manor, Pierce, Ashton, Dwayne, Oswald, Leland, and Gus gathered together. As expected, Ashton and both the elder and younger Dwayne were present. Leland had been promoted to Deputy Edwin for his heroic performance during the defense of the palace. Gus had been on a secret mission at the time and did not participate, but Pierce still promoted him to Deputy Edwin. Pierce got straight to the point. "Everyone, I've called you here because there are tasks to be assigned." Dwayne exclaimed with delight. "Great! I've been bored out of my mind and have been looking for something to do." Oswald added, "Louis C., just say the word. Super fire. No problem for me." Pierce instructed them directly. "The palace needs to form a 3,000-strong elite guard. Dwayne and Oswald, this task falls to you too. Select good men from Queenie Enzu and start training them according to the formations I taught you. When the time comes, officials from the Ministry of War will assist you, and you can seek help from Davis if you encounter any problems." Both brothers slapped their chests confidently. "Louis Z., leave it to us." If it were tens of thousands, they might feel nervous, but a mere 3,000 was well within their confidence. Pierce turned his gaze to Leland and Gus, sighing, "We also need to reorganize the Rossi. Of the original 5,000 Rossi UE, only over 1,000 remained after the palace defense battle. Even high-ranking officers like Jimmy and Phelan Ba had perished. The losses were indeed crippling." Leland responded, "Commander, please give your instructions." When the solemn 6 ministries, the formidable headquarters of the Rossi UE. This new capital finally resembled a true metropolis. A monumental piece of news spread across the new capital. The Moxie was pregnant. Great Phelan would soon have an heir. Officials and commoners alike celebrated jubilantly, adding to the already lively atmosphere of the new capital. In the Lewiston Hall, Jessica was examining the Moxie's pulse, while Pierce anxiously waited beside her. After some time, Jessica withdrew her hand from the Moxie's. "How is it, Haddon Fan?" Pierce asked nervously. "Teacher," Jessica smiled, "the baby is healthy. You don't need to worry." "Haddon-tastic." Pierce's face lit up with joy. His smile felt somewhat surreal. He still couldn't believe he was going to be a father. It reinforced his resolve to end everything as soon as possible, preferably before the child was born. A serene smile appeared on the Moxie's face. "Haddon Fan, thank you for your efforts." Jessica shook her head. "Your Majesty, it's no trouble at all. I'll come regularly to check on you. Please try not to overwork yourself, stay calm, and maintain a good mood." "I understand." "And," Jessica blushed slightly, "you should practice moderation and intimacy." "Okay." The Moxie blushed too. The moment Jessica left, the Moxie declared, "From now until the child is born, you're not allowed to touch me." Pierce jumped up. "Your Majesty, that's too early." Haddon Fan only said moderation, not abstinence. The Moxie retorted, "When have you ever practiced moderation?" Pierce tried to argue logically, but the Moxie wouldn't give him the chance. "You don't need to explain. If you can't control yourself, go home to your concubines." Pierce sighed. "All right." Back at the Grand Edwin's residence, Ashton was already waiting for him. Edwin, the recruitment of 50,000 new soldiers is complete. They are being distributed among the various armies for training. Pierce was somewhat surprised. That fast? Ashton smiled. Edwin, influenced by the new play, The Difficult Times of Great Phelan, from the Pear Garden. The entire Queenianzu region is echoing the call to remember national humiliation and reclaim lost territories. Thus, the people are eagerly signing up to contribute to the rise of Great Phelan. Excellent. Proceed according to plan. Brinley's, sir. Suddenly, a bloodied knight rushed in. Wearing light armor, he was clearly from the Lewis family cavalry. Pierce and Ashton's expressions turned grave instantly. Report to the Edwin. Something has happened to Edwin Charlison. What did you say? Pierce's face changed dramatically. Tell us everything. Ashton ordered sternly. Brinley's. Apparently, Holly, after clearing the far northern regions with the Lewis family cavalry, encountered a group of strange individuals on the way back to Queenianzu. There were 11 of them, 1 leader, and 10 others. The knight explained. Upon seeing these 11 people, the normally composed Edwin Charlison was visibly startled. Without hesitation, the 11 launched an attack on Edwin Charlison. Wait, Pierce interrupted. You're sure? 11 people attacked Edwin Charlison amidst thousands of troops. Edwin, it's accurate. I saw it with my own eyes. All 11 wore white armor adorned with blood-red runes. The leader had white hair and double pupils, holding only a long sword. The other 10 wielded large shields in one hand and massive swords in the other. They surrounded each other using their shields to block arrows from all directions. Their shields were extremely sturdy. Our heavy crossbows couldn't pierce them even from within 10 meters. Their speed was incredible, like galloping warhorses. We didn't get many shots off before they reached Edwin Charlison. Edwin Charlison then engaged them in battle. Fearing harm to him, we refrained from firing arrows and instead surrounded them, using our long sabers to counterattack. The knight's expression revealed sheer terror. Edwin, they were not human. With just 5 of them forming a circle, they blocked everyone outside. One hand wielding a shield, as in the original text. Chapter 503, The Sky Sect Attack. Pierce's expression was grim. I understand. You may rest now. Understood. Edwin, Ashton hurriedly said, those are people from the Sky Sect. Pierce nodded. Only someone from the Sky Sect could handle Holly, who would come out of it. Military advisor, do you know anything about these 11 people? Ashton pondered for a moment and said, based on the earlier description, the 10 carrying large shields and swords should be the legendary 10 Divine Edwins. These generals were created by using Sky Sect secret techniques to turn 10 living world-class fighters into living corpses, making them virtually immortal. The white-haired man with double pupils leading them is most likely the leader of the Sky Sect. Only he can control the 10 Divine Edwins and subdue Edwin Charlison, who has surpassed the mundane. Advisor, tell me where they're taking Edwin Charlison. Just as Edwin Charlison herself said, she left without permission. So, the Sky Sect leader probably intends to bring her back for punishment. Pierce abruptly stood up. Advisor, where is the Sky Sect located? Ashton shook his head. I don't know its exact location, only that it is somewhere deep in the towering snow mountains of the western regions. Pierce glanced at the large map hanging in the White Tiger Hall, focusing on the Hushy Corridor. They have to pass through the Hushy Corridor if they travel. Pierce arrived at the narrowest part of the Hushy Corridor. This section was only a few kilometers wide. Anyone passing through would surely be noticed. Alexei asked anxiously, Bray, what if they've already passed? Pierce shook his head. They probably haven't. They captured Suyi on the grasslands, which is almost twice our distance. Even discounting the time it took for the news to reach us, we still have an advantage. Plus, our horses are the best of the best, much faster than their ordinary war horses. Hurry up and let everyone eat and rest to regain their strength. There was no Silk Road in this era. Although merchant caravans did occasionally venture into the western regions, there might only be a few per year. The road was only covered with wild grasses and roaring winds until 2 days later, when the distant sound of hooves broke the silence. Alexei perked up, calling out, Brothers, they're here. Pierce said coldly, String the bows, block the path. Brinley's, sir. 200 crossbows aimed at the incoming riders. Everyone focused intently on the path. Pierce, especially tense, clenched his fists not out of fear for the battle, but concern over whether Holly would appear. If it wasn't her, it could mean he had waited in vain. This time, fortune favored him. From afar, he saw 11 riders in white armor. One of the horses, No, I won't resist anymore. Don't kill him. The man ignored her. Once he decided to kill, no one lived past the next day. The 10 Divine Edwins charged towards Pierce behind the crossbows, moving like charging stallions. Holly screamed, Go! Crossbows can't stop them. You'll die. Pierce saw her panic for the first time. He responded calmly, Suyi, for you. I'd face death 1,000 times. You fool. Dying won't change anything. Don't throw your life away. I won't go unless you agree to marry me. Without hesitation, Holly replied, All right, if I survive, I will marry you. That's what you said. No going back on your word. Pierce waved a hand. Fall back. The 200 guards began to retreat slowly, their crossbows still aimed forward. The Sky Sect leader sneered, Too late. Even gods can't save you today. The 10 Divine Edwins continued charging at full speed. They quickly closed the gap to within 300 meters. Pierce ordered, Fire. With each crossbow capable of 5 consecutive shots, 1,000 arrows were launched in seconds. 1,000 arrows covering 10 targets. Each should have been pierced with 100 arrows. Anyone normal would have been turned into a pincushion. But the Divine Edwins were not ordinary. They weren't even human. They raised their large shields, deflecting all the arrows. Their speed barely decreased, and their momentum became even more formidable. As Pierce retreated, he prepared more ammunition. After 3 rounds, the Divine Edwins were within 100 meters, several hundred meters away from Holly. Pierce's face twisted into a fierce smile. He yelled, Drop the crossbows, prepare the grenades. The 200 guards discarded their crossbows and opened their packs, revealing row after row of crude hand grenades. This was what Pierce called non-human power. While cannons were difficult, producing simple hand grenades was feasible. They were intended as a final trump card, but no one had pushed him this far yet. The Sky Sect was honored to be the first recipient. Pierce coldly ordered, "Lundot them, throw." The 200 guards, trained in grenade throwing, calmly lit the fuses and hurled the grenades towards the divine Edwins. Boom, boom, boom. Each volley resulted in 200 simultaneous explosions. Echoes of detonations reverberated throughout the valley, sending sand and rocks tumbling down like an apocalypse. The 10 divine Edwins were engulfed by blazing fire. After 3 volleys, Pierce halted. Though the black powder's effect was limited, 600 grenades should have finished them off. If not, he wouldn't mind giving them his life. This leader of the Celestial Sect was actually Scarlet's father? Could Scarlet also be part of the Celestial Sect? No. He mentioned that Scarlet was his daughter in the secular world. Unsure, he asked, "Does the royal family of the Great Zhou Dynasty have any connection with the Celestial Sect? Why did you become the leader of the Celestial Sect?" Initially, he thought the other party wouldn't answer, but unexpectedly, the other party slowly recounted a story from decades ago. The royal family of the Great Zhou Dynasty has no connection with the Celestial Sect. As for why I became the leader, Fremont was a martial arts prodigy. At a young age, he mastered the 4 divine skills left behind by the Great Zhou Dynasty, creating his own martial path. He founded the Divine Sect, becoming the foremost martial artist of his time. However, he knew that relying solely on martial forces would never lead to a successful restoration of the kingdom. To restore the kingdom, Fremont decided to seek out the legendary Celestial Sect. Back then, he brought along the entire Divine Sect, including the 10 Divine Edwins, 36 Celestial Edwins, 72 Earth Edwins, and 3,000 disciples. After years of searching, losing most of his followers, he finally found the location of the Celestial Sect in the snow mountains of the western regions. To obtain the secrets of the Celestial Sect, he brazenly attacked. But they encountered many unimaginable challenges, and everyone except him died. He survived because his potential was recognized. The former leader of the Celestial Sect had an in-depth conversation with him. Or what? Fremont stared intently at Pierce. How can you create divine thunder? Pierce shrugged. Your king is known as a little inventor genius. I stumbled upon it unintentionally. Fremont sneered. Do you think I would believe that? Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. I do. A murderous look flashed across Fremont's face. Hand over the method of making divine thunder. Pierce mocked. Didn't your ancestors of the Celestial Sect warn against pursuing divine weapons? Sect leader Wu, you're breaking the rules. Fremont coldly replied, my sect can abstain from pursuing divine weapons, but we absolutely cannot allow them to fall into the hands of others. So you want to kill me? As long as you willingly hand over the method of making divine thunder and come back with me to the Celestial Sect, I will spare your life. Pierce scoffed. Sect leader Wu, haven't you understood the situation yet? With divine thunder in my hands, what can you do to kill me? Fremont placed his sword at Holly's neck. Your relationship seems quite close. For divine thunder, I don't mind sacrificing a sacred maiden. Pierce gritted his teeth. If you kill her, you won't survive either. Your Celestial Sect will be finished. Fremont laughed coldly. The range of your divine thunder is limited. If I choose to leave, you can't stop me. If you don't hand it over, I will find ways to kill each of your family members one by one. Pierce was enraged. What a despicable person, unworthy of leading a sect. Despicable? That's just your definition. In our Celestial Sect, there is no such word. Pierce sighed in defeat. You win. Here is a package of divine thunder. Given your vast knowledge, a glance will reveal its components. Pierce threw a bag of soil grenades towards Fremont. Fremont was overjoyed, staring intently at the divine thunder. However, he didn't rush to pick it up, fearing it might explode. After waiting for a while and seeing no movement, he finally relaxed. It seemed that the divine thunder needed to be ignited to explode. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to retrieve it. At that moment, a golden needle shot from Holly's brow, instantly restoring her mobility. She thrust her sword towards Fremont's back. Turns out, Holly had been signaling Pierce to stall for time from the moment they started talking. Anyone else wouldn't have understood, but after 2 years of close companionship, they shared remarkable rapport. A single glance was enough to convey her intentions. The moment Fremont let his guard down, Holly regained her ability to move and seized the opportunity. Clang! 2 swords clashed. Fremont blocked the killing blow. Fremont said coldly, Sacred Maiden, I underestimated you. I didn't think you could expel the spirit-suppressing needle. Without further ado, Holly launched a fierce attack with her sword. Fremont did not yield, engaging her in battle. Their movements were unbelievably fast, leaving only 2 blurs locked in combat. 10 minutes passed, and neither gained the upper hand. Although Fremont, the leader of the Celestial Sect, was formidable, Holly, as a once-in-a-century talent, was equally matched. Both inherited the complete lineage of the Celestial Sect, possessing top-tier skills. Earlier, Fremont needed 5 divine Edwins to subdue Holly in half an hour. Now, in a one-on-one fight, he wasn't sure he could best her. Pierce watched wide-eyed. It was the first time he saw anyone match Holly for so long. Of course, he couldn't just stand by watching. He quickly ordered 200 of his personal guards to surround Fremont. This old man dared to threaten his family. He would not let him go. Suyi, move aside. Chapter 504. The Secrets of the Heavenly Sect. The dust finally settled, revealing a large crater where the 10 divine generals had stood. Inside the crater were scattered remains. The 10 divine generals had been obliterated by the explosion. The leader of the Heavenly Sect and Holly were stunned into silence. They had frozen at the sound of the explosion. The body of the leader of the Heavenly Sect was trembling as he pointed at Pierce and said, This is the legendary Divine Thunder. You actually know how to make Divine Thunder. You are definitely not an ordinary person. Who are you really? Pierce was puzzled. It made sense that they mistook the dirt hand grenades for Divine Thunder, but it was odd for them to be so certain that he had made it. However, he felt no obligation to answer. He retorted with her own words, "You do not deserve to know this king's name." The leader of the heavenly sect took a deep breath, and his tone unexpectedly became humble. "I am Fremont, the current head of the heavenly sect. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Pierce curiously asked. "You are surnamed Wu? What connection do you have with the royal family of the Great Ross Dynasty? Do you know Scarlet?" Fremont was surprised again. "I am indeed a descendant of the royal family of the Great Ross Dynasty. Scarlet is my daughter in the secular world. How do you know this?" Pierce was bewildered. Was the leader of the heavenly sect Scarlet's father? Was Scarlet also part of the heavenly sect? No, he just mentioned that Scarlet was his daughter in the secular world. He asked, confused, "Is there any connection between the royal family of the Great Ross Dynasty and the heavenly sect? Why did you become the leader of the heavenly sect?" Initially, he thought the other party wouldn't respond, but unexpectedly, the other party slowly told him a story from decades. Pierce asked again, "You said the weapon in my hands is Divine Thunder. Have you seen it before?" Fremont shook his head. This sect has no direct record of it, but the most ancient records mention that before this world began, the land was inhabited by the divine race. They could create Divine Thunder, weapons emitting destructive light, and could travel through heaven and earth. Due to the war of the gods, all members of the divine race perished, and the world was destroyed. After an unknown amount of time, the current world began to appear. The heavenly sect was actually founded by a group of surviving members of the divine race, but they only left some records of the divine race and warnings for future generations not to pursue these divine weapons. Pierce's heart was shaken. Was this a coincidence or reincarnation? Fremont calmly continued, "I have answered all your questions. Now, you should tell me your name and your background." Pierce calmed down and responded coolly, "This subordinate is Pierce, the Prince of Lewis under the Great Phalon." Fremont frowned. "Is that all? Or what?" Fremont stared intently at Pierce. "How can you make Divine Thunder?" Pierce shrugged. "Your Majesty is known as a master of innovation. I accidentally made it." Fremont sneered. "Do you think I would believe that?" "Believe it or not, your Majesty can decide," Pierce replied. A flash of murderous intent crossed Fremont's face. "Hand over the method to make Divine Thunder." Pierce mocked. "Didn't your heavenly sect ancestors warn against pursuing divine weapons? Lord Wu, you're violating the sect rules." Fremont coldly replied, "My heavenly sect may not pursue divine weapons, but we absolutely cannot allow them to fall into the hands of others. So you want to kill me? As long as you hand over the method to make Divine Thunder and return with me to the heavenly sect, I won't kill you." Pierce scoffed. "Lord Wu, haven't you grasped the situation yet? With Divine Thunder in my hands, what can you use to kill me?" Fremont put his sword to Holly's neck. "You two seem very close. For the sake of Divine Thunder, I wouldn't mind sacrificing a holy maiden." Pierce gritted his teeth. "If you kill her, you won't live either. Your heavenly sect will be finished." Fremont sneered. "Your Divine Thunder has limited range. I won't let you stop me. If you don't hand it over, I will go to great lengths to kill your family one by one." Pierce was furious. "What a despicable man you are, unworthy of being a sect leader. Dishonor is just the definition of common people. We of the heavenly sect have no such word." Pierce deflated. "You win. Here's a package of Divine Thunder. With your extensive knowledge, you'll figure out the components once you open it." Pierce threw a bag of dirt hand grenades at Fremont. Fremont was delighted, staring intently at the Divine Thunder. However, he didn't immediately pick it up, fearing it might explode. After waiting for a while with no signs of movement, he felt reassured. It seemed that Divine Thunder needed to be ignited to explode. Without further hesitation, he walked forward to pick it up. At that moment, a golden needle shot out from Holly's brow center. She regained her mobility and stabbed towards Fremont's back with a sword. Turns out, when the two started talking, Holly gave Pierce signals to buy time. Someone else might not have understood, but after living together for 2 years, they had developed remarkable rapport, understanding each other's intentions from just a glance. Seizing the moment when Fremont lowered his guard, Holly recovered and launched a surprise attack. Plank. The swords clashed, and Fremont blocked the lethal strike. Fremont said coldly, "Holy Maiden, this sect underestimated you. Who would have thought you could force out the divine suppressing needle?" Holly immediately attacked fiercely without a word. Fremont didn't retreat, engaging her in combat. Their movements were incredibly fast. Only their shadows could be seen in the struggle. 10 minutes passed, and neither side gained the upper hand. Fremont, as the leader of the heavenly sect, was formidable, but Holly, a once-in-a-century genius of the heavenly sect, was equally matched. Both inherited the complete traditions of the heavenly sect and wielded top-notch skills. Previously, Fremont needed 30 minutes with 5 divine generals to subdue Holly. Now, in a one-on-one battle, he couldn't guarantee victory. Pierce watched wide-eyed. This was the first time he had seen anyone last so long against Holly. He certainly wasn't going to stand by and watch the show. By now, he had already ordered his 200 guards to surround Fremont. This old bastard dared to threaten his family. He wouldn't let him off. Suyi, step aside. Chapter 505. Deep Affection in the Ruined Temple. Ezekiel forced Fremont back with one move and retreated to Pierce's side. Pierce waved his hand fiercely. Fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 200 repeating crossbows unleashed their power once again. An unbelievable sight unfolded as Fremont swung his long sword so tightly that not a single arrow could injure him. "What kind of monster is this?" Ezekiel explained. "In terms of physical fitness, he's not as good as me since he became a monk midlife. But when it comes to martial arts techniques, I am inferior to him." Pierce snarled viciously. "Throw grenades, blow him up." Boom. Explosions sounded repeated. He said he had an enlightening conversation with the previous sect master, didn't he? Brinley's. In fact, he didn't gain any enlightenment. He fell victim to a grand hypnosis spell, being subtly brainwashed into becoming a puppet. Pierce was shocked beyond measure. He had always thought the great hypnosis technique of the Ghost Clan was a myth that could change someone's mind and turn them into slaves, but never expected to witness one today. Suai, how did you know this? I discovered it by chance. It's precisely because I didn't want to become a puppet that I escaped. Pierce asked, if you were caught again, would you become a puppet too? Brinley's. Pierce's complexion changed drastically. Such a malicious grand hypnosis spell. But isn't the grand hypnosis only effective on those with weak willpower? As a generation's hero, Fremont couldn't possibly have weak willpower, right? Ezekiel pondered. At that time, he must have undergone fierce battles, completely drained. Besides, they probably took him to the abyss, a place that distorts time and space, far more terrifying than the Ghost Clan altar you were previously in. Pierce felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. But before he died, he seemed to have sensed something. Ezekiel glanced at the blood letter in Pierce's hand. No way, such a terrible place. I can't let it remain to harm others. I'll take a few 10,000 men, each armed with Devoured and Yasmin Lady. The ruined temple now only contained Pierce and Ezekiel. A broken deity statue stood in the temple, most of its clay peeling off, indiscernible as to which deity it represented. Ezekiel urged, start. Pierce coughed, laughing bitterly. To the heavens and earth, we bow. To our parents we bow. Husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is complete. Enter the bridal chamber. It was over so simply, making Pierce feel surreal. Gazing at Ezekiel's celestial face, he felt reassured. After all hardships, they finally achieved bliss together. The Yasmin Lady was now in his arms. Suai, you're beautiful. He touched her icy face, unable to resist. Ezekiel allowed him to embrace her tenderly. Divine nectar and jade dew, sweet and delicious. After enjoying, a white robe drifted down. Come. Gulp. It was the sound of someone swallowing saliva. Suai, shall we stand? Isn't standing fine? It's okay. Then let's get started. Stop procrastinating. Suai, here I come. Ezekiel let out a long hum from her nostrils, her body trembling. Her skin, like snow, quickly blushed red. Expert combat naturally was extraordinary. Back and forth, the struggle was intense and inseparable. Outside the temple, it started raining again, the raindrops tapping on the tiles loudly. After thousands of rounds, Pierce, who had been swinging his sword, inevitably panted. The Yasmin Lady scoffed. Already tired? I've only just started warming up. Pierce angrily retorted. Don't underestimate me. Let's switch positions and fight again. He lifted one leg of the Yasmin Lady from behind, his thrust unstoppable. The Yasmin Lady grunted, responding fiercely. That night, they went from standing to sitting, from sitting to lying, and tried countless difficult moves, engaging in an epic battle that obscured the sky and covered the earth. Clearly, the Yasmin Lady was the strongest opponent Pierce had ever faced. Outside the temple, the rain continued all night long. In the morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the temple onto them. Pierce caressed Ezekiel's small face. Suai, in this life, let's never part, alright? Ezekiel kissed his face deeply. Alright, I'll always be by your side, never leaving. Let's go home. Okay. Hashtag chapter 506, War Against Song. 6 months later, at the residence of the Grand Edwin. Pierce, Holly, Ashton, Braden and Dimitrix, Ewan, Oral, Abelard. We now have 40,000 cavalry, including 10,000 Lewis family iron cavalry and 30,000 Lewis family light cavalry. We also have 130,000 infantry, comprising 50,000 northern forces, 50,000 western forces, and 30,000 eastern forces. Although we only have 170,000 soldiers, our equipment is decades ahead of any other nation. There's no need to mention the Lewis family iron cavalry and light cavalry. Our 130,000 infantry are fully equipped with iron armor. Among them, the 50,000 northern forces all wear full-body iron armor. Our entire army wields 30 refined long sabers, capable of slicing through metal effortlessly. Of the 130,000 infantry, 50,000 are archers, armed with two types of crossbows. One with a range of 500 meters called the Divine Arm Crossbow, and another with a range of 300 meters called the Kanal Repeating Crossbow. Finally, he proudly concluded, Comrades, there is no country in the world that can withstand us now. Everyone listened with intense excitement, their confidence in the upcoming war sky high. Braden couldn't help but ask, Advisor, who is our first target? Ashton looked at Pierce, who nodded. Ashton unfolded a map of the continent on the floor and pointed to Song. Our first target is naturally the Song Kingdom. Dimitri, Advisor, why Song? They all assumed the first battle would be to reclaim Jiangzhou. Ashton explained, Firstly, Song is prosperous and its land. Both were overjoyed, while the rest looked envious. You will lead 10,000 Lewis family iron cavalry to accompany me against Song. Hi. Abelardo Airy, you two will lead 30,000 Lewis family light cavalry to join me against Song. Hi. Adifier, Johan, Evander, you three will lead 50,000 northern forces to accompany me against Song. Hi. Enoch, you will lead 30,000 eastern forces to join me against Song. Hi. With 12 divisions selected, the remaining people felt deflated. Pierce turned to Anders, Edwin London. You will split the 50,000 western forces between Jiangyan City and London Angian City to guard against surprise attacks from Ross and Charleston. Hi. Braden and Dimitri asked anxiously, Louisy, what about us? Pierce casually replied, you two will naturally stay in the new capital to maintain order. Both slumped dejectedly. Prepare everything. Tomorrow morning, the army sets out. Understood. This battle, the Phelan army was almost entirely mobilized. The first battle must be a victory. There can be no defeat. After the meeting, Pierce went to the palace. The pregnant Moxie, now 6 months along, was strolling in the imperial garden with her small belly protruding. Pierce accompanied her, holding her hand. A row of osmanthus flowers bloomed luxuriantly, their fragrance filling the air. Now the Moxie no longer handled affairs of state, delegating both political and military matters to Pierce. Had there been precedent for a regent, Pierce might have become more than just King Louis. Pierce gently asked, "Your Majesty, how is your health? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" The Moxie smiled, "I'm fine, don't worry. You're going to leave tomorrow, right?" "Brinley's," Pierce nodded. "How long will this war last?" She didn't ask if they would win. "It won't take long," Pierce comforted her. "I'll definitely be back before the child is born. Don't lie to me. I'll be a little dog if I do." "After you leave, who will handle things?" Pierce pondered for a moment. "Civil matters will be handled by the cabinet and 6 departments, and for military matters, I'll invite Ingram and my father to oversee the Edwin's residence." The Moxie relaxed. "Good. Take care of yourself and don't take unnecessary risks." "Your Majesty, don't worry. You know how healthy I am." Pierce winked at the Moxie. The Moxie, thinking of something, blushed shyly. "Pervert." Pierce found the Moxie's shyness irresistible and hugged her, kissing her passionately. Leaving the Moxie, Pierce returned home, where he bid farewell once again. He was even dragged back to the bedroom by German Inyang and Kathy for some heartfelt farewells. As they were blinded by extravagance. Chavi was also overjoyed. With the great Phelan severely weakened, his fears diminished greatly. To defend against the Phelan army, he had ordered Queenian Song City on the Songqueenian Road, fortified into a stronghold as formidable as Shanghai City. Edwin Paul confidently assured him that with just 30,000 troops, even an army of 300,000 from the Phelan Empire would not be feared. With this assurance, Chavi's concerns vanished entirely. Finally, he could enjoy life without worry. Just as the banquet reached its peak, a disheveled courier burst in. "Your Majesty, an urgent report. Edwin Pierce of the Phelan Empire personally leads an army of 12,000 to invade Song. Queenian Song City has fallen, and they are advancing towards the capital." Clang! Chavi's goblet fell to the ground, and the entire hall fell silent. Chavi stood abruptly. "What did you say?" Helplessly, the courier repeated himself. At this point, everyone in the hall grew pale. "What is going on?" Arden stepped forward and demanded answers. "The situation is as follows. 5 days ago, Pierce arrived with an army of 12,000 under the walls of Queenian Song City. The journey had been smooth, the road was passable. For the past 6 months, Pierce had secretly repaired the Songqueenian Road. Brinley, at the sight of the mighty fortifications and dense ranks of Song soldiers atop Queenian Song City, all faces turned grim. How many lives would be lost? How long would it take to capture such a fortress? Were these 12,000 men enough? No, excluding the 4,000 cavalry, only 8,000 remained. The generals looked to Pierce, expecting his strategic brilliance. But calmly, Pierce ordered the army to set up camp and commanded Conall to assemble trebuchets. The bow workshops were running smoothly, no longer needing Conall's personal supervision. For this battle, Pierce had brought the talented engineer along. Soon, hundreds of trebuchets were assembled. These trebuchets had another name, cyclone cannons. They were the same ones used by the Charleston Empire in the London Angshau campaign. If Charleston's engineers could build them, so could Conall. He even improved upon them, enhancing their power. Pierce waved his hand. "Fire relentlessly until I say stop." The Songqueenian Road was rich in stone, and Queenian Song City was soon pummeled by rotating boulders. Even Hudong City, reinforced with steel and cement, had only withstood cyclone cannon bombardment for half a month. Pierce was confident Queenian Song City would crumble within 5 days. By the second day of bombardment, Queenian Song City was taken, not by collapse but by betrayal. In the dead of night, the gates were opened. The waiting northern army of 50,000 stood their wealth. 100 kilometers from the Song capital, near Shanggu, Pierce's army finally encountered the 20,000-strong Song army led by Paul. A decisive battle was about to begin. The forces were nearly 2-to-1, with the Phelan army boasting 4,000 cavalry and the Song army 5,000 iron-armored cavalry. These 5,000 iron riders were built at a tremendous cost, each armored in iron. Due to these iron riders, Paul was confident in facing Pierce head-on. Before the battle lines, Pierce and Paul rode forth. Each was accompanied by a single bodyguard, Holly for Pierce. "Pierce, nice to see you." Paul greeted first, feeling quite pleased. Previously, Pierce had caused chaos in Song, sparking civil war. However, Paul had later led troops in conquering Jiangdong, capturing Rosling. Feeling vindicated, he had much to boast about. Pierce sneered, "Paul, I hope you still can laugh in a moment. Who gave you the courage to challenge me on open ground?" Paul roared, "Pierce, don't get cocky. Today, your undefeated myth ends with me. I have a 20,000-strong army, with more reinforcements coming. You only have 12,000 deep behind enemy lines. Who will lose dreaming?" The Phelan troops didn't wait for the Song soldiers to recover. The 10,000 Shinbi crossbowmen formed rows of front and back ranks, shooting continuously in waves, creating an unbroken shower of arrows. Within a short time, most of the 50,000 Song archers were lost. Paul was both shocked and furious, roaring, "Shield bearers, move forward to protect the archers." Bang, bang, bang. 50,000 shield bearers erected a continuous wall of shields that stretched for kilometers, blocking all the incoming arrows. Rumble. The ground began to shake. 10,000 heavily armored cavalry from the Lewis family divided into 2 contingents and charged from the left and right flanks of the Song army. Paul shouted, "Divide the 50,000 iron cavalry into 2 groups to meet the enemy." 50,000 Song iron cavalry promptly split into 2 groups to confront the Lewis family cavalry. Although they might not be the Lewis family cavalry's match in a direct charge, slowing them down would render these heavily armored riders ineffective. Seeing Paul's response, Pierce sneered. His spies within the Song were extremely well hidden, even infiltrating the Song military ranks. He knew every detail about the Song army. Naturally, he was aware that the Song had assembled a force of 50,000 iron cavalry. Paul's move was exactly what he had anticipated. On the battlefield, a new contingent of cavalry suddenly emerged behind the Lewis family iron cavalry. They too were fully armored, but instead of long lances, each rider carried 2 bows, a heavy crossbow, and a horn bow. These were the Lewis family light cavalry, positioned behind the iron cavalry by Pierce, specifically to counter the Song's 50,000 iron cavalry. Thanks to their high mobility, the light cavalry quickly overtook the iron cavalry. Facing the advancing Song iron cavalry, they raised their heavy crossbows and fired. It's worth noting that these were Conall's repeating crossbows. Shoot the horse first, then the rider. Under the assault of the Lewis family light cavalry's repeating crossbows, the unprotected horses of the Song cavalry became mere targets. Just one round of volleys sent the Song iron cavalry tumbling and fleeing in disarray. Rumble. The Lewis family iron cavalry charged through almost without resistance. The Song's 50,000 strong, lavishly equipped iron cavalry vanished under the hooves of the Lewis family cavalry, not making a ripple. Paul's face turned ashen. It's over. Boom. The 2 divisions of Lewis family cavalry crashed into the Song forces from the flanks, despite attempts to block with spear-wielding infantry soldiers. Arden exclaimed. Indeed, these 10,000 troops were led by Garrett's 3,000 naval forces, along with 5,000 Queen soldiers led by Harry. Months earlier, while in Normanjow, Garrett had contacted Harry of Queen, establishing communication with Pierce. They decided to land by sea and encircle the Song capital. Pierce aimed to annihilate the entire Song nation in one decisive strike, giving Chavi no chance. 2 days later, Pierce arrived at the Song capital with a 10,000-strong force. Together with the existing 10,000 troops, they besieged the capital tightly. Outside the city walls, Pierce and Garrett embraced warmly. Lewis C., it's so good to see you again. Don't be mushy, it's like you haven't seen me for years. Let's get to work. This is our moment to fight together. Sure. Garrett nodded earnestly. Greetings, Edwin. Harry looked equally excited. Pierce patted him on the shoulder. Edwin Gongsun, excellent job. Your efforts have been crucial in this campaign against Song. Harry, who commanded this joint force, orchestrated the surprise attack on the Song Navy and the lightning assault on the capital. He also brought the entirety of Queen E's 5,000 soldiers. Thank you, Edwin. Well, let's finish off the Song once and for all. Aye. With a single command from Pierce, hundreds of whirlwind cannons were assembled and bombarded the Song capital day and night. 10 days later, the walls collapsed. The world was taken aback, condemning the Charleston state for breaking faith. Thus, the alliance of the 4 states officially crumbled. The structure of 6 coexisting states was broken, transforming into an era dominated by the rivalry between Phelan and Charleston. Phelan in the north, Charleston in the west, and the Jean state, wedged between the two, became the next target. In the Jean capital, Raudu, Scarlet sat alone in the grand hall. She pulled out a tattered piece of cloth from her bosom. On it were red characters. She didn't need to look at it as she had memorized its contents after many readings. This piece of cloth had appeared on her desk a few months earlier. She did not know who had placed it there, but it was clearly a provocation. Although she didn't know who had placed it, she knew who had written it. The handwriting matched the calligraphy left behind by her father exactly. This was her father's final letter, written in blood before his death. Her father must not have died naturally. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left a blood-written letter. However, nothing in the letter mentioned this point. In the letter, her father only confessed his regret for focusing solely on restoring the state, neglecting his family and daughter. He advised her not to be obsessed with restoring the state, but to courageously pursue her own happiness. Courageously pursue my own happiness. Your Majesty, a guard reported. The Grand Marshal requests an audience. Please let him in, she replied. Nash, dressed in scholar's robes, strode in confidently. Your Majesty. The Grand Marshal is exempt from formalities, she said. Though Scarlet appointed Nash as Grand Marshal, his talents extended beyond military affairs. A man of both literary and martial prowess, he earned Scarlet's high regard. Nash spoke gravely. My lord, latest news reports that the Song capital has already fallen. King Chabi hanged himself, and Song has perished. It's time we make a decision. Scarlet sighed. Is there truly no third option? Nash shook his head. To preserve Jean, we either surrender to the Phelan troops or to the Charleston. There is no third path. Neither Phelan nor Charleston will allow anyone to profit from their conflict before their final showdown. If we refuse to surrender, whether it be to Phelan or Charleston, neither can be resisted. The worst outcome might be simultaneous destructive attacks from both nations. Scarlet remained silent, feeling deeply frustrated, but she understood that everything Nash said was true. Both Charleston and Phelan possessed invincible commanders, elite soldiers, and cutting-edge weapons, far surpassing the capabilities of Jean, which had yet to recover fully. I will surrender to him. May I ask what the condition is, Your Majesty? Scarlet said emphatically. I want him to marry me. What? Nash was bewildered. Pierce was equally baffled. Looking at the distinguished figure of Nash below him, he asked, She really said that? Nash laughed bitterly. Brinley's. Those were the exact words of our great Ross Moxie. Pierce shook his head. No, I am already married. Nash bowed. Our Moxie knows about your marriage to Phelan's Moxie and does not require to be the principal wife. Being a concubine would suffice. This? Pierce was troubled. While marrying multiple wives was acceptable in this era, he wasn't sure if the Phelan Moxie would approve of adding Scarlet as a concubine, especially since Ross and Phelan were sworn enemies. Ashton pleaded urgently, Edwin, think of the bigger picture and please agree. Adiffier joined in, Edwin, to avoid war and suffering for the people, please make this sacrifice. Ari echoed, That's right, Edwin, you often speak of sacrificing the small self for the greater good. This is the time to lead by example. Nash felt furious. Moxie Scarlet was the first beauty of Ross, possessing the noble lineage of Ross royalty. So many men had fallen for her beauty and would be willing to wash her feet. Now she was being given to Pierce, and these people still looked like they were losing something? How could this be fair? Regrettably, he had no choice but to acquiesce, though he inwardly fumed. Everyone urged him, and Pierce couldn't stubbornly refuse. Glancing at Holly, who showed no objection, he reluctantly agreed. All right then. Everyone rejoiced. Securing Ross without shedding blood was beyond their expectations. Following the fall of Song, Ross was also brought under control, along with the subdued Queenie, marking the acquisition of a significant part of the world. This journey proved far more fruitful than anticipated. Moreover, Ross's surrender meant that Chang'an City returned to the embrace of Phelan again. Pierce re-entered this ancient city with his army. He planned to return to Queenie Inzu via the Flat River route, avoiding a detour back to Songyun. When Ross's forces occupied the city, they plundered what little wealth remained from the Phelan regime, leaving it even more desolate. Fortunately, it had not experienced warfare, so the architecture remained intact. Pierce initially intended to leave an army to garrison Chang'an while returning to Queenie Inzu. Phelan needed time to assimilate the conquered territories of Song and Ross, but a secret message from Shu changed his mind. Handing the letter to Ashton, he excitedly declared, "Advisor, the time to unify the world has come." Shangya. Banners obscured the sky. The multitude of soldiers seemed like a sea, and their spears stood tall like forests. The formations were clearly defined, and the commanders rode between them, rallying their men with loud, encouraging shouts. Messenger soldiers galloped past frequently, relaying new orders. Warhorses neighed, commanders roared, and dust clouds billowed, filling the air with the scent of iron and blood. Before the battle began, the two commanding generals still needed to meet face to face. Pierce was very interested in Maxim, who had stayed under the radar for years before emerging as a powerful force. Maxim also wanted to meet Pierce, the living god of war and his fated rival. Others might not know the history of the Lewis family's rise to power, but as Damien's son, how could he not be aware? Both riders emerged alone, without any guards. As they slowly approached each other, both armies gradually fell silent. All eyes were on the two renowned generals, a son of a former god of war and the current god of war, engaged in a battle of honor. Pierce's first impression of Maxim was that he was strikingly charismatic. He was a man of undeniable charm, sporting a well-groomed beard and exuding confidence. In this era, such attributes were considered the epitome of masculinity. They sized each other up for a moment. Matt Harry and the 10,000-strong Ross forces led by Nash. There was no need for a vanguard. For the Charleston forces, Maxim led the 15,000-strong Central Charleston army, with the 10,000-strong vanguard led by Vice Edwin Yanko, and the two 10,000-strong wings split from the 15,000-strong Shu forces. A deafening drumbeat echoed. With a grim smile, Pierce issued the order for a full-scale assault. Immediately, the 10,000-strong Phelan forces surged forward, leading the charge of 300,000 men. Maxim frowned, unable to understand the source of Pierce's confidence. However, he did not intend to alter his deployment, given his numerical advantage. He ordered, "Advance the vanguard." Under Yanko's command, 10,000 Charleston troops moved forward cautiously. At 500 meters, the Phelan forces unleashed their powerful repeating crossbows. But the Charleston forces were prepared, raising a wall of shields that blocked the initial volley. Any weapon can surprise an enemy only on its first appearance. The Charleston forces had already encountered these crossbows in the Battle of Shanggu, and thus had adequate defenses. Pierce gave the order, "Full advance." At 500 meters, the Charleston shields held against the crossbows. But what about 400 meters? Or 350 meters? Indeed, at 400 meters, the Charleston shields were penetrated one after another, unable to withstand the terrifying power of the specially designed repeating crossbows. Cries of agony filled the air as Charleston troops were mowed down by the barrage. Maxim frowned, realizing he had miscalculated. He hadn't anticipated the sheer destructive power of the Phelan forces' crossbows. They were almost like ballista bolts. Fortunately, the Phelan forces did not have many crossbows, perhaps no more than 10,000. He ordered, "Quick advance." Once within 300 meters, the Charleston forces could retaliate with their own powerful crossbows. Between 400 and 300 meters, the Charleston forces suffered tens of thousands of casualties. At 300 meters, the two sides exchanged crossbow volleys. Pierce ordered his men to raise shield walls, pushing forward while archers fired through the gaps. Ultimately, the Charleston forces suffered more losses in this exchange. The Phelan forces' repeating crossbows, entering the effective range of 300 meters, became even more deadly, piercing through shields and slaughtering Charleston soldiers in a chain reaction. The Charleston shields were rendered useless. The Phelan Central forces wielded Konal's repeating crossbows, and without shield protection, these weapons inflicted a massacre on the Charleston forces. Under the dual onslaught of the repeating crossbows and Konal's crossbows, the Charleston forces could not establish arrow superiority. Their scattered volleys were easily deflected by the shield walls. Facing the 30,000-strong Phelan forces, the Charleston vanguard of 10,000 quickly collapsed, bodies strewn across the ground, riddled with arrows. The remaining troops fled in panic. Maxim shouted, "Stop! Move to the sides!" No one obeyed, and soon the Charleston formation was disrupted, with the 30,000-strong Phelan forces advancing rapidly. Without hesitation, Maxim ordered, "Fire!" Arrows rained down, covering the fleeing troops. The arrow storm ceased, and the panicked soldiers fell one by one, their eyes wide open, uncomprehending of their fate. The entire vanguard of 10,000 was wiped out, including Vice Edwin Yanko. The morale of the Charleston forces was severely shaken. Everyone appeared dejected, especially those who had once been captured. Brinley, the Phelan forces continued their advance, seemingly intent on defeating the Charleston army in one go. Chapter 511. The Battle of Winnow. Maxim made a decisive decision. Charge with the entire army. He ordered the infantry armed with swords and shields to carry 2 shields each. rushing towards the Phaelon army at maximum speed to prevent them from utilizing their divine arm crossbows and chain crossbows effectively. Once in close combat, these weapons would lose their advantage. With the Charleston elite soldiers fighting power, rumble. Two contingents of Lewis family light cavalry charged straight towards the Charleston army's rear lines. If they could circle around to strike from behind, it would force the Charleston army into a disadvantageous position, disrupting their formation. But Maxim was prepared. He commanded, "Let the Charleston heavy cavalry intercept them." As the elite force of the Charleston army, the 50,000 heavily armored cavalry split into two, charging towards the incoming Lewis family light cavalry. These 50,000 Charleston cavalry, like before, only had the riders in iron armor, leaving the horses unprotected. Seeing this, neither Abelardo nor Aery were worried. In the London Engsub campaign, 10,000 Lewis family light cavalry could easily hunt down 50,000 Charleston heavy cavalry, let alone now with 30,000 light cavalry. This battle had no suspense. However, they overlooked one factor: terrain. In the London Engsub battle, there was ample space for the Lewis family light cavalry to exploit their mobility. But here, with 70,000 troops clashing in the Winnow Plains, their room for maneuver was limited. Thus, the Lewis family light cavalry found themselves deadlocked with the Charleston heavy cavalry. In the center, Pierce surveyed the scene. Everyone ready? Victory or defeat depends on this move. Holly lowered her faceplate. "I will protect you. Charge forward with peace of mind." Ashton grinned. "Edwin, this might be my only chance to charge with you. Let's," as he saw victory within reach. In a critical moment, a Shu general roared, "Brothers, the Holy Maiden has ordered us to assist our king and attack the Charleston army." Pierce recognized this Shu general. So did Holly and Ashton. His name was Demon. Following Demon's cry, the 5,000 Shu troops suddenly switched sides, deploying trip wires on the spot. Rumble. The Charleston heavy cavalry tumbled and fell into chaos, rendered ineffective even if not killed outright. Just as they appeared, the 10,000 Charleston heavy cavalry met their end. This unexpected turn stunned the Charleston army and Maxim. Demon's betrayal took him off guard. Those trip wires were his last resort prepared for the Lewis family cavalry. "It's over." He turned pale. In the next moment, Pierce led 10,000 Lewis family cavalry and overwhelmed Maxim. With Maxim dead, the Charleston army collapsed like dominoes. 30,000 Phaelon troops pursued relentlessly, slaughtering thousands upon thousands of Charleston soldiers over miles of battlefield. The Lewis family light cavalry swiftly neutralized the demoralized Charleston heavy cavalry and joined the fray, further trapping the Charleston army with no escape. Finally, the trapped 10,000 Charleston soldiers surrendered. This great battle is known historically as the Battle of Winnow. More than 1 million participants, yet the massive Battle of Winnow concluded in just one day. This was the battle that determined the fate of both nations. After this, Charleston no longer had the strength to contend with Phaelon. It decided the future of the land. No other power could stand against the might of the Phaelon army after this. Demon approached Pierce with a graceful woman in tow. Every officer and soldier turned to look as they passed. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, fitting the description of a beauty that could topple kingdoms perfectly. "Greetings, great marshal," Demon said excitedly. Pierce patted him on the shoulder, saying approvingly, "Old Zhou, I'm glad you stayed true to your heart. I owe my rise from an unknown tribal general to commanding an army of tens of thousands entirely to you, sir. Your kindness can never be forgotten." "Good. Let's have a drink later." Pierce looked at the woman behind him and was taken aback, both by her beauty and familiarity. If she had silver hair, she would look exactly like Catherine from back then. "Who is this?" he asked Demon. Demon didn't answer, but the woman was already sobbing, crying out, "London till dash, I finally found you." Then she lunged at Pierce, clinging to his neck and weeping hysterically. Pierce froze, overwhelmed with emotion. In all the world, only one person would call him London till dash. "Is this Juliet?" he asked softly. "It's me, London till dash. How have you grown so much? Do you dislike it?" "No, I love it. Am I beautiful?" "Brinley's you are." Chapter 512, the grand finale. After a long while, Juliet finally calmed down, but she still held Pierce's hand tightly, her face blushing shyly. Looking at the graceful and poised Juliet, not only was Pierce shocked, Holly and Ashton were also in disbelief. The little lowly Juliet from before had completely transformed after 2 years. However, upon closer inspection of her face, one could still find a resemblance. Her facial features hadn't changed much overall. It was just that her cheeks had transformed from round to oval. Actually, Pierce wasn't surprised by Juliet's appearance, but rather by her transformation. Because, before the decisive battle, he had received a secret letter from Shu, delivered by Demon through his intelligence personnel in Shu. The letter first detailed the cause and effect of Juliet's disappearance. It turned out that the Amy had foreseen all this before her death. On one hand, she arranged for Juliet to leave the palace and go into hiding before Eben rebelled, to act in secrecy. On the other hand, she discreetly sought out the loyal Demon, instructing him to pretend to submit to Eben and seize military power when the opportunity arose. When the state of Charleston attacked Shu under the guise of passing through, killed Eben, and occupied Shu, Demon surrendered first. This made Maxim fully trust him and appointed him as the commander of Shu's army. At this time, Pierce had just annexed the state of Ross, forming a rivalry with Charleston. Worried about delaying matters, Demon contacted Pierce through an intelligence channel, agreeing to defect during the final battle. With such a great opportunity, how could Pierce let it slip away? Thus came the Battle of Winnow. One could say that Maxim did not lose to Pierce, but to the Nancy who had calculated everything to the very end. "By the way," Pierce asked Demon, "you were shouting something about the Coleman on the battlefield. Does that mean the Coleman didn't die?" Earlier, he had received news that the Coleman died when Eben stormed the palace. Demon shook his head. "Commander, the Coleman I mentioned is not the Holy Maiden's father, but you." "You?" Pierce was bewildered. "When did I become the Coleman?" Holly, Ashton, Alexei, and others were equally confused. Juliet, however, blushed shyly. If you're going to marry me, London till dash, then you'll be the Coleman? Wait. Pierce was thoroughly stunned. When did I say I would marry you? Brinley's, you've grown up, but that's not a reason for me to marry you. Juliet remained calm, unperturbed. Jerry said before she died that if you want to unify the world and annex Shu without shedding blood, you must marry me. What? Pierce was at a loss. Ashton, Lance, Johan, and others' eyes lit up as they gathered around. Edwin, sacrifice your small self for the greater good. Here we go again? Pierce was speechless. Harry squeezed forward. Edwin, not only do you have to marry Holy Maiden Juliet for peace, you also have to marry Alice Petra of Queenie for the peaceful annexation of Queenie. Ashton and others nodded vigorously. Exactly. Pierce sighed to the heavens. Are you treating me like a stud horse? Transforming his frustration into energy, he shouted, full force attack. I will annihilate Charleston. After integrating the 150,000 troops of Shu, Pierce now commanded an army of 400,000. This 400,000 strong force captured city after city, leaving Charleston powerless to resist. The army drove straight ahead, besieging the capital of Charleston, Londonching. On the walls of Londonching, Pierce once again saw Tomas and the king of Charleston, Normang Ji, standing beside him. Mr. Haddon, nice to see you again, Pierce said with a smile. Do you think I'm fine? Tomas replied bitterly. I heard the Four Nations Alliance was your doing? Pierce couldn't help but ask. That's correct. I underestimated you, Pierce said. Back in Chang'an, Mr. Haddon analyzed the situation for me and advised me to surrender. Now, what do you make of the current situation? Tomas looked bitter, unable to reply. With courtesy calls exchanged, allow me to offer my own advice. My kingdom needs a groom for stable management. How about it, Mr. Haddon? Pierce, you insult me too much. Tomas angrily retorted. Pierce continued reminiscing with Tomas, ignoring the king of Charleston entirely, deeply wounding Normang Ji's pride and making him clench his fists tightly, gnashing his teeth. Pierce, he shouted, I will cede half of Charleston's territory to you. Can you leave with your troops? Before Pierce could respond, his generals burst into laughter. The king of Charleston's face burned. Do you think your 400,000 troops can capture Londonching? I still have 100,000 soldiers and enough food supplies to last a year. I might as well just wait. Pierce spoke sympathetically. Normang Ji, you don't understand the situation yet. You think this is still a war between Phelan and Charleston? Is it not? You are wrong. Song has fallen. Queenie, Ross, and Shu have all submitted to me. The entire world is within my control. This isn't a war between Phelan and Charleston. This is a war between the world and Londonching. Do you wish Phelan Empire? Thus, the great Phelan united the world, ending centuries of division and achieving unification. Coinciding with the birth of a son to the Phelan Moxie, a general amnesty was granted, officials were rewarded, and celebrations spread across the land. Brinley, the grandeur of the great Phelan Empire had just begun. King Pierce appointed 4 expeditionary generals. Harry as the Western Expedition Edwin, leading expeditions into the Western regions. Demon as the Southern Expedition Edwin, leading expeditions into Southeast Asian regions. Holly as the Northern Expedition Edwin, leading expeditions into the Northern regions. Nash as the Eastern Expedition Edwin, leading expeditions into Beach, Goguryeo, and Wa. Brinley years later, the Great Phelan became a superpower dominating a continent. Silas Pierce, hailed as the Great Silas, and Fef princes, including Harry, Demon, and Nash, who all became kings in their respective regions. Ashton became the imperial teacher of the Great Phelan, and Holly finally became a renowned general. End of book.